家好，欢迎来到 GMIC 2020在线 Pro 全球营销增长大会。我是来自长城会的木禅，担任本场主持人。这是 GMIC 成功开展的第12年，今年也是最不同凡响的一年。在疫情冲击下的4月份，全球范围内我们首次尝试并成功的在线上开展了大会。邀请到了近200位全球顶尖企业家、科学家、专家学者以及近100位嘉宾，在 GMIC 平台为大家带来了无与伦比的精彩分享。超过了4190万的观众在全球范围内观看。这次我们将延续4月份的巨大成功，邀请到了120余位全球各界的精英人士，为大家带来2晚1天的精神盛宴。这次疫情对于全球企业来说都是前所未有。本场大会我们邀请到了全球最杰出的企业领袖、学者、媒体人，为我们分享他们成功应对疫情的冲击的经验以及反思。同时，我们也将目光聚集到数字化的转型与高科技的技术浪潮上。科技技术不断吐故纳新，行业生态万象更新，在包括疫情以及各方影响力的冲击之下，我们且一看企业是如何在如此山明谷印、风起云涌的大趋势下，从危机中把握机遇，突破新生，砥砺前行。好，第一站我们将来到硅谷。在这里，我们将了解到日新月异的高科技技术更迭的背景下，全球的文娱企业是如何打开经济新纪元的。首先，我们请出第一位重磅嘉宾，他是来自全球最知名游戏引擎公司之一的 Unity Technologies。相信大家也都看到新闻，也就是在这个月 Unity 在纽交所成功上市，再次成为大众关注的热点。这次 GMIC 邀请到的是 Unity Technologies 的全球内容负责人 Maxim DeWitt， 他为大家带来主题演讲，应用市场分发新选择，解锁潜在的10亿新用户。Let's welcome Maxim.
Hello everybody, my name is Maxim DeWitt and I am the Global Head of Content for the Unity Distribution Portal. Today I'm going to explain how you can access 1 billion potential new users on Android. But first, a big thank you to the GMIC organizers for this opportunity. My first GMIC experience was back in 2011 and it is amazing to see it going strong. So this is a question I ask all game developers. Why isn't your game on all the other app stores out there? And the answer I get very often is, what stores? Some fast facts about alternate app stores. By 2023, there will be 1.7 billion gamers using them. And they will generate $5 billion of revenue outside of China alone. And right now, these alternate app stores are growing faster than the Google Play Store. The Unity Distribution Portal already reaches 1 billion users connected to these stores. But what are the challenges associated with distributing to these stores? First, you have to discover them and get on board with each of them. Then, each of these stores requires a specific SDK to be implemented and create a specific build for. You then have to submit your game and metadata to all of these stores through various tools and developer consoles. And finally, once your game is submitted and live, you have to track your game performance through separate reporting dashboards. And for each game, you have to repeat that process. Which makes the landscape look like this. The alternate stores each represent a distinct effort, sometimes low, sometimes high, for a revenue potential that is sometimes unproven. Which is why, understandably, a lot of you answer, well, as much as I like the extra revenue, I'm not sure I have the amount of time or bandwidth to address these stores. And I'm really not sure what the ROI is going to be. So let's take a look at this in more detail. You have a game. And there are a few app stores you would like to distribute your game to. So let's start with the first one. You implement your SDK and create a developer console. And your game goes live on that store. It will then generate revenue, which you can track via their reporting dashboard. And you will do that for another store, another SDK, another build, another set of metadata, which is probably different from the first one. And you should go through the store-specific tools to submit your game. And again, another reporting dashboard to view your performance on. Same with the third game, this third store. You have an SDK, you have another build, yet another set of metadata, and another uploading process, and yet another separate reporting dashboard. And very quickly, your life can become like this. Builds, SDK, metadata, images, descriptions, developer consoles, uploads, reporting dashboards. So what would a more ideal world look like? What if there was a single SDK to implement in a single build to manage, a single set of metadata to gather, and you would upload it from a single console? Yet you would be able to distribute to all of these stores, and the performance across all of these stores would be centralized in a single place. That is exactly the vision on which we built the Unity distribution portal. So how does it work? Well, there's a single SDK to implement, so you only have a single build to manage. You then consolidate your metadata in a single developer console, and from there, you choose which stores you want to distribute your game to. And then UDP does the heavy lifting of repacking your game and creating store-specific versions. Consolidating the metadata so each store gets the metadata they need. And finally, from the UDP console, you can submit your game to all of these stores all at once, and your reporting will be consolidated on the UDP console. So, which changes the landscape into this. All of the alternate stores that were previously scattered to the left and to the top of the chart now regroup in a single and low-hanging opportunity. Now that you understand how UDP works, let's have a look at how UDP can distribute your game to alternate app stores.
The Unity distribution portal enables you to distribute your games to multiple Android app stores through a single hub and using a single build, allowing you to focus more time on creating your game and making the process of distributing your game much easier. The Unity distribution portal, or UDP, currently supports games built for Android devices. It is supported on Unity versions from 5.6.1. However, Unity versions 2018.4 and above are recommended. UDP is free for developers and can be downloaded for use in your project using the package manager in Unity. It's also available via the Unity Asset Store. Once the Unity distribution portal package is installed into your Unity project, you can access and set it up by choosing Window, Unity Distribution Portal, Settings. To work with UDP, your project will need to be using a Unity project ID. If your project doesn't already have an ID assigned, you will be prompted to create one. Once you have a designated Unity project ID, you're ready to set up the UDP client. To get started using the distribution portal, you'll need to set your project up in the Unity Distribution Portal console. Head to the console by visiting distribute.dashboard.unity.com and log in with your Unity ID. UDP is free to use for any individual or organization with a Unity account. Once logged in, simply press the Create New Game button to add a new game project to your console. Then fill out the information about your game on the Game Info tab, including any promotional assets you'd like to use on the store page. If you've already got the project set up on the Google Play Store and would like to reuse the information from there, you can choose the Import from Google Play button to copy over the metadata of your game from the Google Play Store into your UDP console project. Simply copy the Google Play Store link into the field, and the console will autofill the fields based on the metadata from the Play Store page. Then add any remaining text or assets into your game's profile that are needed. The in-app purchases section allows you to update the prices of IAPs for your game and set the prices for additional currencies. You can add and manage individual items, or you can import multiple IAPs at once using the Import Catalog button. We can also import IAPs using a CSV file in the Google Play format. Here you can download the template CSV file using the Download Template link. Fill in your IAPs locally and upload the file to add all of your in-app purchases at once. When you're done setting up your project, hit Save. Scroll down to the integration information and copy the client ID. Back in the Unity editor, in the UDP settings, paste your client ID and continue. Your project is now set up and its ID is linked with the Unity distribution portal. We can use the Pull button to get data, such as our in-app purchase entries, from the console. As you can see, the IAP that we entered earlier is now visible inside the editor. We can also create new entries in our settings here, and use the Push button to synchronize them with the console. Some implementation work is going to be required in your game code, mainly using UDP methods to manage your in-app purchases. The UDP documentation will guide you through these steps, and you can find a link to it below. When you're done setting up your project and you're ready to deploy your game to stores, build your project in Unity. It's worth keeping in mind that before deploying, you should test the UDP build in the sandbox environment so you can be sure your IAPs work well before committing your game to the stores. When you're done building, upload your APK files in the binary section of the console and create your package description. Notice how changes to our in-app purchases have been synced from the editor. We can manage the currencies of our in-app purchases one at a time, or use the Convert button to automatically set global currency prices on our in-app purchases. We can use the Manage Languages dropdown to add additional language support to the store metadata for our game. Let's add the French, Italian, and German languages by selecting them from the list. We can fill out the copy ourselves for each of our languages we wish to support. Or if we already have a Google Play Store link, we can import the copy directly from the Google Play Store using the same buttons as before and the localized URL. When we're done with our game information and ready to release our game, choose Save and then choose Release. We'll need to create some information about this release, so enter a revision tag and some release notes. Then choose Release. You'll then be prompted with the app stores available for your release. With UDP, it's completely up to you which stores you want to distribute to. Simply select from the available stores in the list. You'll need to sign up to each store and link it with your UDP account in order to register your game. When you've registered with the stores you'd like to use, you can also choose the countries you'd like to deploy your game to on each store. When you're happy with your store setup, choose the Repack Game and Submit to Store option from the dropdown and choose Publish. Repacking takes your UDP build and clones it for each store you're submitting to. It will remove the sandbox component of the package and replace it automatically with the store-specific component. This allows you to submit your game to a store without needing to include a number of unnecessary SDKs. The Unity distribution portal automatically creates a new build each time and only packages it with its required SDKs for the store you're submitting it to. After repacking, you may then be presented with a pre-submission dialog to help with any issues or changes that need to be made for successful submission to a store. Once any changes have been made and your submission is ready, you'll be prompted to continue. You'll then be taken to the status page as UDP begins repacking and submitting your game. Congratulations! Your game should now be submitted to multiple stores. To see how your game has been performing on all of your stores, you can use the Reporting tab in the console. You can use the drop-down to filter the report across all stores or an individual storefront. This page gives you information such as monthly active users, retention rate, installs, gross revenue, and more. The Partner Stores tab shows an overview of all the stores available to submit to, with more coming soon. To learn more about each of the stores you can distribute with through UDP, choose the Read More link. As you can see, the Unity distribution portal makes it fast and easy to distribute your game across multiple stores simultaneously.
All right, now that we've seen how UDP works, let's sum it up. With UDP, you no longer have to worry about the store-specific SDKs. You only need to implement a single SDK and manage a single build, and distribute your game through a single console. You retain full control over your distribution and gain access to new distribution channels. So now let's take a look at the stores that are available through UDP. There is the Samsung Galaxy Store that is preloaded on all Galaxy smartphones and tablets that are sold worldwide. It represents 400 million monthly active users that downloaded 450 million apps on a monthly basis. There is the Huawei App Gallery that is preloaded on all Huawei and Honor smartphones that are sold globally, and it represents an opportunity of 151 million MAUs. Then there's Mi Get Apps, which is preloaded on all Xiaomi smartphones sold outside of China. There is One Store, which is one of the largest Android marketplaces in Korea. There is TPay Mobile, which distributes your games through the mobile carriers they work with across the Middle East and Africa, which contains 350 million Android subscribers. And then you have AppTutti, which is not an app store per se, but more like a channel that can help you publish your game in China. And finally, there's the global app stores UpToDown, QApp, and ShareIt, that together represent more than 200 million MAUs. UDP is publicly available, and over 400 studios have already started using it, distributing almost 600 games and counting across all the app stores. Azure Games is one of those studios. They have used UDP to submit their game Jurassic Monster World to a new app store. To new app stores. All right, now that we have seen how UDP works, let's sum it up. With UDP, you no longer have to worry about the store-specific SDKs, and you only need to implement a single SDK and manage a single build, and distribute your game through a single console. You retain full control over your distribution and gain access to new distribution channels. So now let's take a look at the stores that are available through UDP. There is the Samsung Galaxy Store that is preloaded on all Galaxy smartphones and tablets that are sold worldwide. It represents 400 million monthly active users that download 450 million apps on a monthly basis. There is the Huawei App Gallery that is preloaded on all Huawei and Honor smartphones that are sold globally, and it represents an opportunity of 151 million MAUs. There is Mi Get Apps, which is preloaded on all Xiaomi smartphones sold outside of China. There is One Store, which is one of the largest Android marketplaces in Korea. There is TPay Mobile, which distributes games through the mobile carriers across the Middle East and Africa region, which contains 350 million Android subscribers. And then there's AppTutti, which is not a store per se, but it is a channel that can help you publish your game in China. And finally, there's the global app stores, UpToDown, QApp, and ShareIt, that together represent more than 200 million MAUs. UDP is publicly available, and over 400 studios have already started using it, distributing almost 600 games and counting across the different stores. Azure Games is one of those studios. They have used UDP to submit their game Jurassic Monster World to new app stores, and within 2 weeks of work, they had their games featured both on the Samsung Galaxy Store and Huawei App Gallery, generating significant traction in key markets. UDP was designed to simplify the complexities that are typically associated with game distribution, and we are really happy to see that we are addressing that problem for some of you already. Last but not least, UDP is completely free for developers. Whether you have a Plus, Pro, or even a personal edition license, UDP is entirely free. Unity does not take a single cent from your revenue. For instance, Samsung Galaxy Store's terms are a 70-30 revenue share. You will get 70% also when you submit via UDP. The app stores are very keen on getting fresh games on their storefront, and they are providing a lot of support and visibility. The time to get on board is now. Go to unity.com/UDP to find out how you can get started. Go on and grow your game. Thank you.
Thanks for Maxim fantastic sharing. 当科技和体育碰撞出火花，科技化、智慧化、数字化，如日中天的热潮也将助力体育领域乘风破浪，为体育界迎来一个新的纪元。接下来的重磅圆桌，我们邀请到的几位嘉宾，他们分别是第一位，来自世界领先的国际科技公司 GBC CEO Mars， 第二位，来自全球体育创新生态系统加速器 Hype Amir， 第三位是新浪体育 Sam， 最后一位是瑞腾国际体育集团的创始人杨瑞康。接下来我们的时间给到这四位嘉宾，一起探讨科技创新助力体育产业乘风破浪。Let's welcome them.
Hi everybody, it's Mars Kuyan. I'm a founder of GVC, as it goes for global business creation. Today we have a panel discussion, and the topic is about the sport consumption demand and marketing strategy in the post-pandemic era. And we have amazing guests here that they're gonna be in our panel, our panelists. So I'm gonna just give the name and just mention a little bit of their title, and after that they want to introduce themselves. So we have Amir Rave, President and Founder of Hype Sport Innovation, and we have Mike Yang, Founder and CEO of ABSG Nike Sport Camp Asia, and then we have Sam Lee, Head of International Sina Sport. So gentlemen, we are so happy having you here.
So yeah, great to be here.
Welcome.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Now we go for kind of introduction. We want our panelists goes for their background and tell about their story. So I think we can go for Amir. Amir, the stage is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Mars. Great to see you all, and hi, Sam. Hi. Really honored to be on this panel today. A few words about myself. As you probably can hear from the accent, I grew up in Tel Aviv, in Israel. Spent about 10 years in the UK, in London. I was a rubbish football player, but I did manage to find my game around business, and sold my first company, started the VC, later on investing in general technology, early stage. In the last 5 years, I founded Hype Sports Innovation. We are the largest accelerator ecosystem for sports technology. We have 12 partners, locations around the world where we run accelerators, and we have a fund investing in sports tech. And we are honored to be partnering with Mr. Mike Yang and ABSG in Asia and China, and really looking forward to expand and to accelerate the sports tech activities in this region. This is for us a strategic place to grow and really to impact this part of the world through the power of sports and innovation.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That was a great background of yours. Nice story. So Sam, the stage is yours. Please let us know about your story and background.
Sure. Thanks, Mars. Hi, everyone. My name is Sam Lee. I'm the head of international for Sina Sports. I grew up in the States, in California, right next to the Apple headquarters. I was a lawyer by trade. And it's always been a dream to be working in sports or entertainment. I basically went to law school hoping that would be the case, looking around at a lot of sports executives who are who are from the legal industry and made their way into the sports and entertainment industries in the States. I got my big lucky break, I guess, with the NBA. So I was with them for 3 years, working both out of Beijing and New York. Really had a great experience. NBA, as all of you know, is a very progressive and global league, and it's definitely a great experience for me. After that, I moved over to Sina Sports, a partner of the NBA in China. So I'm the head of international for Sina for the last 5 years. We have 3 lines of business. We have our Sina Sports website where we broadcast live content and we provide editorial for millions of fans in China. We're also the owner of Weibo, one of the biggest open social media platforms in China, with over 500 million monthly active users. And we manage the sports vertical, so in terms of the foreign athletes and leagues and brands on that platform. And thirdly, after I joined 5 years ago, we started our own event operations department where we have created now the world's largest 3-on-3 basketball tournament. Last year, we hosted the tournament in over 185 cities in China, and also overseas in Manila, Philippines. And we also hosted a international tournament where some of the best teams in FIBA worldwide came and played in our tournament. And a lot of those players you will see in Olympics in Tokyo next year. And separately, I'm also, in my personal time, I'm a sports tech advisor and investor into sports tech companies worldwide. And that's how I got to meet Amir and Mike. And it's sports tech is really a passion of mine, and it's great to see a lot of new technology that come out both before COVID and obviously during COVID in terms of the solution. So thanks everyone. Nice to be here.
Yeah, awesome, great. Mike, please, the stage is yours, and we're gonna hear your story and background.
Thank you. Well, it's an honor, great honor to be on GMIC today and with all the sports elites on the same panel. It's a great pleasure. And my name is Mike Yan. A little bit of my background in sports. I am in sports industry for about 20 years now, both in North America and in China. In US, I was UC Berkeley's head coach, and I founded my chain clubs in San Francisco Bay Area. Also worked for Nike World Headquarters, and also was one of the director for Li-Ning, the Chinese sports brand, when they started in US back in around 2007. So in 2011, I have the fortune to bring Nike Sports Camp to Asia with my partners, USSC. And now the second platform that we created is called ABSG, and it's aimed to be, the mission is to be, one of the key mission is to be the springboard for a lot of great sports technology and innovation company and platforms such as Hype to enter China's market, which is super exciting. And the other mission is in the future, we want to partner with global partners to bring a lot of Chinese companies overseas. So those are two of our main missions. And in the past few months, we created a very first program with Hype, which we were very pleased and very proud of, the Global Virtual Accelerator. Two of the honored guests today are also mentors. We were very impressed that how many companies are actually interested to enter China market. we got at least few hundred sign-ups. So just to make it briefly, the near future plan, we will provide 6 major services and having a center in the Silicon Valley of China called Zhongguancun. And in the midterm, in the next few years, we plan to have few sports technology and innovation center in all major cities of China: Beijing, Guangzhou, Shenzhen, Hong Kong, Shanghai. So that's a brief intro, and again, thank you for having me. Yeah.
You're welcome. That was great. I mean, our panelists, you all are great. I mean, your sports background is very impressive. Also, Sam from Sina Sport Group, so that is great, and Amir and you, Mike, that's awesome. So let's go through the topic, and we want to talk about the thing that the whole world is struggling with, which is COVID-19. Unfortunately, we have lost a lot of people. A lot of companies have been shut down, and SMEs, the problem, big corporations, large corporations, governments, and economy had a very big recession. And I hope that the post-pandemic of COVID-19 that we have, it would be a great time for the whole world economically, socially, culturally, whatever we call it. But now we're going to go for a sport industry, and we want to see that what was the impact either during and post-pandemic era. So my question from you gentlemen is that we start from Amir, that what was the impact of the COVID-19 during, and after, hopefully happens that we have the vaccine, and the post era, what would be the impact on the sport industry? Let me just mention here, when we're talking about sport industry, we are talking about the whole thing, also the virtual sport things like e-sport and so on. Yeah, we can start from Amir, and we can hear Amir's opinion on that. How would it be? Amir, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you for the question. And, we all experience I would say, the deep impact of COVID-19. And you can, I think, divide it for 2 stages. The first stage is before the vaccine will be found, and then when the vaccine will be found. Before that,
yeah,
we all can see the impact on sports, on delaying sports, on not shutting down sports, and now starting to go back in, I would say, in a very new regulated format. We just in the midst of Tour de France, seeing how, I just talked to one of their directors, how complicated it was to put all those regulations and to manage such an event, although they did manage it, and, it did happen, which is remarkable in this time. But it all required new regulations and new arrangements. Also, the impact on technologies. We see a huge acceleration of technology because, and that's perhaps the good news out of this pandemic, is that we see an acceleration of all areas of technology to support sports, to bring back sports. And we see this if you look at automation, some people say automation, CRM. Some people say that technology has moved 10 years forward because of the COVID-19. Yeah. And we see great appetite for the clubs and federations. As Mr. Young mentioned earlier, we've just completed the Global Virtual Accelerator, which was focused on different segments and different verticals. One of them was China. And we've done it with great partners from all over the world, like, of course, Sina Sports, global brands like FIBA, Golden State Warriors, Paris Saint-Germain, and others. And the beauty was you see the appetite and I would say the focus that those brands have to use great innovation, whether it's AI, whether it's blockchain, whether it's anything to do with enhancing the experience, the fans' experience, the fan engagement, and to allow new ways of experiencing sports through innovation. I think we are in a remarkable time and very special and plenty of opportunities around us. And we tend to look at the half full of the glass, and hopefully inspire players around the world and our partners to use this time to bring a positive impact on the world of sports.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you so much. So, Amir, you mentioned about acceleration of technology, and you even mentioned that the technology has moved 10 years even more forward. That was great. And you mentioned that what happened that during like COVID-19, you have started the great program of ABSC and HYPE for Chinese market, which is great. I mean, it shows that, like no matter what is going on, but we have to go forward and we have to use the opportunity of the time having, well, it's a great thing. And as I know that you and ABSC, HYPE and ABSC, you have done a great job during the COVID-19, and you proved that you are great entrepreneurs, because entrepreneurs are there to be flexible, to get along with all challenges. This is what we are teaching to the world, that entrepreneurs world is something that we are not saying no to challenges and we go forward. Doesn't matter how hard it would be. We got to come with solution and so on. That was great. That was great. Thanks so much. Now let's go for the same question. Yeah.
Just to add one point, and you rightly said, you touched the point of entrepreneurship mindset, and we could see it from people like Mike and Sam. In March this year, when the pandemic was really, very, very powerful, there was uncertainty. I see there were two types of people. There were people that really decided to put everything on hold. They went under the radar. And there were people that were very, very, I would say, bold and proactive, and decided to take actions to make things better. And, the outcome of that impacted really, and you saw this from startups, from brands. And as you said, this entrepreneurial mindset, I believe, helped a lot to in this special times.
That is beautiful. I think that is beautiful. I think me as an entrepreneur, I myself, I'm learning from you and Mike, and you're teaching me, and I love to learn a lot from you guys in future. This is great. That is beautiful. Thank you. Also, we want to know how Sam is going to help these great moves that you've done, for HYPE and ABC as well. So let's go for Sam. Sam, in terms of, as Amir said, entrepreneurship mindset. So how much, as a head of international, a big company and corporation, how do you see this move that during COVID-19, like Mike and Amir, they have done a great job. How would it be? This is kind of a thing that I think, as Amir said, there are two types of people. Some, they are going out of radar, and some, they see, wow, this is nice, this is a good opportunity to help the industry, sport industry that they are in. How do you see that? What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, thanks. I think absolutely, you have to have adaptability during any time, especially times of hardship. And I think when it happened, actually for Cena Sports, we host our basketball event. Like I mentioned, we also have a futsal tournament and alpine skiing contest, and so all of the offline events were put on hold. And so there's really not much that you can do from that perspective in terms of actually hosting events. So we really use the time off to think about what it is that we're doing, think about the branding that we have. And in July, when the pandemic was pretty much subsided in China, we were able to restart the league almost immediately. So we were one of the first ones to restart, and we've run through 20, 30 stops of our basketball event already so far, and we're aiming to hit at least 100 stops this year for our basketball tournament. So, really kind of just being on top of things and always, keeping in contact with our local organizers and the local, government to really understand what the situation is and how we can adapt and how we can work our way around it. I mean, that's really what we've been doing. And then, another thing that I observed during the pandemic is that certain, as Amir said, certain technology and certain types of content has really been accelerated. I would like to highlight two. And the first one is in China in terms of the e-commerce, right? So the live broadcast of shopping and the promotion of products through the use of influencers and celebrities. And that's something that we did as well, as where we took some of the athletes and celebrities, and we had them, selling equipment and sporting equipment and apparels, and to latch onto that trend. Another one is esports. So obviously, as most of the major sporting events were halted, esports took the main stage really for the first time, I would say. Having everyone being at home for a very extended amount of time, the amount of game playing has definitely increased, which really facilitated all these esports events to be able to reach the mainstream. So that's definitely another technology and another trend that we have tried to cover from a press perspective and from a media perspective, and also on Weibo. You can see the chatter around some of these major events as there were in the past, but I feel like with this epidemic, it's really kind of brought that to the forefront. So we definitely try to put more resources towards that, and in order to provide a better coverage and also to be able to capture the trend on our platforms.
That was great. And you mentioned that you've done some stuffs like during the COVID-19 and so on. Beside of you, was there any, like your competitors, have they done the same, or how was it? I mean, it was just only Sina Sport Group doing that, or in China there were some other competitors that they were doing the same, or you were doing something different than your competitors? Have you
Yeah. I mean, I can't really speak about, what my competitors have done, but I think internationally, as Amir said, there's really certain groups that have, you can tell that the innovation machine was just running and trying to find new ways to engage with fans and new ways to interact with fans. And I'll bring my old employer into the fold, and that's the NBA. The NBA tried to do a horse tournament where, their players are playing, either in their backyard or in an empty gym, and they try to host a horse tournament. And I think there was some other, and the NBA 2K tournaments, an esports tournament. So really trying to create any sort of content. And I think that's the right way to go. I think F1 also did a really good job with creating the esports F1 tournament. So I think, internationally, there were quite a few different organizations that were very, very creative in finding new ways to reach the fans when they couldn't reach them through their traditional means.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, Sam. So, Mike, Amir has mentioned about your ABSC in a high. It happened during COVID-19. And he mentioned about entrepreneurship mindset, which is beautiful mindset. And in terms of that, we have this COVID-19 and the impact and the opportunities that COVID-19. Well, it has a risk and opportunities. Maybe you can let us know about all these things and during COVID-19 and after COVID-19, how do you see the whole things together?
Okay. Thanks. Well, I think the impact and challenge is definitely huge. I totally agree with Amir and what Sam said. At the beginning, sports industry probably one of the biggest hit, in my personal opinion, because there are so many sectors are offline. For example, sports training, sports events, stadiums, all these. It was, I know a lot of sports industry friends actually are hugely impacted, including my US partner. Just give a small example that Nike Sports came in US already 30 years, and every year we got about 800 locations. And about 100,000 students attending those camps. And this year, we couldn't host any of the camps. You can imagine how big of the impact that caused to the company. And but again, I also feel, as other guests mentioned, that everything has two sides. It's also a big opportunity as well. Like I see, I have the same observation, and with Amir and Sam, that a lot of sectors in sports industry actually accelerated, because of the pandemic. For example, we see a lot of virtual training, online training right now happening. And just give an example, like a big online training app called Keep in China. They actually turned the crisis into opportunity. And this year, their valuation actually over $1 billion. I think that's a example. And there's a lot, for example, home fitness. Home fitness also was become much more popular. From what I learned, like Mir, a company called Mir, which is using a Mir type of equipment to help people to do fitness at home. They sold it to Lululemon for correct me if I'm wrong, $500 million. I think around there. So those are all examples of actually crisis is opportunity, and even for, I know Sam is mentoring. He's a super mentor for a lot of top sports innovation company in the world. One of his company is helping those major events because the fans couldn't attend the event in person, but the event on TV still need a lot of atmosphere. So that company is collecting all the fans' sound at home and make it live. So I thought there's tons of creative ideas and innovation happening actually because of a pandemic. So let's look at the positive side, I guess. Yeah.
Maybe
very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, yeah, Amir, you have any?
Yeah, just to build on what Mike was saying and Sam, if you look at some businesses, they grew like crazy. If you look at Peloton, for example, as Mike mentioned, home fitness, this is before penetrating Europe. I think Asia, they grew from $4 billion valuation to $20 billion last time I saw it. And this is before penetrating to other markets. And you saw Zoom. Zoom is originally a Chinese, established by a Chinese entrepreneur. If I'm not mistaken, they grew from 10 million users to 300 million users in few months. Yeah, and you see other companies like Zwift and others, which are really growing like crazy. Now, mention the impact of COVID. We have a partner in the Bundesliga in Germany, and he FC Cologne, and they shared that they had a meeting with all the Bundesliga team, and they decided to bring all the innovation plans from 2025 to now, to 2021. So if you look at which is virtual reality, augmented reality, AI technologies, anything to do with automation. I love to tell the story that when the pandemic started, my father is 84, and he's sending me a regular SMS almost every day. Suddenly, he sent me an invite for a Zoom.
Wow. He's a last generation person.
If
Impressive.
you think about this,
That's awesome.
From a global perspective, that the old generation now also is adapting to the new technology and the opportunities around that. And Sam mentioned about the commerce, the e-commerce, what's happening around that. Yeah. This is big, and the opportunities around that. Now, I have a good friend in the investment sector for many years, and he used to tell me, and I used to look at him as a strange guy. In the 90s, in the global crises that we had there, and the .com and the bubble burst and everything. He used to say when there is a global crisis, he's taking his bag, putting all the cash he has in there, and going to buy stuff. Yeah? So there are different people around, and the beauty is, I think, that, with every global crisis, there are great opportunities coming along. And I think there are also opportunities for people to reinvent themselves, to look at what's available, to pivot their way of thinking. Yeah?
Yeah. And exactly.
Open for what's possible.
Yeah, exactly. That was beautiful. Based on what you mentioned, that was very impressive. You mentioned that German club in Bundesliga, they actually moved their strategy of 2025 to 2020. So based on that, I'm going to ask a question from Sam. Sam, how do you see that, and how much Sina's strategy, as you are kind of involved with a lot of policies and strategies of Sina Group Sport, how do you see that? Has the strategy of Sina has changed based on what happened? I mean, dramatically or no, smoothly? How is it, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, China is a little bit different than the rest of the world just because the pandemic came and is gone, so it was sort of a shorter period compared to what the rest of the world is going through. So, and then the pandemic hit China first. So I think it's, the economy had less time to react than the rest of the world. Yeah. And also there was a lot more uncertainty than the rest of the world. Yeah. So I think it was, it was harder to have anything other than really knee-jerk reactions to what happened. And now, with China back to as normal as you can be, I think it's sort of just a blip in the road. Whereas in the West, quite a lot of behavior has changed fundamentally just because it's been such a extended amount of time. Right now, we're talking 6 to 9 months of people working out at home, people playing video games, and some of the stuff that we were talking about before. So I think in China, you're not seeing as many dramatic changes in terms of user behavior. Of course, during the pandemic, along with any other digital media platform, saw a spike in terms of traffic because people are at home with not as much to do, so they're spending more time online. And we try to follow the trend wherever that went. So I think it's a little bit different. We're not doing anything dramatically different, and that's just because of the kind of the macro situation that happened.
Yeah, very good. I love what you said, that in China the pandemic has came and gone. That is beautiful. I mean, it's a good news. I mean, I hope that this is happening. The whole world happen what happened. That but this is something that we really pray for, that good things happen. So as you mentioned that a lot behavior like purchasing behavior or even a lot of other things has changed. So based on that, I'm going to ask a question from Mike. Mike, you started your virtual accelerating program during COVID-19. And was it your plan before COVID-19 to start in that way, or just COVID-19 made you to going through this way of doing your accelerating program with the Hype, with Amir together?
Thanks.
It was the cause. The COVID was the cause. You're welcome.
No. Actually, I cannot take the credit at all. Actually, Amir, we are friends and partner for a long time, and we actually haven't throughout the last a year or so. We were planning what we should do. Maybe a offline event or a competition, or but I really admire Amir. When the pandemic started, he called and we had a great discussion that he's creating the Global Virtual Accelerator. GVA, and instantly I felt, wow, that is a great idea. Turning opportunities. That shows how much entrepreneur DNA in Amir's blood. I think and I love it, and I thought that was a wonderful thing to do, a positive thing to do when everybody's morale is down and doesn't really know what can we do with the situation. So we were more we take along. We instantly buy into that idea and started the planning and execution, and very happy that it was a good inaugurate event for our partnership. Yeah.
Sure. Mars.
Yeah.
May. There are a lot of great ideas around the world. Yeah, but ideas on their own are not making a difference.
Yeah.
I meet entrepreneurs, they tell me, this idea about Waze, the Waze, the GPS platform, I had this 5 years before them. So I asked him, okay, so what have you done about that? Yeah. Ideas doesn't make a difference. The only thing that makes a difference is execution. And for this, sorry for, it sounds too sweet here, but, Mike and Mike's team around Asia took this idea and really created an outstanding execution. Yeah. So it's all about execution. There are plenty of ideas. You sit in a demo day, you sit in any, I would say, innovation event. Great new ideas coming up. But there are some crazy people in every room that decide to take this idea and go through, Via de la Rosa, they call it. They go through, really challenging, we just see the winning stage and the final day when everybody's getting their rewards and acknowledgement. But to put this together in such a special time, to bring all those partners from Asia, from China, that's about execution. And I think that's a lesson and perhaps an inspiration for everybody in China and everybody in the region. If you have a great idea, go for it. Now, when I started my company in the 90s in London, they didn't call it a startup yet. The word startup was not yet used in 1995. There were no VCs. There were no people to talk to, no mentors like Sam that you can call, and in 2 phone calls he can put you in the top most influential people in every sport. and you need to do it on your own. Now there are amazing platforms like, what we've built globally and other platforms that for those entrepreneurs. It's still not an easy road. It's still going to be a very difficult one. But if you are there, you have this great idea, there is no better time than now to execute it and, to take this dream and manifest it.
Beautiful. So I really appreciate,
I really agree with what Amir said. I mean, I think the barrier to entry for startups has definitely lowered. Before where, you might have to fly somewhere to see an investor. And now with COVID, any investor is a couple of Zoom calls away. You can reach them very easily. And then in terms of the tech stack as well, building your own technology and then really even, now there's programs that allow you to code without knowing how to code. If you can think it, if you can create it, now is a great time to go out there and really try to execute on the idea. Like Amir said, it's the easy part is figuring out the relationships and who to call and all that stuff. But the hard part is you got to go out there and you got to try to make it happen. So the technology has made certain things easier, but it's still hard to have a startup and have it be successful.
Yeah, very good, Sam. Thank you. I mean, you were awesome. Actually, execution, like connecting dots, it's all about entrepreneurship, connecting all those dots. What you and Mike has done, and I hope Sam can help you a lot in that way because he's got a kind of...
he already did. So are you.
Yeah.
you too. You are an amazing entrepreneur too. Yeah.
You're welcome. This is beautiful. What you said, Mike, it was very interesting for me because you mentioned earlier that you're like turning crisis to opportunities. This is beautiful. So this is what every single entrepreneur needs to do in terms of entrepreneurship mindset that Amir said, and also Sam mentioned that starting things now is easier, but yes, keeping and maintaining to be an entrepreneur and boosting up your startup is still hard. That's why that few people, they try to be entrepreneurs. So based on what you said, turning crisis to opportunities, how do you see the post-COVID-19 that, like, I hope that everything goes well and the world gets back to its new normal, we call it, right? We have our new normal. How do you see some other like e-sport things? Do you think that there would be a lot difference for e-sport before COVID and post-COVID, after COVID? Do you see any difference in terms of e-sport, Mike?
Okay, thanks. I guess the second question is about the opportunity after the pandemic. I like to quote Elon Musk. One sentence actually stick in my mind. I love it. He said, "I would rather be optimistically wrong than pessimistically right."
Right.
And I thought that was beautiful. And I think that to be an entrepreneur and to promote entrepreneurship, that should be, I guess that's in our blood already. I take on the brighter side. First of all, I see I would like to talk a little bit more on China's market, especially, which, I am on the ground every day. I see it actually has a lot of big opportunity actually emerge because I believe that people will care about health, a lot more. And health industry, you cannot ignore sports and also sports is related to health, entertainment, leisure, all these, education. It has tremendous value to the society. And so for China's market, I see it's actually going to have a boost. In terms of in the past, I would say China has a lot of advantages, but compared to the world in terms of sports industry, it has a slight disadvantages. People's lifestyle haven't get to that stage in incorporate so-called sports lifestyle as much as in say North America or Australia or Europe. It's still a huge amount of potential to be tapped. So I maybe this pandemic actually will speed up that process. People start to care about health. They will go to gym more. They will pick up a sport. And with that, all sports industry people will benefit, because that means the consumption will go up. All kinds of things will be demanded. So that's my take on post pandemic. Yeah.
That's beautiful. Actually, you mentioned a very beautiful and very delicate point that how people's lifestyle is in China, I think, and how they can take it as an opportunity or as a thing that they start to have a very healthy lifestyle. So based on that, as we know that media is so important in terms of that, bringing a kind of insight, bringing kind of message that we need to care about our health and we need to care about our lifestyle, because lifestyle, it goes to your health. And the sport is the best excuse or is the best tool that we can get through that, and we have it in our lifestyle, as you mentioned, like in Europe or USA or in Canada. So the people's lifestyle is kind of combined by sport and healthy activities. Like I get to Sam based on that, and later on we'll get to Amir. So Sam, based on that, as a media platform, as one of the biggest media platform in China, even in the world, how do you see that? How much you can help as a media platform and lead this mindset to the whole society that this has to be a good lifestyle if you have a sports activities in your everyday activities. How do you see that?
Yeah. I mean, I think watching sports and participating in sports, they're somewhat related, right? So watching the NBA, watching European football on TV, I mean, it makes people want to compete. It makes people want to go out there and participate. And I think that's definitely the right trend. Is one that I'm very keenly aware of, and something that I like to do on my own. But in terms of our platform, where we're seeing more and more, from the kind of the trivial things like these challenges, right, that you see with athletes, to influencers that are popping up in terms of fitness, in terms of nutrition, and all of these we definitely encourage on our social media platforms for them to be ingrained into the community, and for them to be growing in terms of influence and power, because ultimately it's going to be those influencers that will be driving and leading this revolution that you were talking about, right? And China, as Mike mentioned earlier, Keep is a fitness app that is now worth is a very, very valuable company and worth millions and billions of dollars. And what you're starting to see is that there's more of these types of innovation. And when I say innovation, Mike again mentioned Elon Musk. I mean, there's only maybe 4 or 5 Elon Musk in the whole world in terms of a true innovator. So a lot of what we see is really, taking a concept that may already exist in certain parts of the world and then bring it to a different part. So if you look at Y Combinator, they just did their latest batch of companies. Out of 100 companies, there were 7 that could be identified as Shopify for something. So it's literally, there was like a Shopify for India, there was a Shopify for real estate, there was a Shopify for this and that. It's someone created a concept of Shopify, and then all of a sudden you have a group of innovators. They're still innovating, but they're taking that concept and they're making it their own, perhaps in their region or in their sector. So I think that's something that's a trend that we'll continue to see, and Keep is a very good concept, right? I mean, if you look at Peloton, compare Peloton and Keep. I mean, they're in the same area, but the way that they execute it in the different regions, and both very, very successfully, but they both execute it very differently. And that's really the beauty of it is, depending on the market, you have to be very specific with regards to how you execute and the strategy that you have. I think in China, if you have the right technology and you have the right strategy, I mean, it's definitely a underdeveloped, undervalued region.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. Thank you so much. Did you mention a lot of good points in terms of the market and e-commerce and what is happening and the whole changes and so on. Let's get back to Amir. Amir, we want to ask you, it could be a last question that it says that, I'm going to talk about the competitiveness phase. How do you see that? And it's mentioned that the sport industry has now entered to a kind of very competitive phase. Is that right? Is it competitive, or this is normal? Nothing happened. Like, how is it? I mean, has it been a kind of era after COVID-19 that we are getting through a kind of very competitive phase for the sport industry, or no, there was no changes? How's it? How do you see that?
I mean, competitiveness in what manner?
Competitiveness in the manner that, let's say, Mike mentioned that a lot of activities is being like home-based activities now, or a lot of things has changed to be, we have a lot of mobile applications that are helping a lot of people to do some fitness stuff. They are helping to do a lot of sports through these mobile application and coaching or teaching or learning process and so on. Is it a kind of a race that everybody or every entrepreneur is going through, that having a kind of mobile application to serve people through mobile application, how they have to learn things for the sport? Like, as Mike mentioned, that a lot of offline activities has like moved or has changed and switched to be online activities. Like people, they try to communicate and see each other for sport things in a kind of online and virtual form, than getting to offline form and so on. Is it kind of competitive area that everybody goes through, or how's it?
Yeah, I think you're referring to, there is a famous analogy of the blue ocean and red ocean, in business strategy. Red ocean usually is red because of all the sharks and the blood, and there is a huge competition. And blue ocean is the topics which are relatively in their earlier stages, and there is huge, I would say, place to grow. And I think we are in a very much blue ocean in anything to do with sports. Sports is like a late bloomer in terms of innovation. We had the fintech and the health tech, and in the last 20 years we saw technology getting into everywhere. Just to give you a small anecdote, about 3 years ago, I was watching a Premier League game with one of the Premier League owners, team owners, and I asked him why I don't have Wi-Fi in the stadium. So he said, I don't want to put Wi-Fi because then people wouldn't be able to concentrate on the game.
Very nice point.
So there was a lot of, I would say, old-fashioned, narrative around sports for many years, and now we see this boom. And so from many reasons, this is the blue ocean now. In addition, I look, I don't know if there is a word for this in Hebrew. There are two words similar to competitiveness. There is another word for excellence. So competitiveness, it talks about I need to be better than him. Yeah. And excellence is about being great, and the other can be great as well.
Beautiful.
So we're not about being better than this guy. There is room for everybody. I would say the rule of thumb is find a challenge as something you can solve. Yeah. And work around that and solve real problems, real challenges in the market now and with a view of the future. And the beauty with our joint accelerator is we have people like Sam and other brands which share with us their real challenges and their real problems. And then we go to the market, to the startups, and we bring those solutions which fits exactly the need. And then everybody wins.
It's a kind of collaborative environment that everybody collaborates to catch best thing out of whatever industry or whatever field that we are talking about. Sam, based on that, we would appreciate if you mention that how would it be if we want to talk about the collaborative opportunities that the COVID-19 has brought for a lot of companies, a lot of fields, a lot of industries. How was it for Sina? I mean, in terms of the opportunity, we have one part competitiveness, and we have another part, which Amir mentioned a beautiful point, that it's not about competition. It's all about collaboration. It's all about being excellent and being good for the whole industry and society. What do you think that Sina has done, and what's Sina's strategy, and how much was your contribution to collaborate with other players in the same industry?
Yeah, I mean, I think, with our platform as a social media platform, we are there to support all of the content creators, whether you are a brand or a rights holder or an athlete even, or an influencer, anyone that's on our platform, we're there to service, we're there to provide them features and to help them with growing their product and growing their presence online. So for us, that's always been second nature to us to collaborate, and I think in COVID times is even more important to make sure that we're supporting the content creators on our social media platform, that's almost second nature. And then just to add on to what Amir was saying before, in terms of competitors, especially I think for a startup, if you're a startup and you look around and you don't have any competitors, it's actually not a good thing. That means that you're probably in a market that people don't want to be in. When I actually think when you do have competitors, like actually I have a company that I'm advising that their competitor just raised $4 million. I'm like, well, that's great, because that means that someone out there and some investor out there believes that there could be a product and there could be a vast market for them to put $4 million down, and that's actually, and because, there's very, very few true monopolies in the world, right? There's always multiple companies. I mean, even for Facebook, there is a Twitter, there is a, something else that exists. So, but to be able to demonstrate that, hey, look, this is a viable market because I have other competitors that are doing well and succeeding, that's a great thing.
Yeah, that's great. That's beautiful. So, the same question kind of from Mike, but I want to mention that Mike is leading a kind of virtual accelerator and helping a lot of companies out there to get into Chinese market in terms of the sport industry. And as we know that China is one of the biggest in terms of business opportunity. And Mike is there to help a lot of those companies out there. And I want to ask Mike that how do you see the gate of opportunities is open to others after COVID-19, post-COVID-19, to those startups that you are helping and you want to help some more others out there? How do you see and how it can be that you are helping them as you know, just I want to mention in parentheses that Chinese market is a super competitive market. I mean, Amir and Mike, they're doing a great job. How do you want to just bring opportunities for startups out there? I mean, bring opportunities from China to those startups. How's your strategy? How's your policy based on that?
Okay, well, thank you for the questions. And first of all, I really want to say I share, I think, I share similar views with the other two guests said. It's, in my opinion, for talking about competitiveness, I think in my personal opinion, I actually think there's no era, there's no time, there's no industry that is not competitive. Okay, that is. Exactly. I think that is actually a normal thing. But how do you stay out? How do you? I think the key is not compete with external phenomenon or find someone to compete with. I think Chinese has a wisdom, and I think many great culture has the same as well. Compete with yourself. I think that's the ultimate competition. We all heard you are your own biggest enemy. I think it's talking about the same thing. And for any industry or any company to succeed or stand out, even individual, I believe the thing is finding your core competency, finding your unique strength, and develop it to a level that it can be called a threshold. Okay, I think that's an ongoing process. That's a never-ending process, and that's my 2 cents on building your competitiveness. And in terms of how our platform, Amir just mentioned that find a problem. I also want to echo, what. First of all, I think there's so many opportunity out there. China's market growth and the world, like there's so much new technology that are about to or already applying to all sector of sports. Those are all opportunities. If you find your niche and find a problem or find a challenge, and you that's the first step. I think the second step, if you can leverage any technology or innovation method to develop your solution, that already give you 2 steps ahead. And the third one, which is our heart, we want to build this platform to increase the interaction of global and China. I think that is also another thing people should. In my opinion, if I'm helping a company, I would encourage them, see what's going on in the whole world, what's available, and that probably give you a lot more confidence and insights of what you should focus on. Those are my 3 points. Yeah, thank you.
Beautiful. I mean, it was awesome, and it was great that Amir mentioned that in Hebrew that being excellent. Great. I mean, you mentioned that in Chinese culture, compete with yourself. Beautiful. And Sam mentioned being collaborative. And you are collaborating and you're helping a lot of creators to show what they are doing, to show what their activities is, and promote themselves, promote their business, promote their ideas and things through the platform that they have. And also, if any startups get any investment, you need to be happy as an entrepreneur, because this is very good for that field, because it means that there are investors that they believe in that and they're putting their money and value and so on. That was great. I mean, all I heard today, all I interact and communicate and talk with you was great. I myself, as a host of this panel in GMIC that gave us this opportunity, great opportunity, talking and negotiating, not negotiating, discussing and sharing our point of view, perspective, and the mindset together was great. And at the end, it's a pity if I don't ask you the last thing that you want to give a message to entrepreneurs, to the market, to everybody who is out there, that they have been solving problems of the people. What's your message for entrepreneurs and for companies, for businesses out there? So as the last statement and things, you have 30 seconds or 1 minute talking about your last message in our panel in GMIC 2020. Please, Amir, the stage is yours, and you can have your last statement, please.
When you learn in school, in the MBA, you learn that the objective of creating your own successful business is A, to have more free time, and B, to have enough money to make your choices, and to make choices and hopefully then help society. I think we are in a very special era now, talking about sports and sports tech, where this is possible, and it's possible almost to everybody. If you look at platforms, the social media platforms, there is almost anybody you can reach if you are in action. Even if you get 100 no's, we all know the story of Jack Ma from Alibaba, how many rejections he got. And if you have this, inspiration, passion to achieve your goal, you can make it. That's it. All the tools are available. The platforms are there. It's just, to create your winning picture, I call it, where you want to be in 3 years, 5 years, and talk to people like Mike and Sam and make it happen.
Beautiful, beautiful. And Sam, please, stage is yours. We want to hear your last statement of this panel.
I think it's very exciting times. I think it's, like Amir mentioned, the growth in the sports tech industry has been tremendous, and I really foresee a very bright future for sports tech worldwide. And I think for startups, it's really if you have an idea and you want to make it a reality, it's actually probably easier than ever before. You can definitely get it rejected 100 times on Zoom much faster than you would otherwise if you had to travel the world to get rejected. So you can get that 100 rejections out of the way first. But I think it's ultimately it's the times are always changing, and you always have to really kind of look at the patterns, look at the trends, and try to ride the trend, and as the world changes, there will be opportunities every day. I think people say, hey, look, I wish I was born before there was website. I wish that was my era, because then I could have built a website. Well, I think people 10 years from now will look back on 2020 and say the same thing. So I think there are always opportunities, and you just have to find the right one, and you just have to go for it.
It's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much for your whole insights that you have had in this panel. And Mike, my mentor, and my actually...
No.
Thank you. So, we really love to hear your statement as your last statement in this panel, please.
Okay, well, thank you.
You're welcome.
For the last statement for today's panel, I want to take an angle from the love and the growth for global sports industry and sports innovation. I think two areas I would or three areas. One, I think I would encourage a lot of top elite talents in the world. They might be in financial industry right now, or a doctor, or in many other industry. they should also look at sports industry, because I think there's a ton of, using the metaphor of Red Sea, Blue Sea. I think we see a lot of huge blue seas. A great example is like Sam. He was a lawyer, great degree, but he, people like him would be, this world-class talent, more of a world-class talent involved in sports industry. That will be a huge boost for the global sports industry. So that is one of my little wish, that more and more global and China top talent can enter and look at sports industry. And the second angle, I also think big corporations, I know overseas, for example, a lot of big corporation like Amazon, SAP, all the biggest corporation, technology company, they already have sports innovation department or center. I think that's a great, beautiful thing. And if Chinese technology company watching this today, I would encourage all the biggest, Chinese technology companies creating similar departments, because that would be very good for their technology application to the different scenarios in the sports world. And last one, I love China, I love the world, and I think everybody should look at China market and care about it. There will be a lot of opportunity too. That's my. That
was beautiful. That was awesome.
Thank you.
You have always awesome and great, beautiful insights from you. And I just want to mention as the last thing that in this session with you, great gentlemen, at GMIC online conference, we discussed about entrepreneurship mindset, opportunities and risks, and how we can go forward no matter how difficult the situation is. Also, we talk about turning crisis to opportunities and solving problems. And we talk about red and blue ocean. And also we talk about being collaborative, or we can be like competitiveness versus collaboration. And also we talk about that how things is moving forward to be more virtual, and also the growth of the sport industry. And the last thing, and the very beautiful thing that Mike Yang said, love and growth for everybody in the world, and especially and specifically for a sport industry that we can have. I really appreciate you, Amir, Sam, and Mike. Thank you so much, and I hope that you have a great day today. And also, I wish you the best for you, for your business, for any group that you've been involved in working with. And at the end, I hope that the COVID-19, this crisis that brought the world into this kind of situation, get to go and finish, and everybody lives in peace, and hope the sport industry can get into our every day of our lifestyle and to be healthier. And thank you so much at the end from GMIC that they gave us these great opportunities, mentioning and sharing all these opinions and ideas and things together. Really appreciate Mary, Rebecca, and GMIC at the end. Thank you. Thanks so much, everybody. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
谢谢他们带来的精彩演讲。我们看到了高科技为文娱行业带来的新机遇，可机会往往是从危机中寻觅，突破从逆境中来。接下来我们来到北京站逆势增长，看看机遇与危机的仅一字之差，来自全球的不同领域的出海企业又是如何把握其中的奥秘，夺得出海行业的发展与突破先机。由来自 Twitter 大中华区新业务主管李启吴为大家带来主题演讲，解锁 Twitter 游戏玩家奥秘，欢迎他。
大家好，我是推特大中华区新客户业务总监吴立基。我今天要再跟大家分享的是，推特在第二季度在疫情下进行了一个游戏洞察和调研。 在讲细节之前，我们先了解一下背景。我们都知道，游戏行业存在有超过40多年的历史，并随着时间的推移而发展。90年代初，任天堂的主机游戏很受欢迎。手游出现于90年代后期，第一部预装在手机上的游戏是贪吃蛇，很多人都应该有在非常老的诺基亚手机上玩过这一款游戏。随后在2000年，苹果带动智能手机发展，也出现了红极一时的手游，比如《愤怒的小鸟》、《植物大战僵尸》等等。在过去几年中，也有爆款游戏，像是 Candy Crush 和 Pokemon Go 等等。近几年还有超休闲游戏的诞生。在线游戏在今天可以从很多维度来看它的发展的趋势和高度。从观看人数的角度来看，一个蛮重要的时间点，就是在2018年11月，在韩国举办的英雄联盟世界锦标决赛，在线观众是1亿，这个数量超过了同年观看全球赛事美国超级杯的数量观众。大家也可以从全球游戏锦标赛的奖金中看到游戏规模逐渐扩大。这个视频是一个很好的例子，这显示了16岁的 Buga 赢得了 Fortnite 的世界冠军，奖金为300万美元。这段视频在 Twitter 上获得了500万观看人数。因此，我们也看到了游戏和推特有很直接的关系。从全球的调研数据中可以知道，比起普通网民，推特平台上的受众更喜欢玩游戏和讨论游戏。我们当然也可以通过推特用户发出的推文量来看到这一点。从2019年4月到2020年5月，全球游戏有关的推文量在逐年走高。去年一整年有超过37亿条的推文。因为疫情的关系，很多人不得不待在家里，有更多时间可以玩游戏并分享自己的状态。疫情期间，推特的话题量激增，6月份的话题量比同期增长了45%。去年游戏推文数量最多的5大国家是日本、美国、韩国、泰国和巴西。去年韩国的讨论量是第5名，今年提升了很多。发展中国家泰国和巴西也是首次列为前5。因此，我们可以预见往后游戏行业发展的趋势。我们知道，2020年上半年因为疫情的关系，很多人在家玩游戏，并享受与朋友一起玩游戏的乐趣。全球最受关注的一款游戏，也是在推特上讨论最多游戏，是《动物森林》。在座的各位也有玩这款游戏，可能吧？在推特上，5月的时候，不到半个月的时间，就有超过1670万的推文。就连《动物森林》的主题曲也有日本专业音乐师配乐，可见其流行的程度不一般。通过我们的调研显示，88%的推特用户想要看到游戏品牌和出版商更多的资讯，并且57%的人对游戏感兴趣的推特用户，在疫情待在家的期间，花了更多的时间玩电脑、玩电子游戏。超过一半的人会关注他们喜爱的品牌。看到这里，我们想深入研究下推特用户玩游戏的状态和动因是什么让人们愿意花更多的时间在游戏上面，尤其是在这一段疫情期间。我们与第三方研究公司合作进行定性研究，分析了2020年1到4月期间超过600万的推文，对此进行色媒聆听、洞察市场，探索其中的动因。我们研究的市场包括东南亚5国，还有日本、美国、印度、韩国等等。大家如果对每个国家的深入研究有感兴趣，可以直接联系我们进一步讨论。我们接下来会宏观看几个国家的特点。对游戏动因的调研，我们首先研究了在疫情之前很多人玩游戏的原因。有些人想要从中寻找成就感，挑战新鲜事物、新游戏，与生活中的兴趣爱好相融合，交朋友，甚至想要参加比赛。随着许多国家进入封锁状态，我们发现有3大玩游戏的动因：社交状态、每日常态、填补空闲时间。对于这3点的定义，第一个是想要与现实生活中的朋友和家人保持社交关系；第二就是每天都要做的事情之一；第3点很好了解，因为没别的事情做，就是为了消磨时光。我们接下来深入看前2个状态在推特上的表现，还有每个国家又有什么不同。 首先是社交状态。我们将调研的这些国家放在一起比较，发现韩国和泰国的游戏玩家比较趋于社交化，喜欢在游戏中跟其他不认识的玩家交朋友，而日本和印尼的玩家反而更多是要跟家人朋友一起玩游戏。我们在这里给大家举几个国家的例子。首先看看韩国，韩国玩家很喜欢在游戏里结交新的不认识的朋友，而且很多人喜欢发推文结交新的玩伴。这个例子是一个玩家在推特写出自己的游戏特长，表示想要寻找新的玩游戏的伙伴。对于马来西亚玩家，推特实际上提供了一个让他们可以互动和分享的平台，是一个游戏社区。我们也看到马来西亚有大量的女性在寻找社交游戏，他们会刚开始会抱怨家中的男性一直玩游戏，后来连他们自己也开始慢慢玩了起来。美国的玩家喜欢在游戏里与现实中生活中的游戏朋友见面，甚至是和同一个屋檐下的朋友一起打游戏。这个例子很有趣，是一个女性发推文说很喜欢跟自己的女儿一起玩动物森林。日本玩家也一样，游戏变成与朋友、家人聚集的地方。这个日本玩家跟儿子一起玩 Fortnite， 还有人在朋友的动物森林里抓鱼。在疫情期间，日本玩家在游戏中的活动还有很多，与朋友聚会，有人想出去玩，但只能在游戏里享受大自然、看樱花，还有与朋友一起合作完成创意任务。第二个玩游戏的动因是，游戏已经变成日常的必备，很多人把它当成一个新的常态。也有很多人透过游戏来逃离现实世界，许多来自印尼及菲律宾的用户会发推文表示，游戏是逃避现实的一种方式。而马来西亚和新加坡的人把游戏视为一种生活常态，是每天必备的活动。在印尼，有一部分人喜欢通过玩游戏而逃避他们所面对的现实。这个例子是说，我很开心可以在模拟人生的游戏里享受快乐的家庭生活，而不是都一直面对现实中的疫情状态。在泰国，游戏也被视为疏解压力的一种活动。这个例子很有意思，是有人发推文说，权威机构在疫情期间建议通过玩游戏来维持自己的心理健康。在新加坡，我们也有隔离期，我们称为阻断措施。在这段期间，一个很常见的推文大概是这样子：人们每天都要在家工作、学习、洗衣服，还有打游戏。有人甚至在 Minecraft 游戏里举办了自己的毕业典礼。在日本玩游戏也是每日常态，很多人因为不能出去而在游戏里逛公园、健身，还有人在游戏里去看樱花。这里还有很多例子，我就不一一列举了。因为每个国家游戏发展的阶段不一样，因此玩游戏的特点也很不一样。我们来看几个国家有意思的点。印尼挺有意思的，我们发现印尼作为发展中国家，它的网络覆盖率及网速都不是很好，因此很多玩家会选择线下游戏或单机游戏，或是在玩游戏前要确保网络的可靠度，不然就会中途断线。因此用户会在推特上抱怨这些事情。这里有几个例子给大家看。美国很多人都会玩动物森林这一类的游戏，但是很多人倾向于玩模拟现实社会的游戏。这类游戏更加具有现实感，而不是一味的梦幻美好世界，比如说《新陆与物语》。还有在疫情期间，游戏的价格和市场存货都是选择玩游戏被讨论的最多的话题。这两点都是由于海内外各类游戏产品热销，还有在疫情下很多工厂及物流停摆，游戏产品的供需失衡。很多玩家因为如此，在推特上表示对游戏产品的涨价有所顾虑，购买不到自己心仪的产品等等。这也是游戏厂商可以跟玩家在推特上互动的点。最后，日本游戏发展和游戏玩家相对都比较成熟。很多游戏公司在疫情期间会做很多事情，比如说在发布新游戏时会更有社会责任感，在游戏中鼓励大家不出门。这个例子是有个公司发起了20天在家的挑战。日本玩家也通过玩游戏说出他们对日本政府的一些想法。 也会去评论政府对疫情的反应。这里我们总结这次研究不同国家的特点，大家感兴趣的话可以直接联系我们进行讨论。最后想说的是，最开始讲到的游戏行业蓬勃发展，在推特上话题量逐年翻倍增加，尤其是在疫情的期间，推特为游戏玩家提供了一个可以分享、寻找游戏的社区平台。其次，推特上的用户都很活跃，他们期待从游戏产品及品牌那里得到更多的资讯，他们也对品牌传递信息有更高的接受度。通过了解他们玩游戏的动因，推特可以帮助品牌更有效的与游戏话题连接，与玩家互动。我今天的分享就到这里，谢谢各位。我把麦克风交还给主持人。
感谢李启武的精彩分享。接下来的嘉宾是来自斗神教育总裁窦鑫，我们欢迎他带来主题演讲，一场主观能动性的学习革命，探索大语文的想象空间，为我们讲解中国文化对外输出的进程以及文化产品的出海计划。让我们一起把镜头转向直播间。
主持人好各位此刻正在听我们这个分享的观众朋友们，大家好。我叫窦鑫。今天我给大家分享的是一场主观能动性的学习革命。主要探讨的是 ，sorry， 这中间没问题吧？好的，好。主要探索的是我12年来从事的大语文教育。简单自我介绍一下，12年前我就从校园中离开开始探索到底中国的这个语言文字文学到底该如何向海外去传播。刚开始我选择的一个路径呢，其实是想要直接去国外，然后做这样的汉语机构，像孔子学院那样。后来我发现那个市场其实并不成熟，尤其是在商业领域，很难获得比较好的回报。然后，如果商业领域不能获得很好的回报，那么这个闭环走不通很难吸引大量的这个精英人才进入到这个赛道，进入到这个行业。于是呢，我就开始选择更有机会商业化的方向来展开了我的这个大语文出海之旅。于是我就选择了先在国内做中小学的学生的语文的课外学习。其实我教的内容其实我做的课程和教的内容，它不是针对考试的不针对校内考试，而是针对孩子的这个素养提升，中国的文学史、文化史的这个结构搭建主要致力于这几个方面。但是呢，我把它跟提高校内的语文学习成绩这件事情呢给耦合起来了然后一起推进，就使得呢我们得以披着一个应试教育的外衣，但是呢却在进行素质教育之时。这个效果就跟一个胶囊一样外面有一层这个衣然后里面呢却是良药。这一做法呢获得了很大的成功。大概在10年以前，我就在北京建立了很大的根据地，当时就有80-90位这个毕业于北大、北师大中文系的师弟师妹来支持我做这件事情，有了一个教师团队，然后在北京有了几千个学生这样作为基础。后来呢，我们又迅猛发展发展到了全国的34个城市然后有了500多家校区，当然其中有一部分是属于加盟校，也有了几十万学员在学习。后来我们就把这个校区也设到了硅谷，也设到了温哥华在北美。本来还打算在南半球，就是在澳洲进行进一步的开拓和探索，结果今年的年初的疫情影响， 使我们往南半球去扩张和拓展的这个计划呢，就做了暂时的终止。在北美的这个据点呢，我们其中有一半学生呢，现在等于是转为了在线学习，而在线学习的那一部分呢，课的这一端其实是在北京由北京的老师负责，然后呢，服务的那一端呢，其实是在我们当地主要在温哥华服务团队设在温哥华，有这样一个前后的发展的一个过程然后呢，我们回顾一下，就是12年前我做了一套名为大语文的课程体系，它本质呢是教中小学生文学史但是呢我们又把它跟学校里面的语文考试中高考的语文成绩做了紧密的打通和结合，使得它成为一套很有名气，能够快速推广开的，跟刚需结合以后能够快速推广开的一套课程产品。它跟其他的文化课的课外班相比，它有一个优势，就在于孩子特别喜欢上这个课跟其他的比如说奥数班跟这个普通的英文班相比它的故事性、人文性更加丰富，所以呢，孩子是特别喜欢这个课程。2010年的时候，我现在的主创团队基本上齐聚了，但是我们当时只是做了小学和初中。在今年的时候，我们又做了学前今年年初的时候，我们做了学前。然后呢，在昨天晚上呢，我们正式确定有了我们高中的这个团队所以其实截止到今天为止，可以说我们是 K12了在那以前我们不是 K12我们是从Grade 1to Grade 9但是从昨天晚上开始，我们是从这个K 年级一直到12年级都打通了。然后2013年的时候，我们一改这个传统的课外教育的这种模式，就是课外教育、课外培训班，他们往往会把自己的教材呢做成一个内部教材，他们禁止和防止自己的教材能够被别的机构轻易的拿到去模仿。但是我们不是这样做的，我们从2013年开始就开始大量的公开出版我们的教研的成果和教材。我们现在应该已经有100多本这个正式出版的这个教材了有一部分呢是我们的上课用的教材，有一部分是课外的读物其中有些其中有6册叫《乐死人的文学史》，还是畅销书销售是100万册这个量级。2015年的时候，我们开始走线上我们认为我们这个团队有名师基因，然后呢，互联网教育将来必然成为一种趋势和潮流，而明星教师是可以支撑线上大班这个模式的。而线上大班这个模式呢它的规模是经济的，它的利润率呢是足够的可以提供更重的服务和更好的体验，而且还可以产生利润。所以在2015年的时候，我们开始走线上但是2015年的线上只是尝试直到今年就是2020年的时候我们大概有200位工程师，我们才把自己研发的自研的这个线上直播平台才开始发布了，在今年暑假的时候，在今年8月9月才正式使用。然后2018年的时候，我们加入到了上市公司的体系，也成了上市公司的核心业务从此呢，我们就成为据我们了解全世界唯一一家这个专注于做中文教育的这个上市公司就是我们。2020年的时候，也就是今年的时候，我们又做了非常非常大的变革和调整。就我们反思和回顾之前的发展历程，我们还是以教师这一端为主体的、为主导的。 站在教师、教学、教研的角度我们给孩子提供好的课程，提供一个能够帮助他在人文方面这个非常有效积累的一个框架和体系，搭建一堂一堂的漂亮的有趣的课程连缀出的一串这个项链。但是我们没有站在孩子的角度去反观虽然孩子们大多都挺喜欢我们的课程，但是呢怎么样才能让孩子自己自发的去探究去学习，不用上我们的课他也能把这些学得很好自主性学习。于是呢我们在19年初的时候就做了大量的准备工作，一直到2020年我们的魔法时代开启了。也就是说在今年的12月份的时候，我们的动漫的周播剧就上线了。我们做了很多内置 NFC 线圈的学习的卡，学习的手办，就大概15厘米高的这种手办还有各种学习用具、水杯，这些里面都有 NFC， 然后只要用手机去触碰 NFC 就可以把这些卡牌收集到自己的图件图册里去，并且每一张卡牌背后都有对应的课程视频课程然后呢收集的这些卡牌呢，这些人物都是被魔法化了的人物是中国和全世界的这个文学和文化史上历史上最有名的那些人，比如说中国唐朝的这个郭子仪阎立本陆羽李白杜甫这个韩愈包括李贺这些人也包括这个西方的在文坛上最有名的那些人，比如说莎士比亚巴尔扎克狄更斯这个海明威全都包含。我们把这些人全都做成了动物形态的动物的头和人的身子，就跟古埃及的那个阿努比斯神一样就是山狼头男人身，我们把他们全都做成了人的身体动物的脸。这其实是个极大的考验，因为我们计划要做的古今中外的人物，再加上文学名著中的人物，要把它魔法化变成这个样子，大概要做5000个人。但是别说5000个了，我们正常的人连50种动物都数不出来，不信你可以自己去数数，还要把它能画得跟人体结合的，所以这对我们的创作是一个极大的挑战。但是我们现在已经完成了唐代的200个然后开始做宋代了我相信我们最终能够实现5000个这个被我们魔法化的人物全部都实现。而我们把它改成了这样动物的头人的身体，它还有情感的表达，以及它这个动物的头跟这个历史人物本身的特点特征是会非常相似。比如说李白，我们把它做成了一个仙鹤的头，因为李白是诗仙他也是盛唐浪漫主义诗歌的代表人物，所以呢他是一只仙鹤，手中举着金樽在将进酒所以我们说这个仙鹤造型跟它是很吻合的。我们把唐僧，就是唐代的玄奘法师的形象做成了一个骆驼的头这个额间呢还有这个一个红色的痣，然后这个骆驼呢表情非常的神情非常的安详，他带着他的那个非常有名的书箱行李箱然后正在往西域去，就这么一个场景所以我们说这个骆驼跟玄奘法师他的精神气韵也是有一些相合的地方所以2020年我们终于步入到了魔法的时代。其实在早期我刚开始做这件事的时候，当时有几个最初的梦想，一个是要把语文课变得有趣因为之前校内的语文课实在是我认为不够有趣。然后呢我们的对外汉语教材就到全世界去传播汉语和这个中国的优秀的文化的课程和教材呢，也都是趣味性比较差的，所以我想先把它全都做得有趣现在我们都做成了一整套这样的课程教材，包括教中文的教材 全都是每一课都有大量的漫画啊，全都有大量漫画，全都有很丰富的故事性。然后呢，第二个想法，第二个梦想就是要搭建一套有效的商业自洽的体系，就是说让它既能够获得口碑，又能够获得丰厚的收入和回报。只有通过这种方式，才能借助资本的力量把这件事情做得更大。只有借助这个资本的资源，我们才能够汇集到更多的这个优秀的人才来一起做这件事，共襄盛举。第三个梦想是把它扩张到全国去，因为中国的版图很大，中国的市场，教育市场也是非常非常大。我们看这个欧美的发达国家，他们其实这些年啊，在这个以中产阶级为代表，他们在教育和医疗上花的钱是最多的，尤其是教育方面。所以我们想在中国发生这些变化 ，GDP 达到美国的21%，而且还在持续的向前追的这个过程中，中国的教育投入，我相信一定是和医疗教育和医疗一定是跑在最前面的。所以在这个过程中，我们也要尽快的发展到全国来享受这一红利。第三个梦想是我们的这个课程产品，还有我们目前已经能够 AI 评测阅读理解的主观题了这是我们是唯一一家可以做到这一步的机构。AI 评测语，也就是积累和运用；文，也就是文学、文史文化；阅就是阅读理解；作就是写作。这4大板块的前3个，我们都已经可以完全实现 AI 评测了。最后一个板块我们还不能够完全 AI 评测，还需要人工。但是我相信在也许过12到18个月我们可以攻克几个最大的难点，然后使得我们的写作最终也可以 AI 评测，实现 AI 评测。像这些工具还有我们的课程，还有我们的一些魔法教室这样的 MR 实景互动的一些体验类产品，我们都希望还有一些作业作文的这个工作台SaaS， 我们希望都能够提供给这个公立校和考试评价部门让他们来用我们的工具，用我们的产品让我们能够把这个业务能够全触角多触角的去跟踪每个孩子跟踪到学校里去。然后最后一个梦想是要走向全世界，是要教这种包含着古老智慧的中国的文学文化的汉语，而不是简单的日常交际的汉语把这种完整汉语就是带着文学文化的完整汉语传播到全世界去，在全世界的主要城市都设这样的据点这是我刚刚出发的时候，2008年刚刚出发的时候的5个梦想也是因为这5个梦想，我也聚集了一帮同道中人跟我一起在做这些事情那么说到大语文呢，说到刚刚5个梦想，我们再简单的回顾第一个就是怎么做的这个大语文课程，就是第一个梦想是想让语文课变得有趣，变得有意思，也因此我们就开了给小学生讲文学史这样的先河。其实在学校里面小学生学到的是一些选文系统里选出来的一些文章，一些课文里面有小学阶段的外国文学的作品还比较少，主要是中国 我再往前，但是翻不动。开始。可以往后，但不能往前了。没。可以了吗？就从这页开始。好，好的，刚才我们这个设备和连线出现一些小的问题，现在已经解决。我们再回来啊，刚才我为大家分享和介绍了12年来，大语文这个教学体系的演变和发展。下面呢，我们就说，在2019年的时候啊，我们开始回顾了这10多年的发展历程。我们觉得之前的2008年出发的时候，我们的5个梦想竟然很快就实现了，我们只用了10多年时间就实现了。原本以为那些理想要用20年、30年或者一辈子去完成，可是比较快就实现了啊，这是超出我们预期的。那我们就定下了新的5个梦想啊，希望能够用未来的10年、20年甚至余生去完成新的5大梦想。前面5个梦想还是基于团队的生存、团队的长大啊，团队能够自己运转下去啊，基于这个生存问题而定下的。后面的5大梦想呢，我们想要能够跟团队没关系，就是当团队都没有了，当公司都没有的时候，我们做的这些成果依然能够延续下去。所以我们就有了新的5大梦想。第一个就是把我们的大语文的教育理念和相关的所有的工具书用我们的新的视角再全都出版一遍，包括词典，包括词海，包括用了那么多年的字典工具书，全都重新出一遍。因为我们认为出版行业已经是个古典行业了，原来出的工具书并不适合现在的这个时代。我们要结合移动互联网结合这个时代的特点，结合青少年认知的特征，我们要出新的工具书，它一定是跟移动互联网结合的第二个呢，是我们希望自己能够做出把我们要讲解的主干知识全都放在一个世界观里，放在一个故事里然后把它拍成电影电视剧。我们刚开始选择的是动漫的周播剧因为动漫的周播剧连续性比较好，而且制作成本可控。因为如果要拍真人电影，我们的那么多魔法般的创意和设计要真人做特效，那个成本实在是太高了。所以我们选择的是用动漫的方式去做影视剧，今年12月就会推出了然后第3个目标呢，是要做一个互动式的全球的文化体验馆，要一个一个的要扎出去把我们这些故事和体验的这种场景全部都给它实景化少则50-60亩地小则50-60亩地，大则600-700亩地，要做这种实景的体验园，然后要让大家来沉浸式的体验这些文化。比如说我们要体验唐代的文化，我们会要求所有的游客在第一个魔法学院区全部都换上唐代的服装，换上唐代的钱币，就住在仿照唐朝长安城而搭建的一条商业街上，然后他们的说话行礼和所做的事情必须得吻合那个时代的规范，如果没有要按这个要求做，就会被捕快抓住，然后抓到监狱里去然后同时呢，在夜晚的时候，在进到皇宫区，还会有一些这个皇宫里面发生的名场面、名故事，然后用光影用这个裸眼的 VR， 用各种手段去呈现，去让它获得非常好的沉浸式体验。这个我们的策划的方案全部都做完了，也跟好几个地方政府在谈，要建设这个 这个体验馆这个体验园的这个项目，预计在2020年底到2021年初的时候会开始落地，会开始选好了地方会开始建设。第4个梦想呢是希望我们能够做出一整套的能够 AI 评价这个中文水平的一套体系和工具。我刚刚说了，其实语文乐作我们已经做完语文乐了，作还没有完全做完。我相信在未来我们迟早能够攻克一些语义理解方面的难关啊，能真的把作文写作也能够完全 AI 的做出来。然后这套评测体系背后要跟一套自主学习工具啊，这是我们的第4个项。最后一个呢是要做一套这个跨母语非母语使用者、跨人类和计算机的这个汉语言和背后有汉文化汉语言和背后有中国文学文化的这一个完整的汉语能力的打通的评测体系，这是我们提出的新的5个目标、5个梦想。我相信从2008年到2020年，我们的前面5个梦想，这12年时间大部分已经实现了。我期望从2020年开始到2040年这个20年用这20年时间，带着团队来实现新的5个梦想。那么最后我再回到说这个文化泛 IP 的这个领域，就是魔法世界。我们看到呢，这个孩子们特别崇拜美国队长崇拜这种漫威宇宙里的这些英雄角色喜欢星球大战这样的电影但是呢我们自己呢，就是中国的传统的英雄形象又在哪里呢？这孩子们认同的超级英雄精神家园又在哪里呢？是完全没有的所以我们也想做我们自己的原创 IP 然后呢通过我们这么多年教育这个领域里的探索，对孩子的认知特点的掌握和理解我们依托这些做出中国的适合中国的孩子们少年儿童喜欢的这样的大的文化 IP， 然后呢甚至我们还会把它推介到全世界去，就是不光可以有美国队长中国也一定可以有自己的超级英雄。我们现在正在做的这些文化泛 IP 就是在做这件事情，所以这是一场主观能动性的学习革命我们这个故事里面又有一个神奇的学校然后也有6个主人公，他代表中国的6部名著，然后我们配套着他们要去各个时空建这种受守人身的被封印的历史人物，还要把他们解救回来。我们可以看到这些卡片，像这个白头鹰白头鹰这个形象其实是曹操，然后那个猴子其实是高适，因为他是渤海县侯我们就取了个谐音，就是猴子然后那个一片冰心在玉壶的那个穿着低等文官的官服，然后在阁楼上望向远方那位就是写洛阳亲友如相问，一片冰心在玉壶的王昌龄我们把它变成了一只狐狸然后我们还把以上所有的这个形象全都做成了这个手办10几厘米高 PVC 材质的手办和玩偶，背板上还有 NFC 线圈可以扫了之后里面就有这个很多课程给孩子们我们这张图上还有一个隐藏款，就是被抠图抠掉了，没有揭秘，因为那个是这一组里面的一款隐藏款，是李白的样子这一款因为很多学生还没有抽到他也很好奇长什么样，所以我们在我们的对外宣传上都会把李白的形象给隐藏掉然后我们还依托这个做了魔法教室，是一个全沉浸的投影融合空间，孩子在里面可以呼唤出自己抓到的那些历史人物，然后并且把它呼唤出来陪伴自己作战，然后还可以看到各种各样的当时抓住他的时候的那个场景孩子在这个沉浸的环境里学习，比如说 中国传统节日上元节，到底唐啊、宋啊这些时代上元节街上的陈设是什么样的？大家都是作何打扮的？孩子在这个教室里面体验20分钟，就比你给他讲好几个小时的课要来的印象是更加深刻，因为他已经在里面有互动啊，有感受了啊。以上就是我做了12年大语文教育，然后又从2020年出发开始做中国文化的这个文化泛 IP 这么一个心路历程也希望借助移动互联网时代的这个科技借助商业生态，借助市场的条件，把我们做的这些事情进一步的放大化，进一步的前沿化也希望我们做的这些事情这份事业能够帮助中国的少年儿童喜欢自己国家的文学文化，提高他们的语文人文的水平和能力，也希望我们做的这些努力能够影响到全世界的更多的孩子好，我今天分享就到这里，谢谢主持人，谢谢各位，再见。好，谢谢。
感谢窦总的精彩分享。接下来我们有请来自完美世界游戏副总裁邓培，他将为大家带来打破流量焦虑，解读数字营销增长新机遇，让我们欢迎他。
首先感谢 GMIC 邀请我今天来跟大家分享数字营销领域的一些话题。那我今天主讲的标题叫做打破流量焦虑，解读数字营销增长新机遇。那今天就这个话题呢，我想跟大家先来谈一谈关于这个流量焦虑的问题。那数字营销其实我们认为有非常重要的3个焦点。第一个是我们认为流量现状的一个状态，第二个是增长的一个机遇和未来的一个升级的状态。在流量焦虑这一块呢，我认为说现在其实很多的企业在流量这一块其实出现了一个非常焦虑的状态，用户越来越分散，同时呢他们对于内容的这种集中度和耐心越来越差。所以我们其实不太清楚说去哪里能够找到这些用户以及打动这些用户，但是在另一个层面上讲呢，我们又能够清晰的看到说这个短视频的崛起其实用户的活跃是越来越夸张的。那在这种状况下，如何能够在短视频的平台上通过内容去抓住用户，也是我们面临的一个难题。那第二个部分呢，其实互联网在游戏这个领域，我们能够清晰的看到一种状态，就是已有产品其实一直占据着用户的一个核心的一个选择的一个位置，很多的新品其实很难在这个过程当中通过营销去实现对于老产品的突破。那第3个部分呢，就是我们能看到说流量的获取成本其实一直在不断的上升，我们能够看到说整个短视频甚至于是其他的一些数字媒体的模块当中想要去找到更精准的更高质量的用户其实都越来越难。最后一个部分呢，就是即便你得到了这些用户，那很有可能用户对你的产品的一个留存状态忠诚度其实也是一个非常大的一个考验。那在这个地方呢，我们把焦虑的一些核心的点先抛出来，我们来站回到一个起点去观察我们如何去缓解这些焦虑的部分。事实上我们在整个数字营销领域对用户的理解其实是越来越清晰的，因为其实整个现在包括说非常大的国内的领先的短视频其实会有非常好的精细化优秀的一些投放的后台，而这些后台在依赖于它非常优秀的算法逻辑的基础之上，其实我们能够去找到用户一些核心的偏好点，这个我觉得对于未来的这个营销来讲其实是一个很大的一个帮助。那另外一个呢，就是如果我们能通过这些后台去非常清晰的 看到用户的一些特性特质，包括从它的转换到它的留存数据都能够有一个更好的一个清晰的数据化的一些呈现的过程之后，我认为我们可以通过一些方式方法来实现对于营销增长的一个提升。那最后的部分呢，我们认为说其实流量如果说分散在不同的平台，其实我们需要在不同的平台去做不同的动作，以实现我们对于用户的获取。那解读完关于流量焦虑以及我认为在现在的数字营销状况下整个用户的一些状态和平台能够提供的一些帮助之后，那我的第二个部分来跟大家讲一讲迎接营销新时代的这种革命的状况之下，我作为完美世界游戏领域的营销的模块上比较常用的一些这种方式方法。那第一个部分呢，其实是我们认为说我们可以通过短视频啊，还有投放的一些模式啊，能够去精准的标记和去触达用户。那事实上我们能够通过这些用户实现对标签的一些定义，同时我们能够记住它，能够观察和看到这些用户在进入我们的游戏之后的一些反应，反向可以再回来去思考我们在整个营销的过程当中，广告投放的过程当中是不是有哪些地方做得不是太好。那这个部分其实我们是可以实现对于用户的一个快速的触达和短期的一个快速增长的。那第二个部分呢，其实我认为说其实不光去做短频的触达，我们还需要在更长周期内去赢得用户的认同，实现用户对品牌的一个认知。现在的玩家接受的信息量非常的大，他们自己的思维意识也越来越强，同时对于一个产品的投票权其实也越来越大。他们已经从一个消费者可能变成一个口碑的共建者，他对于品牌的长期其实是有非常大的影响的。所以本质上除了去和用户进行短频的一个广告的触达之外，其实建立品牌的共识也是一场思维上的革命。我认为说这个过程其实需要我们在短期的广告的高效的精准触达之外，和用户建立起一种品牌共识。我认为这是一场思维的调整的一个过程和一场革命。那作为品牌主，我们应该在这两个方向上同时去思考。那第三个部分呢，我来讲一讲具体在这两个不同的模式下，我们如何来去实现对于短频触达和品牌共识的双向和用户的一个互动。首先呢，来讲一讲短频触达的这个部分。短频触达其实是一个瞬时的竞争过程。现在呢，整个互联网用户海量的这种大数据体系、标签化工具之下，其实我认为数字化营销它既带来优势又带来艰难的挑战。首先我们能够去通过大数据分地域、分年龄、分不同的标签去找到我们想要的用户，但这个过程当中其实用户来了之后会给你很多的数据反馈。我会更建议说在整个短频触达的过程当中一定要建立起非常清晰的数据化链条，而在这个数据化链条的过程当中呢，我们应该去通过数据分析和用户体验的二次分析，实现对于短频触达过程当中用户的感知度和问题焦点的一些这个标记。这样的话，我们能够在数据化的一个大时代之下，通过数字营销更精准、更快速的获得用户，而且能够去进行持续的调整。这样的话能帮助我们更好的获得更精准的用户，而且能够让我们的广告费用花得更值得吧。我认为这可能是第一个模块。那第二个模块呢，其实是品牌的长效的一个影响的过程。这个部分呢，其实我认为说大家要去关注社区。用户现在越来越具有自己的认知了，他们也很喜欢和善于去交流。同时呢，有一些这种品牌影响和共建者的这种用户，对于我们来说其实是非常好的，应该去用起来的一些资源。 我们不用去担心说在用户里边社区里边用户对于我们的一些挑剔的状态。相反，我认为说其实我们应该通过内容的互动，通过创意内容的共建和吸引，甚至于通过长线的持续的维护，应该去达成和玩家之间更长时间段内的一个内容的互动，实现一个长效的交流。而且呢，用户对于我们的这种反馈其实能够很好的帮助品牌和企业去实现自己在营销过程当中的一些调整。我们应该去把这些工作做得越来越细致，越来越好，那这样用户对我们的感知力其实就会越来越强，也能够对你的品牌的这种好感度越来越强。等到长频的这样的一个品牌共建有了很好的帮助的时候，那在短频的营销过程当中，其实又能够产生一种互动的效果，它能够实现这两件事情的相生相益的一个过程。那同时呢，我们当然也会在整个游戏的推广过程当中去采用一些明星啊、KOL 啊、UP 主啊这样的方式去进行一些内容的营销。那这个模式其实在我看来，它既是一种短频的快速触达，同时也是在长频过程当中我们和用户之间建立起对于同一件事情的认知的共识的一个过程。它本质上是一个双效的一个过程，它能够实现长效的一个转换。当然最后我还是得讲任何一个行业，尤其是在游戏这个行业，我认为说优秀的产品品质始终是能够去打动用户的最根本的最关键性的一个点。所以呢，完美世界游戏这么多年以来也一直坚持去做最高品质的产品，我们希望能够为玩家带来更高质量的内容和体验。同时在营销领域当中，我们不断的去观察整个市场的动向、用户的动向，我们希望能够依赖于更好的这种技术，包括数字的算法逻辑，同时呢又能够在品牌层面实现和用户的更好的更长周期的互动。我们希望可以实现在整个游戏营销领域当中的一个持续性的增长。那今天的分享呢就到这里，感谢 GMIC 的邀请，也感谢所有人，谢谢。
感谢来自邓总的精彩分享。接下来是我们的第2个重磅圆桌论坛，有请来自澳美亚洲及大中华区首席执行官 Chris Ritman， 可口可乐大中华区市场部总经理刘宇云，多特蒙德足球俱乐部大中华区总裁 Benjamin Ho。我们有请他们带来下一个常态的创造性增长解决方案，看看他们是如何知微见著，在疫情中迅速的做出决策，也听一听他们的收获与提升。Let's welcome them.
Great. So we have a very interesting group together here, and we're talking a bit about coming out of COVID, coming out of a pretty tough few months, and many people outside of China, they always look at China, what's happening at China, to give them a bit of a guidance on what might happen in markets that are maybe not yet through the worst. And there's been a lot of changes over the past few months in terms of what consumer behavior changing, a lot of acceleration in digital transformation. So we just want to talk a bit about that today, and I think it's great to have you two, because you come from very different walks of life. And Coke, obviously a big consumer company, consumer brand, Coca-Cola, and you're always seen as a kind of leader in what's happening in the world of marketing and branding. So I'm sure you have a lot of great things to share. And you, Benjamin, football has probably changed more than anything else, because for a couple of months there was no football, and now you're playing in empty stadiums. Right. So today we just want to talk a bit about Number one, some learnings that you had over the past few months, some views on the future, how a post-COVID world might look at. And maybe we start with you, Ella. Maybe you can just share a bit on what happened with Coke in the last few months and how you went through the worst and where you are now.
Okay. I think the most difficult time probably is the quarter one during the outbreak of COVID-19, which impacted the business significantly. But we rebounded quite quickly right after that when the COVID-19 was under control, and then the business started to turn around to kind of a bounce back. I think by reflecting all the things, I think there are a few things it's really, really valuable. But I want to talk more is that one, what we have done really right is that we set some clear priorities when the situation starts to kind of a little bit panic. So we identify what to do and very importantly, what not to do. I think at that time, because you don't know what you don't know, and then at least you need to be very clear what to do and what not to do. So set a more clear directions for the big systems to know what's the directions we're heading for. So during that time, I think we said very clearly, we need to protect our people. That's our number one priority. And number two is that we need to protect our profit so that we can keep the sustainable growth. And the third one is that we make sure, we know the business definitely will get impacted, but we need to get at least to keep the share. So that's kind of the three very important priorities we set. And then from there, then we outline all kinds of scenario plannings to do, to work on that. So I think this, by reflecting the situation for the past 6 months, I think this one is really, really critical. And the second one, I think what we have done very well is that we spent a lot of effort to understand the consumer's behavior shift. Okay, so for example, it's very obvious people stay at home more, and then they also care more about wellness. So we provide the solutions which will fit to that. Even we need to reshape our route to market to deliver products to home, etc. So that things we follow the consumer behavior shift, and also we need to understand consumer sentiment better so that we can provide the communication in a more relevant way to them. So for me, that's kind of number two. Number three, I think the power of the importance of the brand power has become so visible, so obvious during this period of time. Simple reason, I think people are under the uncertainty mood, and they will look for things they feel more certain about, right? So they will tend to choose more on the brands they love, they are familiar, and the brands they are trustworthy. So for the past few years, which we put effort behind the brand equity, etc., now it kind of it becomes more effective for us to reach our consumers. Yeah. Probably the other one, which we'll also feel very important, is the operational capability, because I think together with the clear priorities, by that time we say we need to do less rather than do more, and focus on fewer, especially our core brands. And by doing so, system is also in the same direction, and the operation capability from supply chain to the frontline sales. So we work together as a team, move together. That kind of help to bring back the momentum very, very quickly. So that's kind of the things from a learning perspective. After 6 months, I think that's the things which I think will be very critical. Yeah.
We will go into a few details on what you mentioned. I think there's a lot of very interesting angles you just mentioned, and I think a lot of that can be quite valuable for people that are maybe slightly behind on where we are in China. But let's Benjamin, maybe you can just tell us a little bit about what's going on in your world and how you experienced the last few months.
First of all, thanks for the invitation, Chris. Always good to see you. Pleasure to meeting you, Ella. Yeah, football without spectators, that's definitely different in Germany for us. And it's difficult, especially for a club like Borussia Dortmund. You might know we got the biggest stadium in Germany. We got the highest attendance worldwide in football. More than 80,000 people are coming to our stadium every game day. So we call it, it's our temple of football. It's like the soul of our club, kind of. And this is now empty. So that's difficult, and it has a sportive impact. We had times where we were unbeaten in our stadium for more than 1.5 years. Before Corona came, we were the strongest home team. We scored the most goals. And after Corona, when we played in an empty stadium, we lost 70% of our home games. So we can see this huge crowd of people that pushes our team. So it definitely had a sportive impact on us. And also, this is no secret, it has a big financial impact, of course. You've seen our numbers probably. We just opened our books last Monday. We made a loss of 44 million euros within last season, and that's mainly because of missing tickets we could sell and hospitality rights and everything. So our CEO said as well, we will do positive numbers when we have spectators again in the stadium. So very big impact on us, and we hope that's going to change soon again.
But do you think that this will come back anytime soon, or how do you look at next season? How do you plan for next season? Probably not going to come back very quickly, right?
True. That's hard to predict. I mean, what we learned in the last months, the Bundesliga was the first league who resumed the competition again. I think that was an excellent job from our league, from the DFL, the German Football League. They made this concept how to restart the league, dividing the stadium in 3 zones: outside, stadium, tribune, and then the pitch area, maximum 300 people, each zone maximum 100 people, corona tests everywhere. I think this is where we are strong at, probably in Germany, that we made a role model for all the other leagues. My hope is now, by resuming the games with a few spectators, going step by step, 10,000, 30,000, that we're going to make a good job with the other clubs together there, that we can slowly start to resume the spectators. The season starts in September, but we won't have spectators for sure until October, and then we are hoping, depending on the situation, that we can start slowly with spectators again.
Okay. And maybe we can talk a bit. You mentioned before about like shifts in consumer behavior, and maybe Ella, you can kick that off. But always, I think a lot of debate about what shifts are temporary shifts and what shifts are kind of long-term shifts, and everybody predicted that everything will change coming out of COVID, but human beings are human beings that probably will go back in some ways to their old ways, but definitely some things will change for good. And I do think that will affect your business as well. So what's your view on that?
Yeah. I think, yes, there are a lot of discussions about the consumer behavior shift. I think there are probably 3 things which we see will be very critical, even post-COVID-19. I think the first one is that people need to stay and also be used to stay home more. So you need to work from home, you study from home, and you do everything at home. Right? So home become not just a place which you go home after 5 and then until the next morning. It becomes a very multifunctional center, right? People need to just work, study, do exercise, do everything at home. So for us, it's very critical is that how to, and also the interactions between family will be more frequent. The emotions might be more complex under that context. So how to make our brand to play an even more meaningful role under that context. And also critical is that how can we provide the product solutions which will fit to that occasions better, and how do we do communications more relevant at that context. So that's the one thing which we're working on very, very hard for. Second thing, I think COVID-19 is a big impact to everyone. And also kind of big alert for people to take care of the wellness, take care of their health. So under that circumstances, it's how can we provide things which fulfill the needs, right? So interestingly, say, started from the early stage of the COVID-19, because people need to stay home more, and then they cannot go outside to do exercise, etc. They still want to enjoy the indulgence, but at the same time, they are looking for something which will be guilty-free, right? So because of that, so in sparkling category, the no sugar range is flying. It's doing very, very well, because people, before, no sugar shares very small portion of our business, but now these days it's flying. So people are proactively looking for something which is no sugar, no calorie, that kind of products. So how can we provide the solutions to them, and that's very critical. I think the third one is correlated with to be at home, so everything's online, right? So work, study, like concert, or the entertainment, you're so used to do that, right? In that sense, how can we connect consumers in a more contextual way, right? To really reach them at the right timing with the right message, etc. So that's the things which we think that will definitely continue to impact. Maybe one day people will play football online.
They do already. Yeah, good segue to you. You know, I having a child myself who spends most of his life in the virtual world, I just wonder how you see kind of the future of you know, when you look at, obviously football will always stay football and people will go to a stadium, but I'm sure in how you market your club and how you you know, work with sponsors, that it has to become more of a virtual, integrated kind of world that you're looking at. And you know, also as we talked about consumer behavior, I'm just wondering if, you know, that's something you guys also look at, and you know, you have some views on coming out of COVID, if you think there will be some changes in you know, consumption of media, consumption of your product, which is, I guess, your club or your team. What's your view on that?
Yeah, you're right. Of course, a lot of things shifted from the pitch during the corona, when the football was stopped, to the digital world. I can give some examples, but before I dive into this whole digital world, I gotta say, we from Borussia Dortmund, we really try to stick to football. We always say we gotta smell the grass. We need that pure emotional feelings, and not to be that artificial in the digital world. It's always a nice asset for us, maybe a cherry on top, to do things digitally, but we really hope we can get on the pitch as soon as possible. Maybe that as a quick introduction from the perspective of Borussia Dortmund. What we did regarding consumer behavior, of course, when football was stopped, we did the virtual stadium tour. So many people want to see our stadium. Now we have it virtually, that people can walk around the museum, the locker rooms, the referee room, walking on the pitch through the tunnel into the stadium. We got that digitally now. Very nice asset, but still it can't be replaced by a pure feeling being there. We did a nice thing for many companies in Dortmund rely on the football club. And when football was stopped for a couple of months, many small kiosks, like shops where they sell beer and currywurst, they had to be closed. So we did a virtual tour to the stadium. So people could walk digitally to the stadium as if there would be a game, and then donate for beer, for currywurst, for those shops. I think also a nice digital activities to support the local dealers. Those are things we can keep up. We created a podcast as well. I think those are nice things. But again, we want to focus on the real football. This is what we did in Germany. And then in China, we usually do fan viewing parties all over the country. So we have 18 fan clubs around the country. And every second weekend, we ask our fan clubs, where should we go next? To Xi'an, to Nanjing, to wherever, Beijing. And then we organize with our fan clubs there a fan viewing party, and we stream it also digitally. That was planned during COVID times as well, and then the league stopped, and we said, okay, sorry fan clubs, we got to cancel all this. And then our fan club said, why don't we do a digital fan viewing party? Just having an evening together digitally, and we share our best stories from Borussia Dortmund. We do a juggling contest. The fans are singing the club song. So we said, that's a nice idea. We did that first time in April, I think it was. And then we were so surprised. We did it with our fan club in Nanjing, and 3.7 million people joined that evening, the fan gathering party, without a football match. So again, a very nice thing online. We did it a second time with 5 million spectators. Super nice. But again, we are focusing now again. Luckily, China did a good job on COVID, and we can organize fan viewing parties on the ground again. This is where we want to go again, back on the ground.
Well, we look at esports quite closely because many of our clients are getting into esports or gaming because it's such a huge business and has such massive audiences. So I'm not sure. I think you might shift your opinion over the next few years when you look at the sheer numbers. And I totally agree with you. It will never be just virtual. It'll probably be a mix of real life and virtual, but I think the virtual component is going to become bigger and bigger.
Yeah, but I think the point is that experience will remain to be a very important thing. Yeah, so especially the life that you can really experience the whole things. I think that will still remain to be true. Yeah, even after COVID-19, people will even appreciate that more. Yeah.
And it's obviously, I know this club better than you do, Ella, being also German. But I think it's interesting what you say, because probably other clubs can do that more than Dortmund, because I think Dortmund it's kind of like a worker club. It's really has like a heart and soul much more than other clubs. So I think the stadium and the fans, and there's such a big component of your brand that you have to definitely maintain that as a core.
Okay, yeah, there are many clubs who got bought by gas or oil companies right now in Europe, right? It's way more easier to say, okay, we set up esports now and we play League of Legends. Easy. It's just it's a commercial brand basically. If we would do this, I think we would
attention behind this kind of home opportunity. When people it's not convenient for them to go out, or they're not used to go out. In that sense, how can we have the different business model to fulfill that needs? It's either riding on the third party, or we need to consider how to, for example, omni-channel right now is booming, and how can we ride on that? We have the strength on the offline, how to bring that online. So this for us, it become some new directions we need to drive very, very hard behind. Yeah.
And specifically when you talk about e-commerce or omni-channel, are there some big initiatives that you're doing or that you accelerated coming out of COVID, or that, I mean, I'm sure you had e-commerce business or commerce business before COVID, but anything specific that you're doing in that space?
Yeah, I think we started from say occasion perspective. So for example, I just use some example. For example, Coke, in the past, we mainly focus on the away from home consumption. So when people have a social gatherings outside, so that's kind of the area we put a lot of attention behind. But because of the COVID-19, we start to build more on at-home consumption as well. So from communication perspective, I think my team has done a very interesting job to quickly change the communication and then to address the home needs. So, and then at the same time, we're looking into, do we have the right packs, which were easy for consumers to stock at home, and we kind of push very strongly behind the mini can, the small size, which will be the right portion for you at home, and 8 packs, so easy to stock in the fridge, etc. So the right packs and also the route to market. So from operation side perspective, how do they to make sure they have the right, the product exposure from online page, etc. Those kind of small things, but when all things integrated together, does need the whole system to work together to towards to that direction. And the other interesting part is that from before, say, marketing is mainly to build awareness, to engage your consumers, right? But now how to kind of link online, offline in a more tight way, or link offline to online in a more tight way. So that's something we also kind of like put more effort behind. Yeah.
You've done something with Erlenmeyer, right, or something like that?
Yeah, like we did something like a card meal. Okay, so we have, I think, thanks for bringing this up. The interesting idea is that because consumers having this kind of online behavior, so we did kind of like a cloud meals. So Coke is inviting everyone for you to invite your friends to be online to have the meals together, and then at the same time we will bring you some, give you some coupons so that you can redeem for McDonald's, etc. So those kind of digital activities and to provide the virtual experience and also to drive the transactions kind of in one blue shop. Yeah.
You can provide Coke for virtual fan gatherings.
Yes,
That's a link.
Here you go. What great idea coming
Coke
out of
and
this.
football, always the best companion.
Discuss later.
Benjamin, I'm always surprised when how much football clubs actually care about their brand and how much effort they put into their own brand. I'm just wondering if you can share a bit about. We've talked about before. I think there's 80 other foreign clubs kind of competing in China for sponsorship money, fans, attention. How do you go after building the Borussia Dortmund brand in China, and how do you try to do things differently than the other clubs?
Yeah, you're right. 83 foreign clubs are active in China. It's a big competition. You're right on that. We came to China 2017. We had several Asia tours before where we came with the whole team, and then we saw the huge support here in China. The Nielsen study, it's a big survey institute. They mentioned 80 million Chinese people know Borussia Dortmund. That's the size and population of Germany. Therefore, we said, okay, we need an office here. This is what we did 2017. And then basically we structured our business in 3 parts. It's the fan part, which I mentioned. We want to be close to the fan clubs, fan viewing parties, digital platforms. We got 9 digital platforms where we have a dedicated content strategy for young people, for diehard football fans, for more fashion and lifestyle related fans. Of course, in China, football is way more entertainment rather than football in Germany. So we need a dedicated strategy for that. That's the whole fan part. Then, of course, we're doing commercial partnerships, selling IP rights, logo rights, picture rights. For example, as a German football club, we have a beer partner here in China, so black and yellow beer cans in the market. That's our best example for a partnership over here. And the third part is then the youth football development. As you know, Borussia Dortmund is famous for its youth football approach. We don't buy old-made stars. This is not our approach. We always say we create those stars. So you can see now with Jadon Sancho, Haaland, if you're a little familiar with football, all those young guys, 20 years old, are playing Borussia Dortmund. They might leave our club on a certain stage for another club, but our approach is to develop them. And we think this fits exactly into the China approach, governmental driven, to be a top football nation in the future, educating those kids. And we try to bring this knowledge from Borussia Dortmund with our coaches to cities, to provinces, to universities, to help that youth football development. Those are the 3 parts, and you can basically say all 3 parts are brand building for us as well. Of course, the fan part is brand building, commercial partnerships are brand building, and then of course this relationships with football development is brand building as well.
Okay. For one question, Ella, just more like a personal question, because I feel, especially in difficult times, jobs are getting quite complicated because you're supposed to, manage crisis, build your business, transform your business, all at the same time. And I'm just wondering, having gone through the past few months, if there's any learnings or any views you can share, if you're a marketing or CMO or a company head, or how to manage this, or how to best go through it and have the highest chance of being successful.
I think my reflection would be, it's kind of like joint reflection with my team as well. I think there are a few things very, very critical. One is that transparency. because there's a lot of things which is unknown, and the decision usually is made based on what we know, right? So we need to be very, very transparent with all our team members and to let them understand what's the decision we are making right now and based on what kind of a context, so that when people know better, they will be easily to kind of join the crew and also support you and head for the same direction. But if there's no transparency, people will start to ask a lot of questions and not on the table, it's beneath the table. And that makes the morale in a very bad situation. So I think transparency, that's very important. Second, I think it's very important is that to have early engagement. Because again, I think agility is really required during this period of time. We made a lot of changes because with the situation of COVID-19 here, there, so we did a lot of adjustment. And by having that kind of a condition, to engage everyone as early as possible, even though the decision is not yet final, but let them to understand why is that, and this is our thought, and what's your thought about this one, so, and hear everyone's point of view. That helps a lot as well. And I think the third one is that to be agile, really agile, mentally, and so that people will feel. At a starting point, people will be a little bit resistant with those kind of changes because too many. I just remember in February I have kind of a work on, I think at least 10 scenario plannings. So every scenario planning needs a lot of work behind. So you need to be equipped with this kind of agility, and also the whole team, the whole organization need to be equipped with that, so that you can counteract the challenge in a more smooth way. That would be my thought, yes.
Any thoughts on your side?
I mean, if we're talking about trends and what's upcoming, what I can see in the sports business are those new dedicated content formats. You might have seen it last week. The NBA announced a dedicated betting live stream after each game. So they have an own show looking at the past game and then analyzing where you could have bet on which thing. Next shot, who's losing the ball, the next score. And then together with a betting partner, nice brand fit then, and then having this dedicated content format for people who are interested in putting some money, for example, on an NBA game. I think this is a interesting approach. It shouldn't, or it doesn't have to be betting right away, but I think that dedicated content format is interesting. What we did in kind of similar way from Borussia Dortmund is that we had a camera team following the club for 6 months, each and everywhere, in the locker room, back home with the players, back home with the coach, being in the training camp, like a camera 24/7 with them to give an inside view of the club, not only the game itself. And I think we will have more of those content formats. We're working on a series called Black and Yellow, 9 episodes, each 45 minutes, introducing our youth academy, introducing the young players to give like more an inside view of the club. This is probably something new which we haven't done yet.
Do you what about the world of Coke? Do you see kind of some new innovation coming out of all of this, or that you say, okay, we launch new formats, new products, new healthier products? I don't know. Anything that you've done already?
Yeah, I think there's the part which I mentioned earlier. I think the to-home part is something for me. I won't say it's totally new things, but we did make significant. We changed the way we do very, very significantly, I would say. So, as I said, it's starting from the occasions we focus, and then from the product solutions we offer, and then also the way to engage consumers, and the message we talk about, and even also the route to market we built. So that's for us is brand new things, which we push very, very hard right now. Yeah.
Do you? I often, we have a lot of multinational clients, and obviously we work with many local clients as well. I always feel like one area where maybe the multinationals sometimes struggle a bit in China is kind of the speed of innovation, because a lot of the local companies say, okay, I do this, and then they do it. In a multinational company, you often have some processes to follow, and you know, have you seen some, you know, areas of innovation where you think like, wow, this is really amazing, or something that, you know, we should have done, or how do you look at, you know, what's happening out there and make sure you're fast to react to new trends or new innovation that's out there?
Yeah, I think it's here very critical is that to come back to consumer insights perspective, and then to really have a deep understanding what's the new trend, and then to provide the right solutions to that. For example, as I said, people are taking care of wellness, and then they're looking for guilty-free solutions, right? So no sugar range is flying. And interestingly, we started to nurture on this range starting from 2008. So it's not from today. But kind of like we kind of sense there's a trend coming up. So we started to have the product ready there and do just kind of like to nurture that business opportunity. And we kind of get the benefit when people are looking for that right now. Yeah.
That corresponds with our experiences as well. It's this healthier lifestyle is a big topic in China. So we don't just get requests like how to shoot a ball or how to run fast. We also get requests, how do those kids eat? Like what's a proper nutrition plan? Like how do I structure my day to be healthy? We definitely see that too.
Well, we you know, also saw a lot of research, people getting more healthy, but then I talked to you know, one of our clients, and they're sold out on potato chips. So you know, and that's, I think, quite interesting, because on one hand, yes, you have kind of bigger trends towards more healthy lifestyle, but at the same time, I think there's also, you know, a lot of kind of indulgence coming out of COVID, because people felt like, okay, now I can live my good old life again, and you know, people actually, you know, like to go back to a KFC and eat a chicken burger, or they, you know, like to eat some potato chips. So it's kind of like both, I guess, that will happen. But I think there's a lot of interesting innovation, you know, happening in China, and you know, a lot of the multinational clients that we work with, they often look at what's happening kind of with the local players, because I think they're often not always right, but I think often faster in you know, jumping on certain trends or innovating. So I don't know if any, nobody can predict anything, but you know, any views on how 2021 could look like?
That's a big question.
I just had to do a 5-year plan, so I don't even know what's going to happen next week.
That's easy for a football club. I mean, we want to fight for the title again. We have an awesome squad. We're in the preseason now. Signed some great players again, some great young guys. Kept the top stars. So that's our plan. We want to race for the title in Germany.
And then we were still kind of based on the scenarios is to see how can we do the best from that. And take the learnings. I think more important is that the question you mentioned. Do we see that the COVID-19 behavior shift will still last long? And we do believe that it's kind of there's some reasons behind it. There's the human truth, which will be sustainable. And then we just more kind of provide the solutions in that directions, and we believe that should be help us to continue to drive our growth.
And do you see a bigger shift towards kind of digital or
Definitely. I think in China, digital already have a very solid foundation. As I said, COVID-19 is kind of become the accelerator, and the penetration goes even to lower tier, and also vertically it's kind of impacts on all the daily activities is now online. So I think the impact would be even bigger and bigger. Yeah.
Good. That's a great ending. I thank you both very much. We're already at the end of our 30 minutes. Thank you so much for doing this. Thank you for your insights. And I hope we get to talk very soon again.
Yeah.
And yeah, thank you.
Thank you for inviting.
Thank you guys. Thanks for your excellent sharing. 让我们感谢这一组由跨界精英组成的精彩圆桌论坛。接下来我们将关注科技带来的娱乐行业的创新与机会。这位嘉宾是来自世界领先的创业企业孵化器和加速器之一 Founderspace 的创始人兼 CEO Steve Hoffman。有请他为我们带来主题演讲：娱乐传媒业的数字化转型、硅谷和好莱坞的未来。Let's welcome him.
It is a pleasure to be speaking to you at GMIC Live Pro 2020. Today, I'm going to talk about digital transformation in entertainment and media, Silicon Valley and the future of Hollywood. My name is Steve Hoffman, but in Silicon Valley, they call me Captain Hoff, because I am the captain and chairman of Founderspace, one of the world's leading startup incubators and accelerators. I am also author of the best-selling book, Make Elephants Fly, which is all about the process of radical innovation. How do you take your big idea and get it off the ground? Silicon Valley and the future of Hollywood. It used to be that Silicon Valley and Hollywood were entirely separate worlds. They hardly communicated with each other or even paid attention to each other. But over the past couple decades, they have been growing closer and closer together. And now we are at a point where they are becoming one and the same. Soon there will be no difference between Hollywood and Silicon Valley in terms of producing entertainment. That is because the big Hollywood studios are moving online. They have to, otherwise they will be dinosaurs. They will become obsolete. So they are putting huge amounts of money into taking their content online. Disney has Disney Plus. There's Hulu. There's HBO Max. Every entertainment company in Hollywood has an online strategy. And in the same way, the Silicon Valley companies, the pure plays like Netflix, are actually creating content. They're becoming Hollywood. And then you have Amazon Prime. They're creating content. And you look at YouTube. They're creating content. So these two separate worlds are now becoming one world. And I'm going to talk about how technology will change everything, will change the fundamental nature of the entertainment and media we consume. Power of the platforms. The driver behind the transformation of entertainment and media is the platforms. Now we know the big platforms. You know, Netflix, Google's YouTube, Facebook, huge platforms that are actually serving customers and delivering entertainment and media to them every day. Now, why are these platforms so valuable? Why are they the future of Hollywood? Well, first of all, the platforms have distribution. People have transitioned from watching television on television sets like their TVs and going to the movie theater to consuming more and more content online. And they want that content on demand. They don't want it programmed for them. They want to choose what they want to watch, when they want to watch it, and how they want to watch it, whether it's on a mobile device, a laptop, or any other device that they have in their home. So, the future of Hollywood is actually these platforms' ability to distribute content massively. And that has been true since the beginning of Hollywood. If you go back in history to the 1920s and even earlier, the big studios were founded on the principle of locking up distribution. The studios that controlled distribution controlled Hollywood. So there was a vertical integration between the movie theaters all the way, through production, everything. Today, what we see is not just the platforms as distribution, but the platforms as intelligence. These platforms want to watch one week will be very different from the next week and the week after. It's constantly in flux. Well, these platforms give you a real-time view into millions and millions of users. Look at Netflix and how they're using their platform. They're basically using their platform to extract data, and then they analyze not what the customers say, but what the customers actually do. And this is a big difference between the new model and the old model. In the old model, they would do focus group tests and things like that to try to figure out, well, what would people like this movie or this television pilot? In the new model, they just look at all the other similar things that they are watching, their engagement, how long they spend watching it, do they share it, all these things, and then they figure out what they should make next. Now, Netflix is producing its own content, so it's going to Hollywood creatives and saying, come to Netflix, come and make content for us. But what they're doing is, instead of just taking random ideas, they are saying, we need content in this area. This is what our audience wants to watch. Can you make something that will please them based on the data we are getting? That is the future of entertainment. That is why these platforms will dominate moving forward. Artificial intelligence and other technologies. If we look at the future of Hollywood, we can see that it's fundamentally being driven by changes in technology. The big elephant of all of these is artificial intelligence. AI algorithms have enabled companies with these platforms to really understand what the users are thinking, what they want, and to actually change their behavior. So if you look at a platform like Facebook, Facebook isn't just showing you your friends' posts. They aren't just sharing those feeds. What they are doing is they're using their algorithm to actually program an entertainment network. Now, Mark Zuckerberg, his number one metric when he's programming his entertainment network is actually engagement. He wants the users of Facebook to engage, spend more time on Facebook, contribute more content to Facebook, communicate with their friends on Facebook. All of these metrics define his entertainment platform. We think of Facebook as a communications platform, and yes, it is, but it is much more than that. It's a media entertainment platform which really wants you there all the time. They would love you there 24 hours a day if they could get you there, because the longer you stay and the more deeply you engage, the more data they gather and the more advertising revenue they gather. And that creates a virtuous circle. Netflix, all the other online platforms are also using algorithms, deep learning algorithms, to understand the behavior of their users and actually end up programming their networks in a new way. In the old way, the old Hollywood way, you would have a TV network and they would program it based on what they thought users, viewers would engage on. But in the new way, we can go much more granular in the data. We can specifically find out what users want, and we can customize it to the user's individual tastes. For example, when you go on Netflix and they make recommendations, they are making recommendations just for you, based on how you behave on their network. When you are on Facebook, looking at your feed of all the posts and media, that feed is different from everybody else's. It's their algorithm looking at your data and programming your feed in a way that will maximize your engagement. This fundamental change is the future direction that all media is moving. Predict behavior. Facebook has actually taken their algorithms now and run an experiment. So they had their users go online and they asked their users, which articles would you read? Which videos would you watch? And the users would tell them, oh, I would definitely watch that video. Oh, I would click on that article to read that. And then they went to their AI. And based on all that user's data, they asked the AI, what would this user do? Would they watch this video or this video? Who do you think was right most of the time? Was it the person? Did they know what they would do in the future? Or was it the AI? Well, honestly, you probably guessed it. The AI was right most of the time. This is amazing. The AI can know what we will do better than we know ourselves. Now, why is this? How could an AI know what you're about to do better than you know yourself? This is because we don't know ourselves that well. We tell ourselves stories about what we feel we should do, as opposed to what we actually do. So we might tell ourselves, oh, when that interesting article comes up about climate change, I'll read that article. But in actuality, when that funny cat video comes up, we're clicking on the cat video. The AI is not biased. It can look at what we actually do. We usually click on the cat video. We don't click on those interesting articles. So it gets the right answer, and what we get is the wrong answer. We get what we believe we should be doing, not what we actually do. If you extrapolate this idea and apply it to content, you will see that these networks, the more data they gather, the more users they have on them, and the more sophisticated their deep learning algorithms, the better they can predict what users will be watching, what they will be doing on their networks in the future. This ability allows them to program the content for the users and actually guide the users, manipulate them, change their behavior in ways that we are just figuring out. They will actually shape our media and our entertainment in the future. In other words, algorithms are going to be shaping the future of media. It won't be creative people in Hollywood. It won't be some studio executive. Instead, it is going to be algorithms and data that determine what we see, what we watch, and how we think and how we learn and the information we get, the media we get every single day. Analyze downloads and screenplays. Hollywood also has another tool that they are just beginning to use. In addition to launching platforms, they are also using services that can go out there and gather data for them and analyze the content before they produce it. One of the startups doing this is a company called Synalytics. And what they do is they go out and they monitor across the internet illegal downloads of content. So what are people downloading without paying for it all across the internet? And then they gather this data in a huge database, and what they do is they use a deep learning algorithm to extrapolate and determine which type of content people want right now. It's very similar to what Netflix is doing in their platform, but they are using the whole internet and these illegal, publicly available download sources to tap into what people are doing and determine what they want. And then they are feeding this to network executives. So they will tell them, you have this movie, you're thinking of spending $100 million making this movie? Well, honestly, it's probably going to be a flop because that's not what people want right now. There's another startup called Scriptbook that actually looks at the screenplay. So a writer will spend a lot of time creating a screenplay, and Scriptbook will look at this with their deep learning algorithms and compare it to tens of thousands of other screenplays and find correlations between this screenplay that the writer wrote and all these other screenplays that were turned into movies and TV shows and how they did, how they performed. And then it will come up with what it says is the chance that this screenplay will actually become profitable and how profitable it will be. Now, these algorithms and this type of data, it's just beginning. We are just figuring this out. They claim that it has a very high accuracy. But honestly, does it have a high accuracy? There are problems with this method. The problems are that the data itself is biased, and that makes the AI biased. So, for example, if the data looks at all these past movies and all these screenplays, and it doesn't see anything with Filipino actors, then a Hollywood executive who gets handed a great screenplay starring Filipino actors in a Filipino community, the algorithm may tell it, no, don't produce that. That has never been successful. Why hasn't it been successful? Because it's never been made before, or because it's been made badly before. This creates a fundamental problem. What it's doing is it's using the biases built into this data to limit the content we're getting. So human beings have biases too. When a studio executive sees content, they have their own biases. So there's no way to get unbiased content. But the danger is that we will not see great artists, great directors like Fellini or Coppola, these masters, Stanley Kubrick, who actually created wonderful works of art. Those works of art that have become cinematic history may be excluded by some algorithm. Some algorithm may filter them out, saying this isn't going to be a big enough movie. Don't make it. For example, Apocalypse Now. Would have an algorithm approved that? Probably not. Citizen Kane, which is held up as the greatest movie of all time, would have an algorithm said that we should make that movie? Well, if it was working, it would have said absolutely don't, because the movie was a flop when it was made. It's only retrospectively that we have come to appreciate that movie. So there is a worry I have, and many people in the industry have, that these algorithms will end up becoming dictators and will end up limiting human expression, creativity, art, entertainment. What we see in the future will be determined by some machine and not by us as people. Can AI create art? This is one of those philosophical questions that has been debated for a long time. Can a machine create art? Or can only human beings create art? A lot of people believe that it's only humans. Only we can understand the human condition, what it's like to be a human being, to feel joy, to suffer from pain. How can a computer ever create art when it can't even know what an emotion is? Well, let me tell you, the other side of the argument says AI can create art. And this is how it does it. AI can actually mimic the process of creating art almost identically to how a human does it. So, if you look at a famous artist like Picasso, how did he create art? How did he come up with the idea for cubism? Well, that idea didn't come out of nowhere. Nothing comes out of nowhere. That idea came out of society. He actually looked at the different trends happening. So at the time he was around, Impressionism was exploding. It was becoming big. It had burst onto the scene. And then he started to combine the Impressionist ideas with his native Iberian art from Spain. And he also, when he went to the Louvre, he saw African art. And if you look at African art and you look at Cubism, they are actually very, very similar. And what he did was merge these together and come up with Cubism, which he presented to the world. And you know what the world said? That's not art. Those things are ugly. Even his fellow artists were like, what are you doing? That's not art. However, because he was in the center of the art zeitgeist, interacting with all these other artists and the gallery owners and everything else, as things evolved and as he stuck with his idea, honestly, if he hadn't stuck with it, if he hadn't been as stubborn and strong-minded, then we would never know Picasso because he would have moved on to other things. But because he was there at the epicenter of the art world and he created this art, people began to look at this over time and say, well, maybe this is art. Maybe this is the future. So was it Picasso that created the art, or could an algorithm do the same thing? Well, an algorithm does the same thing. It actually, it looks at it will look at, with machine learning, hundreds of paintings, let's say, of different styles. And then it will play with them and combine them in different ways. Now, as it combines, just like Picasso did, creating its own new styles that nobody has ever created before. So it can create original styles by creating and combining. This is exactly what artists do. And then the machine algorithm could feed that out into the public. It could put it out on social networks, this art that it created, and people will be the judge. We, as society, decide what art is. The artist doesn't decide what's art and what's not art. We actually do by reacting to it, by either saying this is art or this isn't art. So art is actually created inside the human being who's viewing the art. It's the art, we don't even know. They have done a lot of different studies on this, and they have actually shown people, art critics and other people, paintings painted by computers and paintings painted by human beings. And even the art critics couldn't tell which or which. They didn't know. So we don't, as a person, when we go to a gallery and look at a painting or a museum and look at a great sculptor, we don't know what that artist was thinking, what that artist was feeling when they created that art. We only know what we feel when we look at it. And our opinion of that art is shaped by our society, by the world around us. So, in this way, computers are just as capable of creating art as any human being, because it's us consuming it that will decide, society will decide what's art and what isn't art, not the artist, not the computer. That is the rule. So what we're going to see moving forward is computers creating art, entertainment, and media that we consume, and we are both the judges and the guinea pigs in the process. AI music. Let's look at music. I already gave you an example of how AI can create paintings that look just like masterpieces and fool even art critics. Well, in music, it's the same thing. Music AI, they analyze millions of songs out there, and then they can recombine them in different ways and actually create music that we find very appealing. Now, Taryn Southern, she created an AI album. What is that? Basically, she sung the vocals, but she used AI instead of a band, instead of actual musicians, to compose the music. So she used all these different software programs, and there are dozens of these different software programs out there to actually start to generate AI music and fuse it together. Well, we are getting to a point now where an AI can create the music without even a human involved in the process, because AI can not only play or basically emulate any instrument out there, AI can also emulate the human voice. So AI is getting to the point right now where AI can produce vocals that we can't tell apart from human vocals. So there will come a point when there are entire albums, entire bands are AI driven. So the music, the world of music will fundamentally change. And why will this world change? People still we want to hear music created by people, but we may not know. So if you look at the music industry, like take a company like Spotify. Spotify has millions of users, but they are dependent upon those users paying them a subscription fee or ad revenue. And the problem is that it's expensive to license this music. Royalties when licensing music are usually around 55%. That's a huge chunk of money. So if a company like Spotify can cut out the licensing music, basically get rid of human-made music and have their music generated by AI, they would be vastly more profitable. And I will tell you, they are working on this right now because it's such a gold mine for them. So they are acquiring AI companies that develop music applications. They are also, these online music distributors are also developing their own. In fact, Spotify went ahead and hired one of the foremost AI music developers in the world as part of its core team. Now, what they'll probably end up doing in the future, and what they're already experimenting with right now, is creating AI tracks, lots and lots of AI tracks. And they will create these tracks, and actually, when you start listening to music, you'll subscribe to one of their channels. You won't know if the song that comes up is some new band that you've never heard of, or by humans, or a new band you've never heard of by AI. And the interesting thing is that we will decide which music we listen to, and they will monitor it. They will start gathering data. So the beauty of AI is they could generate 1,000 versions of a single song. A musician would never do this. They wouldn't have time. But an AI can generate an infinite number of versions of a song and then just start putting them out there and seeing which ones people respond to. And the ones that people respond to, they actually go viral within the system and they become the hits. This mechanism for totally AI generated music will be a big part of music entertainment moving forward. And if you don't believe me, just look at the platforms out there. TikTok, which is huge right now. People need music to go over their videos. They are experimenting with AI generated music. YouTube, all these companies understand that lowering the cost and delivering music that people really like, that people really respond to, is critical. And if you take it a step further, you can see that the more music they put out there, the more data they gather, the better they are at analyzing trends. They can actually create music in real time. They can create music literally every day, new music based on what's happening, put it out there. Is it going viral? How can we tweak it? How can we get more engagement on this song? So there will come a point where we won't care. We won't care if our music, if our art, or if our entertainment is created by humans or AI. Now, this is cynical, right? You think, well, we would care. We care whether it's created by humans. We care now because we have been socially conditioned to think that the music should be created by humans. Paintings should be created by humans. Movies should be created by great directors. But in the future, economics will determine it. Because what people consume, naturally, people will consume the most interesting, most engaging, most fascinating content out there. And that's what they'll consume. And if that content happens to be generated by an AI, they won't care and they won't even notice because it will all be below the surface. Deep fakes. We're already seeing this trend out there right now. There's all these applications that exist today to create deep fakes, which are lifelike representations of human beings saying things with a voice that's computer generated but sounds exactly like their voice, with a face that's computer generated but looks exactly like them. This is where the technology is going, and the market will follow the technology because it'll open up a whole new world where we can create lifelike human beings that sound real, that look real, that say things that seem real, but they aren't real. They are just avatars. They don't exist at all. They are just they are entirely computer generated. And honestly, just like we become attached to a cartoon character, or a CGI movie like Toy Story and the characters created in those, more and more there will be computer generated characters that we will come to love and tune into and follow. And these characters may be musicians that have their own bands that are artificial. They may be screen actors. They may be writers. This is where the technology is taking us. And it's not just in music. It's not just in movies. It's also in writing. If you actually look at content on the internet today, a lot of it is being generated by AIs, and we don't even know it. A huge portion of the content on Bloomberg News is generated by artificial intelligence. These algorithms just writing the financial news, weather, things like that are very easy for a computer to generate. The next step is, could they actually generate other types of content? More human interest stories, or even short stories, or even novels. Well, those are much harder, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. And in the future, all this content and all these AIs may be making specifically artificially generated content just for us. Basically, based on what we view, what we do online, who we are, they will be generating content that appeals to us, that engages us, and we might know it, we might not know it, we might care, we might not care, but no matter what, these networks will dominate and we will consume that content. James Dean AI movie. This is already happening. It seems like science fiction, but it's already happening. We saw it with Star Wars, right? With Princess Leia. You know, they can create a lifelike representation of a person, put it in a movie, and you won't even know. Well, they are doing this now with actors that are dead, actors that have died. James Dean was a heartthrob, you know, a famous actor. He died very young in a car accident, but they are bringing him back to life in new movies, basically recreating his character. Will they do this with Elvis? Will they do this with, you know, other great artists? Probably the answer is yes. So what we're going to see in the future is they're going to be bringing back dead artists, and if somebody owns the rights to their image and their voice and things like that, they will pay a license fee. There will also be actual movie actors who are still alive who will license out their image and their voice to be used in movies that they will never actually act in. In fact, many of the future stars in movies won't be humans. They will be AI representations of human beings that really exist. And the human's job will be to be the human, to be on social media, to promote the movie, to promote the ideas, to be a character out there, to go on talk shows. That's what the human will do. Meanwhile, all this other content, they might not even show up on the movie set. It will just be made without them, making them much more efficient and making them much richer. This is why it will work. This is why people will do it. Imagine, I'm a big movie star, I'm Brad Pitt. You know, I don't want to work too hard anymore. I already have a lot of money. But what if I could just license out my image to all these different people? They can make TV shows, they can make movies, they can do whatever they want. I can pick the projects, and I don't have to do any work. Would I do this? Probably. Would you do this? Probably, because you're going to make a lot more money. You could have 10 productions going on at once, and you don't have to show up for any of them. You could be on a beach. This will fundamentally change how Hollywood and the entertainment business functions. AI analyzes personality. So, in the future, AI won't just create content for all of us. AI will create content just for me or just for you. And how will they do that? Well, AI is getting so powerful these days that it can actually just look at you and start to tell what type of person you are. For example, they have an AI algorithm now that can look at your eye movements, how your eyes move, whether you dart back and forth, whether you focus on something, how you move your eyes, and they can tell your personality. They can tell if you're a neurotic person, they can tell if you're a calm person, they can tell all these things about you just from looking at your eyes. So you think about it. You know, if you are in front of a webcam and they're analyzing you, they can actually take that data and then they can start to create content that fits your personality, that fits who you are. So they won't just look at your behavior, what you do online. They'll actually look at you and start to make content or make recommendations just for you. Never too scary. There's another thing we can do with technology, and that is gather biometric data. So if we take an example of a horror movie, some people love horror movies that are bloody, that have buckets of blood coming, you know, just really gory. Other people like me don't like that. We might watch a horror movie, but we don't want too much blood. We don't want it too scary. You know, we want it toned down, or otherwise we won't even watch it. So what an AI can do is actually an AI could take data from you and actually tailor the movie just to your liking, almost in real time. Think about it. We have a lot of data. We have smartwatches that we're wearing, wearables like Fitbit that we're wearing that can gather detailed information on what we're internally feeling. We can measure our heart rate. So if it's a scary movie and our heart rate starts to go up, it would know that. It could measure perspiration levels. Are we, are we sweating during this movie? Even micro perspiration, that we might not even notice, and actually use that data to customize the content for us. So there's a company called Red Meat Games, and they created this zombie game, and they're actually doing that right now. This isn't experimenting with this. Startups are experimenting with this right now. The more data we give people, the more we'll be able to customize the content for those people. And if you take this a step further, they are developing brain-computer interfaces. Interfaces right now that can read our brainwaves. They have them. They're not even that expensive. You go to EEG, and you can actually get an EEG device on Amazon or any other online store for $200. There may come a point in the future where when we watch entertainment online, there's a device measuring our brainwaves, seeing exactly how we react to that content, and then customizing it for us. If we think it's too scary, it's lowering down the gore level. If we think it's kind of boring, it's picking up the pace, making it faster and faster. This is the future of entertainment. This is where entertainment is headed tomorrow. All of these things converging, all of these technologies, IoT technologies, technology sensors in our homes, body sensors, even bioimplants, technologies, we have in our body that, the future of, measuring our blood flow, things like that, measuring our hormones, measuring dopamine to the brain, all of these things eventually will make their way back into the content because it's very rich data, and they can start to create content that is uniquely targeted at who we are and how we react. The future of real-time content. In the future, content is going to be created in real time, on demand, as we consume it. As computers become exponentially more powerful, AIs become more powerful, we will actually generate the content as we consume it, and it will be generated for each of us individually. Let me give you an example. If there's a husband and wife, and let's say the husband, they both want to watch a movie, a similar movie, they like the theme, they like the concept, but the husband likes a lot more action. The wife, she wants more romance. They could watch the same movie, on different screens, and as they watch it, the movie can be manipulated to give them what they want most. So the wife may see the romantic scenes may be extended. They may be customized to her particular, what gets her heart pumping, right? She may, the star of her movie, the AI star of her movie, might be a totally different person than the husband's movie. How the guy is designed, how the woman is designed, the characters in the movie might actually be different for different people. So all of us could watch the same movie and have very different experiences. Yes, the overall story arc might be the same, but the characters were different, subtle changes in what they say are different, things in, the content, which scenes play longer, which scenes get cut, all of that is changing in real time as we watch it, just tailored to who we are and what we engage with. If you look at Hollywood of the future, this is where we're headed. We are headed to a world, a crazy world, where we kind of, already our world is fractured. When I was younger, we would watch TV and most people would see the same TV show and we'd talk about it. Now we're online and we're watching we're all getting totally different information and feeds. Some of it overlaps, but it's not like the old days where you knew what everybody was watching. You don't know that anymore. In the future, we'll become even more in our own little bubbles, like watching this content made just for us as we watch it, based on our unique personalities, how we respond, all of these things taken into account. What does that mean for society? These are very deep questions. Like, is this good for society? Is it bad for society? There are pluses and minuses. It's just like social networks. Are social networks a benefit for society? Well, a lot of people, billions of people use them. They think so, but are they hurting or helping? These are issues we have to grapple with as a society. Is this what we want in the future? Is this how content should be made? Is this the experience we want to have? Will we grow more apart by actually going off in our own directions instead of coming together? How do we build a cohesive culture? All of these questions remain to be debated by all of us as we pick where we go with media and entertainment moving forward. I hope you enjoyed the talk. If you liked it, you can come to founderspace.com. You can check out our latest events, contact us, and see my latest books, Make Elephants Fly and Surviving a Startup. You can also find me on all the major social networks. Just search for Founderspace.
大家好，我是来自以色列的高佑思，外国人研究会的联合创始人。我非常高兴能够参加 GMIC 在线 Pro 的主题演讲。这次活动是跟外研会一起主办的，我们将邀请来自世界各地的一些专家、投资人、创业者等等，去分享他们眼中的未来世界。在2020年，最火的词是直播电商。李佳琦、薇娅，还有无数个新的主播在各个大平台开始上线。这个事情在中国特别火，但是在别的国家，这个也在发生吗？那这个答案很有趣。其实，尤其在西方，在以色列，比如说，或者在美国，直播电商 （live shopping） 这个现象还没有那么成熟，甚至根本没有。所以我这样讲的主题是关于直播电商如何将颠覆全球市场。我会从两个角度去分享这个主题。一，我会跟你们分享我们在中国新媒体取得的成就和积累的经验，然后我会跟你们讲海外新媒体的机会，而是它是怎么可以向中国新媒体学习。那么在做这个中国新媒体市场和海外新媒体市场的对比，我们将学习未来的世界会是怎样的。当时上北大的时候，我有一个梦想，为了让世界各种民族更好的了解中国，那同时我也希望中国人可以更好的了解不同的民族，像我的民族。做这个事情的时候，我选择了用新媒体的手段，通过视频、直播还有电商去连接中国和世界各国。我们在这个领域已经努力了4年了，我们有很多的账号，我们来自世界各地的博主们，我们是一个具有全球影响力的新媒体公司。所以我首先想跟你们讲，我们是4年在中国做出的努力，而是在中国如何培养了有1个亿粉丝的 MCN， 而且他们是来自30个不同国家的100个博主。我们的博主们是来自世界各地的，他们的共同的特点是他们都会说中文，可以在这个图表里面看，有来自以色列、美国、澳大利亚、西班牙、拉丁美洲、法国、阿根廷等等。他们都有自己的特征，而且他们是形成我们的这个新媒体的体系。一方面他们会介绍他们眼中的中国，另一方面他们也会做相关的海外生活方式的中造视频，然后最后他们也会帮助很多的中国企业做相关的宣传。他们是能够在中国新媒体的微博、抖音、B 站能够发视频、发直播，跟他们的粉丝互动，而同时也会在全球各大社交媒体平台都有自己的账号。我们培养的不仅是个人主播，我们也有所谓的群像 IP， 像外国人研究会，同时我们会做像 White China 还有王国土特产的一些其他的群像 IP， 这些都是让我们在这几年积累很多关于中国新媒体的经验。那我们做出这样的生态，确实是基于一个不是 KOL 的思维方式，而且更多的是 COL， 这里讲的是 Cultural Opinion Leader， 我们定义为对本国文化与中国文化都有强大表达力、有感知力的视频内容红人，怎样能够结合外国人的内容和中国的内容在一个体系里面。我们的方法论叫3级火箭和2维坐标，我们会从内容形式到口径到视角到方向到价值取向都有一个很认真的考虑和策划。 同时我们也会有2位坐标，我们会考虑到底这个内容是讲中国的东西，还是海外的别的国家的东西，还是它很深度，还是广度。我们将培养出不同的主播，不同的内容形式，更多的是我们拥有一个比较成熟的内容制造的流程，在这个图表里面可以看到。而且我们是对于爆款内容有自己的思路，我们会带着社会言论的环境到主题表达语境，到新闻热点以及知识传播有关的，为了让每一个作品无论是视频或者直播有着自己的特色。那我们是在中国新媒体发现有3个比较常见的商业模式。第一，广告模式，也是最常见的模式，我们叫它广告植入、品牌代言还有节目制作，这都是我们自己都有跟500多家的合作经验。在中国新媒体这样的合作模式是很常见，也是非常利于品牌的传播和营销。那第2个变现模式也是一个很有趣的一个，是叫知识付费或者在线教育。现在有的主播们的粉丝们是非常渴望向这个主播学习，所以如果这个主播通过视频或者直播方式提供一种教育类的内容，比如说上一个英语课程或者相关的知识类的课程，会有一个人为他买单。那么我们有一个这样的案例，我们有一个来自美国的英语老师叫马斯瑞，他自己的内容是非常有趣，而且他是一个有10多年的教育经验，他的内容已经吸引了500多万的粉丝们，而且他通过卖他的英语课程有了很多的在线的学生，也让我们证明在中国在线教育是一个成立的商业模式。那第3个变现的模式也是最近非常火，直播电商。我们最早的是确实通过各种手段让很多商品通过我们的内容去卖货，这是叫种草视频或者电商视频内容。但是在过去1年，在中国最火的词是 live shopping 直播电商，越来越多的平台开始上线直播电商的功能。我们也是带着我们自己的外国视角去培养出能够推荐全球好货的这样的主播们。一个非常成功的案例是来自澳大利亚的贝勒泰，他是非常优秀的一个外国主播，他也是淘宝直播历史上第1位外国主播，更多的是他是第1位上薇娅直播间的外国人。他第一次做淘宝直播的时候，他的 GMV 破了100万，而他到现在已经是非常成熟的一个主播。这可以看出我们培养出不同的商业模式，给出来自各国的做内容无论是视频或直播的主播们。那么为什么讲这么多的关于中国新媒体呢？因为我们发现在做这个的时候，我们确实学到了很多的值得我们学习的经验，尤其是海外视频平台、海外电商平台值得学习的东西。那我们可以看见，确实在中国有了新媒体的公司做出了那么多的主播，可以拥有不同的变现的模式。那么这些变现模式确实有一些只有在中国是独一无二的，在别的国家是不存在的。而我们发现直播带货这个领域确实是中国拥有领先优势，它的模式、它的创新、它的整个的体系已经非常的成熟，然后值得海外的平台像 YouTube、Instagram、亚马逊还有 TikTok 学习。所以我在这个演讲的第2部分，我想给你们分享关于我对于海外新媒体的理解，而尤其是一个非常值得我们都关注的领域，就叫 live shopping 直播带货。就像淘宝的 CEO 说的， Live streaming is not just a feature. In the future, it will be the mainstream e-commerce model. 在中国，直播电商已经变成了主流，但是在别的国家它还不是。更具体的，我们可以看到我关注的全球商业媒体都已经开始有很多关于直播电商的报道。比如说 Bloomberg 写的是 Live streams are the future of shopping in America。 那么 TechCrunch 说的是 Facebook is bringing shop section in its app while Instagram expands live shopping。 Rockwater wrote US brands, creators and platform can't afford to ignore the Chinese trend of live stream shopping。 以前很多人会说 copy to China， 就把世界各地方的趋势和模式复制到中国去做。 那现在世界各国都在向中国学习，而直播电商就是一个案例。那除了商业媒体，也有全球领先的电商和社交媒体平台都向中国的直播电商模式学习。首先是阿里巴巴旗下的速卖通还有 Lazada， 在他们的市场东南亚还有西班牙、俄罗斯和法国都已经开始上线直播带货的功能。而今年正好9月份 Facebook 和 Instagram 也上线所谓的 Facebook Shop 还有 Instagram Live Shopping。本月也是亚马逊上线他们的 Amazon Live， 对标的是淘宝直播，更多的是 TikTok 字节旗下的全球产品，它也会向他们自己在中国的抖音的整个的生态学习，会复制它到海外的用户，未来在 TikTok 上也可以有直播带货。这个是一个必然的趋势，也有一种趋势我们都值得关注，就叫跨境电商。疫情前和疫情后，跨境电商出现了巨大的变化，尤其在看大趋势，以前很多的想要从中国卖给世界很多货都会用 OEM 系统，就是以原始设备生产。那么这个都是主要是以 B2B 的模式，中国商家给外国商家提供货，然后外国商家直接给他们当地的客户。那么在这几年我们都看到有越来越多的中国品牌在各国出现，他们确实在中国生产，但是他们的品牌颠覆世界。可以看到从华为到小米到 OPPO、vivo、海信等等有越来越多，所以在现在可以看到有越来越多的跨境电商这个 B2C 的趋势。我们也觉得在未来会有更多的自有品牌的制造的趋势。一句话可以说，中国企业拥有强大的制造基础来建立自有品牌，而转型在进行当中。而这些中国品牌想要找到更多的营销渠道，正好海外直播是一个都有中国特色，也是一个未来海外消费者都会使用的工具和功能，所以正好是完美结合。跨境电商的未来以及海外电商的未来是一体的，这样的有更多的中国企业能够通过直播电商去建立自己的海外品牌和提高他们的销量。我们这样的机构外研会能够利用我们在海外新媒体的账号，以及我们的海外新媒体的合作伙伴，包括 Facebook、YouTube、亚马逊等等等，给他们培养最优秀的外国主播们。所以看到这些趋势，加上我们拥有的资源，我们想要培养和孵化出世界第一批海外带货主播的矩阵。我们是会拥有我们的 international influencers 国际网红和主播们，一起让他们按照他们自己国家的特色和自己擅长的领域，比如说美妆、旅游、美食、生活方式、健康等等，来给来自各国的用户推荐好货。我们觉得这个逻辑是非常的可行。现在确实非常缺的是主播有经验的团队以及平台的一些政策和功能。一旦这些都打通了，直播电商在海外市场的未来和潜力是非常的大。那么在未来，我们希望每一个中国的优质供应链有超过10种语言的母语主播为其带货，帮助他们提高他们的海外销量。第二，我们也是在未来希望能够结合中国强大的供应链的基础，加上它的直播电商的模式的创新，来提高世界各国的福利和消费。那我们是具体怎么结合中国经验做海外直播带货呢？第一，我们会按照国内直播电商的配置，建立和运营人火场的一体的直播基地。第二，我们会培养带货的外国人为每一个企业或者每一个领域带货，包括签约1000个来自各国的主播们。同时，我们是为了确保整个直播是顺利的，我们必须有强大的技术团队在背后开发一个智能跟播、数据反馈和采集的全球直播电商数据服务工具。而第四，我们也希望在海外建立这样的5个直播电商基地。那么刚才这样的未来规划、未来目标也怎么能结合这些中国经验在海外做直播？ 背后有一个很清楚的商业逻辑。主要的商业模式有4种：一是商家提供的连接费加佣金，这是在中国比较常见的一个商业模式。第二是能够自建供应链的品牌，产生直接的营销收入。第三是向全球直播电商行业的无论是机构或者主播们提供一个 SaaS 服务，比如说是一个智能跟播体系。而第四也是帮助中国商家和企业出海，给他们提供一个整合营销方案。所以除了做直播带货，还可以提供视频传播等等 KOL 采购的这样的服务。那这4个商业模式在中国已经是成立的，那在海外呢，也可以用这样的商业模式吗？我们的答案是会的。我们已经服务过好多机构，会的。我们已经服务过好多机构在做出海相关的传播，我们也是旗下的工厂们，尤其是眼镜等等一些经典的中国制造的，他们从我们的内容，无论是或者直播，都接触到了用户，所以现在可以打通这个桥梁。一旦你想推广一个商品，除了视频内容，也可以加直播电商，它会很多。现在遇到困境或者卖不出东西，可以通过这样的功能性，我们这样的主播们直接接触到客户。这里可以看到同富和 Music 2个企业跟我们在海外是提高了他们的销量与他们的影响力。我们也做过所谓的海外 PR 公关类的，给虹桥集团和华为提供这样的一些节目。那这中国企业，无论是传统企业到新兴企业，诉求做海外传播，但是海外无法用老一套的传统方式，不能用现简单的做一个视频传播，或者在模式，一定海外直播电商。这一次的直播电商出现后，世界各地出现，所以把握好数字时代给我们的机遇，结合优势，让我相信自己未来一定是美好的。那最后，我想感谢 GMIC 在线 Pro 邀请我做一个主题演讲。我也希望所有在关注中国新媒体或者海外新媒体多跟我交流。谢谢大家，爱在中国给你们。
拥有互联网行业经理黄奔阳。
中国区的总经理奔阳，很感谢长城会的邀请，我们这里有机会可以交流一下对互联网广告行业的看法。今天呢，我想讲的内容有3个方面。首先，让大家了解一下，作为这个细分赛道，网狗是做什么的。第二个是我的主要内容，在如今新技术、新法规的冲击下，我们移动互联网行业该有怎样的对策。第三是重点推荐一下当今最具创新性的广告形式——沉浸式的广告体验。好的，下面开始介绍一下网狗。首先，网狗呢，它的定位是一个值得信赖的应用内广告技术平台。网狗它作为一个广告技术平台，它连接的是2端，一端是开发者，另一端是广告主。开发者提供了流量，也就是说，它可以把自己的展示位售卖出去，达到变现的目的。而广告主呢，通过我们这个广告平台，可以让他们的广告触达到更多的人群，进行较为精确的匹配，从而获取高质量的用户。我们广告平台作为一个中间平台，把2方的资源联系起来，并且进行高质量的匹配，从而达到双方的商业目的，这就是广告平台该做的事情。好，那网狗在这个细分赛道中扮演了这样一个平台的角色，它如果作为一家公司又是怎样的一个情况呢？网狗呢，作为一家全球性的企业，它其实发源于硅谷，所以我们的总部是在旧金山，然后在欧洲呢，它也有2个办公室，一个是在柏林， 另外一个是在伦敦，而在亚洲呢是它分布最广的区域。我们有北京、东京、首尔和新加坡4个办公室，其中北京办公室是规模最大的，而且功能最齐全的办公室。那下面介绍一下我们的数字规模。既然是数字化平台，我们用数字来展示一下我们的触达能力。在全球Top 100的游戏榜单当中，有87位已经跟我们有合作，而我们呢，如果按流量的规模来算的话，我们接入的开发者应用已经超过6万多个，而我们能够到达的地区有超过150多个国家和地区，而我们每个月所能触达的设备数高达20亿。那汪狗是怎样做到的呢？首先，它是一个全面透明的一个平台，我们从广告的策划到发布都是100%的透明。第二呢，我们通过我们的 SDK， 它小巧又稳定，把这种广告体验无缝的导入到 Publisher 那一端。另外，我们能够触及海量的用户，多达7亿。然后每个月我们能提供的展示数量是多少呢？高达50亿次。而我们不但拥有本地的投放能力，也拥有全球的投放能力，这样可以更好的去覆盖你所想要的用户和流量。好，下面是我们的重点话题。在如今新技术、新行业法规的大背景下，我们这个移动互联网广告行业该如何的进化以及应对？首先给大家分享一些行业的法规背景。随着大家对隐私保护的越来越重视，各个国家和地区相继出台了一些法律，比如说欧洲的 GDPR， 也就是说欧盟的一般数据保护条例，以及美国的 CCPA 就是加州消费者隐私保护法案。另外还有一个专门针对儿童的保护法案，叫做 COPPA 儿童在线隐私保护法。那 CCPA 呢和 GDPR 虽然是由不同的地区制定出来的隐私保护法律，但是他们的立法的出发点非常的相似，他们都注重首先用户拥有对自己个人信息的透明度，他知道他的信息什么时候被收集、被出售或者被分享，这是他拥有很强的知晓权。另外呢，在隐私保护的今天，个人消费者他对自己的隐私信息，他是有权去做删除的动作，要求背后的服务商去做删除动作。另外，他可以在 CCPA 的保护下，他可以明确有权去删除或者说是拒绝出售个人的信息。另外，最后一点也很重要，无论我是否选择保护自己的隐私，我获得的服务，我获得的体验不应该有歧视性的待遇。好，那 Wango 它的角色是一个广告平台，那作为广告平台应该怎样去应对这样的一个变化？我们还是以 Wango 为例。首先，作为广告平台，你需要去关注这种业界的动态，需要去做这种合规的动作，严格的遵循数据隐私。另外的话，你需要去更新自己的隐私政策。隐私政策是怎样做到更新的？第一，你在跟用户签署协议的时候，你需要更新相应的条款。第二，你用相应的技术方案允许用户获知自己的信息是怎样、什么时候被分享。当然 ，Wango 是从来不去售卖用户的隐私信息，这点大家尽可以放心。另外呢，除了 Wango 自己做到这以外，Wango 在与客户合作的时候，会通过法律的形式，会通过技术或者产品的形式，确保我们的客户全面的合规。另外一个，从知识的普及来讲，我们也会帮助我们的客户，包括开发者，包括广告主， 他全面了解业界的这一动态，以及他们所需要掌握的一些知识。好，在这种大背景下，那我们行业的一个巨头苹果，它有了一个动作。大家知道 iOS 14已经正式发布了。iOS 14最大的不同在哪里？其实是在于它的加强隐私保护这一块。它是通过产品和技术的手段实现了对个人用户的隐私加强保护。在理解 iOS 14的隐私保护之前，有2个概念需要给大家介绍一下。一个叫 IDFA， 所谓 IDFA 就是对应一个设备的独特的识别号。另外一个叫做 ATT 框架。ATT 框架翻译成中文就是应用追踪透明的框架。也就是说，在这个框架的保护下，当你去尝试去追踪用户的独特的设备信息的时候，它会出现提示，并且出现允许信息。这是2个重要概念。那下面还有一个跟这个相适应，就叫做归因方法。简单的说一下归因，主要是对于这个行业之外的人做一个解释。所谓归因就是你确保你这个安装是从哪个平台来的，从而广告主对哪个平台进行付费。那这套规则的设定就叫做归因。现在苹果推出了一套全新的归因方案，叫做 SK Ad Network。那之前是怎么归因的呢？之前是由第三方的一些归因公司提供相应的解决方案。它不止一家，它可以是 A 公司，可以是 B 公司，只要你认同它就可以做。现在苹果提出了这么一套方案。好，在这种情形下，我们整个生态链该去怎么表现？你比如说广告主要做什么，开发者要做什么，我们平台要做什么，去适应 iOS 的新变化。好，为了迎接 iOS 14，那广告主需要做一些事情。比如说还是以假设他跟我们平台跟 Wango 平台进行合作，他需要做哪些事情呢？首先他自己需要意识到他有哪些，当他做数据分析的时候，他应该清楚的知道他有哪些数据是严重依赖刚才所说的 IDFA 独特的这个设备号。因为 iOS 14推出以后，你不可能全面的收集到所有用户的 IDFA，所以你需要清楚的知道我有哪些数据可能从此以后不再是精准的。这是第一步他要做的。第二，大家需要承认苹果的市场领导地位，所以在这种情况下，一旦 iOS 14铺开以后，广告主呢，他也需要去测试苹果的这一套技术框架，确保当这个隐私条令被强制实施的时候，它可以最大的合规。第二，它是通过这个框架尽它最大可能去拿到设备号。我这里略微解释一下为什么这个设备号是如此的重要。通常来讲，一个 device 一个设备只对应这么一个特别独特的 IDFA， 有了这个设备号，然后再加上你对这个设备背后的用户的行为测算，你就可以精准的把这个设备和你这个个人的消费行为联系起来，从而达到精准投放的一个目的。所以呢，在这个 ATT 框架下，它允许你有最大的可能去，还是能够在获得用户同意的情况下去追踪 IDFA。另外，作为广告主，你需要知道，当你采用新的归因方式的时候，那之前的概率归因，比如说指纹归因，这个方法是不是还能用？现在是一个未知数。所以在这种归因方式、概率归因方式不明确的情况下，大家是不是还是应该积极拥抱变化，尝试用苹果的 SK Ad Network 去做全面的归因呢？我们刚才讲了以 广告主的身份，他需要做这件事情。那作为开发者很类似，他也要做相应的一些动作。首先，假设我们还是假定他跟 Wango 合作，他需要做什么事情？实际上Wango 在这里就是一个平台商的代表，实际上各家的解决方案都很类似，原理都很相似。我在这里用 Wango 进行一下梳理。它首先需要把平台的广告平台 SDK 升级到最新的版本，因为只有你 SDK 的版本升级到了合规的方式，然后你的自己的这个开发者才能够达到一个合规的目的。Wango 目前是最新的版本是 6.8， 它不但是全面合规 iOS 14它全面的支持 COPPA、GDPR 等等等。另外的话，它更小更稳定。这是第一个要做的步骤，升级 SDK 非常重要。第二点，你需要把平台的 SKAdNetwork ID 做一个注册，实际上是向苹果告知我用了这家平台，然后该平台从此以后就可以跟苹果进行这个数据对接，这是它的目的。那作为这个开发者呢，他需要做一个动作，就是把我们平台的 iNetwork ID 添加到这个 info plist 的文件当中，这是一个标准步骤。不管你用任何一家的广告平台，你都要把它对应的 ID 添加上去，这样苹果才有知情权。刚才其实我还应该多分享一些对整个行业的一些看法。我们刚才讲了平台会有什么改变，广告主会有什么改变，然后我们的开发者会有什么改变。大家别忘了还有一个重要角色，就是第三方的归因伙伴，他们该怎么办？依照苹果在市场上的领导地位，我们可以想见它的归因方法最后一定会成为最流行的归因方式。所以呢，之前我们所用到的第三方的归因方式的话，它的市场份额会渐渐的减小。所以在这里我们能给出的建议就是，我们积极拥抱变化适应这个大环境，把我们的技术方案切到最流行的方式上去。第三方归因的小伙伴，他们自然有能力把他们的数据服务去做其他增值的业务。这是我们对整个行业的一个梳理。好，我们已经讲完了关于这个新法规、新技术对我们这个行业的影响以及冲击。下面呢，我还是想回归到广告的本源。广告更多的时候是一种视觉呈现。那么现在行业里开始流行一种沉浸式的广告体验。在讲到这种广告之前呢，我觉得有必要梳理一下这几年的一个发展沿革，就是广告的形式它到底是怎么变化的，以至于到今天的这种沉浸式广告体验。实际上广告的形式呢，是受到这个客户多元化的一个制约的还是以 Wango 平台为例，实际上所有的第三方的广告平台都会遇到类似的客户构成。比如说我们会有游戏的客户，我们也会有非游戏的客户，而在游戏客户当中呢，又有很多品类的分别。比如说有超休闲游戏、休闲游戏以及重度游戏。那与之相适应，就会发展出不同的广告形式来适应它们。你比如说这里大家能看到的4种广告，激励广告是最早发展出来，它的时间比较久，全屏式的激励广告。然后在这个基础之上发展出了插屏广告，它们非常适合游戏客户。然后随着现在非游戏的品类的提升，我们发现 banner 还有 MREC 广告更适合这种品类。除了这种4种广告品类之外，我们还有一种比较创新的整个业界都比较创新的玩法，就是试玩广告。这边有2个例子，我们为 TikTok 也就是 抖音海外版做的2个广告。之前抖音做推广的时候，他们通常是通过意见领袖来做相应的推广。自从 TikTok 接触到 Wango 类似的平台以后，他们发现我们会有一些比较创新性的方法，比如说这2个例子第一个是呢，就是通过可玩式的跟美妆博主互动，你在屏幕上去点击，相当于就是给美妆博主进行上妆。第二个呢，是一个对宠物的爱好者，就是你可以和宠物互动，也就是我们俗称的撸猫这样的一个动作，提高用户的这个粘度。通过这种互动式的广告，我们有数据证明它的安装率提升了95%，这是一个非常大的跃升。然后我们的刚才想推荐的主题是沉浸式的广告。那沉浸式广告它又是怎么发展起来的呢？这是它的一个早先的原型，我们称之为360度全景式的广告。那这种广告的转化率呢，是普通视频广告的3倍。这边有3个例子，这就是一般性的广告，就是它的原理很简单，实际上就是利用设备的重力感应器。当你切换不同的手机角度的时候，你会获得更大的视野、更广阔的场景，以及一个全面式的展示。但是大家想过一个问题没有？这种方式是否能够再深入一步，给你一种身临其境的感受？那这时候我们可能需要限定一下产品的类型，比如说我们认为所谓沉浸式广告就是把这个360度的展示方式应用到一些很特定的品类当中，比如说第一视角的游戏、第一视角的射击游戏，或者说是驾驶游戏。好，下面我们就用一则为使命召唤制作的广告来展现一下以第一视角的方式怎样去制作一种身临其境的感觉。请看视频。我们这个行业在变化，我们这个行业里的每个细分人群也在积极的拥抱变化。Wango 作为其中的链条的一员，我们也在进行一些美丽的蜕变。下面我想用一则1分多钟的视频来展示一下我们在这个行业中是怎样积极拥抱变化、美丽蜕变的。大家从这画面中有感受到什么吗？其实 Wango 是一家以视觉创意为驱动的追求卓越的公司。我们的品牌重塑实际上是从1年前开始的，尽管我们进入这个行业有年头了。大家有没有感觉到这个画面会变得生动活泼？这也代表我们的企业形象也在随着这个世界的变化而变化，我们也在做蜕变。这是一个生动活泼的世界。
谢谢黄总的分享，时间也不知不觉来到了下午。在我们休息片刻20分钟后，我们将会来到我们的第3站东京站，我们将会一起倾听由企业家们带来中日企业出海业务的合作前景的观点和看法，让我们一起期待吧。 等一下。好，谢谢大家的继续收看。接下来我们把目光投向东京站，首先有请来。谢谢大家的继续收看。首先，让我们把目光投向东京站，有请来自数字控股集团株式会社集团执行董事兼投资孵化的重磅嘉宾，总裁吉田康佑。他将为大家讲解在疫情的冲击下，数字化转型产业革命是如何推进，以及中日出海企业的合作前景。有请他带来主题演讲：中日数字化转型的服务战略与发布。Let's welcome him.
の吉田と申します。今からお時間をいただきまして、中日デジタルシフトサービスの戦略発表会を始めさせていただきます。よろしくお願いいたします。まず簡単にですね、私たちのデジタルホールディングスのご紹介をさせていただきます。私たちデジタルホールディングスはですね、デジタルマーケティングをやって26年が経過をしておりまして、デジタルマーケティングノウハウを保有しております。次にですね、今グループ全体でデジタル人材が約1500人おりまして、デジタルに精通している人材を多く抱えております。また今日本では最大級のですね、AI プラットフォームを保有しておりまして、そこに登録をしている AI のデータサイエンティストが約3万人おります。そしてですね、従来インターネットマーケティングをやっておりましたので、インターネットもしくはデジタルに関する情報がものすごい集まってくる仕組みがありましたので、その情報を活用して私たちの方でベンチャーキャピタルを作りまして、そこで出資した投資先の企業が27社上場しておりまして、目利き力もあるというふうに自負しております。こういったですね、経営資源を使いまして、昨年段階で約6500社のお客様とお取引をさせていただいているというのがデジタルホールディングスになります。今はですね、インターネットマーケティングということで、日本では認知されている企業ですが、このインターネットマーケティングに特化した専業ですと唯一、東京証券所の第1部に上場している会社になります。ではですね、今回のテーマでもあります、日本におけるコロナの状況で社会および社会生活にですね、どのような影響があったのかということについて、私の方からお話をさせていただきます。まずですね、日本で一番大きかった変化は何かというふうに言いますと、働き方の変化が一番大きいというふうに思っています。実は私たちのですね、デジタルホールディングスでも今人事制度が変更しまして、毎月ですね、8日間しかオフィスに出社できない、こういう人事制度に変更になっています。私たち以外の会社でもですね、働き方が大きく変わっておりまして、左側が従来の働き方、右側がポストコロナ以後の働き方ということになっていますが、左からちょっと解説をさせていただきますと、従来はオフィスに出社していた働き方が、もう今はテレワーク、在宅勤務、シェアオフィスなどを活用した働き方に変わっています。2点目はですね、従来は当然出社して働くのが普通でしたので、オフィスへの投資ですね、社員の働きやすい環境をオフィスの中でということで、オフィス投資が盛んでしたが、今は働く場所が自宅に変わりましたので、自宅への投資という形になっています。私たちの会社でもですね、社員がリモートワークが多くなりましたので、社員にですね、リモートワーク手当というものを普及していまして、社員の自宅投資を会社としても応援している、そういう一面もあります。3番目がですね、会社に来ると固定席でしたけれども、私たちの会社もこれからフリーアドレスに完全に変わります。これはどういうことかと言いますと、私たちの会社では、このコロナ後にですね、 オフィスを3分の1解約いたしまして、従来のスペースの約3分の1がもう必要ないということで解約をしましたので、そうするとですね、席は固定ではなくて、もう来た人はオフィスで自由に座って働いてくださいと、スペースの関係上そういう働き方になりますので、大きな変化の3番目はそういった形になります。4つ目はですね、従来はオフィスで働くときには会社の当然近くに通勤ができる場所に家を構える必要がありましたが、今後はもうリモートワークですので、インターネットの環境さえあればどこからでも仕事に参加できるということで、東京以外の地方ですとか、そういったところに住む場所を移す人も増えてきています。そしてですね、従来は今のお話にも通じますけど、都心で働くのが当たり前でしたが、今は地方ですとか、またはワーケーションなんかもですね、日本の方では流行り出しています。そして最後はですね、人中心のリスク対応が従来は求められてましたが、これからはリスクアセスメントの強化ということで、日本ではこういったですね、働き方がコロナをきっかけに大きく変わっています。ではですね、日本におけるデジタルシフトを進めていく上での課題はどの辺にあるのかということをちょっと次からお話をさせていただきたいと思います。まずですね、日本の経済産業省が発表したあるキーワードが今日本では話題になっています。2025年の崖というキーワードなんですけれども、皆さん聞いたことはございましたでしょうか。これはですね、どういう内容かというふうに言いますと、これは経済産業省が解説をしている内容を私の方でまとめていますけれども、日本ではですね、多くの経営者がデジタルトランスフォーメーションの必要性を理解してはいるが進んでいない現状があるというのがまず一つ目ですね。で、なぜ進んでいないのかという理由の一番大きいところでは、古いシステム、要は既存のシステムが活用されておりまして、さらにそのシステムがですね、会社ごとによってカスタマイズされて、さらにそのカスタマイズされたシステムを使って各企業が業務をしてますので、業務プロセス、業務フローが非常に複雑化していると。なので、この既存システムの問題解決及び業務改善が大きな課題ですと。ここまでが2025年の崖の背景になりまして、で、これが解決できないとどうなるかということはですね、一番最後のところなんですが、DX が進まないだけではなくて、2025年以降、日本円で毎年12兆円の経済損失が発生するというふうに言われていまして、これ表現で言うと崖なので急に経済損失がマイナスになるという、こういうのを崖というふうに表現をしまして、今日本ではこの2025年の崖というキーワードが話題になっています。これぐらい、日本はデジタルシフトが進んでいないということですね。では実際にですね、今の日本のデジタルシフトの現状がどうなのかというのをちょっとある調査でお持ちをしています。こちらの方はですね、右の赤いところをちょっとご覧いただきたいんですが、デジタルトランスフォーメーションに本気で取り組んで成果を上げている企業は日本では調査の結果によると 1.2% しかおりません。さらにデジタルトランスフォーメーションに本気で取り組んで一定の成果を上げている。これも 25% しかおりません。つまり、すごい成果を上げているのが 1.2%。ある一定の成果を上げているのが 25%。つまりですね、残りの 75% の企業はまだやっぱりデジタルシフトに取り組めていないということになりますので、結論から申し上げますと、日本のデジタルシフトはまだ進んでいないという状況があります。先ほどの2025年の崖で、これから日本はもうデジタルシフトが急務と言われている中で、まだほとんどデジタルシフトが進んでいないと。これが今の日本の現状です。ここでですね、私たちが考えるデジタルシフトというこのキーワードの定義をちょっとここで解説をさせていただきます。私が考えるにはですね、デジタルシフトには3つのステップがあると思っています。まずステップ1、初めのステップはですね、デジタイゼーション。これはどういうことかと言いますと、情報のデジタル化ですね。わかりやすいところで言いますと、従来例えば、日本では、テレビを見ていたものが、動画のサイトで見るようになったと同じようにですね、新聞を字で読んでいたのが今はもうネットで記事を読むようになりましたというのがこの情報のデジタル化のところですね。で、2番目がデジタライゼーション。 これは何かと言いますと、ビジネスプロセスのデジタル化。これがステップの2です。で、ようやくですね、ここまで来ますと、最後にビジネスモデルのデジタル化が来まして、これを私たちはデジタルトランスフォーメーションというふうに定義しています。ではですね、このデジタルシフトという言葉は、どの部分を表すのかということになりますと、私はこの上の3つのステップ1からステップ3までの一連の流れがデジタルシフトというキーワードで表せるのではないかというふうに考えています。この前のページのですね、2025年の崖ですとか、先ほどの調査で日本はまだまだデジタルシフトが進んでいないということがありましたが、一体このステップ1からステップ3までだとどこが進んでいないかということで言えば、日本は実はまだこのステップ1とステップ2への対応が課題。つまりまだステップ1かステップ2にいる企業がもうほとんどであるというのが今の日本の現状になります。この辺は正直世界的に見てもかなり遅れていると思っていまして、もうこのコロナ禍でデジタル化が進んだ中国に比べると、やはりまだまだ日本のデジタルシフトは進んでいないなという印象を改めてこういうふうに整理しても私自身も感じています。で、さらにですね、これは日本が抱える社会問題なんですけれども、ちょうど右側のところに赤く囲ってあるところがあると思うんですが、日本はですね、実は2020年、今年からですね、人口が急速に減りまして、労働人口、働く人ですね、稼ぐ人が今後約20年間で1500万人も減少するというふうに言われています。昔はですね、それこそデジタルシフト、日本は進んでいなかったですが、働く人口は増えてきていましたので、国全体の稼ぐ力っていうのは増えてきてたんですね。ただ今年を境に人口が減って稼ぐ人も減っていきますので、その時にですね、日本全体としてはこの労働生産性をどう高めていくかというのが実は一つポイントになりまして、そのためにもやっぱりデジタルシフト、デジタルの活用は急務ではないかなというふうに考えております。その中でですね、私たちデジタルシフト事業に実はこれから本気で取り組むんですが、このような日本の今の現状を踏まえて、私たちデジタルホールディングスとして今どういったデジタルシフト事業に取り組んでいるのかということをちょっとこの後ご説明させていただきます。冒頭ですね、私自己紹介でデジタルホールディングスですというふうに申し上げたんですが、私たち今年の7月1日に実は社名変更をしました。どういう背景かと言いますと、左側ですね、従来私たちのメインの業務は広告代理事業、インターネットの広告代理事業でした。その時の社名はですね、一番下に書いてありますけれども、OPT ホールディングというもので、経営指標としてはですね、2030年に売上で1兆円、ここで書いてある100億 US ドルを目指していたんですけれども、今はですね、社名を変えました。なぜ変えたのか。もう理由は単純明快で、先ほどの今の日本の課題を解決するために、私たちは主要事業を広告事業からデジタルシフト事業に変更しようと。であれば、従来の広告代理事業をやっていた時のこの OPT ホールディングではなくて、デジタルホールディングスに変えて、もう社名も含めて会社でデジタルシフト事業に取り組むんだという強い意志の表れで、社名まで変えて今デジタルシフトに取り組んでいるのが私たちの会社になります。こんな中でですね、私たちの今後の中国事業ではどういうふうなことを考えているのかということをこの後ご説明をさせていただきます。まず、その前にですね、私たちの特徴についてちょっと簡単にお話をさせていただきます。一言で申し上げますと、私たちはですね、B2B で企業のデジタル化、デジタルシフトを支援するのが得意な会社です。この後いくつか事例を交えてご説明をさせていただきます。まずこれはグローバルの大企業のですね、デジタルシフト、デジタル化の事例になります。皆様名前聞いたことあるかもしれないんですが、広告の業界ではですね、もう日本では圧倒的ナンバーワンの電通という会社のデジタル化は、これは社名変更前の当時の OPT ホールディングが支援をしています。電通からですね、日本円で150億円出資してもらいまして、社員を60名電通に送り込みまして、電通のデジタルシフトを私たちが支援しました。これがまず一つ目です。 2つ目はですね、今、孫正義さんが、代表を務めているこのソフトバンクグループですね。ソフトバンクグループと一緒にジョイントベンチャーを作っておりまして、ソフトバンクグループのデジタルシフトを私たちが支援している。こういったものもやっています。そしてですね、日本では今、ユーザー数でいうとナンバーワンのヤフーですね。ちょうどアリババとも、関係性が、資本関係が間接的にありますけれども、その会社のデジタル化の支援のためにグループ会社であるこのソールドアウトという会社がヤフーのデジタル化も支援しています。このようにですね、私たちはですね、電通もそうですし、ソフトバンクもそうですし、ヤフーもそうですし、日本のですね、大手企業のデジタル化、デジタルシフトのご支援を今までやってきました。つまり B2B の支援が非常に得意な会社です。そしてですね、実績の2つ目。今は、日本の企業のですね、デジタル化の支援の話をしてきましたが、私たち B2B の支援で言いますと、もう一つ、実はやっておりまして、日本企業の中国市場の進出支援、これもやっています。具体的にはですね、越境 EC というビジネスモデルと一般貿易というビジネスで約1年間で50社の中国の進出を支援しています。ビジネスモデルはここに書いてある通りなんですが、メーカー企業からですね、中国で商品を販売する権利を私たちの方でいただきまして、それを中国の消費者に届けるビジネスをやっていたというのがこの内容になります。具体的にはですね、私たちの方がプロモーションおよび販路、商品を販売する販路開拓をしまして、中国の消費者に日本の商品を届けるというのをやっていました。ちょうどこのコロナが起こる前ではですね、多くの中国人が日本に旅行に来て、日本の化粧品ですとか日本製品を買って、中国に持って帰ってですね、そういう繰り返しで、中国でメイドインジャパン、日本の製品がすごい人気になった時期がありましたので、ちょうどその頃に、日本の企業は、中国の消費者に対して、商品を販売したいというニーズがありましたので、私たちの方でこういったビジネスで、中国進出を支援していたというのが、ここでの内容になります。具体的な実績で言いますとですね、左側のバンダイですとか、あとは赤ちゃん本舗という赤ちゃん用品を多く販売している会社、あとは右側の結構フェイスマスクとかが多いんですが、こういった企業のご支援をしていたというのが、私たちのご支援の実績になります。そしてですね、今お話をした B2B の支援としては、2つですね。従来は、まずはグローバルのその大手企業のデジタル化の支援をしてきました。そしてその後ですね、日本企業の中国の進出の支援をしてきました。今回、新たな取り組みとして、中国企業の日本の進出を支援を開始したいというふうに思います。中国企業が日本でビジネスをするときに、私たちが得意な B2B の支援を今度は中国企業にしようというのがこの内容になります。なぜ中国企業の日本進出の支援を私たちが新たに始めるかというのがこのページの内容になります。タイムマシーン経営とタイムマシーンモデルというふうな表現で書いていますけれども、これどういうことかというふうに言いますと、従来ですね、このインターネットの世界ではアメリカのシリコンバレー、主にはアメリカで新しいサービスが生まれて、その後日本に入ってくるという流れが続いていました。例えばですけれども、Google ですとか、Facebook ですとか、Twitter ですとか、日本では多く使われているようなそういうメディアもですね、すべてアメリカのシリコンバレーで生まれたものが日本に来ています。ただ、これからの時代はですね、デジタル産業革命は中国が牽引するというふうに考えていますので、今後のタイムマシン経営はこのアメリカから日本にこのビジネスの流れが来るタイムマシン経営ではなくて、中国で流行ったもの、中国で生まれたビジネスが日本にどんどん来ると、輸入されてくると、このモデルがですね、今後は流行るのではないかなというふうに思ってますし、特にこのデジタルの時代になってこの流れがより一層加速するんではないかなと思っています。つまり中国がデジタル産業革命を牽引していきますので、その時代においてはアメリカのトレンドに注目するのではなくて、中国のトレンドに注目をして、そして中国の企業の日本進出を支援することによって、私たちは新たな価値創造ができるんではないかというふうに考えています。 先ほどお話をしたタイムマシンモデルの比較ですけれども、アメリカ発のタイムマシン、つまりアメリカで流行ったものが日本に来るというものは、これ企業そのものが日本市場に参入をしていましたが、中国発のタイムマシンモデルは、商品、サービス、ビジネスモデルが日本市場に参入をしてくるというふうに思っています。代表的なところですと、キャッシュレスですね。中国ではアリペイとか WeChat Pay でもうキャッシュレス決済をするのが当たり前になっていますが、日本では本当に2年前ぐらいまでは全くキャッシュレスの文化がなくて、ほとんど現金で払ってました。ただ今はようやくキャッシュレスで日本も決済をするようになりましたが、プレイヤーを見てみますと、中国企業も当然いますが、シェアを多く持っている企業はやっぱりですね、日本の資本の日本の会社なんですね。ただビジネスモデルは中国のキャッシュレスのモデルがそのまま使われています。これが私が考える次の新しいタイムマシンモデルだと思っていますので、キャッシュレス以外の分野でもですね、そういったものをどんどん作っていきたいと思いますし、私たちが日本法人で日本のお客様も多く抱えていますので、中国の皆様のお力をお借りして、中国のいいソリューションを私たちがお客様に届けると、こういうことができれば新たな市場が開拓できるんではないかというふうに考えていますので、私たちは先ほどもお話しした中国企業の日本進出支援、これを新たなビジネスとして始めます。そしてですね、中国のものを日本にというコンセプトを先ほどお話ししましたが、何に今注目しているかというとですね、中国の SaaS および AI、ここにですね、私たちが非常に注目をしています。もし中国の SaaS および AI で日本に進出をしたいという企業様がいらっしゃれば、一緒に私たちとビジネスをご検討いただきたいというふうに強く思っています。その時にですね、では中国の企業の皆様からすると、このデジタルホールディングスと組む、これはどのような価値があるのかというふうに考えられると思いますが、私たちの一つポイントはですね、中国ビジネスもやっています。日本のビジネスも当然、日本企業ですのでやっています。なので、中国の会社、日本の会社、または中国と日本の商習慣の理解ができていますので、成功のポイント、この商習慣の理解を持っている会社と一緒にビジネスをするというのは非常に重要だと思ってまして、私たちこの理解ができているというのはまず一つ目です。具体的にお話をします。日本と中国ではビジネスの商習慣がまず異なります。これはなぜかと言いますと、当然市場の大きさが全然違いますので、どう戦略を構築するかということに非常に時間をかけます。具体的な例が左側にありますけれども、日本の場合にはですね、特に戦略を作るのにものすごい時間をかけまして、リスクもいろいろ潰して、そこから事業を開始します。それでも市場が大きくないですし、市場成長のスピードが中国よりも緩やかなので間に合うわけですね。ただ中国は市場も大きく成長のスピードも速いので、中国はまずやってみると。で、やってみた結果、問題が発生したら、都度対応していくというのが中国式だというふうに思っていますので、私たちはこの日本式と中国式、両方経験していますので、うまくその中でどういう戦い方がいいのかということを一緒に考えられます。また、右側の具体案の2番目ですけれども、日本の考え方は、まずは法、これ契約書ですね。もう日本の企業はですね、ビジネスしたことのある企業様はわかると思うんですけど、まず契約書にすごい時間かけますね。その後戦略とかロジックの話になりまして、最後は、じゃあ担当者がそこまで言うならやろうよというこの情の部分になります。一方で中国式は、やっぱりですね、自分の商品は、まずは親友ですとか知り合いですとかパートナー企業に紹介してやってもらいますね。まずはやっぱり情なんですよね。で、信用関係が成り立っていますので、日本で先にやるこの法、契約書の部分は最後にありますね。で、間にこの理屈の理があるということで、日本と中国のやっぱり考え方も違うと思っています。まず私たちはここの商習慣の違いを理解できているというのが一つ日本企業と比べた時の差別化ポイントというふうに覚えてください。これが一つ目です。そして二つ目、成功のポイントはですね、ローカライズですね。当然中国でビジネスをするときには中国のローカライズをしなくてはいけませんし、日本でビジネスをする上では日本式にローカライズをしなくてはいけません。成功のポイント2つ目、ローカライズについてお話をします。 これですね、多くの中国企業が多分日本でビジネスをするとびっくりすると思うんですけど、日本にはこの間にですね、エージェンシー、代理商みたいなのがいるんですね。つまり、B2B ビジネスにおいて、日本の独特なビジネス構造は、もうこの真ん中のエージェンシー、代理商が必ず入り込みますので、このパートナーの選定が極めて重要です。中国ですと、この真ん中の代理商、エージェンシーのポジションがなくてですね、直接左側のプレイヤーと右側のプレイヤーがこうつながるというのが中国だと思うんですが、日本はこの独特なところがあります。ビジネスが機能的にこう分かれているっていうのが日本の考え方なんですね。なので、もともと広告のビジネスでは私たちは真ん中のところをやってましたけれども、今回のそのデジタルシフト事業で中国の皆様の商品、サービスを日本の市場にという時にも、この真ん中の部分の役割は私たちが担いますので、最近中国の大手企業が日本に進出をして、日本でのビジネス展開に苦戦をしていますけれども、中国企業独自で日本でもやろうとしますので、真ん中の機能が抜けているんですね。真ん中の機能が欠如しているんですね。なのでなかなかうまくいきませんので、そのうまくいかない要因、逆に言えばどうやったらうまくいくのかという要因も把握していますので、私たちが真ん中の機能を担うことによって、中国の皆様の日本でのビジネス展開の成功確率が飛躍的に上がりますので、ここも私たちとしてはアピールしたいポイントの2つ目になります。で、今いろいろお話をしてきましたけれども、日本でのビジネス展開はですね、今お話ししたように日本と中国の商習慣を理解して、当然日本で実績のあるパートナーとの連携がもう成功には一番の近道ですね。はい。で、これ、今お話をすると、そんなの当たり前だよねとビジネスをやられている方ならば、思うと思うんですが、多くの企業がですね、実は自分たちでやってしまって、かつ、もう本当に中国スピードですね。中国のスピードでやってしまって、結果、中国流の経営で日本に挑戦をしてしまっているというのがあります。先ほど商習慣理解した日本のパートナーとの連携が必要ですよと言いましたけど、多くの企業がもう自分たちでスピードを重視した経営を日本でもやってしまってるんですね。で、結果、どうなるかということですね。当然、まだ日本で成功している中国企業は私たちはないと思っています。ではですね、いろいろ今お話ししましたけども、こういうパートナーはですね、日本に本当にいるんですかと、どうやったら見つかるんですかというのが、もしかしたら今、私のご説明を聞いている皆様、不思議に思われるかもしれませんので、ちょっとその回答をですね、私の方で発表します。答えはもう非常に簡単です。ここにいます。私たちデジタルホールディングスが中国の皆様の日本進出の支援をご支援します。日本でも実績もありますし、6500社の顧客を抱えていますし、先ほどのように中国と日本の商習慣も理解しています。私たち中国企業ともビジネスで接点もありますし、日本企業とも接点があります。日本のローカライズも自信を持ってできますので、私たちがですね、日本の企業の皆様の中国企業の皆様の日本進出、こちらについては自信を持ってご支援できます。今、SaaS と AI に私たちは注目していますので、ぜひその SaaS と AI で日本に進出したいという企業様がいらっしゃれば、ぜひ一緒に連携をさせていただきたいというふうに思いますので、よろしくお願いします。で、今こういう時代で、こういうオンラインで今プレゼンをしていますので、本来であれば名刺交換ですとか連絡先交換っていうのがお会いしてできたんですけど、ちょっとできませんので、もしお話を聞いて興味持っていただけたらですね、ぜひ一緒に日本市場を攻略したいと思いますので、その際にはですね、私と一緒にビジネスをやっている右側の中国人になりますので、このアロンが中国人になります。私が日本人です。私も中国語でも全く問題ありませんので、2人のこの WeChat のQR コードをお載せしておきますので、ぜひスキャンをしていただいてお問い合わせをいただければというふうに思います。私からの説明は以上です。お時間いただきましてありがとうございました。
谢谢吉田康佑为大家带来的精彩分享。接下来我们欢迎由来自国际医疗福祉协会代表理事景冠玉、川聪诊疗所院长小川聪、国际医疗福祉协会事业企划局局长太田正人，以及他们将带来的重磅圆桌论坛。本场论坛将分为2个部分：国际医疗福祉协会的活动及心房震动和脑梗塞。欢迎他们。
皆さんこんにちは。
こんにちは。
こんにちは。私は国際医療福祉機構の太田と申します。今日は司会進行を務めさせていただきますので、どうぞよろしくお願いします。早速ですけれども、まず最初に、国際医療福祉機構の井関理事長よりご挨拶、および、組織のご紹介をさせていただきたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。では、井関理事長。
ありがとうございます。皆さんこんにちは。大家好。私は国際医療福祉機構の井関優と申します。国際医療福祉機構は、医療資源は人類の普遍的な資源であるべきと考え、貧富の差、人種、宗教、国境関係なく皆さんが平等に高質な医療を受けることを目指し、平和な世界の構築について貢献していきたい、そういう組織であります。具体的な例を挙げますと、コロナ期間中において国際医療福祉機構として4つの活動をさせていただきました。まず短期的なサポートとして、武漢で発生したコロナ期間中にまず中国の医師団を通して医療物資を武漢の現地の病院までお届けすることができました。これは国際医療救助に関して極めて難しいことです。だいたい港に到着してから現地まではなかなか、送ることができない、そういうことを責任持って迅速に対応させていただく組織でもあります。短期的なサポートだけではなく、長期的な面において基礎疾患やまた糖尿病など高齢者のサポート、つまり後遺症に対してのサポートを充実させていただいています。で、東京大学の医科学研究所のご協力をいただきまして、上海の、衛生臨床センターに実験室ラボをお届けすることができました。これは今後日中において基礎研究のそういうご協力をいただくことをお約束させていただいています。さらに日本がコロナ患者が、増えて蔓延した時は、日本の内閣府、経産省、厚労省に日本の医療従事者に一番速いスピードで中国からいろんな医療救助物質を調達させていただきまして、これも日本政府から高く評価されております。で、さらに現在において一般の市民、一般の組織が自分たちが、どのように感染症と向き合うのか、自分が感染になった時にどのような対策を取ればいいのか、そういうことをただ予防の面ではなくて、自分の健康は自分が責任を持って守るということで、今は感染症の教材を作らせていただいています。公共衛生のそういう内容と感染症の基礎知識、さらに法律のことも含めて、国でシンポジウムを開催しながら同時に感染症の専門家をお招きいただいて、このような活動を長期にわたってさせていただきたいと思っております。 以上、簡単な記号、組織の紹介と簡単な活動内容でした。
はい、いいでしょう。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
それでは今日のスペシャルゲストというかメインの、小川聡先生をご紹介をしたいと思います。小川先生、今日はよろしくお願いいたします。簡単に彼のプロフィールをご紹介をしたいと思いますが、小川先生は慶應義塾大学の医学部を卒業された後、慶應病院の循環器内科の教授、その後副院長、その後名誉教授まで歴任をされております。慶應病院の後はですね、三田病院に移られまして院長、この時は心臓血管センター長も兼務されていたというふうに聞いております。現在は三田病院のその後三田病院の名誉ディレクター、名誉院長ですね、を歴任された後に、現在は小川聡クリニック、この院長をされているということで、日本循環器学会、日本心臓病学会の理事長として長きにわたって、日本の心臓病治療の発展に貢献された先生でございます。今日は先生の方から心臓に関するいろいろなお話をお伺いをしたいと思いますので、ぜひよろしくお願いしたいと思います。それでは早速ですけれども、先生よろしくお願いします。
ご紹介ありがとうございました。ただいまご紹介いただきました小川でございます。本日は世界中で活躍されているトップの方々が主張されているというふうに伺いましたが、そういう皆様方にどんなお話をすればよろしいかちょっと悩んだわけですけれども、私は今ご紹介ありましたように循環器内科、中でも不整脈あるいは突然死ということを中心に勉強してまいりましたので、皆様方におそらく関係があるんじゃないかという突然死のことを少しお話をさせていただきたいなというふうに思っております。本当に働き盛りの方が突然亡くなられてしまうという突然死ですけれども、これは本当に企業にとってもトップを急に失うことになりまして、会社にとって大きな損失になりますし、ご家族にとっても大変な悲劇になってしまうわけで、これをどのように回避していったらいいかということが大事なことになります。特に今のようなこのコロナ禍の社会においては、感染への恐怖、あるいはコロナのために仕事がうまくいかないという経営者の方もいっぱいいらっしゃると思いますし、そういう方々のストレスが何かやはりこの突然死を引き起こす、それを増加させるような原因にならないのかということを心配しているわけであります。突然死というとちょっと言葉が硬いわけですけれども、今までごく普通に健康的に社会生活を送っておられた方が急に具合が悪くなってそのまま亡くなられてしまうというのが突然死ですけれども、医学的には病気が急に具合が悪くなってから亡くなるまでの時間が24時間以内の場合を突然死というふうに呼んでおります。大部分は心臓あるいは大血管の病気が原因になるわけですが、例えば急性心筋梗塞あるいは動脈瘤の破裂と、そういったものによる突然死が多いんですが、そういう方たちっていうのは24時間という定義をつけてもですね、大体1時間ぐらいで亡くなってしまうということで、別名瞬間死というふうにも呼ばれるくらい、非常に病気そのものが怖い、起こってからではなかなか手遅れになってしまうということなので、いかにそれを予知して予防するかということが大事になります。で、そういう心臓病あるいは血管の病気だけではなくてですね、かなりの部分、いわゆる脳梗塞とか脳出血という、脳血管障害による突然死も含まれているんですね。で、今日はちょっと、それに関連して心臓が原因で脳梗塞を起こすのはご存知かどうか分かりませんが、 脳梗塞にもかかわらず心臓からそういうことが起こってしまうという不整脈がございますので、今日は時間の関係もあるのでちょっとそのことを中心にお話しさせていただければというふうに思います。心臓が原因でということなので、心原性の脳梗塞と呼ばれていますけれども、大体脳梗塞全体の 25% ぐらいを占めるというふうに言われております。で、この心原性脳梗塞の原因として一番注目されておりますのが心房細動という不整脈でございます。この心房細動という不整脈、後でちょっと詳しくご説明いたしますけど、一旦出てしまいますと、心臓の中で血液のよどみが起こって、血栓という血の塊が心臓の中に形成されてしまいます。それが心臓から流れ出すと、一番まっすぐに上がっていくのは脳の血管でありまして、そこへ流れ込んで血管を詰まらせて、そして脳梗塞を起こしてしまうと。普通の、動脈硬化でも、頭の血管の動脈硬化でも脳梗塞になるんですけども、この心原性脳梗塞というのは太い血管に詰まる傾向があるので、非常に重症になって、それでそのためにそのまま亡くなってしまうという方が多いわけです。で、仮にうまく乗り切って命が逃れたとしても、言葉がしゃべれないとか、あるいは半身不随になって、本当に社会生活を送るのには大きなハンディキャップになってしまうという病気ですので、なんとかそこをどういうふうに予防していくかということが、今非常に注目されている、世界的に医療関係者が注目して対策を講じているという状況でございます。
心原性脳梗塞という言い方をされるんですね。非常に分かりやすく今説明をしていただいたんですけども、その原因が、心房細動、心房が細かく動くということですけども、不整脈というふうに言われているというふうにお伺いしましたが、その心房細動ということについてちょっともう少し詳しく先生の方からご紹介していただきたいと思います。
よく間違えられるのは心房細動と心室細動という2つあるんですね。先ほどちょっと申し上げた急性心筋梗塞で突然死を起こす原因が心室細動という、心臓は上に心房、下に心室という組織があるんですけど、その心室の方の障害でそこが細かく震えてしまう、それが心室細動で、これは1回起こりますと数分のうちに命を失ってしまう、まさに突然死を起こす原因で非常に怖い不整脈なんですけど、それと心房細動は名前は似てるんですけど全く違いまして、心臓の上の方の心房が細かく震えるということで、これ自体は命にほとんど影響しない不整脈です。ただ細かく心臓が震えるので、脈拍としては1分間に100とか150とか、ちょっと運動すると200を超えてしまうような、そういう頻脈になるのが特徴な不整脈で、そのために非常に強い動悸を自覚したり、階段なんか登ってる時にはもう息が上がって登れない。ゴルフやられる方が多いと思いますけど、ゴルフ場でちょっと坂道を上がるともう息が上がって日頃のプレーができなくなっちゃうっていうくらいの頻脈が起こってしまう、そういうのが特徴でございます。ただそれだけで命がどうこうはないんですけども、もっと問題は全体の4割ぐらいの方はそういう自覚症状を感じない心臓が出てしまっているっていう方がいるということで、健康診断を受けた去年は異常なかったので、今年は心房細動があるというふうに指摘されたという方もいらっしゃいますし、ある時脳梗塞の発作、言葉が出なくなったり手足が利かなくなって救急車で病院に搬送されて初めてあなた心房細動ですよというふうに言われるという方もいらっしゃるくらいで、一旦その心房細動が起こると、後で申し上げる非常に問題が起こってくるということです。特にその脳梗塞ということが問題になるので、いか にしてこれをどういう方が心房細動になりやすいのか、なったらどうするかっていうことが非常に大きな問題になっています。で一番心房細動になりやすい方っていうのは高齢者です。60代、70代、さらに80代になるともっと増えてくるんですけれども、今高齢化社会にあって心房細動の患者さんがどんどん増えていらっしゃいます。で今日本ではだいたい年間70万人ぐらいの患者さんがいらっしゃると言われてますけども、今後の高齢化に伴って2050年には約100万人に達するんじゃないかということが言われておりますし、アメリカではもう500万人の方が心房細動にかかっておられるということであります。で先ほどちょっと申し上げた脳梗塞ですね、心房細動で心臓の中に血栓ができます。それのパーセンテージが大体年間に 5%、心房細動を持った方が100人いれば5人の方が重篤な脳梗塞を起こしてしまうというところが問題でありまして、今はそれを予防できる新しい抗凝固薬と血液をサラサラにする薬が出ておりますので、それをきちんと飲んでっていただければその危険性を回避できるということなので、今問題になっているのはいかにその心房細動なりやすい方を早く見つけて、なった時に早く対応するかというところで、どう対応するかは本当にその専門医にかかることが一番なんですけども、そういうところが命の分かれ目になるんじゃないかなというところでございます。
相当有効な薬だというふうな認識でよろしいですかね。
これはですね、この10年近く前から開発が進んで、5% と申し上げましたけど、これを飲んでていただくと 1% ぐらいに脳梗塞を減らせるんですね。ただし血液をサラサラにする薬で血を固まらなくする薬なので、副作用が出血なんですね。ですから転んで頭をぶつけた時に脳内出血を起こしたり、あるいは胃潰瘍とか大腸のポリープから大出血を起こしたり、そういう出血する危険性が実は1% ぐらいあるんです。ですからその兼ね合いで脳梗塞は減らせるけども、出血が 1% 出てそれが致命的になることもあるので、その見極めがすごく大事でして、出血しやすい方ということもある程度予想できるようになってますので、その辺を考えながら、ただ心房細動が見つかったら今ではもうほとんど全員の方にそれを飲んでいただくという時代になっております。
聞くところに新しい診断法があるというふうに伺ったんですが、それについてちょっと詳しくご教えて。
心房細動ってずっと申し上げてきましたが、これは診断するには心電図を取る以外にございません。ですから健康診断というのも非常に大事なツールになるわけですけども、心房細動自体の起こり方をちょっとご説明しますと、最初は本当に発作的に1時間とか2時間ぐらいわーっと出て、それで治ってしまう。長くても24時間ぐらいで収まっちゃうんですね。ですから治ってから医者にかかってももう心電図にも何も残ってませんし、診断ができない。ただそれを繰り返しているうちにだんだん慢性になってきて、慢性になるといつでも取れますので、医者に行けば心房細動という診断が受けられるんですけども、なかなかその発作の時の心電図を取るのが一つ問題なんですね。で私のところではちょっとここに持ってまいりましたけど、こういう小さな手のひらサイズで両手で握るだけで心電図が記録できるんですね。ですから普段ポケットにしまっておいていただいて、ドキドキしたなと思う時に取り出して取るとそこに心電図が録音されますので、それを医者に見せると心房細動だということが診断できる。これは今私のところにクリニックにお見えになる患者さんにほとんどこれを持ってていただいて、1ヶ月ぐらい持ってていただくと大体その方のたまに起こる発作が捕まって診断ができて、もう次のステップに進むということができるようになってます。
車のドライブレコーダーみたいな感じですね。
そういうことですね。本当に。
なるほどね。
でなおかつこれのいいところは、取るとここに全部記録残るんですけども、それだとちょっと治療の開始が遅れまして、でこれは今全部クラウド管理 iPhone からデータを転送して、実は私のスマホに毎日 10件から20件ぐらいこの心電図がリアルタイムで送ってこられるので、そうすると今心房細動が出てるんでこういう対応してください、すぐ来てくださいっていう指示もできますし、在宅管理に非常に便利になっているということでございます。ただそれも、出てる時に自分で取ろうっていう感じになるので、無症状の方はなかなか当たらない。で最近一般的になっているのがいわゆるスマートウォッチですね。運動する方はほとんど持っておられて、運動中の心拍数がどうなるかとか、寝てる時にどうなるかっていうので、心拍数がトレンドグラムというんですか、1日でどういうふうに変動しているかっていうのが全部出てきますので、心房細動が出て脈拍が150ぐらいにポンと上がった時にはアラームが鳴って教えてくれたりするという非常に優秀なスマートウォッチなんです。これ今日持ってきましたのはアップルウォッチなんですけど、アップルウォッチではさらに新しいアプリとしてここに心電図が取れる、これは実はついてないんですけども、両手で触るとこの時計を触ると心電図が録音できると。それで先ほどの携帯型の心電計と同じようにクラウドでずっと病院に送れるっていうことなので、これによって本当に無症状の人を含めて心房細動になっている方をいち早く見つけて、それでいち早く治療を始めるということが可能になりつつあります。アメリカではもう市販されているので、持ってない。
日本ではまだ、
日本は実はこれ心電計なので医療機器としてまだ承認が取れてないので、ちょっとそのあたりが時間がかかるかもしれませんけど、早く認可されることを思いになっておりますけれども。
そうですね、今クラウドで全部吸い上げられるんで、リアルタイムで分かるんですけど、一番心臓の場合はやっぱり時間をすぐにということが大事ということですね。医者側は大変なんですね。世の中でも日曜日でもどんどん送ってこられますので、ただそこが循環器、生脈なんかの対応には一番大事なことかなと。すぐにこれで救急車を呼んでくださいとか、そういう指示もできますし。 わかりました。治療についてはどんな形になるんでしょうか。
治療もですね、並行してどんどん進歩しておりまして、その脳梗塞の予防は先ほどの新しい抗病薬というのは大変有意義なんですけれども、心房細動自体の治療もやはり考えないといけない。でこれはお薬と薬じゃない、非薬物療法というんですけども、2種類ございまして、そのお薬に関しては抗不整脈薬という不整脈を止めるお薬がありますけれども、日本は非常にこれが進んでおりまして、日本でしか発売されてないという抗不整脈薬があります。アメリカでも中国でも韓国でも売られてない薬も日本にありまして、有効で副作用の少ないというのがあります。それを上手に使い分けると、この心房細動も7割から8割ぐらい完全に抑えることができるわけです。で今でも私はユウさんのご紹介で、伊関理事長のご紹介で中国からお患者さんがたくさん来られますけども、そういうお薬を、日本の薬を処方して大変いいと。今まで漢方薬しか使ってなかったけども、これは素晴らしいとおっしゃっていただいて、で治った方がそれを持ってお帰りになって中国で飲み続けてられる、時々こちらへお見えになってチェックするっていう形をとっておりますけど、そういう形で十分薬で管理ができるようになっています。で残りの、薬で大体 7,8 割は良くなるんですけど、残りの 2,3 割の方は非薬物療法といって、今カテーテルアブレーションという言葉がかなり一般的になってきましたけど、心臓の中に細いカテーテルを入れて心房細動が出てくる場所を高周波電流で焼き切ってしまうという、あるいは冷凍療法という方法があるんです。それで完治させるという方法もありまして、これはもう中国でも非常に盛んに行われていますけども、医療施設あるいはやる医師の技術によって成績にまだまだ差がございます。で日本で私の周り、東京は特に多いんですけど、そういう優秀な医者がたくさんおりますので、もし来ていただければ 慶応病院もはじめとしてですね、たくさんそういう優秀な先生がいらっしゃいますので、ぜひご紹介したいなというふうに思っているところでございます。
ありがとうございます。とってもやっぱ怖い病気だという認識と、やっぱり常に自分も意識をして予防していかなきゃいけないということが大事なのかなというところを感じました。また今おっしゃったように優秀な先生方がねにかかるというところがやっぱり一番大事なのかなと思いますので、ぜひ小川先生のところに何かありましたら言っていただければいいのかなというふうによろしくお願いいたします。本当にありがとうございます。ありがとうございました。もう時間もだいぶ押してきたんですけれども、最後に一言ずつもう一度ちょっとお願いできればなと思います。井関理事長どうでしょうか。わ
かりました。IHWR は国際的な協力を、そうですね、そういう有識者との交流を大事にしながら、この人類社会を良くしていくような方向ではありますが、日々努力して、おります。で、やっぱり今のコロナの問題にしても、人類のエゴから環境問題がどんどん深刻化しており、さらに、国としては自分の国を国益を優先する傾向が世界中から見られて、特にワクチンに関しては、ワクチンの争いのそういう戦争になるような状態ではありますので、他国の利益も考えながら、国際協力も得ながら、皆さんのそういう日々の努力と愛情と理解ともうそういうことを深めながら、良い世界を目指してそういう努力をこれからも、進めて、そういう道を進めていきたいと思っております。
愛情ですね。
ありがとうございます。愛情大事です。
はい。先生の方からも。
そうですね。繰り返しになりますけど、やはり不整脈というのは一つ間違えると命に関わるものですので、本当に医者を選んで一番いい治療を早く始めてほしいということが私の希望であります。で、このコロナ禍ですけれども、実はこういう不整脈とか心臓病を扱ってますと、かなりのストレスでご自宅でずっとなんていうんですか、ステイホームですか、の生活をしてて、ストレスでそれだけで不整脈が出てきてしまうという方もいらっしゃるんですね。でそういう方たちをどういうふうに在宅で拝見して力づけて不整脈を抑えていこうかということも大変なことですし、一方おそらく今日見てられる企業の偉い方はそういうことに関係なくいらっしゃるかもしれませんけど、一番そういう方たちにとって嬉しいことはですね、飲む機会がぐっと減ってる。宴会が、大田さんもそうかもしれませんけど、宴会が減っていることで、実は心臓病の多くはアルコールに依存しているところ、特に不整脈なんかアルコールに依存しているところがありまして、最近そういう方たちはすっかり不整脈が治っちゃったとおっしゃっていただける方があるんですけども、それをいい経験にして、このコロナが治った後もお酒の量を慎んでいただけるようにお願いしたいなと思っております。
なるほど、わかりました。
私の方からも一言いいですか。大田先生は資生堂に長くお勤めしていただいてまして、さらに健康と美の観点から何か一言お願いできればと思いますので。
今小川先生もおっしゃってたんですけども、私も非常に飲む機会が減りまして、そういう意味ではですね、体重がガッと減りました。在宅をしていて、なかなか動く機会がなかったんですが、なるべく朝早く起きて歩くように心がけたんですね。そうしましたら、もう40年以上前ですけども、学生時代の体重に今戻ってます。もうこれは画期的なことでですね、変な意味じゃないんですけども、やっぱりそういう いろんなことを自分で気を使って努力をしていくっていうことがやっぱ大事なのかな、たまたまコロナでお酒の量が減ったっていうのもプラスに転じていると思うんですけども、健康っていうのは大事なことだなというふうに感じていますので、それと今井関理事長からご紹介ありましたように資生堂に、長く勤めて35年ぐらい勤めましたので、そういう意味では美容、健康そういうところにはずっと携わってきましたので、そういう意味で、HWI でもですね、そういった、美容とか健康とか、医療がメインになりますけれども、そういった分野にもいろいろと、幅広く、事業拡大をしていければなというふうに、思っております。拡大してよろしいでしょうか、理事長。はい。ということで、お墨付きをいただきましたので、そんな形で今後も活動を続けていきたいなというふうに思っております。いずれにしましても我々予想だにしなかったコロナ禍というんですかね、世の中がガラッと変わって、これからは、アフターコロナだとかウィズコロナだとか言われて、それと寄り添っていかなきゃいけない時代になってきている。一方でまた治療薬が今、全力で各国、開発を進めてらっしゃいただいていると思いますけれども、そういう意味で今まで予想できなかった世の中をこれから我々がどう生き抜いていくかということを含めてですね、真剣にいろいろみんなで考えていくことが必要なのかなというふうに思っています。今日はそういう形で、長時間でしたけれども、非常にためになるお話が聞けたのかなというふうに思います。これからも皆さんどうぞお元気で活躍をしていただきたいと思います。本日はどうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
先生ありがとうございました。理事長ありがとうございました。
Thanks for their sharing。谢谢来自他们精彩的圆桌论坛分享。技术迭代和创新的脚步从未停止，不断推陈出新的行业生态和商业模式令人应接不暇。接下来我们来到特拉维夫站，了解这股肆无忌惮的创新力量是如何引领世界趋势的。我们先有请来自知名出行服务公司 Get 首席信息官 Karen 为大家带来主题演讲 B2B 的 Let's welcome her.
Hi everyone, my name is Karen Fernand and I'm the Chief Commercial Officer at Get. As the Chief Commercial, I am leading several revenue streams within the company, including Get's international B2B division. Today, Get is leading innovation in corporate ground travel with its new generation of mobility software. Get's unique SaaS solution organizes all the best mobility providers on one single platform, optimizing the entire travel experience from booking through riding to automatic invoice, and also providing insightful analytics so that businesses can actually focus on what they do best. Get was actually founded in 2010 and quickly became an important player in the consumer on-demand transportation landscape. A year later, Get launched its first B2B version. And today, with a decade of experience, Get enjoys the perfect combination of having advanced consumer technology, but also deep understanding and knowledge of the B2B ground travel industry. At Get, we envision a future where our software helps businesses thrive by empowering their people to be the best on the go. So today, we're going to talk about technology, innovation, evolution, but mostly we're going to talk about B2B products. We all know by now the impact digital transformation can have on a company and the ability to help the company remain operational. Company owners should adopt new technologies and learn how to make their organization more digital and more agile. When it comes to the B2B product makers, well, they have a significant part in this journey. Their ability to develop technologies that will help corporations to become more advanced is critical. And this is why now it's the time for the B2B product makers to change their mindset and adjust themselves to the latest trends. Technology, it's not a secret that we all use technology on our daily lives. Technology have transformed the way we operate, and almost everything we do. In fact, there is no product that is made today or a person that moves today, and nothing is collected, analyzed, or even communicated without some kind of technology being an integral part of it. Technology made our life easier. It made them faster. It made them better. And let's face it, it also made them a bit more fun. So let's look into some of the numbers that we know from using technology. 3.2 billion, that's the number of active web users we have worldwide. That is almost half of the entire population. 65%, that's the share of time that we spend in front of a screen while we are awake. 2 million, that's the number of new smartphones sold every single day. And 2.5 hours, that's the time that we spend on social media every day. Technology has become the cement of our lives. We use it all the time. We don't even need to define ourselves as technologically advanced or even tech savvy just to consume technology at a massive scale. Thanks to technology, we can transfer money with a click of a button. We can order things online. Everything is so simple that it's hard to remember how it was before all of that. What we also see is that technology has transformed some of the industries completely. When we compare ourselves to 10, 15 years ago, we see massive evolutions. The easiest one to refer to is, of course, the ride-hailing space. By now, 40% of all Americans admit to use ride-hailing services. That is compared to just 15% in 2015. So not only industries are being transformed completely, but we also see this transformation happen really quickly. Let's look at the e-commerce space and online shopping. 1.8 billion, that's the number of users that buy their goods online. That is, in fact, 23% of the entire population that by now use technology to buy everything they need and get it directly to their home. So let's dive into some of these industries that have been transformed. Let's look into how we order our food. So in the past, we had to leave our home, go to the supermarket, collect the different groceries and deliver them ourselves. If we wanted to order a takeout from a restaurant, again, we had to call the restaurant, order something and pick it up. Today, completely different. We don't even have to leave our home. We just open an app, we order whatever we want, and we get it directly to our home. We pay with the credit card. Everything is so seamless and so simple. Let's look on how we consume banking services. In the past, we had to go physically to the bank and stand in line just to do basic actions like managing our own money, check our balance, or transfer money. Everywhere you go, you used to pay with the cash. Today, completely different. Everything is online. You have the 24/7 banking apps that you can do whatever you want. You don't even have to go to the bank anymore. When it comes to payment types, we see more and more contactless credit card and even payment apps that are being well adopted. The banking industry and the payment industry has been transformed completely over the 10 to 15 years. What about something a bit more fun? The way we book a vacation. In the past, we had limited awareness of location and limited access. If you wanted to book a vacation, you had to call to a specific hotel and reserve your room or vacation. Most people contacted travel agents in order to schedule their vacation. Today, with the launch of the online travel agents, we all became our own travel agents. We don't have to call anyone. It takes seconds to order an hotel or to book a vacation. What we also see is that 76% of people admit to look at the online recommendation when they decide which vacation to book. They also say that they see these online recommendations similar to a personal recommendation by someone they know. The ease of booking of vacation is so massive that people tend to actually order more and more vacations today compared to how it used to be before. With flights, same thing. Everything used to be manual. Everything used to be limited. Today, you can order a flight in seconds. In fact, if you type order a flight in Google, you will get 2,300,000,000 results of ordering online flight tickets. And if you've never done it before, simply by clicking how to book a flight online, you will get 30 million different videos showing to you how to book a flight step by step by step. It's not a secret that technology has transformed our private lives completely. But the question is, did we leave something behind? Unlike our private lives, when it comes to the corporate lives, what we see is something completely different. B2B products remain quite old-fashioned, difficult to use, complex, and let's face it, most of them are also quite ugly. The traditional B2Bs are actually looking at the value or what is perceived to be the value by the decision maker as more important than the user experience itself. This is the way it has been for years. B2B companies are built brick on brick, cell by cell, and that's it. They only focus on pleasing the decision makers. They build and design the product for them. But does it even make sense to neglect completely the ones that are due to use these services eventually, instead of just the decision makers? So I want to walk you through what I call to be the vicious cycle of B2B products today. So as we said, consumers, they increase their expectations, they adopt technologies, and they change the way they behave. They bring those habits to work. The same expectations they have from their private lives, they bring to work. So when their company fails to mirror these expectations and bring a product that they don't want to use, what happens is that they simply do not use it. They simply don't adopt it. What they do is to find other solutions. They can find some freemium solutions online. They can take whatever they use for their private lives and use it for the corporate usage. As a result, what we see on average is that only 40% of the employees adopt the solutions that the corporate introduced, the same solutions that the corporate is paying for. But then, when employees manage their own corporate solutions, what happens is that the company itself loses a massive opportunity of saving. But more importantly, companies find themselves having multiple products just for the same goal. All of these products are untracked, they are not secured, they are not connected to the internal systems. They are not connected to the internal data systems and are not managed by the internal IT system. Most importantly, if and when an employee leaves the company, all the data and the activity goes together with him. So, we all understand that we have a massive issue with B2B solutions. Question is, what should B2B companies do to keep up with the pace? Well, they say that in order to get people to change, you really have to make the change easy. It's the B2B company's role to make the change easy in order for the technology to be adopted by the end user, in our case, the employees. A century ago, a famous philosopher introduced a method that says that we as human beings always follow the principle of the least effort. Recently, Harvard psychologists added that eventually the behavior that we choose is just 20 seconds shorter in order to start. It means that as consumers, we are so sensitive to our time. We look for the most simple, the easiest, the frictionless solution in order to adopt new technology. B2B companies have to remember that when they design their own products. Let's look into some of the consumers' products and why they are so successful. When we think about TikTok, Amazon, or Netflix, what they do is to ask themselves, what do our users want? And then they invest all of their effort in order to find solutions to what their users want. They behave like a successful consumer company. They put the experience first. So what I suggest is that instead of just designing a product, companies should be more focused on designing the experience itself. And by experience, we have to look on everyone that has to do with your product. Yes, it starts with the decision makers. It also has to do with the finance people that will pay for your product. But most critically, you have to focus on those who are going to use it the most. To summarize, we can say that today, the user-focused B2B solutions, what matters. This is the future, and this is where you need to focus. You cannot continue just to look at the decision makers. It will not be enough. Today has to change the entire focus of the company. When we look on some of the successful B2B companies, think about Zoom, Slack, Dropbox, think about SurveyMonkey or GitHub. What we see is enterprise companies that are starting to look more and more like the consumer counterparts. They adopt the same method of focusing on the end user. They have built their growth from the bottom up and not just counting on the decision makers to drive the adoption within the organization. So over the past 5 years, I have been a part of the team at Get. Get has an interesting story of a company that started as a B2C firm in the ride-hailing space and evolved to become a B2B leader. At Get for years, we as well focused our sales team purely on selling to the decision makers. But what we've learned is that what made our product so successful is actually the fact that it was well adopted by the end users. So we've learned that the fact that we had the B2C business, that helped our B2B business because we knew how to win the employees, which are the end users. The very unique combination of Get being a B2B and a B2C company draw our attention to some core principles that I would like to share with you today and which I believe every B2B company needs to adopt. So, principle number 1, always exceed customers' expectations. Simply delivering on what you promise to your customers is not enough. They always expect more. Let me tell you something about Get. What we do is that we connect riders and drivers in real time in order for them to get from point A to point B. Every time that you open the app, you order a driver, you don't even have to tell us your location because we will use a GPS location. Every time that happens successfully, we believe that that's a major win. Do you think anyone tells us, wow, the driver got to the right place in the right time? No, not at all. Because people expect that. That's the basic. Same thing when you buy things from Amazon. Every time that you buy something and get your package, you're not excited. You expect for that to happen. Simply delivering on what customers expect is just not enough. You have to exceed. A great example of a company that exceeds our expectations is Netflix. Think about it, Netflix, they don't just give you media or entertainment. They tell you what they think you would like. It's like they're one step ahead of you. It's like they get into your mind. This is the type of expectations level we need to exceed as consumer products. This is what B2B companies should adopt as well. What is the best way to do that? Well, you should always do experiments and you should always learn. That's the core of always innovating. So you release something, you test it, you collect the feedback, you fix it, and then you release it again. It's a never-ending story. Let's look about the next one. Keep it simple. You know, we as consumers have this tendency to remember the beginning and the end of every experience. Sometimes that alone will define the entire experience for us. A good example would be from the automotive space. Recently, we see new vehicles that you don't even need to use your keys in order to open, to lock, or to even start your vehicle. When you want to get out of the vehicle and lock your car, all you have to do is hover your hand near the handle and suddenly, windows will go up, mirror will collapse. It's that simple. That simple action alone will define your entire experience from the vehicle. And remember, it's really often that the small things makes a significant difference. The third one would be about data. Well, it's no secret that data is in everything we do today. The only way that we can manage something is that if we can measure it. When it comes to B2B products, the most important thing is the ability to measure internal adoption. As buyers, the one thing you should care about the most is the ability to track and monitor the adoption of the products in your firm. As B2B product creators, the number one target for your sales team, besides just signing the deal, of course, would be to measure the adoption within the organization. If eventually employees decide to use some other solution, well, you're probably doing something wrong. Lastly, you have to start thinking about consumer products. Remember the successful B2B companies. What they all have in common is that they think more like their B2C counterparts. They don't just focus on the decision makers and pleasing them. That's important, but it's not enough. They think about those who use the service. You should not underestimate the importance of having the employees advocating for your solution. Let me give you this scenario. You build a B2B product that is so successful, that is so loved by the employees, that they themselves go to the employer and ask them, convince them to buy your product into the company. That's the type of products that you want to build. Those that use the employees as your greatest ambassadors. A great example will be a company called DocuSign. They recently shared that 43% of the entire new sales is coming from word of mouth and from employees using their freemium service and then engaging with the firm to adopt it internally. That is a great figure for a B2B company that's focused when it should have. It was Albert Einstein that once said that if we keep on doing what we are always doing, we will keep on getting the same results we've always got. You know, we spend so much time at work. In fact, as an average worker, you will spend a third of your time at work. That is overall more than 90,000 hours. It only makes sense that the same level of innovation and technology that we use in 1/3 of our lives, we will expect to use in the other 2/3 of our lives. And this is why I'm calling again for the B2B product makers and saying that the future of B2B lies in the ability to take the same technologies and trends and expectations that we have in our private lives and implement them into our corporate solutions. If we do that, we will make the change for all of the organizations much easier. As a result, they will adopt new technology. That will help them in the digital transformation that is so critical for corporates around the world today.
Thank you, Karen. Thanks for your sharing. 接下来是同样拥有丰富创新经验来自 Fever 的总经理 Shira。我们有请他为我们带来主题演讲 AI 赋能的产业带来全新应用场景。Let's welcome her.
Hello everyone and welcome to my presentation on Fiverr Business, the Human Cloud. I want to share with you a little bit about the future of work and how can you leverage that when all of you are starting a business or working within a business. Where are we heading? What are we planning to do in the future of work? And how can you leverage that? So let's go down to business. First of all, I want to share with you what is Fiverr. We're going to talk a little bit about the future of work and all the amazing trends that are going right now. And then we're going to meet Fiverr Business, the human cloud, the way that we actually engaged people within our products. So first of all, meet Fiverr. Fiverr is a global marketplace that connects freelancers and businesses of digital services from all over the world. We are actually changing how the world works right now. We have offices in more than 160 countries, from San Francisco, New York, Tel Aviv, Kiev, and even Guatemala. We offer to our customers more than 300 categories, from translation to short video ads, from software development to marketing strategy. Everything a business needs, we have it. More than 7,500 services are created daily. People are finding a very creative way to give services, and they are using us to expand it to the world. Our product have a very great initiative behind it. We are building SAP, which is a service as a product. We productize services. So each and every product that we have is actually a service that the freelancer itself created it and priced it as the way that he wants, and extend exactly what he's going to give within the service. Our CEO, Micha Kaufman, was having a vision to buy services the way that you buy products on Amazon. COVID-19 has actually changed every element in our life and also every element in our business. Everything that we see in the last 5 months is actually we see people that are taking their life into the digital world. And businesses even took it a step ahead. If until now people used to work from the office, now people are working from anywhere and everywhere. Remote work have become the actual work. Local market demand is not a limit anymore. We now have a global market demand. We don't think about studying young and have a standard position. We are in continuous learning, gaining unique experience. You can see that the e-learning business has boomed over the last five months. There's no long-term employment, everyone. Everyone is experience building and freelancing and trying to find different kinds of jobs all along the way. And we're not working with offline teams anymore. We have the core team that is boosted with online freelancers on demand whenever they want, in any time they want it. Today, freelancing is already mainstream, so people are very accustomed working with freelancers. But the new reality and the social distancing even took it to the next step. Freelancing is actually dead. Long live the embedded freelancing within your core team. When we found out about that, we knew exactly what are the needs for a new product. We wanted to enable teamwork, brainstorm, and communication all in one platform. We wanted to actually duplicate the organization, the original structure that you have with your team into our platform as they sat within a physical workspace. So although I am now sitting in my office alone, I feel that I have my team around me as if I work with them in a physical space. We wanted to give access to highly skilled freelancers with the right business experience and 24/7 availability. We want to create smart supply that will be relevant for every business category. So no matter if you need executive assistant, or you need someone that will do your data entry, or someone that will do your data analysis or competitive analysis, we have it all, and it's all dedicated for business needs. And we wanted to have a human proactive touch points to support all business needs, from sourcing and matching the right freelancers to VIP support for every team members in your team. This is the human element. This is the engagement element that we added into our product. But we also wanted to give control to the businesses on their own workflow, budgets, and payments to make sure that they are on top of things, that they can see and have a clear visibility to everything that is done on our platform and of their teammates within our platform. We wanted to make sure that they can customize the marketplace for their need and have their favorite freelancers to create for every business. What we actually did is we took service as a product, but we added a layer of engagement. This layer of engagement was based on combining machine learning and algorithm with a touch of human creation to generate customized marketplace for every team and every team member. So we are learning your business needs. We're learning what your team members are needing, and we're actually offering them the next thing that they will need, making working with freelancers much easier for them on a daily basis. We're actually going to boost the team with exceptional talent. We're going to offer them to, even if they just understand technology and marketing, we are going to give them much more expertise than they have ever had. We're going to allow teamwork and collaboration on a tool called projects. So the project is actually a framework of how the team is actually working together, and they can add and remove in a very agile way freelancers into their workspace and decide how their workflow is going to be on that project. We are going to give a white glove service and a personal human service to each member of the team and for each team. Those people will help matching services, will help you to find the right freelancers to you, will help you to build your workflow of the year. For example, if you're planning to do a Christmas campaign or end of year campaign or New Year's campaign, they will help you to build that. We're going to have a curated catalog. This catalog is actually built on machine learning and very smart algorithm to make sure that the business gets exactly the freelancers that understand its business needs. And we're also going to give transparency and control to each and every team member. So for procurement point of view, you can create a purchase policy, and you can have different kind of company payment methods, from bank transfer to, of course, using all of the credit cards that they are.
Some of our best ideas come from spontaneous conversations and shared interactions. But when my team moved to remote work, we had to find a way to replicate the same human connection and energy from our physical office to our digital workspace. We needed one tool that could capture the best of both worlds. That's when we tried Fiverr Business. With Fiverr Business, we can instantly source additional brainpower to help strengthen our ideas and build a more agile and collaborative environment from virtually anywhere. It's a modern take on Teams. We can add a whole new level of experience and value to our team projects by partnering with always-on freelancers that specialize in helping businesses grow, like our go-to video director that our success manager recommended. It's collaboration without limits. Now we can brainstorm directly with our freelancers, add project info, save and share preferred freelancers for future projects, and view updates without all the back and forth emails. It's a new way to manage projects from start to finish. Approvals, tasks, budgets, they all live right there on one dashboard. With Fiverr Business, we're able to bring out the best version of our team, no matter where we're working from.
So this is exactly the idea of Fiverr Business. We want to make your version of a team much better. And I know that there's a lot of startups here, so I want you to help you to scale your startup. We have a very, very wide selection of freelancers with proven track record that can give you top quality product and services at all time for all your startup needs. We are doing it at speed, so I can tell you that this presentation I didn't have a time to do it because we launched Fiverr Business 2 days ago. I asked Kim, which is my top freelancers for presentation design, 2 days ago to present it, and I got it yesterday evening, and here we are. I have a beautiful presentation ready for me for this special event. It only took 2 days, and it was an amazing experience. And value for money. You can choose your freelancers based on your budget. So you can actually start with $5 and find whatever service you have. We have very experienced freelancers, but our services are always value for money. So for startup, it's very, very important. And we have pitch decks for you and business plans that we can help you build and great branding for launches and events that I hope that you're going to have many of them this year, and logo design opportunities, mobile apps that you can actually build within a very, very short time, landing pages, social media design, and email design, everything that you need to establish your startup, build it, and scale it to the next step. This is exactly what we have for you, and you can do it and start it even today with Fiverr Business. We have a lot more services, from video editing to image touch-ups and data entries and analysis and consultancy and translation, whatever you need for your business. We do support startups, so I have a little bit of a gift for you that I promised the organizers of the event that I can give you. First of all, if you want to learn more, this is the time for learn. And I think that people that are coming to those events are special people. They want to use this critical time to scale and learn. So we have Fiverr Learn, which is hands-on knowledge for everything, for practical skill from digital marketing, web designing, everything. So I want to give you a promo code of 20% that you can actually start and learn for tomorrow. And I want you to start strong. So I'm giving you 1 year for Fiverr Business account for free with no subscription, and 10 discount for all your first purchases. So also you have a promo code to start tomorrow to scale your business. I want to thank you very much for the opportunity. I want to say good luck in your business, and thank you very much. Have a great day, guys.
2020超级红人节线上强势回归，威力云端碰撞，释放超红能量。10月19日至10月30日，超级红人节，微博等你哦。
Thank you, Shara. Thanks for your sharing. 科技始终来源于人性，它带来的变化没有尺度。新科技加速赋能于传统经济，人们的生活习惯与方式都万象更新。接下来，我们一起来到伦敦站，跟随这些创意的冒险家，发现新科技如何改变了生活，又从未远离生活的本质。我们有请来自伦敦大学学院 UCL 校长主管兼经济学院教授德拉菲埃拉·加科米尼，他为大家带来学术界的思考与声音。他将告诉我们如何预测消费者行为，帮助企业更好地做出决策。有请他的演讲主题：如何基于个体差异性预测顾客行为。Let's welcome her.
My name is Raffaella Giacomini. I'm a professor of economics at University College London. I'm an econometrician, so that means that I study data, how to use data in economic decisions, how to analyze data, and in particular, I focus on prediction forecasting. So the topic of my talk today, I borrowed this name from Alexis de Tocqueville. So normally you heard about maybe the tyranny of the majority in political science. So here I will talk about the tyranny of the majority in an entirely different context, which is about prediction, and in particular predicting individual behavior. So this sounds like a negative message, but then I will also talk about how to avoid it. So this talk is based on research that I'm conducting with my colleague Silvia Salpietro at UCL and Simon Lee at Columbia. Okay, so what is prediction about? So In economics, in business, we make decisions based on predicting individual behavior. So this is very important. So we're trying to forecast, to predict how individuals will behave in the future. So some examples of this for businesses will be try to understand the future spending of existing clients to make budget decisions. As an employer, you will make promotion decisions based on trying to predict the future output of your employees. Or you can think about in a policy context, an example would be school districts trying to predict future test scores of students in particular schools for funding or college admission decisions. So we focus on doing predictions with particular type of data. So this will be a type of big data. You heard about big data, everyone is talking about it. There are master's programs, there are 5, I think, at UCL starting new this year. So we have this great availability. It's frankly a revolution in economics and in business that we have all of these access to this big data. In particular, for prediction, there's a type of data that is very useful that I will focus on today, which is called a micropanel. So a micropanel is a data set that has 2 dimensions of information. So there's a dimension across individuals. So we observe many individuals. And for each individual, we observe their behavior in the past over a period of time. So we have many individuals that we observe over time. So micropanel may look like this. So each color dot is a different individual, and we measure these individuals over maybe a period of time. This could be years, or it could be months, it could be weeks. So the richer, the better, in a sense. How do we use these micropanels for prediction? So there are existing methods. So I will boil them down to 2 very simple tensions, which are essentially which one of the 2 dimensions are you using the most. Okay, so by far the most common approach is to use the cross-sectional dimension in the panel. So the idea is that we're pooling similar individuals together. So a very simple example of this would be just to take the average, the mean. A less common approach, although there is information in the panel, is by leveraging only the past behavior of each individual. And then there's some more sophisticated methods, which I would call generally Bayesian shrinkage, which is some sort of an intermediate approach. So I will not focus on Bayesian shrinkage to keep this presentation very simple. So you don't need any background. There will be no formulas here. So I will focus on these 2 competing approaches, which is the pooling similar individuals together or using only your own past to predict how you will behave in the future. So there are some great opportunities in these big data in the micropanels, but there are also some limits. So the promise is that there is a lot of information which we can exploit to make better decisions. But there are some important limits, particularly in this type of economic or business data, which is we observe a lot of individuals, but we often don't know that much about them. In a sense, we don't really observe anything beyond a few characteristics, particularly now with the emphasis on privacy. You might move towards knowing less and less about the observable characteristics of individuals that you want to analyze. So for example, about your clients, you may know their age or their gender, where they live. About your employees, you may know a bit more, perhaps their qualifications, their CV. And about students, you may also know their family background, which you think may be an important determinant of their behavior. And in terms of how much history of behavior you know, often you have only a few time periods where you can observe people over time because people drop out of the panel often. It's hard to really collect a lot of measurements for the same individual. So this implies that there are trade-offs, pros and cons in using each one of the 2 dimensions in the panel. So either the past behavior or the behavior of other people that are similar to you in some sense. So let's talk about the pros and cons. So using your own individual past behavior, this is very important and it has very important information about your unobservable characteristics. So these are things that we cannot, unfortunately, see about an individual. We cannot see in terms of a client what the preferences are, what their taste is. Are these big spenders? Are you thrifty? For an employee, we don't observe their productivity, their skill beyond some proxies measurement of them. And for students, we would like to go beyond just their family background and get to the underlying ability, their skill. However, past behavior, particularly when measured over a very short period of time, is very noisy. Because if you think about even a high spending client may have a bad year, productive employee may get ill, a good student may just have a bad day and fail a test. So really leveraging so much a particular behavior, how you behaved last year, is potentially a lot of noise that you're introducing, and this will be a bad predictor. On the other hand, pooling, which is the reason why pooling is by far the most popular approach here, is that pooling you with other people, particularly when you have a lot of other people, is a fantastic way to reduce the noise. You've probably heard of the law of large numbers. This is a very powerful theorem and a very powerful law that applies in nature everywhere, which is when we take averages, we are reducing the noise. So the average, particularly when we have a lot of people, is a fantastic way to reduce the noise. However, averages only work when you're averaging people that are very similar to each other, which is not the case in practice, particularly when you have a lot of individuals. So pooling fundamentally hides all of these unobservable differences among people that we think drive behavior. So what you see about me is that I am a female Italian professor living in London in my 40s, but I don't necessarily behave like every other person who fits the same observable characteristics. Okay, so there are pros and cons. So the bottom line is that existing methods for prediction typically end up pooling in some way individuals, putting individuals together based on some similarities which are observable. So this could be a good way, and it's a very powerful way to, if you think, borrow strength from the majority. But in this talk, I would caution against this pooling turning into a tyranny of the majority in this very specific sense for prediction, which is that hiding potentially important differences in unobservable things we don't see about people that are, however, fundamental in driving how they behave in the future. So what do we do about that? And first of all, why do we even care? What is wrong with the pooling? Well, what we worry about is that this can lead to bad decisions. The most benign version of this would be for a business, it will cause a loss of revenue in the sense that there is information in your data, even data that you have collected over time, that you're not really exploiting fully. So there's something in the data that could actually lead to better decisions in terms of revenue or any business decision. But in a more subtle way, this could also lead to some unfair decisions in a sense of keeping people victims of their circumstances and maintaining inequalities, injustices. So think about the situation of a school district where you are averaging students in a particular school. So you may end up penalizing very good students if they, for socioeconomic reasons, are part of a mediocre school, of a low-performing school, while at the same time you're lifting fundamentally bad students who, by virtue of their circumstances, were able to pay the tuition for a good school. So you are creating and maintaining inequality in this way by bringing people towards the mean. So we try to do something about it. So what we do in our research is to come up with a new prediction method, still based on the same data that you already have. And so we're asking the question of, can we move beyond this tyranny of the majority in pooling everybody by at the same time better exploiting what we already have as information in the panel? So what we're proposing here is a new method, is a data-driven method. I will explain in a very simple example. And this method essentially decides among in a group of people who to pull and who not to pull. Okay, so this is a method that at the end will give better predictions than the two competing alternatives now, which is the idea that you will pull everybody or that you use the past behavior for everybody. So I will not have any formulas, as I said, but in an econometric jargon, what we're doing here essentially is individual model selection or a form of model-based clustering or classification. So it looks much more difficult in the paper that will be ready, and if you're interested, you can try it in a month or so on my webpage. So let's talk about a very simple example. Suppose you're down to a group of people that to you look the same. Perhaps you have pulled all of your clients of the same age, gender, location, and to you, they look indistinguishable. Okay, so you have a panel. So suppose we have a few years. So we are in the year 2, and we want to predict the future behavior of these few clients. Importantly, we need to know the behavior of these clients also in the past, so at least one period. So we have the following representation. So let's think about a very simple example. So we have these 4 clients, 4 students, 4 employees, A, B, C, D, of different colors, and we measure their behavior in year 1, their behavior in year 2, and there's some truth that we will try to predict in the future. So we are in year 2. And you see that there's also this black dot pool. So this would be simply the mean. So we can simply take the mean over their spending, of their test scores, of their quantitative measurement of their performance. Okay, so what does our method do? So our method decides which one of these 4 individuals to pull and which one not to pull, based on what happened in the past. So this is the most important slide that boils down the method in a nutshell. So for each person at a time, we are in year 2, we see which of the predictors in year 1 would have been a better predictor for what actually happened in year 2. Better predictor means closer to the truth. So we measure what happens in year 2. We could go back in year 1 and see, would pooling that person in year 1 have resulted in a better predictor for year 2, or would using that behavior of that person in year 1 be a better predictor? So if pooling that person would have been a better predictor, then this means that it's an individual who benefits from pooling. If on the other hand, for one person, their own behavior in year 1 would have been a better predictor of what happened today, this person does not benefit from pooling. And we do this for each of your individuals in the sample. Let's visually represent it, perhaps it will be clear. So we start with the individual A in year 1. We know what happened in year 2 because that's today. And we compare the prediction based on what person A did in year 1. So that's this blue line. This is the error that we're making, versus using the pooled, the average predictor in year 1. And that's a much bigger error. So based on the fact that the error for using the past of person A is smaller than the error from pooling person A, it means that person A does not benefit from pooling. So we put him or her in the not pooling group. So this is the sense in which we're doing clusters or classifying people into pooling, not pooling. So we do this for B. Similarly, for B, actually not similarly, because B person, the behavior in the second period was much further from the behavior in the first period than from the pool. So this person would benefit from pooling. And so now you kind of see the gist of it. From person C also would benefit from pooling because that would have resulted in a much smaller error than using their own past for prediction. And for person D, actually they would not benefit from pooling because their own past is a better predictor than pooling for their present behavior. So we now have these two groups, one group of person A and D, one group of B and C. So you see that what in this example, perhaps intuitively, what this method does is to single out so-called outliers. So these outliers are people that are away from the mean, whereas the method ends up pooling together individuals that are close to the mean. So this is a quite makes sense, because if I'm very different from everybody else in a good or in a bad way, then my own past behavior is a better predictor than the behavior of the average person. And in fact, visually, what you see here, that the people that we don't pool, A and D, are the people that are further away from the mean, whereas B and C are quite close to the mean, or the pool in this case. Okay, so this, so far so good. This is quite intuitive. You should not pool outliers, people that are very different. But I'm going to present now an example that will challenge your intuition. So you see that from the example, I'm only changing from the previous example what the B does. So now this person B, unlike before, has a different behavior. And otherwise, A, C, and D, the other three people, are behaving exactly the same. What does our method do in this case? How do we classify these people? It's the same for the A, C, and D. So we don't pool A. Now the B person, you see that their error from using their past behavior is much smaller than the error from pooling them. So now we don't pool person B. So if we, at the end of the day, we end up with a very different classification. So now we have two groups where the only person that we pool for whom we use the mean is person C, whereas for the other three individuals, we use their own past behavior. So now you're thinking this is quite challenging for your intuition of these outliers, because B is not an outlier. B is actually quite close to the mean. So what's happening here is that this method is not just singling out outliers, but it's also singling out what we call creatures of habit. We just made this up. In the sense that these are people whose behavior is very consistent over time. So if I keep behaving in a very similar way, I'm not all over the place. What I did in the past is a much better predictor of my future, regardless of where I am in the distribution, whether I'm an average person or whether I'm an outlier. So you can see that this method is data-driven, so you don't have to take a stand. The method does it automatically by looking at your past behavior and identifying whether you are an outlier or a creature of habit. So does this method work? So in order to convince you or the economic profession that this is a contribution, it's a novel contribution, we need to prove that this new method is better than existing ones. So we want to compare it to this tyranny of the majority that we try to fix, which is the pooling everybody. We also want to compare it to this alternative, less common approach, which is only using your past for behavior for everybody. How do we evaluate the quality? Two measures. The first is the mean prediction error. So what kind of error do we make? What kind of prediction error do we make on average across people? So if I use my new method, so if you're already using your data and you're using some pooling method, can I improve your prediction? In a sense, would I, on average, give you a smaller error, which would translate perhaps in higher profits, higher revenue? But if you want to go beyond the average, you may care about other features. You may care about the entire distribution of behaviors across your clients, across all the students in the school. And this is increasingly something of interest of economists, social scientists, everybody, because there are important information that affect your decision beyond just the average behavior. So you may care about the risk or the variance, how wide the behavior is, how wide the behavior ranges. You may care about inequality, whether you may care only about the poorest or the richest and understand their behavior. So we'll consider both measures to see whether our method improves on existing methods. So first of all, I will start from the prediction of the entire distribution, and I will focus only on case one. So what I'm reporting here is the errors that I make by pooling everybody for these A, B, C, D persons. Okay, so you see that we want these errors to be small, so very large errors are bad. And who are we making the mistake for? Intuitively. So if we're pooling everybody, we're using the mean for everybody. We don't make a big mistake for people that are near the mean, so B and C in that case one, but we're making very big mistakes for the two outliers, A and D, because we're pulling them towards an average from which they're very far. So what if instead we only use their past behavior? So these are the green errors. So you see that using the past behavior for everybody as a predictor makes a smaller error for the two outliers for the A and D case, but makes a bigger error for the people that are close to the mean. So this shows you that for people that are close to the mean, B and C, it will be better to pool them. And this is only with 4 people. So imagine when we have a lot of people close to the mean, because if we think of normal distributions, we think that there's a lot of people that are close to the mean and there are few outliers. So the benefits of pooling, of using the mean, would be particularly visible, and we can improve the prediction for people that are indeed close to the mean. However, for the outliers, we can make big mistakes. So what our method does is an intermediate between these two, in a sense. And you see that our method, which is the red bars, is always making the smallest mistake for every person. So for every person is always the smallest, the red. Because for the two outliers, the error that we're making with our method is the same that the error that using only the past behavior would make. Whereas for people that are close to the mean, because our method chooses the pooling, we make the same mistake as if we pooled these two people. So you see that overall, this improves the prediction for everybody. Does this work on average? So finally, if we average this, what is the prediction error? Again, we want this to be small. Can we improve on the two competitors, which is using only the past behavior for everybody, the second line, or pooling everybody? So this is an average error, and the amount doesn't mean anything because we made the numbers up. What matters is which one is smaller. And we see that our method is the smallest in both case 1 and case 2. So we are improving relative to the pooling everybody and relative to using past behavior for everybody. So this shows you that our new method potentially leads to better predictions. So to conclude, I argued in this talk that trying to predict behavior, which is important and we do all the time, and it underlies many important economic and business decisions and policy decisions, may suffer from the tyranny of the majority, in the sense that leveraging big data and pooling and averaging people based on their observable similarities hides important and crucial differences in unobservables. And we think that these are the fundamental differences that drive behavior. So this can lead to bad decisions in a more benign way to perhaps a loss of revenue. But in a more subtle way, it can lead to unfair decisions by keeping people victim of their circumstances, by perpetuating existing inequalities. And so we propose a method that tries to overcome this tyranny of the majority by not pooling everybody, but deciding, given a group of individuals for whom we have observations on their past behavior, we can decide for each individual whether they would benefit from pooling or not, or whether to single them out. And so this results in better predictions, and it singles out the outliers, as you would imagine. Perhaps less intuitively, it also singles out people that are creatures of habit or people that are consistent in their behavior, and for whom, therefore, their past is very informative. And so this will lead, hopefully, to better and ideally fairer decisions in economic and business and in policy making. That's all I have to say. I want to thank you for your attention, and I wish you an enjoyable rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Professor Giacomini. Thanks for your excellent sharing. 接下来是来自欧洲知名的全球媒体平台和营销网站的 The Drum 杂志专栏作家 Samuel Scott。同样，他也曾是戛纳国际狮子节评委。那么，有请他带来的主题演讲《品牌理念和它的虚伪行为》，为我们讲述全球领头品牌的宣传理念又是如何与实际行为背道而驰的。Let's welcome Samuel.
Fearless Girl. For International Women's Day, a confident young woman staring down an angry bull. A girl standing up against the patriarchy on Wall Street. State Street Bank in the U.S. showing its support for women. And from a marketing standpoint, State Street using the statue to promote an index fund comprised of companies with many women in leadership. The tagline, know the power of women in leadership. She makes a difference. Wonderful, right? Well, there was just one problem. State Street Bank was completely hypocritical. That same year that Fearless Girl was released, the bank paid $5 million to settle U.S. government charges that the company paid female senior executives lower salaries and bonuses. The company did not even go to court to try to prove its innocence. But it does not stop there. Today, I will go through examples of several companies claiming to do cause marketing or brand purpose, but are completely hypocritical in their own business practices. And then I will show what everyone here can do to truly help the world instead. But first, a brief introduction. After careers in both journalism and marketing, today I write the Promotion Fix column on marketing and media for The Drum and travel around the world to speak about what I report. I use my dual experiences to discuss the marketing industry with the mindset of a neutral journalist with nothing to sell except his ideas. So, here's another example. Last year, Gillette ran this famous ad calling for men to behave better, especially towards women.
Bullying.
The Me Too movement against sexual harassment.
Masculinity.
Is this the best a man can get? Is it? We can't hide from it.
Sexual harassment is taking over.
It's been going on far too long. We can't laugh it off.
Who's the daddy?
What I actually think she's trying to say.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. Boys will be boys.
But something finally changed.
Allegations regarding sexual assault and sexual harassment.
But she says
And there will be no going back. Because we believe in the best in men.
Smile, sweetie. Come on.
to say the right thing, to act the right way.
Bro, not cool, not cool.
Some already are. In ways big
Yo, men,
and small.
I am strong.
But some is not enough.
It's not how we treat each other, okay? Okay.
Because the boys watching today will be the men of tomorrow.
But the company has always paraded women around in skin-tight clothing with the word Gillette on their derrieres. Too many companies today claim to support feminism, but still treat women as nothing more than decorations. And look at Gillette products too. Now, anyone who works with brands knows that most consumer products are essentially the same. There is no real difference between them. But in the US, Gillette shaving cream for women costs 20% more than shaving cream for men. And for razor blades for women, they cost 21% more. If Gillette really wants women to be equal to men, then the company's prices should also be equal. As Australian copywriter Ryan Wallman once put it, if you want to create a product for women, then there are two rules. Make it pink and increase the price. And now, auditing service company KPMG is the title sponsor of the Women's PGA Championship. Here is an ad.
Here's to breaking more glass ceilings in golf and everywhere else. KPMG, continuing our commitment to the next generation of women leaders.
And guess what? KPMG has been the subject of a $400 million class action lawsuit alleging a pattern of gender discrimination, denying promotions to women, and penalizing them for taking maternity leave. And here is an ESPN ad during the NCAA Basketball Women's Championship.
We are rockets pointed up at the stars. We are billions of beautiful hearts.
We are inspired by women who have risen.
What about
With us, there are no limits. The NCAA Women's Basketball Championship.
But guess what? Former anchor Adrienne Lawrence filed a lawsuit alleging she was not granted a full-time position due to her complaints about unwelcome sexual advances, lewd comments from men about female colleagues, and inappropriate exchanges with them. Nike had a famous commercial that tackles gender bias.
What's your dream? To win championships? A scholarship? Do you want to be a bigger athlete than Serena Williams? Or do you want to be the first girl to play for the Yankees? Can you be the generation that ends gender inequality? Or will you show that champions in your sport can also look like you? Maybe your dream is to be the first 13-year-old to go pro. Or to push a sport to accept everyone just as they are. But the craziest dream of all is the one that starts a million more.
But when runner Mary Kane joined a prestigious Nike running program, they pressured her to become thinner and thinner and thinner. Kane obsessed over her weight. Her body fat and estrogen levels fell. She did not get her period for 3 years, and she broke 5 bones. She became depressed and started cutting herself. And for International Women's Day, Google said the company is recognizing strong, courageous women who are pushing us toward a more equal future. But a New York Times report found out that management protected high-ranking employees accused of sexual misconduct, including the giving of a $90 million payout to Android creator Andy Rubin to get him to leave the company quietly. That led to a mass employee walkout. In the words of Katie Deaton, a colleague of mine at the Drum who was at the event, this is really a visual metaphor for what Adland says it wants to do. What's going on? We have a bunch of global companies treating women horribly while exploiting feminism and using International Women's Day to sell stuff. As Katie Martell in Boston puts it, profiting from these ideals while perpetuating the opposite is not clever. It's exploitation. She calls it faux feminism because it masks the underlying core problem. And it all begins with faulty logic. In 2011, Jim Stengel, a former global marketing officer at P&G, published Grow. He selected the top 50 brands and looked to see what they all had in common. He found that they all wanted to improve people's lives and saw that their stock prices, taken together as an index, grew 393% over the prior 10 years, and that was during the Great Recession. He used this information to argue that companies need brand purpose to maximize profits. But the book was based on nothing but logical fallacies. The post hoc fallacy states that if B follows A, then A must cause B. But say that I speak here and then the stock market jumps 10%. Did I cause that? Of course not. I wish. Now, survivorship bias is when you look only at the winners and see what they had in common. Stengel pre-selected brands that had already been successful. Instead, he should have looked at all companies using brand purpose to see how many of all of them were successful. As Richard Shotton put it, Stengel's finding, if you restate it at its most basic, is that brands that feature in the top 0.1% of companies have performed well in the stock market. That's circular logic. Because advertisers fervently hoped that the theory was true, they forgot to check whether it actually was. They have succumbed to a collective bout of wishful thinking. And that leads to companies overstating the importance of brand purpose. People who work in marketing know which brands stand for what. But we live in a bubble. In the real world, Do Something Strategic found that only 12% of people aged 13 to 25 had correct top-of-mind associations between brands and their individual social causes. Further, Gravy Analytics also reported that public stances on political or social issues did not lead to increased store visits, and other findings were also counterintuitive. Conservatives were 13% more likely than liberals to visit pro-environment outlet Patagonia. Liberals were only 3% more likely than conservatives to visit Ben & Jerry's. Conservatives were 8% more likely than liberals to visit Starbucks. Look at it this way. If I ask you in public if companies should help the world, of course you will say yes. You don't want to look bad. But what you will actually do is another story. As David Ogilvy once put it, people don't think how they feel. People don't say what they think, and they don't do what they say. Because when you look at the best data, 70% of people in the US, 76% in the UK, and 68% in India did not care one way or the other whether companies should take stands on political or social issues. For the most part, consumers are ambivalent. They think, meh. Remember, people who work in marketing are not the market. We need to be customer facing and customer first and do what the market truly wants. And here are more examples of where it can go wrong. For International Women's Day in 2018, Budweiser highlighted on social media various female employees in environmental safety, health management, and mechanical engineering roles. More recently, the brand changed its labeling to support lesbians as well as gay men, bisexuals, and transgendered people during Pride Week in London. But there was just one problem. The brand still has the sexist Budweiser girls on Facebook. And it's not just another example of treating women as decorations. Almost everyone there is a young, white, blonde woman, making Budweiser the Fox News of beers. And here is BP.
Is it possible to drive a car and still have a clean environment? To refine a cleaner petrol? Can solar power become mainstream? Could business go further and be a force for good? Can 100,000 people in 100 countries come together to build a new brand of progress for the world? We think so. And now, BP, Amoco, Arco and Castrol get together to try. Beyond Petroleum. BP.
In 2000, BP rebranded from British Petroleum to Beyond Petroleum. But as Mark Ritson has found, companies such as ExxonMobil, BP, and Shell spend 99% of their ad budgets saying how green they are, but 99% of their actual business practices remain focused on fossil fuels. That is greenwashing at its worst. And Ritson also highlighted this ad from Cadbury. Now, Cadbury's owners paid zero corporate tax in the UK in 2017. Think about how many poor people and people of color Cadbury could have helped if they had paid a fair amount of tax. More on that later. And Jeff Bezos always says that he wants to use his money to fund private space travel to help humanity. But Amazon has historically paid almost zero taxes as well. Just think about how much Jeff Bezos could help planet Earth by using that money here. Because Amazon workers live in cars. They sleep in tents. They must urinate in plastic bottles during their shifts. And Amazon warehouses are more dangerous than the worst prisons. That is complete hypocrisy. And here is Starbucks.
Gemma Miller?
Gemma Miller, please come to room 4.
Hello?
Hello, am I talking to Gemma?
Hey, Dad. Hey!
Carol, you remember my Gemma?
Gemma? How you doing?
And what's your name?
It's James.
James?
Starbucks celebrates trans people in ads, but BuzzFeed News reported that trans employees are outed or misgendered by other employees, confronted by their former names in company software, and having trouble accessing gender-affirming medical treatment under employee insurance plans. And here's another example from the marketing industry itself. At Cannes Lions last year, brand purpose was a popular topic. Sessions discussed a transgender Indian mother, a 5-step guide to creating a brand with purpose, the future of brand activism, and advertising around themes such as the environment. But a group called Extinction Rebellion crashed the event. They held meetings about climate change and tried to get the ad industry elite there to agree to significant business changes that would help to stop global warming. The marketing elite at Cannes had a real opportunity to help the world significantly. And what happened? 14 activists were arrested. So much for putting their company dollars where their mouths were. Just see what happens when someone actually wants to do something real about the environment. Extinction Rebellion exposed that feel-good sentiments are utterly hypocritical. As one person there put it, if there is no planet, there is no profit. So, let's forget about all the hypocrisy. Here is how your company can truly help the world instead. Businesses have shareholders and stakeholders. Shareholders are the owners. Stakeholders are anyone else who the business affects, from the workers to the community to the environment and so on. In general, European companies care more about the stakeholders, but in America, most companies care about making the shareholders as rich as possible at the expense of the stakeholders. We need all companies first to adopt the European model, because actual brand purpose goes further than the marketing department. It is something that the entire business embodies. HR policies, the supply chain, the product, legal, finance. Here are some examples. You advertise that you support gay rights, but does HR grant full marriage and parental benefits to same-sex couples, even if it is not mandated by your country's laws? Does your supply chain use child or slave labor? Do you pay men and women equally? Do you have zero tolerance for sexual harassment? Do you pay a fair amount of taxes? And you include all of these things in your annual reports and shareholder communications. Do not look at what companies say in their advertising. Look at what companies actually do. As a trade journalist covering the marketing industry, I do exactly that. Here's my favorite example of a purpose-centric business. Mason Wartman was a Wall Street stockbroker, but his dream was just to run a local pizza place. So he did that with Rose's Fresh Pizza in Philadelphia. One day, a customer bought a slice for a homeless man outside, and that gave Mason an idea. People could pay it forward by paying for slices for future people in need. One slice would be one post-it note on the wall, and anyone could come in, take post-it notes off the wall, and get free slices. No questions asked. And that gave food to so many hungry people. Mason never sought publicity, but customers started talking. Eventually, the local media found out, and he got some press coverage. And later, Ellen DeGeneres put him on her nationwide TV show, and his little pizza place became famous. And that is what happens when businesses truly do something to help the world, rather than just saying they want to do so in advertising. Here is a big picture example. Do you have a B Corp certification? The global nonprofit organization measures a company's entire social and environmental performance from factors including its worker treatment, community, environment, customers, supply chain, input materials, charitable giving, and employee benefits. Certified companies receive benefits such as a listing in the B Corp Global Directory, which is a registry of thousands of businesses worldwide that consumers can use to determine where to spend their money. If you truly believe in doing good, getting this certification is the only place to start. But here are a few additional recommendations of mine. First, open plan offices are the white-collar equivalent of clothing sweatshops. Stop using them. Soul-destroying open offices cause physical and mental harm, and they do nothing to help collaboration. Companies only use them because they save money. But you should treat your workers better. YouTube, stop your algorithms spreading of far-right propaganda, anti-vaccine ideas, and conspiracy theories. Facebook, stop polarizing society before you destroy it. Men, stop treating your female employees terribly while you produce hypocritical pro-woman advertisements. And above all, tech companies, pay your fucking taxes. After all, if you want to know whether a company truly believes in brand purpose, look at how much tax they pay. Taxes are the most important contribution that companies give to society. If I could summarize with one thought, it would be this. Focus not on what companies say, but on what they do. If you would like a copy of this presentation, just email me here and I will send it to you. Now, I'm a realist. I know that we all want to sell stuff and to help the world. So how do we do both? I know that I criticized Gillette earlier in this talk, but I do think this ad is the perfect example. It inspires women and it builds a brand. If only the prices were the same as razor blades for men.
She's not afraid to shine. Puts her arms around the world. 21st century mind. 21st century girl. She's got it. Ooh, baby, she's got it. She's got it. Ooh, baby, she's got it. I'm your Venus. I'm your fire, your desire. She's got nothing to hide. Flies her colors in the sun. Beautiful on every side. Shines a light for everyone. She's got it. Ooh, baby, she's got it. She's got it. Ooh, baby, she's got it. She's got it. Ooh, baby, she's got it. I'm your Venus. I'm your fire, your desire. I'm your Venus. I'm your fire, your desire.
Ladies and gentlemen, please go out and do some real good. Thank you.
Thanks for Samuel's sharing. We have all enjoyed that. 自我健康管理是未来医疗健康行业关注的一个赛道，趋势和挑战能帮助市场找到下一个增长点。接下来，我们欢迎来自 GSK Consumer Healthcare 外部创新总监张景斌，他为大家带来未来消费者自我健康管理的趋势和挑战。欢迎他。
大家好，我是来自葛兰素史克消费保健品公司的全球外部创新团队的张景斌，我主要负责开拓与中国的创新者合作的机会。今天很高兴受到 GMIC 的邀请，来与大家分享我对于未来自我健康管理发展趋势的一些看法， 希望通过今天的交流，可以和大家共同探讨医疗健康方面面向未来的一些创新的机会，并且也可以和来自各行各业的创新者在交流中碰撞出新的火花，从而共同促进健康管理的理念从治疗到预防的转变。这也是与我今天想跟大家分享的主题Transform the Future of Self-Care 不谋而合的。那接下来我会以 GSK 近期开展的一些工作为例，谈一谈我们在围绕消费者需求，以坚实的科学为基础，引领未来创新变革方面的一些思考和探索。在切入正题之前，我想还是有必要简单的介绍一下 GSK 的业务。GSK 是一家以科学为引领的全球医药健康产品公司，我们致力于帮助人们做到更多，感觉更好，生活更长久。我们的业务横跨医药健康的全领域，其中包括创新药、疫苗和消费保健品。其中消费保健品业务是我们3大板块中重要的一环，它在实现我们的愿景里面起着非常重要的作用，不管是帮助人们有效的缓解疼痛，还是减轻感冒的症状，还是预防牙齿敏感，我们都竭尽所能的帮助人们缓解和改善日常生活中健康相关的问题。那在2019年，我们也完成了跟辉瑞消费保健品业务的整合，汇聚2大公司的实力，成为全球最大的消费保健品公司。新的合资公司拥有非常强大的产品组合，为消费者提供了完整的自我健康管理解决方案。2019年，我们全球的消费保健品业务的总营业额达到了90亿英镑，位居全球第一。在整合以后，我们在营养素补充剂、口腔健康、疼痛管理、呼吸健康还有皮肤健康等多个领域都拥有深受消费者和专业人士喜爱的品牌，并且在所有关键的区域都拥有庞大的市场份额。在中国呢，我们2019年的净销售额接近60亿人民币，总共有12个品牌服务于中国的消费者。那其中口腔健康的舒适达，营养保健的善存和盖尔奇，疼痛管理的扶他林和芬必得，以及呼吸健康的辅舒良，还有皮肤健康的百多邦，是目前我们业务里面的重点品牌。那接下来言归正传，我今天的主题是引领未来自我健康管理的变革。那要谈到变革，我们可能首先要看一下当前的情况。那有一个段子，我觉得可能有一点夸张，但是还是很形象，叫做没病等得病，有病等复发。我觉得这个代表的是一种非常典型的一个被动的健康管理的模式。那未来应该往何处去呢？我想早在2016年的时候，国务院的健康中国2030规划纲要中就指出，要把健康领域发展规律，坚持预防为主，防治结合的原则。那2019年7月份发布的健康中国行动2019到2030的这个文件里面，也再次明确了要促进以治病为中心向以健康为中心的一个转变的指导思想。那这种转变我认为也标志着未来的健康管理将会从一个被动模式转变为一个主动模式，从强调疾病的治疗转向包括提升公众的健康素养，普及科学的健康的生活方式，以及做好这个慢病的管理等全方位的一个健康管理的转变。那我们用英文做一个简单的总结，就是叫做 from cure to care。cure 就是这个治疗治愈的这个意思，然后 care 其实就是一个全方位健康管理的一个概念。那要实现这样的一个转变我认为这中间有2个关键词是需要去强调的。第一个是这个 tool 就是工具，第2个是 empower 就是赋能。那在这个Eric Topol 他所著的这个未来医疗这个书里面也提到，就是医疗健康产业的发展基本上是沿着从直觉医疗到经验医疗，然后再到循证医学，那未来会向着精准医学发展的这样的一个轨迹来发展。在这个过程里面也伴随着从专家为主导的家长型医疗模式向患者积极参与的增值服务型模式的一个转变。我觉得这是一个非常精辟的总结。在这个过程里面，我想科技的进步是起了非常重要的作用，尤其是近年来伴随着各种可穿戴设备的普及和医疗信息化的改善， 有越来越多的这个大数据和机器学习的工具被广泛应用到医疗健康的场景里面，从而催生了一批新的工具、新的解决方案。那这些是可以去赋能非专业人士，包括我们的普通消费者，可以让大家在日常生活里面去做到更好的预防、诊断、治疗，并且保持健康。那除了医药行业本身的一些技术进步以外，还有哪些因素在背后驱动这个 from cure to care 的一个变革呢？我认为主要有3个因素。首先是随着大家这个整体生活水平的提高，那人民群众的健康意识是有一个觉醒的，并且政府部门也一直在大力的去推广这个健康相关的科普工作，所以人们是越来越不满足于简单的去听从医生的处方，而是会希望去获取更全面的信息。那包括最简单的这个大家都会去做一些网上的信息的搜索，然后甚至包括去寻找一些这个其他专家的这个所谓的这个叫做 second opinion，并且大家也会越来越多的去结合自身的这个身体健康的大数据等等。那未来可能最了解患者的病情或者说他们的这个健康状况的，很可能是患者本身。那凯度咨询也有一个数据显示，2017年中国的这个互联网医疗的用户数量已经达到了 1.9 亿，移动医疗的 APP 的月活也都突破了3000多万。然后根据 Ipsos 的一个调研的数据也显示，中国的消费者在对数字化医疗的接受程度方面是排名全球第一的。这是第一个趋势。那第二个趋势的话是新中产的崛起，那尤其是以中国为代表。那随着大家收入的提高，人民群众对于这个医疗的体验和健康的期望也会有一个更高的要求，包括去追求更加个性化、精准化的医疗方案。最后呢是老龄化的一个影响。那根据中国养老金发展报告显示，目前中国60岁以上的这个老龄人口已经达到了 2.5 亿，那到2053年预计会达到 4.87 亿。这样一个庞大的老年人群必然会催生出一个非常巨大的一个医疗健康相关的需求。那中国的医保它需要覆盖全球近1/5的人口，那未来可能要负担接近全球1/3的老人，这个压力显而易见是非常大的。那在这样的一个趋势下，我们也看到过去的从2012年到2016年的这个5年的时间里面，中国的这个卫生总支出平均年增长率是 14%， 是 GDP 增速的1倍。所以近年来尤其是随着这个 GDP 增速的放缓，医保支付的这个压力是持续的去加大的。从这个角度来讲，加大疾病的预防、早期的筛查、慢病的管理等等全面的健康管理的手段，将会是不可或缺的一个选择。在这样的一个因素的驱动下，我们看到了会有 from cure to care 的转变。那在这个转变里面，会出现哪些新的机遇呢？根据世界卫生组织的一个调研显示，影响健康的诸多的因素里面，行为和生活习惯的比重高达 60%， 医疗的因素仅只占 8%， 然后其他的像环境和遗传因素分别占到了 17% 和 15%。那从这个角度讲，如何通过智能化的交互式的工具帮助人们去更好的认识自身的健康状态，以及改变一些不良的生活方式，培养一些更健康的这个行为习惯，是全面的提升健康水平的一个关键。那从未来来看，我认为这个未来的自我健康管理有5个值得关注的方向。首先是这个数字化和人工智能技术的应用。目前大家应该也都可以看到了，已经有大量的这个可穿戴设备是在大家的日常生活里面广泛使用。这些设备、这些硬件，它积累了越来越多的我们叫做电子化的生物标签的数据，就是 electronic biomarker。基于这些数据，再利用机器学习的这个算法，预计未来是可以出现越来越多的新的这个预测性的工具，叫做 predictive tools， 可以去 提前去预判出健康相关的一些风险。那第二个呢是体外快速诊断技术在生活场景里面越来越丰富的应用。那过去我们大家可能比较常见的是像慢病管理的这个场景里面，大家会使用一些像血糖仪啊、血压计啊这些在家里面去做一些这个日常的身体的监测。那未来会出现越来越多的方便大家在家里面去使用的一些做自我诊断的一些工具，那甚至包括一些像智能马桶啊、智能尿检做一些智能的口腔健康的检测，然后包括心理压力等等这些方面的测试等等。预计未来的话微体检应该会成为大家这个日常生活里面的一部分，而不再是说一年去做一次体检这样的一个情况。第三个趋势是一个交互式的用药体验。现在我们已经可以看到有非常多的这个医患交流的平台，一个双向互动的平台，改变了过去这种单向的在医院看病，但是看完病之后是很难有随诊有 follow up。那患者这个一方面可能在后续的持续用药的过程里面也得不到医生的及时的指导，但另外一方面医生也不太容易去了解到患者在这个首次就诊以后他的这个病情的进展情况，可能一直要等到下一次患者复诊才能掌握这个情况。那有了这些交互式的平台，相信这样的一个医疗闭环就会被打通了，然后患者的用药的依从性应该可以大大的提高。那从医生的角度来讲，他也会更好的去掌握患者的信息。第四个趋势是应该会涌现出越来越多的这个个性化的医疗服务。那这样的服务是以这个数据为基础的，那基于这个大数据以及针对个体的一些精准化的一些需求的预测，是可以去帮助我们进一步去提升患者的医疗体验的。最后一个趋势是会有越来越多的处方药向 OTC 来转化， OTC 就是这个非处方药。这个就意味着在未来会出现越来越多的疗效确切、安全性高，然后也便于患者或者是消费者自己使用的一些药品。那这样的话就可以避免不管是大病小病都要去往医院跑的这样的一个情况。那在以上的这些趋势里面为了去顺应这样的一个趋势从而为消费者去提供更多的创新产品用于全面的自我健康管理，GSK 自身也在不断的去探索业务模式的创新，这也是实现我们 from cure to care 这个愿景不可缺少的一环。那这个模式我们称之为 fast moving consumer healthcare， 它是一个把传统的制药行业的运营模式和快消品行业的运营模式相融合的一个模式。那在这样的一个融合模式下面，我们可以尽量的去兼顾self care 它一方面作为健康产品的医疗属性，同时又作为消费产品的一个快速消费品的一个特点。那因为一方面这些产品它是跟健康息息相关的，因此产品是必须秉承以科学为基础，严格的遵守法规和监管的要求，从而向用户提供安全、有效、高质量的产品。那另外一方面这些产品它又会作为消费者日常使用的一些消费品，所以它也还需要去兼顾以消费者需求为核心，需要去快速迭代满足市场的变化，然后并且注重消费体验等等这些特点。那我们的目标是成为全球最具创新力成长力以及信任度的消费保健品公司之一。为了做到这一些，那除了在我们坚实的科学基础之上，我们也投入了大量的资源去建立了这个全球领先的 Shopper Science Lab 和这个 Consumer Sensory Lab。那建立这样的一个实验室的目的，就是为了真正的可以去了解消费者的想法，从而去开发出他们喜欢的产品。在这样的一个 lab 里面，我们是可以去获取到真实的消费者他从购买产品到实际使用的各个环节的最直接的反馈的。那在这个实验室，我们可以去快速的制备原型的产品 英文叫做 prototype。那消费者他可以在实验室里去体验和试用这些产品，并且可以把他关于这些产品从口味啊、感官啊、包装啊各个方面的一个真实的反馈提供出来。并且我们在里面也搭建了一个模拟的一个超市。那在这个模拟的商店里面，我们是可以去观察到消费者在真实场景下他的一个购物的行为的。通过这样的一个设施，使得我们可以在很短的时间内去得到真实消费者的反馈，从而去发现创新的机会，并且去不断的完善我们的产品。我们也非常清楚的了解到，要推动未来这个自我健康管理的变革，单靠一家企业的力量是远远不够的。因此在过去这些年，我们也一直致力于去寻找外部合作的机会，跟来自制药、个人护理、信息技术、医疗科技等不同背景的企业和个人积极的互动。在过去的几年里，我们通过非常有弹性的多元化的模式，和合作伙伴一起开发创新产品，积极的去探索可以满足未来消费者需求和期望的个性化的产品与服务。那在这里我可以举几个简单的例子，那其中既包括通过技术授权和转让的方式成功上市的舒适达专业修复系列的牙膏。那里面也有我们跟初创企业共同去开展这个临床研究和产品注册这样的一个数字化医疗的科技产品。那也还有我们去从其他的行业比如说像食品行业、饮料行业受到启发，在产品的包装上去做创新，来做出来的这个 PowerPort 的产品，大家可以看到就像这个咖啡胶囊一样的，那但是它里面装的是这个感冒药。那这个其中也还有就是为了适应这个未来数字化医疗创新产品的一个需求，那我们在供应链方面跟这个一些企业也达成了战略合作的关系。那我们做这些努力也是希望可以通过这种丰富的多元化的合作模式，跟来自不同领域不同行业的合作伙伴去共同的激发跨界创新的需求，从而去更好的为消费者开发出满足他们需求的产品。那最后呢，我想说这个健康不仅是需要安全有效的药物，也需要更多的非药物的产品来帮助人们去掌握自身的一个健康状态，从而可以在早期大家出现一些早期比较轻的症状的时候，可以去做自我的诊断，并且及时的采取有针对性的措施，不管是去医院就医，或者说自我采取一些治疗的手段。那可能对一些轻微的疾病然后大家是可以进行一些恰当的自我治疗。那对于慢性的疾病，可以更好的去做康复以及长期的慢病管理。我想为了实现这些，都需要去依赖于医学、药品、器械跟数据、算法、硬件等等多个领域的一个交叉的创新。那今天我的分享就到这里，但希望我们关于未来自我健康管理的讨论是可以继续下去。感谢大家对于 GSK 外部创新的关注，也期待与各位在这个将来继续去探讨这方面的创新的想法，共同的探讨合作的机会。谢谢大家。
讲。
Hello, I'm Daniel Hume, and I do three things. For the past 4 years, I've been running a master's program in applied artificial intelligence in one of the world's leading universities here in the UK. And I also run a company that has about 120 people that builds AI solutions for some of the biggest companies in the world, including Tesco and PwC. And I get to travel the world educating people like yourselves, business leaders, academics, politicians, investors about the impact of technology on society. And today we're going to cover three things. We're going to talk about artificial intelligence, and everybody's going to go away understanding what artificial intelligence is and isn't. And we're also going to talk about how we can bring people people and technology together to do amazing things. And then finally, we'll talk about my favorite topic, which is the end of the world. So I'll share my slides now. 1 second. So before we get into definitions of artificial intelligence, what I like to do is gauge how intelligent my audiences are. So I'm going to ask you a series of questions, and I want you to try to answer those questions out loud or in your minds, and we'll just see how intelligent you are. So the first question is nice and easy, which is, what does this probably say? Now, maybe some of you are saying A, B, C. Maybe some of you are saying A13C. And I ask you, what does this probably say? And maybe some of you are saying 12, 13, 14. You can see that the stuff that's entering your eyes, the data that's entering your eyes, is the same data, but you're giving it a different meaning based on its context. And it's really important that we start with understanding what is data. Data actually comes from the Latin word datum, which means given things. It's stuff. It's ones and zeros, it's bits and bytes, it's the fabric of our universe. It's not until you give something context does it become information. So if I say to you 210280, this is data. If I say that it's a date of birth or how much money I have in my account, then it becomes information. So information is data in context. And one of the challenges that we have in computer science is taking all of this stuff, all of this light and sound and text, and trying to figure it out. What does it actually mean? All right, let me ask you this question. What does this say? What does this say? So maybe some of you see this as John, read the letter to Mary. It's an instruction of a guy to read a letter to a lady called Mary. Maybe some of you are reading this as John read the letter to Mary. John read the letter to Mary. And I want you to picture in your mind the scene. John read the letter to Mary. John read the letter to Mary. Maybe many of you have a picture in your mind of a guy reading a letter out loud to a lady called Mary. John was reading a letter out loud to Mary. But John could be reading a letter that was sent to Mary or addressed to Mary. John read the letter to Mary. John could be reading the alphabet, A, B, C, D, to Mary. John could be reading the letter of the law to Mary. John could be reading a book called The Letter to a lady called Mary. John could be reading a book called The Letter to Mary. John could be reading 4 words on a piece of paper, The Letter to Mary. This can be interpreted in many, many different ways. And our goal is to take this information and try and figure out what to actually mean. And humans are quite good at this, and computers are even better. But humans often get it wrong. And my goal today is to convince you all that humans are rubbish. That's my goal today. So next question is, I want to ask you a series of maths questions. And the first question is this one. I want you to answer these questions as fast as possible. What is 2 times 2? And I'm hoping that many of you very, very quickly are saying 4 in your mind. I now want to ask you another question, which is, what is 14 times 763? I suspect that many of you are not answering that question as quickly. What you've done here is you've used your fast brain to answer the first question. You need your slow brain to answer the second one. And Daniel Kahneman he's one of the world's leading economists, a Nobel Prize winning economist, wrote a book called Thinking Fast and Slow. And in this book, he articulates that we have essentially a fast brain and a slow brain. And there are some things our brains are good at, and there are some things our brains are bad at. And so I'm going to ask you a few more questions now. So the next question is, the combined price of a bat and a ball is £1 and 10 pence. The bat is £1 more than the ball. How much is the ball? The combined price is £1 and 10 pence. The bat is £1 more than the ball. How much is the ball? Now, many of you maybe are thinking 10 pence. It's actually not. The bat is £1 and 5 pence. The ball is 5 pence. The combined price is £1 and 10 pence. The bat is £1 more than the ball. This is where you've used your fast brain to make a decision. And in this case, the decision was wrong. And I can give you thousands of these examples, and I can show you that we often use our fast brain to make decisions, and we often get those decisions incorrect. Let me ask you a few more maths questions. So imagine these are staff members, and we know everything about these staff members. We know whether they can fly and swim, and we know their skills, we know their preferences. And what we want to do is we want to organize these staff members in a way that satisfies some rules. So you're not allowed to have 2 of the same colored staff members next to each other, and you know, females like to be near males and all this kind of stuff. I want to ask you the question, which is, how many possible combinations are there of these 5 staff members? So we're looking at one combination now. I can flip 2 around, I get another combination. I can flip another 2 around, I get another combination. How many possible combinations of these staff members are there? So if you remember the exclamation mark that we learned in school many years ago, it's actually 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. There's 120 possible combinations of these 5 staff members. Some will satisfy these rules, some won't. Only one will be the best one. But let's make the problem a bit more complicated. So now I have 15 staff members. How many possible ways can I allocate these 15 staff members? Just wanted you to have a think about this. Maybe some of you are thinking thousands or millions. There's actually over 1 trillion possible ways of organizing these 15 staff members, 15 times 14 times 13 times 12, To expect a human to solve these problems, you're wasting your time. One rule to take away with you today is anything more than 7, don't use a human for. Humans are pretty good at solving problems up to about 7. Beyond that, we're pretty useless. And actually, industry have thousands of these problems that they're solving every day, and they're not this big, but they're this big. So here are 500 staff members. Can anybody tell me how many possible combinations there are? Probably not. There's a big number. It's a number that's got over 1,000 digits. And just to put this number into context, this is how many atoms there are in the universe. Once you get to about 60 things that you need to consider, whether it be 60 staff that you need to allocate, or 60 vehicles that you need to route, or 60 marketing channels, once you get to about 60, you have more combinations than there are atoms in the universe. And as I said, humans are good at solving problems up to about 7. You can hire a good computer scientist that can help solve problems up to about 30. But beyond that, you need to have deep expertise in a subject called optimization, which I'll talk about more in a minute. So just to drum this problem home, imagine I have a delivery, I have to make deliveries to these 24 points around London. Humans are actually quite good at solving these problems. So if we wanted to draw a path that will save us the most amount of petrol and time, after a few minutes, we draw quite a good path. How long will it take a computer to solve this problem? So maybe you're thinking a few seconds or milliseconds. We've played this game already. It's actually 20 billion years. If you put 24 times 23 times 22 into your calculator, you get this number at the bottom. This is how many possible routes there are around these 24 points. It would take a computer that looks at 1 million routes a second, 20 billion years to go through every single possible one and say, this one that I looked at 10 billion years ago, this one's the shortest one. And if I had another point to the map, I now have 25 times 20 billion years, 5,000 billion years. If I had another point to the map, I have now 26 times 5,000 billion years. These are problems that get very, very ugly very, very quickly. And unfortunately, industry is solving these problems typically manually or using poor algorithms. So when I build systems for companies, these systems involve 3 things. They involve data, and everybody at the moment is going on their journey of bringing all of their data together, which is fantastic. They're applying machine learning and statistics and data scientists to find insights from data. And we're currently hiring all of these people and hoping that those people then can drive value in our organizations. But I would argue that companies don't have insight problems. They don't have machine learning problems. They have decision problems. Ultimately, what you want to do is surface insights and then figure out how do I make the best decisions to achieve some sort of goal. And decision making is a completely different set of skills to data scientists, different set of skills to machine learning experts. And I would argue that if you really want to be successful as an organization, you need to make sure that you're hiring people across that stack. Now, if you build a technology that you give data to and it makes a decision, and tomorrow you give it the same data, it makes the same decision, what you have is automation. And automation is fantastic because these things can be do things better than human beings. But the definition of stupidity is doing the same thing over again and expecting a different answer. By definition, automation is stupid. And anybody that currently touches this technology stack is calling themselves an AI company. This is not AI. There are 2 definitions of AI. The first definition is, I think, popular but weak, which is getting computers to do things that humans can do. So over the past decade, we've managed to get machines to do things that traditionally only human beings could do. Find patterns in data, find objects in images, understand natural language. But and because we can get machines to do things that humans can do, and because humans are the most intelligent thing in the universe that we know of, then we assume that that's intelligence. But I would say that it's a very silly thing to do to benchmark machine intelligence against human intelligence. There's actually a much better definition of AI that comes from the definition of intelligence, which is goal-directed adaptive behavior. Goal-directed in the sense you're trying to achieve an objective, you're trying to route your vehicles efficiently, you're trying to utilize your staff efficiently. Behavior is how quickly can I move my resources to achieve that goal. But the key word in this definition for me is the word adaptive. Ultimately, what you want to do is build systems that make decisions, learn about whether those decisions are good or bad, adapt their own understanding of the world so that tomorrow you can make a better decision. And if I was being brutally honest, I haven't seen a single successful, complex adaptive system in production in my life. And so I would argue that actually nobody is doing AI. So, because it's very, very difficult to build systems that adapt themselves safely in production. That's not to say that organizations aren't doing this. They're looking at trying to do this, but it's actually super, super complicated. So just to give some background, AI in the 60s and 70s looked like this. This is Socrates. He's famous for inspiring the Socratic method, which is if Socrates is a man and all men are mortal, then I can infer that Socrates is mortal. And AI in the 60s and 70s was writing down all of these rules and then trying to infer new knowledge from those rules. And it didn't really scale. It didn't really work. In the 80s and 90s, a new type of AI came along that's modeled on how biological brains work. This is the brain of a bumblebee. My PhD was originally trying to model the brain of a bumblebee. Bumblebees have 1 million neurons. Their brains can fit on the end of a needle. But bumblebees can do amazing things. They can navigate 3D worlds. They talk to each other. They solve problems. They don't really deal with windows very well. But ultimately, they're very smart creatures. And the question was, can you model the brain? Can you model 1 million neurons in a machine? And 15 years ago, when I was doing my PhD, this was impossible. But 10, 11 years ago, there was a new paradigm in this technology that allows us to build brains that have hundreds of millions of neurons. And we can now teach these brains to do things that traditionally only human beings could do. We can teach these brains to recognize objects and images, correspond in natural language. And this is what people are calling AI. But I would argue that these brains are very good at finding patterns in data. Once you've found those patterns, you then need to use this AI to then reason and move towards an objective. And then what you need to do is build systems that adapt themselves in production. So the actual benchmark for AI is actually much, much higher than just building systems that are good at finding patterns in data. So I would argue that if the semicircle is the bounds of human ability, we could take any specific thing that a human does, and we can build an AI better than us at that specific task. But it's very inefficient and costly to build individual systems that solve individual problems. So there's a lot of research going into artificial general intelligence. This is why humans are special. Humans are one system that can do many things. We are generally intelligent. But what's interesting is if you take this idea to its extreme, take this to its end paradigm, it's expected that within our lifetime, within the next 30, 40 years, we are going to build a superintelligence. We are going to build a brain smarter than us in every single possible way. And we don't know whether this is going to be the most glorious thing that happens to humanity or our biggest existential threat. I think it's our biggest existential threat, and I'm really worried about it and trying to figure out how to actually mitigate this risk. Before we build superintelligence, we're having to build systems that are making decisions about everyday lives. So I'm sure you've all seen this problem before. It's a trolley problem. I'm in my driverless car. In front of me is a child. To the right are 2 adults, and to the left is a cliff. The car can't stop. Who does the car kill? The child, the 2 adults, or you? And when I ask audiences this, there's really no consensus on what the right answer is. But what's really interesting is that now we're reaching a point technologically where we're having to build ethics and this type of decision making in systems. We are having to come together as a species to agree on what the right decision is. I heard that one day maybe we'll have an ethical setting in our car where we want to kill grandmas over cats, and maybe one day we'll actually have a brain scan, a digital twin that'll be making decisions on our behalf. But until that time comes, we're having to actually build systems that make these decisions for us. Explainable algorithms, ethical AI is a massive topic that I could talk for hours about. And again, I would argue that companies are currently spending a lot of time on machine learning. Machine learning is actually difficult to explain, but I would argue that companies actually have optimization problems, they have decision problems, and actually decision making is much more explainable. And again, I think there is only a handful of people, a handful of companies around the world that really deeply understand these types of technologies. So we're going to just switch now. I'm going to talk about innovation. I'm sure that this isn't a fact in your organizations, but this is a hierarchy, and hierarchies breed certain types of interesting relationships that are not necessarily conducive to success and innovation. And I would argue that what we're trying to do is by making our organizations more adaptable, more quick to adapt to a changing world, our organizations are therefore more intelligent. And actually, it's not technology that's going to be the battleground for organizations over the next decade. All of this technology that I've just talked about is open source, it's free. We all have access to it. The battleground for companies is talent. How do you attract, motivate, retain talent to enable them to innovate, to allow your organization adapt to a changing world? There's a really good introductory book on motivation by Dan Pink. He said there are 3 things that motivate people: autonomy, mastery, and purpose. And yeah, there's a huge amount of literature out there, but I would argue that the battleground is for talent, it's not for technology. So this is not important. Over the past decade, what we've seen is a flattening of organizations. We've seen tools and new organizational paradigms that allow organizations to be thin and to be more adaptable. But I would argue that these flat and thin organizations are still not right. Ultimately, I have about 120 people in my company. We have no managers, no hierarchies, no KPIs. Everybody's free to work on what they want, how they want, wherever they want. We're trying to operate the organization like a swarm, coming up with new organizational paradigms to allow people to be autonomous and self-directed. And I would argue this is a much more adaptive solution than a traditional organization. And my goal here is not to scale this to 1,000 people or scale it to 1 million people. My goal is actually to scale this to our planet. I want to create a planet where everybody's free to work on what they want, how they want, where they want, to be fairly contributed for that contribution. And this will challenge what it means to be a company. It will challenge even what it means to be a country. And this will be enabled through artificial intelligence. So organizations at the moment are going through their digital transformation. They're trying to get all of their data together. But what they're actually trying to do is create a digital twin of themselves. They're putting sensors on their assets. They're putting on devices on their machinery to try to collect the health of those different assets. We're even seeing organizations rolling out biometrics because their main assets are people. And we're collecting now data from people to try to understand their relationships, their health, their well-being, their connectedness. So this here is a digital twin of my company. It's a simulation of my company. And I can see, for example, that if one of these 2 people leave at the bottom, I will have a silo between 2 parts of my organization. I can predict people who are going to leave the company before they know they're going to leave. I can identify secret lovers. So even having these types of views, there are lots of interesting ethical questions that get raised that need to be addressed. So just to give you a little story about how we set salaries in my company, instead of having managers, what we do is we ask people to make public recommendations for their salary. So everybody will publicly declare what they want to be paid, and then your peers will say whether that pay should be increased or decreased or kept the same. And what we do is we use machine learning to determine how many votes one person has for another. So if I've worked very closely with you over the past decade or the past year, if I'm very knowledgeable about your domain, then I will have more votes for your salary than other people. And what's really interesting is that this highlighted a bias, which is females tend to undervalue themselves when it comes to their salary. And so we had one situation here, which you can see down here, where a female was making a recommendation for her salary. She had an overwhelming number of votes to increase her salary. She went away, she came back with a new number, but still had a massive amount of votes to increase her salary. So out of 2 iterations, she was still undervaluing herself. So by distributing and decentralizing decision making, by augmenting human intelligence with artificial intelligence, we're able to uncover biases and actually make much better decisions. Okay, so let's talk about the end of the world. So I think that AI has been the biggest hyped technology innovation out of any technology, certainly within my lifetime, whether it be blockchain or big data or whatever. And I think that organizations and governments are investing a huge amount into AI. I actually, unfortunately, think a huge amount of that investment is misplaced because organizations and governments don't understand really what AI is. But those organizations that do invest in it correctly, those governments that do invest in AI correctly, as this person says, the nation that leads in AI will be the rule of the world. Those that invest correctly are the ones that are going to win. And I don't know if anybody knows who gave that quote, but it actually was Vladimir Putin that said that. And I have a real challenge with the word win, because my concern is that these technologies, these AIs, are going to be able to be fantastic at squeezing more out of our customers, squeezing more productivity out of our employees. And the people that define the algorithm, the people that define the objective, are the ones that control the population. And I don't know if anybody's seen this Netflix series, Black Mirror, but this is a world where we all score each other out of 5 based on our interactions. And this score then unlocks faster internet and better hotel rooms. And my concern is that this is coming. This is being introduced into our companies, it's being introduced into our countries, and this could create a dystopian future for humanity, particularly if our goal is to just maximize GDP. Because when one country is winning, another country or another company is losing. And I think that actually we should be bringing humanity together on operating as one species. Now, it's easy to point fingers at Facebook and social networks, but if you are a company that is having to provide these 5% returns to your shareholders, and you can't do it through new ideas and innovation, then what tends to happen is companies make bad decisions. They make decisions that compromise their employees, compromise their users, compromise the environment, and compromise other species. And as I said, AI is going to accelerate that influence. And I actually think there's a future where we don't have companies anymore, where there's a future where there's a platform that people can boot up ideas like Facebook. You can get people from all around the world to be able to contribute to that idea, fairly remunerated for that contribution, without having to have centralized companies anymore. And I think that over the next 5, 10, 15 years, we're going to see more of these what are called decentralized companies appearing, which are going to challenge what it means to be a country and a company. So just to close, there are a few things I'm concerned about. So the first thing is what is often referred to as the environmental singularity, which isn't on these slides. But I think there was a study that was done in the World Economic Forum a few years ago, which was what are the biggest risks to our organization? And 3 of the biggest risks, of the top risks, were environmental risks. And I think that we need to face into the fact that over the next 10, 15 years, we have a huge amount of environmental risks that we need to address as a species to have a sustainable planet. And I think that that's something we really need to face into. There are 2 other singularities that I'm also interested in and concerned about. The first singularity is called the economic singularity, which is the point in time where AIs are, at the moment, freeing people up from tasks. Right? We can use these technologies to free people up from the everyday tasks that we're doing that we find frustrating. But this drive to make shareholder returns, this drive to reduce costs, means that as AIs get smarter, we're going to be freeing people up from whole jobs. And the big concern is that as we're freeing people up from whole jobs, they are not going to be able to retrain fast enough because AIs will have been created to take those future jobs. And the concern is in the next 15, 20 years, we might see a huge amount of job misplacement, not enough jobs for people to go into, and that could cause economic unrest. And that is a concern that I have, but I do think that if we could introduce this concept of decentralization, this concept where people can be born into a world and contribute to whatever they want, then that might take some of the edge off that problem. The third singularity I'm concerned about, which I've already alluded to, is the technological singularity, which is where we build a brain smarter than us in every single possible way. Now, it was predicted a few years ago that in the next 50 years, we have a 50% chance that this is going to happen. I think that the more scholars that we talk to, the faster this thing is likely to come about. So around 2050, we think that by then we will have birthed a superintelligence. And my concern is if we are still fighting over GDP, if we're still fighting each other over resources, if we are not cooperating as a species by the time this thing comes, it will see us as a threat and it will remove us from the equation. And I think that would be really unfortunate because I think that humans are pretty amazing. So I just want to close with this final remark, which is I'm not convinced that governments are going to solve this problem. I actually think that companies in the private sector will go a long way in solving this problem. Companies have survived through having a profit, and I think that we need to acknowledge that companies need to make profit. They need to create solutions that add value to people. But I don't think that's enough anymore. I think that it's incredibly important for now for companies to have a purpose. And because if you have a purpose, you're going to attract talent. They want to have a purpose, but also you're going to attract customers. If I'm a customer and I have the choice to consume from a purposeful company or a not purposeful company, I will consume from the purposeful company. So I think it's incredibly important that now companies combine and integrate their profit and their purpose. And I think that's the only way that they're going to be sustainable. But I also think that the purpose that these companies are going to solve are the problems that we're going to be solving in humanity, the problems around our environment, the problems around job losses, and the problems around technological singularity. So actually, I'm super hopeful that collectively humanity will solve some of these problems. And Satalia's purpose, my company's purpose, is to create a world where everybody is able to do what they love, create a world where everybody can be entrepreneurs, everybody can be philanthropists, and everybody can figure out how can they divert their time to solving some of the big problems that we have facing humanity. And I think humans coupled with AI, we're going to have a very exciting and interesting several decades ahead of us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for your sharing. 也谢谢大家的收看和支持。那么即将我们也会短暂的休息一下，休息片刻过后，我们将回到北京站。回到北京站的逆势增长，我们会迎来本场大会最后的2个重磅圆桌论坛。那我们休息片刻，稍后再见。
2020超级红人节线上强势回归，威力云端碰撞，释放超红能量。10月19日至10月30日，超级红人节，微博等你哦！
谢谢大家的继续收看。回顾了高科技技术迭代带来的冲击力，分享了来自全球出海企业成功的营销案例，观望了与国际企业合作的前景，以及跟随了富有创意的企业家们探索了全新的行业生态。接下来，让我们再次回到北京站，听听走在世界前沿的企业家们如何回答在面临各方挑战和压力冲击之下，使企业实现营销增长的突破。首先，让我们把目光投向关于营销的流量运营，有请来自笔记侠创始人兼 CEO 的柯周，科特勒咨询 KMG 中国区管理合伙人王赛，汽车之家创客云部总监童斐，有请他们一同带来重磅圆桌，全域到私域 ，2C 到 2B 的流量运营，欢迎他们。
好，非常感谢大家来到今年的在线 GMIC 的 Pro 版。今天呢，我们围绕的主题是从全域到私域，从 2C 到 2B 的整个流量运营的讨论。今天我们非常开心呢，迎来了2位嘉宾，我先自我介绍一下，我是笔记侠的创始人柯周。那么我们今天的2位嘉宾身份也非常的特别，一位是来自于科特勒中国的合伙人王赛先生，他是多家500强公司的外脑顾问。也是知名畅销书增长无限的作者。那么我们另外一位嘉宾呢，是来自于我们汽车之家车家号整个业务跟内容线的负责人童总。非常开心2位嘉宾的到来，2位嘉宾也给我们的今天参与我们整体现场直播听众也给大家打个招呼，简单的再补充一下自我的介绍，谢谢。先请王赛老师，谢谢。
好的，各位在线的观众 GMIC 跟这个笔记侠的观众，大家好，我是科乐咨询的合伙人王赛。我的领域主要在市场营销、增长战略、品牌管理以及基于整个市场增长的这个策略这个模块之上，所以跟很多500强企业包括创新型企业来服务，很高兴加入今天的这样一个对谈。
好，谢谢王老师。童老师你也给大家打个招呼，自我介绍一下，谢谢。
好，大家好各位在线的 GMIC 的在线的网友，大家好我是汽车之家创客云部的总监，我主要负责的是整个车家号的生态。那车家号呢是整个的中国汽车领域领先的内容服务和商业平台。那我也是在汽车之家13年之久的一个资深的媒体人和运营人很高兴今天能够跟柯老师和王老师一起。
好，非常感谢2位老师就是2位老师都是非常资深的人士。王老师呢，基本上代表着整个中国在营销实践跟营销思考的一个高度。那么其实童老师呢，其实我们也看到汽车之家在过去的几年发展是非常的迅猛，从一个媒体到不仅限于媒体的一个汽车的一个全生态的平台而且发展的整个的市值也是翻得非常快首先表示恭喜今天我们的话题呢，主要是大家比较敏感也比较关注，也是企业家、创业者以及现在所有的营销产品团队在关注的一个话题，就是今天所有的企业都要面临数字化，在一个不确定性的环境下，因为如果说过去数字化是帮助我们的企业做得更好，那么接下来如果没有数字化的企业，可能活都活不下去。那在面对一个这样的现实的挑战面前，所以所有人今年都在关注流量这个事情流量呢也已经我们已经看到这个事情已经无处不在流量却又呈现出很特殊的2个趋势。一个趋势就是它的整个形态越来越丰富我们可以看到从传统的图文社区再到今年非常火爆的直播短视频，而且呢在丰富化的同时又呈现出叠加出碎片化我们可以看到好多的流量，新生的流量在不断的诞生，使我们的流量的焦虑是不断的加大所以这个时候呢，流量就呈现出有线上有线下，有公域有私域甚至说 流量有的在衰减，有的在上涨啊。那么有的面对这样的一个情况，其实我们不同的企业、不同的行业就需要不同的流量的运营的模式。因此呢，面对不同的这种模式，我们如何去进行精细化的思考，是我们本次讨论最重要的议题。那么我首先来抛出第一个比较头痛的问题，因为今天不管做 to B 还是 to C 的企业都发现一个问题，就是如果我在做 to C， 我会发现我的很多过去流量是可以花钱买到的。比如说我们通过投广告，今天我们过去去投汽车媒体或者去投电梯，这些都是公众池子里面我们去捞用户，对吧？用钱把用户捞回来。但今天可能很多用户并没办法触及到，所以今天很多流量都跑到了线上。流量在谁手上呢？是在很多 to C 的人手上，对吧？那么很多这些企业就第一个矛盾或者第一个焦虑它就出来了，就是如何我也能够同时在线去构建我的流量，我能够在公寓里面去曝光，能够去沉淀到我的私域里面来。今天的教育，今天的餐饮，今天的这种所有生活的方方面面的企业都在遇到这样的问题。所以两位在这方面是非常资深的人士，我想第一个问题就是说，怎么样今天我们在不管做 to C 的还是 to B 的企业， to B 的企业也同样遇到这样的问题，就是我的客户我没办法去拜访，对吧？那么我如何去接触到我的 to B 的意向的客户？那么今天 to B 跟 to C 的企业都遇到这个问题，那么如何在线去构建一个这样私域的流量池，并且让这两者相互的触动增长？我们想请王老师先听听您的观点，可以吗？谢谢。
好，我觉得啊，其实啊，在中国啊，业界啊造了很多词儿，比如说 O2O 这个词儿，其实也是国内造的啊，包括流量池、私域，所以很多概念，热门的概念，它背后一定反映问题的。我们先看这个问题，为什么会讨论这个问题？比如说以前的时候，你会发现很多企业热衷去做，比如说刷屏级的这种传播、刷屏级的营销，所以在互联网行业当中有个词叫做疯传 ，contagious 疯传，对吧？但是很多企业就发现，像这种规模的疯传，一年最多也就做了1、2次。包括你想一想，在几年前的时候，百雀羚曾经有个疯传的案例，号称全网有1个亿人刷屏，但是发现最后没有留存，跟客户之间没有产生任何的留存，所以就发现这种大规模的传播，每一次刷屏，好像就在收割客户的注意力或者是信任，但是下一次怎么来？发现没办法去量化，所以私域某种意义上是说 ，OK， 我怎么能够让传播第一个要素能够可持续化，传播的成本能够降下来。第二个呢，你会发现其实线下零售啊，本来一直都是去中心化或者私域的，比如说每个门店它分布在各个商圈或者社区，每个门店都有，比如说像 7-Eleven， 它都有自己的这个用户群体。所以对于这个零售店来讲的话，比如说店外就相当于是公寓，对吧？就相当于店内私域，对吧？私域某种意义上它的转化能力和客户服务能力是远远去高于公寓的，因为它强调的是目标客户而不是广阔的客户群，对吧？所以某种意义来讲的话，它是说如何从以前的单纯性的流量变成如何来深度去管理客户。所以我觉得从谈无论是 to B 企业还是到 to C 企业，他在做这个转型，他其实在做3个不一样的东西啊，或者叫4个不一样的东西。第一个，从以前的纯粹性的传播变成了这种客户之间的一个交互。第二个是从这个所谓的交易变成一个能够去建立持续交易的基础，就哪怕我暂时这个客户我没办法去变现，但是由于他养在我的客户池当中，我可以用慢慢的方式来去跟客户来进行互动参与，那我整个企业的媒体成本，包括整个企业的拓客成本会降得非常的低。第三个，它某种意义上可以去量化你的客户价值。为什么谈这个问题呢？你会发现以前的时候谈互联网或者谈数字化都是互联网公司，对吧？所以互联网公司在中国互联网公司有个非常典型的特征，就是用户量很多，但是可能真正开始挣钱的只是当中的一部分。但是大量的公司为什么值钱，值这个价值，其实它是有存量客户的。所以现在其实谈私域流量只是说从 to B 的企业或者 to C 的企业如何把以前的分散型的客户，只是商品和产品的数据，变成自己可以连接的客户的数据资产。这样的话其实就提了一个很重要的要素， 我认为私域流量的本质实际上是传统企业或者说是 to B 型的企业或者 to C 企业的 BAT 化，使自己的流量能够被搜索，这百度干的事情吧，使自己的流量能够交易，使自己的流量能具备社交功能，所以本质上是传统企业在走向数字化当中必经的一个路线啊，就是我觉得先谈我的这样一个观点啊。OK，
好，非常棒的观点，就是这个我觉得里面有个金句啊，就是传统企业把用户 BAT 化啊，就是可搜索、可社交啊、可交易啊，非常棒的一个总结。我们来听一下童老师你怎么看？
很感谢柯老师提的这个问题啊，就是在这个问题上我是这么看的，我觉得可以从2个层面来看一下，不管是 to B 还是 to C 企业，他们在流量获取上的模式，然后呢甚至是圈层的打法。那第一个我们先来看模式，那不管是 to B 还是 to C， 我们会发现说基本上都能够用2个模型或者说2个漏斗我们来看这件事情的。第一个是我们可以把它叫做是沙漏的模型啊，其实就是一个正三角一个倒三角。那这个怎么理解呢？我们会看得到说很多的企业是高举高打型的企业，那先从公域流量最大的开口开始，然后呢接着形成用户的认知，然后形成用户的转化，然后呢最后形成自己的品牌粉丝的认知，最终转化成自己的私域流量。那这是第一个倒三角，但是倒三角结束了吗？并没有。那倒三角开始在今年，特别是这2年啊，也就是刚才柯老师说的私域流量这个事情，成为了企业追逐的事件。那通过用户成为他自己的粉丝，形成了最下端，自己又再次产生优质的内容、优质的口碑，形成2次的裂变，继续的去扩大这个品牌级的粉丝，再次形成公域级的流量，帮助企业在下一次的传播或者营销当中实现极大的增长。所以这是一类从开始高举高打到中间形成自己的核心的用户群，再持续的扩张，再转化成自己的公域流量模型。所以这是第一个我们看到的公司级的，这个在 to B 和 to C 上其实我们都能找到典型的案例。那第2个漏洞我们可以看到的是什么？是零个性的，也就是说这个企业开始它并不是高举高打，这个企业开始是用渗透型的打法。我们从用户，我们先通过私域流量形成裂变，形成认知，形成口碑，形成规模，之后形成更大的品牌影响和公域流量上对于这个企业的通用性认知和规模的成长。那在这个基础上在不断的去扩大曝光和投放的时候，继续的倒三角形成了私域流量的转化，再继续的沉淀。所以我们看到的业务模型或者说流量的运营模式，不管是 to B 还是 to C， 其实在这2套的模型打法上是非常好的，把公域和私域这样的流量充分的结合在一起。而从什么时候开始到漏斗的哪一个阶段，再逐步的实现什么样的打法，取决于这个企业的增长的目标和历史的发展阶段，以及它用户扩张或者说市场扩张的速度和规模。那这是第一个我们看到的模式上其实是有非常非常显见的在公域加私域流量上的玩法。那第2点呢，我们如果再从私域本身这件事的圈层上看，就是我们也可以看到说，如果是用一个圈来看的话，如果从内核我们可以看到说，这个私域可能是企业的员工，然后呢再往外看的话，这个私域可能是这个企业产品的消费者，那我们再往外扩大一个圈，这个私域可能是这个企业的品牌级的粉丝。从内到外去扩张，还是首先建立品牌的粉丝，再往内运营，再使用自己的员工级扩张，这2套打法同样也是现存在现在的企业级的打法里边的。你比方说很多的车企其实是从先使用公域流量，先形成自己的产品的认知，先形成消费转化，然后呢有了自己的车主，然后在这个过程里面他把自己的员工，他把自己的经销商的体系然后他把自己的市场体系的这些自己的核心的员工再次转化成他自己的私域流量，形成更加快速的销售和裂变。对，所以这样的玩法其实在我看来，在现在的市场里面没有一个0和1的关系，而是真真正正是要匹配自己 企业发展的目标和不同的阶段，能够在匹配自己的起始点，然后发展和成熟期，甚至是继续的扩张期，能够把公域和私域在每一个阶段，能够把私域的不同人群在每一个阶段形成非常好的融合和梯度的一个打法。对，
好，非常好，就是刚才童老师也帮我们解构了几套现在的这种关系哈，就是说从大的公益里面去慢慢的从认识，对吧，到这个认知到认同变成你的私域，私域呢又随着不断的扩建，帮你再去形成一个大的公益，对吧？有几个可能不同方面的一个往复的方法。其实呢，我相信包括汽车之家所在的汽车行业，或者说刚才王老师可能背后也会涉及到很多的行业。其实现在这个话题已经成为各个行业的一个很热门的一个话题，因为我们知道腾讯在最近的财报第一次提到私域这个概念，也对私域进行了定义。那么我们看到前几天腾讯这个集团副总裁也正式对于私域这个事情进行深度的解析。那我们也可以看到，不管是从腾讯这些互联网公司来说，还是传统企业，包括我们看到一些数据，就是有一些传统的上市公司可能在做战略规划的时候，他们可能今年只是在私域流量可能只规划了3%的一个份额在整个销售当中，但是现在到目前为止，这个数据可能在他们比例当中就已经超过10%。那么很多的门店或者很多的经销商对这个事情都发生新的认知。对于很多门店来说，他们发现说，我过去我的用户是没有数据沉淀的，我是没办法再跟他们形成继续的联系。对于很多的加盟店或者说对于很多代理商来说，他们也发现，就是因为有这个私域流量出现，他们的销售业绩也正在发生增长。就是原来这些做 to B 的或者做 to C 的都意识到了私域流量它的一个价值，甚至有人断言，接下来是私域流量的黄金10年。没有私域流量，那么企业它这边所空出来的，就是我们原来这些线下的人员所空出来的这个流量，可能这个份额，可能这种订单就会朝向有私域流量企业迁移，对吧？所以在这样的一个相对行业都比较普遍关注的情况下，我想在这个问题上继续深问一个问题，就是今天很多 to B 的企业，他在发现说我要去 to C 的流量公域里面去捞私域流量，为什么呢？就我们刚才说的，就是第一，他可能很难再接触到他的很多团队，可能在未来可能想要再接触到企业都不是那么像过去成本那么低了，对吧？他们如果来到这线上，他们有很强的可能原来的这种能力或者服务产品的能力，但是很多服务跟产品在线上，它一开始被用户是不会感知到的，因为很多东西是需要体验的，就像卖车这个事情，对吧？卖车这个事情我们是原来是需要去体验的，对吧？那有一些这种 to B 的体验型的产品可能就出现了一个问题，那这个问题呢背后代表什么？就是可能今天你来到线上的时候，你一种方法是你自己来生产内容，把你的产品跟服务说清楚，对吧？通过直播或者短视频。一种就是你找那些有流量的公司合作，对吧？然后呢去搭建出你原来的产品体系里面可能要面向 to C 能够接受的产品，可能是免费的，可能只有几十块、几百块、几千块，来为后面的几万、几十万、几百万的产品做流量的沉淀去挖掘。所以在这里我想问一下，就是如果在你们来看，面对这样的来到线上的 to B 的企业或者 to C 的企业，我们以 to B 为例，你们是建议他自己来搭建，还是他们去更好的找合作方来，有合作方继续掌握流量，但是呢他拥有很强的流量的当 to B 的企业，或者他打造出相关产品，他可以具备把用户极大的体验黏住，最后再去一定周期的去进行沉淀和转化，你们会怎么建议？
我先说吧，我觉得这个没有一个定路啊，是这样的，你会发现有很多企业进行的，其实这个在商业模式里面叫做资源之间的交易，就是说我不一定在整个价值链当中所有的环节我都会去做，但是我一定要去掌握整个价值链，然后我没有资源，我可以通过交易的方式来进行重组。比如说 OK， 像汽车行业当中，其实现在也有很多跟跨界来进行合作，比如说我们知道钟雪糕啊，你看几乎每一周都会找什么大白兔啊，或者说其他来故宫来进行合作，对不对？这其实表面上看是叫做品牌互换，或者叫品牌的这个粘合，其实品牌背后也包括流量，因为品牌是一个很大的自流量，它和那种公域流量最大不一样，它是消费者具备主动搜索能力， 对吧？但是你看，从品牌和流量背后反映的什么？反映的实际上是客户资产的互换。所以流量它本身，我觉得这个流量啊，其实可以改个词，就是这个流啊，改成那个停留的流。所以我就停留的流是改成这个，应该是这个流量可能更加的能够反映这个流量的本质。所以我给很多企业去做这个数字营销战略的服务的时候，我就发现有几个很核心的要素，可能跟这个流量就很相关了。刚刚你谈的 to B 跟 to C 怎么来做？第一个叫做念路不粘。什么叫念路不粘呢？我打个比方，比如说您刚才举的这个例子当中，要不要自己建，还是说是用外面的流量？你比如说有些公司投了大量的公域流量当中的广告，结果客户去搜索的时候，发现在关键词的在百度或者 search 当中的关键词当中，跑不出这家公司的核心的品牌信息，就是大量的信息是分散掉，对吧？所以我当时就把它还原成一条路径。比如说客户可能，如果你是个陌生型的品牌，你客户可能先要见到你，所以大量的公域流量铺下去，或者我通过线下的方式铺下去，是让客户可视化、可见化，先得有到达。那这个情况当中，你会发现传统的媒体包括以前的所谓的古典互联网还是有效的，它会去让更多的媒体能够达到可达到性。但第二步就有一个很大的问题了，就是达到性之后，消费者就会产生一个第二个环节叫搜索。那搜索过程当中有品牌的关键词，这个流量怎么打？这个流量当中就要建立整个关键词的联想群。再可能完了之后，可能客户就会搜索到你的公众，或者跟你产生了简单性的购买或者简单性的这个询问。那这个过程当中怎么把这个流量又引到跟你之间能够建立持续在一个大庭广众之下的流量？有一种私域流量的解读方法是说 ，OK， 什么是公域流量？公域流量是接到的，就像百货商店一样的，而私域流量就是能够跟你产生结合参与和互动感之间的流量。所以这就是个转换。所以你看看这个完美日记，在每一个商品当中都打上二维码，而且用各种方法促使消费者能够扫码跟它产生连接，能够有个 surprise， 包括盲盒也是这种类型的模式。所以到底要不要去借外部资源？核心是说，在整个链路当中，整个消费者链路从知道、知晓、搜索、认知到接到运营到购买到裂变当中，哪些是缺的？哪些这个环节当中是我短期不起来的？我可能需要跟外合作。但是从长期来看的话，我刚才谈到了建立私域流量的两个背景。第一个是说 ，OK， 我怎么把我自己的公司业务能够互联网化，能够 BAT 化。第二个是我怎么能够让我长期的路径当中传播成本能够降低。那从长期来讲的话，都会走向私域流量的管理，或者我们不如换一个说法，叫做数字化客户资产的管理。我觉得这个其实回答了我看大量的公司，其实在做数字化营销当中，链路不粘，流量不留存不下来，社群不群。我觉得这个其实是私域流量要解决的一个本质，回到客户资产的这样一个管理方式。OK， 我先说到这里啊。OK，
了解。关于这个问题呢，就是刚才王老师有做了一些回应啊，就是我觉得也值得去思考，就是说其实数字资产到底它是一个什么样的一个价值，对它价值的定义吧，对吧？就是因为可能说我们的数字资产有些是我们没必要去搭建，也许我们搭建的是不精准的，甚至是说我们搭建的很多还不会被认知到，也许我们找到一些非常好的这些公益流量，或者说一些精准的这些流量，我们可能跟它合作也是一种方式。汽车之家呢是一家在整个汽车生态里面就是非常多的知名品牌啊，主机厂还有很多的这种经销商都是在汽车之家进行，还有用户在上面看汽车的知识、选车、买车一系列行为在这上面发生。那就是对于汽车之家这家公司来看，就是你们怎么看 B 跟 C 在这里面的交互，以及 B 为什么要跟你们有这么深度的合作，以及你们过去在818刚完成了一次汽车节，对吧？那为什么这么多的厂家愿意来参与一个这样看起来很娱乐化，对吧？看起来是一个很玩乐化的 to C 的一种玩法的事情，而且又是跟湖南卫视合作的这种非常的 to C 的方式来结合，你们在这当中到底尝到了什么甜头？你们的合作商尝到什么甜头？为什么第2年依然可以做得这么棒？
好，感谢柯老师的问题啊。对，就是在刚才的这个问题里面，就是有一点我其实是蛮认同王老师刚才讲的一个观点的，就是在流量最终的运营上，其实是要靠 每一个阶段啊，特别是我们的客户方或者说我们的 B 端，然后呢能够把他的客户资产能够非常好的运营下来。那柯老师说的这个问题，其实结合前面的那个场景，有一个很重要的前提，就是这个厂商他怎么能够获到客户，怎么能够很好的沉淀和经营下来。那这个其实是在过去的汽车之家的15年里，特别是这2年的818里，我们就是深深能够体会到的是，因为之家我们具备巨大的 C 端的价值，我们具备了为整个的中国的汽车消费者提供优质的服务，能让中国愿意想买车的时候想看车的时候关于用车有问题产生的时候的这样的用户，他首先想到的是汽车之家。那在之家的整个场景里面，因为有了这样的优质的用户，那所以 B 端才能在整个的流量平台上更好的去将自己的产品将自己的品牌更好的传递给客户，传递给我们的汽车之家的消费者，然后呢才能形成它最终从公域到私域流量的转化。那在整个的818的我们打造的这个全球超级车展原生的思路上，其实很核心很重要的一点就是我们希望能把它做成中国第一的购车节。那大家也知道，在今年其实因为疫情的客观条件，我们整个的中国的汽车市场在前4个月其实是受到了比较大的重创然后呢整个的销量的下滑是断崖式的。那在这个时候，其实汽车之家是凭借了我们优秀的线上的智能化的营销、数字化的营销，然后呢非常好的帮助我们的消费者足不出户的就能够在线上通过 VR 车展通过我们的直播，通过我们的短视频，然后通过我们在经销商上直接和我们的用户产生互动，多种多样的先进的购车、看车和买车的方式，能够第一时间帮助我们的消费者非常好的去足不出户，然后完成他们的消费需求。那在整个818的生态里，我们除了利用线上这些优势的资源之外，我们还把我们的线销和线上营销其实是做了非常好的融合。因为大家都知道，汽车的主机厂其实最重要的成交是在我们的线下的经销商的场景里面。那最终怎么样能够引导我们的用户，或者说能够帮助用户最终到线下完成体验、完成成交，其实是需要依靠线上的整体，从前期我们让用户能够了解，然后呢不仅仅是了解它的产品，同时还能了解它的营销的策略，然后或者说它的优惠策略，然后呢最终再去引导我们的用户能够到线下和店头，然后呢去产生最终的体验和实际的消费。对，所以呢我会认为说不管是我们的 to B 还是 to C， 真正的能够去服务好我们的用户链条，能够真正的满足他们的需求，能够让他们信赖这个流量平台，然后呢从而在信赖流量平台的基础之上，然后再转化成最终的消费级用户，甚至成为这个产品和品牌的粉丝。那这个链路是取决于优质的流量平台和优秀的产品级的这种品牌客户中间的每一环都是缺一不可的。对，
好，谢谢。因为刚才这个问题呢，我是想其实背后带大家挖掘一个事情，就是说我们现在的这种传统很多的零售商，以及我们很多传统的消费行为方式，是不是正在产生很大的数字化转型？因为我觉得私域流量其实本质上这个问题还是要从我们的整体的一个消费的升级，以及整个技术的变迁和整个社会文化的环境来看这个事情。因为就像这个王赛老师刚才我们在交流的时候，他有提到，就私域流量这个词或者私域这个事情，他很早就在观察了，或者说这个很多它只是一个新词，在一个新时代下的一个新词。因为我们现在比如说好，我们就把它当作个新词来理解。比如说有个定义，对于这个私域流量的定义，就是在腾讯的这个 Q2 的这个财报当中，它有这么一句话就是说所谓的私域，它里面有一句话这样提到，就是说是属于这个广告主或者企业通过私域与用户建立关系，并且呢要有效的去维护它的长远且忠诚的客户关系而非只是单次交易的广告投放。就从这个定义来看，我觉得它背后隐含2个信息。第一， 就是今天我们要怎么样在线去投放，从而这个投放呢，不管是我们可能在通过很多的渠道跟工具或者很多的平台，那么我们在这个投放当中要去获得的是一段客户关系，这个客户关系它不是一次的这种交易的关系，而是一种长期有效维护且忠诚的关系啊。也就是说，对这个事情的重视不只是说你引来了一个私域，而是你对私域整套玩法的重视，对吧？所以从这个背景隐含的信息来看，我想提出第二个问题，既然我们值得去重视，而且可以成为我们的重大思考当中的一个非常重要的部分，那么如何进行这方面的就这个事情到底未来对整个营销到底意味着什么，有多大的价值，它在服务在变现在转化的每个环节到底意味着什么我想先听听王老师的观点。对，
我觉得其实对营销真的这个变化非常非常大，但是实际上是回归到营销的一个很重要的本质，就是怎么去建立客户资产。就是为什么以前的时候很多公司在提以客户为中心，但是实际上这只是一个概念，没办法实现呢？因为你想想，在非数字化连接的时代当中，很多产品比如像家电像手机，在前互联网时代当中都是通过经销商到渠道层层跌进的，所以当时有个非常热门的词叫做深度分销，因为我只有分销到各个点里面，甚至分销到你旁边的 7-Eleven 那个店当中，我才能更好的连接消费者。但是消费者在终端买了这个手机，买了这个产品之后，买了一包烟之后，或者买了一包饮料之后，买了一个饮料之后，消费者跟企业之间完全断了联系了，对吧？但是什么是叫做客户资产呢？叫客户资产做法是完全不一样的。所以我提出一个新的看法，就是说如果一个企业建了私域流量之后，有一套算法，怎么算呢？就是打个比方，我今年的业绩需要多少？假设我今年的业绩是10个亿，我能不能推算出有一套模型去推算出我需要10个亿，我到底需要多少客户？以前的时候，比如说以前按照 TCL 来算业绩的方式是说 OK， 我通过每个渠道卖多少，按照渠道来进行分解，所以这个是分解不到客户手上的，对吧？好，我现在由于我可以数字化连接，那我打法就完全不一样了。我假设这10个亿分解到多少客户，我就知道了，我按照这个客户的转化率当中，我需要建立多大的客户流量池客户池当中又有多少东西转化成我的客户，哪些客户又能转化成我的超级客户，哪些客户有可能转化成我的预付费客户，我的整个公司的财务现金流就非常非常的稳健这个是以前没办法去计算的。比如说有些互联网厂商可能不断的在推新品，我现在在帮一家这个非常大的一家公司在做他们这个增长战略。我当时问了一个很重要的问题，就是说 OK， 实现1000个亿到底需要多少个客户，或者说以现有的客户为基础，假设1个亿的客户，实际上每个客户可能只用再叠加500块钱或者700块钱，这个公司的目标就达成了。但以前的话没办法这样算的，因为以前的时候我是反复要触及客户，但现在由于我把客户跟我连接起来之后，我只要围绕这个客户，你现在今年在我这里增加1000块，你需要买什么样的产品，我跟你来进行互动，我跟你来进行年创性的设计，我整个公司就不会变成一个说要先去生产产品再到达客户，或者说我先去调研客户需求再生产产品到达客户，而是便于我在运营这个客户资产，我就能够放很多丰饶的产品和服务进去。这个其实在科勒在早年就一直在提以客户为中心，但是由于跟客户之间没有一个数字化连接的方式，这个东西只能变成一种概念。但今天由于数字化的方式，我能够去算得出 OK， 就跟互联网公司一样的，互联网公司是怎么算的？算我一个客户终身消费，终身在我这里创造的价值，对吧？所谓的客户终身价值。我现在的传统厂商如果说这个厂商具备2个特质，第一个，它的交易这个客户能够产生交易价值，第二个，客户能够算出客户的频率，我就能够去算出，只要我把这个客户服务好，他变成我的超级客户，我就能够算出这个客户的终身价值。那我这个公司实际上通过营销，通过这个模式，我就完成了增长当中的真正的互联网化。这个就是很多传统企业碰到的问题。所以我在4月份的时候，有一家消费品的公司的 boss， 他问我一个问题，他说他10年前有一家资本投资他的时候，他的估值是50个亿人民币，现在只有10个亿人民币。这个公司非常有名，我就不能说名字非常有名。 为什么？因为它大部分的方式通过广告加渠道的方式来卖的，结果疫情一发现，客户不见了，所以公司打出一个横幅，叫做寻找已经流失的客户。但是另外一家公司同样在这个行业当中，就是完美日记，它是通过客户运营的方式，所以完美日记非常强调说 ，OK， 我无论在任何地方当中接收到完美日记，我会把它导入到我的客户池或者叫做客户连接的，也可以叫做私域流量池，我把它叫做客户资产当中，对吧？然后围绕这个客户去开发新品，围绕这个客户去管理他的关系，甚至哪些客户流失了，他会把这个客户给找出来，去分析为什么会流失。这样的话，他就不是在管理产品，他是在基于客户在管理产品。所以这个模式当中，它能够算得出来。OK， 我今年假设我增长30%，增长100%，我需要扩展多少客户？我需要把原有客户当中的购买频率要提升几倍，或者提升多少？它就背后这个公司就有一套增长的算法出来了。我就觉得很多公司，好公司和坏公司之间，或者叫好的经营和坏的经营之间，最大的区别就是有没有一套可以量化或者趋向于量化的算法。而且这个算法是我能够是通过我能够直达到客户，所以现在讲究 DTC 直达到客户的方式，我能够去运营的。所以这样的话就会使以前的这些制造商、渠道商慢慢都变向于一个基于客户价值的资产经营上，就围绕这个客户，我能够放哪些产品进去，把它给服务好。我觉得这个是完全不一样的。所以我一直在讲一件事情，就是按照巴菲特的方法来说，衡量好公司和坏公司当中有个东西叫做护城河。以前的护城河可能是说，我有什么样的资源，或者说我有什么样的品牌，当然品牌很重要，但是现在很重要的护城河就是我有多少可以直接连接并且能够产生终身交易的客户资产。我觉得这个是不一样，这个就能够算出一个公司的终身价值，或者说它的这个价值。OK， 先说到这里。
非常棒，我觉得啊，就是我们王老师给我们画龙点睛啊，就是这个护城河的这个护城河的定义在发生改变啊，那就是今天大家都非常羡慕的这些数字资产或者流量资产，但是光有数字资产和流量资产也远远不够。刚才王老师最后一句话点醒了，是还要能彼此是产生多久，可能是终身的，是多长的一个关系。那我们接下来要探讨的一个话题就是，今天我们会知道说，当下我们今天在做的事情就是直播，而直播和短视频正成为现在这个私域流量大家都在大家都在探讨最热烈的就是用户获取的方式和方法，卖课卖货就是卖各种东西，今天都可以通过在线的方式。今天在线大家摆起了一个又一个的小摊，对吧？今天线下的菜市场已经来到了线上，对吧？只是大家在讲不同的内容、不同的产品跟不同的服务。所以呢，就是在整体直播和短视频快速崛起的当下，对于我们已有的传统的营销增长和已有的这种我们的动作会带来什么样的冲击，以及它又有怎样的正面的影响啊？我们听一下这个王老师先来给我们分解一下。
好，因为这个事情呢，由于疫情的原因呢，我就相对比较关注这两个点，因为包括最近的这个抖音跟今日头条都成为了这个中美之间比较现象级的事件啊 ，OK， 对吧？我想说一个本质一个不一样。其实我们把营销来拆开的话，一个是属于市场性的行为、品牌性的行为，一个是属于交易性的行为。这个其实在今天的这个短视频和直播当中，其实都发生一个巨大的改变。一个巨大改变是什么地方呢？先从品牌上来看，以前的时候品牌信息要做了极简，所以就会有定位，要做了极简，因为它是从传统的这个媒介，就哪怕我是从公域流量当中的这个所谓的传统的互联网当中，其实它也要求信息高度之转化的。但是短视频跟直播它是个丰饶信息，所以某种意义上当中，它和以前的品牌行为当中，就是说我如何从个简单信息做一个入口进去，我会有很多品牌知识让你了解。我打个比方，以前的时候你可能说怕上火喝王老吉，你就知道这一句话，你可能会产生这个购买性的行为，对吧？但是王老吉可能还有很多的品牌联想，相对于竞品的品牌的联想，你可能不知道。但是这个东西可能通过直播的方式，它把品牌知识能够完整的传递出来，我觉得这个是完全不一样。这个所以对于一些产品力非常强的公司来讲，这是个极度好的一个事情。第二个事情就是由于 由于有品牌行为在前，或者虽然大家现在在讨论说 ，OK， 直播不容易去产生品牌，我认为这个直播的1.0阶段，在做这个交易，就像当年的淘宝最开始也是一些母品牌的货，对吧？但是现在慢慢的淘宝变成很多品牌商家占据了一个很核心的要素，我觉得这是个1.0跟2.0的问题。就2.0的当中，由于它是一个丰饶品牌或者丰饶的产品知识传递给消费者的一个平台，它就降低了营销当中或者叫客户和企业当中一个叫知识不对称或者叫信息不对称的一个问题。因为信息不对称最容易产生忽悠，有大量的信息或者是这种裂变式的信息，或者是因为是朋友圈之间能够产生这个推送，所以这个信息的丰饶性和信息的信任倍数会比以前要高，我觉得这是对品牌的一个要素。对于整个交易当中的一个要素，它是可以打通整个链路的，就是说 OK， 我能从品牌信息再导到我的交易性的平台，或者当中有裂变性的平台。所以我觉得整个它是把以前的互联网当中从一个图片时代带入了一个可以跟品牌或者跟交易来进行一个互动和深入交流的一个要素。所以有一些公司就开始去找从 KOL 品牌当中 KOL 变成去找 KOC， 就是我大量的客户基于这个客户来进行通过短视频或者通过这个直播来变成我的分销商。于是这里面就又可以构建一个模型，就是 OK， 这些 KOC 当中有多少粉丝，它能够影响到多少客户，于是就可以把企业在这个从信息到裂变到交易当中的算法算出来。所以我今年帮做年华新闻胶囊的顾问，我做的大健康产品的顾问，我当时跟他做个算法，就是说 OK， 如果说做直播，如果说做这个视频当中的 KOC， 基于你的销量当中需要多少客户，需要多少客户，需要多少 KOC， 这是可以通过一套算法把它给算出来的，就不是以前的一个单纯的一个品牌的一个简单的交易信息或者广告信息。这是我先说到这个地方，好吧 ？OK。
非常精彩，我觉得今天我们的讨论呢是意犹未尽呢，就是特别是刚才最后的这几个补充啊，就是说让我们能够，其实包括我们今天的直播，我相信大家也是非常沉浸式的，我们在分享的过程或者在听的过程，包括我们的主办方 GMIC 对吧，其实是给大家带来一个非常穿越时空的一种体验的交流方式。所以呢，我相信通过今天咱们的交流，其实我们至少有几个逐步清晰的概念可能会慢慢的就浮出来了。第一呢，就是说今天私益公益或者说今天的这种直播短视频，其实它所带来的所谓的私有资产或者说私益资产，是在于说你跟它发生的不仅仅是一个一次的关系，而是一种彼此之间是有深度互动交流的关系，这样的数字资产才是真正的资产，这是我们第一点我们可以去理解和判断的。第二呢，就是说我们可以发现今天不管市场怎么变化或者生意怎么变化，它有些根本是不变的，只是说可能有一些交流跟交易跟交互的方式在发生改变，这是我们今天每一个可能线下的企业或者说我们今天在线上要去通过流量去获取来沉淀成为自己交易营销一份子的这种所有的企业经营者和跟管理者值得去深思的一个问题。好，今天我们的交流呢，时间是非常的快，我们不知不觉已经完成了所有问题的讨论。那么更多的精彩，欢迎您继续收看我们GMIC接下来更精彩的直播。再次非常感谢王老师跟童老师的到来，请你们用最后一句话对我们所有的用户表达一下你们今天讨论所能够给大家再表达的意思，谢谢。
所谓公域和私域，其实回到营销的本质，都是建立数字化的客户资产，把你的企业 BAT 化，你会更加值钱，也更加赚钱。
好，谢谢童老师。
好我认为不管是公域还是私域，未来的主流趋势一定是在智能营销，一定是在内容营销的大的场景和趋势上，数字化营销是未来的王道。
好，那就请各位在直播前的这个听众注意这些概念的理解消化，去找到你们最佳的线上的合作伙伴，未来你们在线上有更大的探索空间可以继续发挥。本次论坛圆桌到此为止，谢谢大家。
谢谢来自们精彩的圆桌论坛分享。接下来是本大会的最后一场重磅圆桌论坛，请我们的 Let's welcome the CEO and the General Manager Poinoy Ranghuman from Orange Lab China, Founder and CEO Jonathan Rahi from Counter Square, the president Julien Gorbet from Voodoo Games, and the founding director Jean-Dominique Savala from Sun Consulting. And their panel discussion will be French entrepreneurs at the forefront of innovation, moderated by French Tech Beijing. 在创新最前沿的法国企业家，欢迎他们。
So, hello, I am Jean-Dominique Seval, founding director of Sun Consulting, and I have the great honor to moderate this panel dedicated to French entrepreneurs at the forefront of innovation. So, gentlemen, welcome to this special session of the GMIC Live 2020, organized with the support of French Tech Beijing. La French Tech, in few words, is a French startup scene, and here in Beijing, the French Tech Hub promotes the best of French national technology. This month, for instance, just an example, France has been listed at the top of the World Economic Forum ranking of the World Digital Riser. So, a great news for the French innovators. So it's my pleasure to welcome today three prestigious speakers from three amazing companies. John Cherky, founder and CEO of Content Square. Thank John to be with us from New York. And good evening, John.
Good evening. Very happy to be with you today.
Julian Corbett, President Asia Pacific of Voodoo from Singapore. Hi, Julian.
Great to be here. Thank you for having us.
And Bruno Germain, CEO and General Manager of Orange Labs in Beijing. Good morning, Bruno.
Hello, good morning, good evening. Pleasure to be with you.
Thanks, Bruno. So let's get started. John, first question for you. Content Square is a digital experience analytics platform trusted by more than 700 enterprise customers worldwide, including 30% of the global fortune. In May 2020, you announced a $190 million Series D, bringing total investment in the company to over $310 million. A big deal. So, John, could you tell us why Content Square is so special and how you became the latest French unicorn?
So thanks for this introduction. First, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we do. And to do this, I will use a little comparison. So let's imagine a physical store. In a shop, you know who is coming, who is leaving, who is buying. You don't know exactly what they are doing in the store, but you can see and you can feel. Online, you are totally blind. And to answer this topic, we develop a technology that is collecting every mouse movement, every touch, to understand why someone is doing something and why does a user leave a website. And we provide automatic recommendation for e-merchandising, content, pricing, analytics to improve the customer journey. Our goal is to develop the conversion rate and the revenue. I think we were lucky on some point because our market is increasing. For a long time, the best way to improve online sales was acquisition. Make more people come to the website. Google with the search or Salesforce with CRM. But the cost of acquisition is now very high. The traffic is on, the conversion rate is low. Amazon is a king. So improving experience, online experience is more and more important. We have developed a great technology with a lot of patents, collecting every day 10,000 of data to understand user experience. The growth of the company has been over 200% in 2019. We are a global category leader. We are pretty good in M&A. We acquired 2 companies in 2019 and more to come in 2020. And at the end, I think we have a fantastic culture and people to achieve this vision, to bring insight for all and to improve online experience.
Okay, thanks, John. Very, very clear. So I jump to Julian. Julian, Voodoo is a French video game developer and publisher established in 2013. And now, Voodoo is the largest gaming application publisher in the world. with almost 4 billion downloads. 4 billion, that's right. Please tell us more about Voodoo, Julian.
Hi, great to be here and great to meet you all. Indeed, Voodoo is one of these amazing companies that many people may not have heard of, but we do a lot of downloads and have a lot of reach. So, I mean, just to give you an idea, if you're to take all of the downloads that Netflix does and add to that all of the downloads of Zoom plus Spotify, add in Snap, and let's throw in a big one like Instagram, you take all of those combined, we do more installs. And so the reach that Voodoo has is quite extraordinary. And so where does this reach come from? It comes from the fact that Voodoo pioneered a genre in gaming called hyper-casual. And what hyper-casual is creating these delightful short experiences that have a very broad audience. It goes beyond the traditional borders of what one thinks of as gamers. And these are games like Helix Jump or Crowd City or recently Scribble Rider. And the system that Voodoo created is this magical mix between human insight and guidance through our publishing team, along with big data and testing and knowing how to optimize games to create the widest audience. And we just have a very simple mission in mind. It is entertain the world. And from the very start, Voodoo thought of how we could reach people around the world with these digital experiences and have been very successful at it.
Okay, we will come back to have more detail on this success. Just for this introduction, I come to Bruno. So Bruno, now Orange is the leading French telecom operator, a famous one, but more than that, Orange is a leader in numerous countries outside France, which is quite unusual when telecom operators are generally leaders at home only. Could you share with us some key facts regarding Orange?
Okay, so yeah, effectively, Orange is a big one among the top operator in the world. So not only operating on the French market with the historical France Telecom or Post and Telecommunication background, let's say. Now it's 27 countries where Orange is operating as a mobile network operator, but not only. We do operate mobile, but we do also operate fixed, variety of network, in fact, going from fixed, copper, 5G, 4G, and also low bandwidth network like LoRa or NB-IoT or Category M and all those kind of network. So it's a multi-operator network. But what makes us different, aside of the fact that we are operating in many countries, is also because we are not only operator, but we have a multi-service company at some point. So we own a bank. So we have some financial banking service in Europe. We do have Orange Money for Africa. We are also producing, editing, distributing content. We are also very active on all data, AI with cyber defense type of services. Not only we have also some strong hardware equipment, as we do have some submarine cable and we have the boats to deploy them and so on. So Orange is somehow a multi-player, multi-actor, multi-service provider in those 27 countries. And one of the reasons also to go abroad and it's to be at scale, because today if you want to address this ecosystem and to be as vocal as could be our competitor or partners, we need to be big. And Orange today it's 250 million customer in the region we operate. And Orange, it's also Orange Business Services. And here we are operating services mainly for connectivity and for cloud services in close than 200 countries worldwide.
Okay, thanks. It's clear. So you are billionaire in multi-millionaire in clients, and some of you are billionaires in terms of download. So it's quite impressive. So, John, I come back to you to understand more about to know more about Content Square. Content Square, I think, was born in a small attic in Paris, so a beautiful story. And before expanding to the rest of Europe, the US, and now Asia. Could you tell me more about your interest in the Chinese market? Chinese market well known to be a mobile-first country.
Yeah.
Sorry, I switched.
We anticipated this move towards mobile usage and developed Square as a mobile analytics technology, working on web, mobile, and app. So first we developed it in Paris, then Europe, then US, and now Asia is the next big step for us. We have an office in Tokyo. We recently opened our Singapore office, and we're super excited to prepare our Chinese development, working on it now to be there in 2021. Personally, I'm super curious to learn more about the Chinese culture and tech markets, and look forward to meet amazing partners that can support us in this project. When we move fast. I love to say, where there is a will, there is a way. We will be there soon.
Okay, so I think so. The message is on the way. So regarding the China, Julian, Vodoo has achieved the dream to build a global business from France, and what is quite exceptional is without having teams outside France at the beginning. So could you share the secret with us?
I think it's really interesting. Both what Jonathan has been saying and Bruno is these global French tech companies are ones that have, from the very start, thought beyond their borders. In fact, just this week, our founder and CEO, Alex Yazgi, was invited to the Elysee and had a presentation to President Macron. And this was very much the topic, is saying the magic of digital and these platforms is that literally we can go from something that is a game concept to a game that is charting #1 in 100 countries in a matter of a month. And the very DNA of Vodoo has been from the start to think globally. And we have never, I think, France is 3% of our revenue. So the vast majority of everything that we do is outside of France, and in fact outside of Europe. Japan is top 2 country for us, and the US is #1. So we've really, from the very beginning as a company, been thinking globally, creating these entertainment experiences for the world. And really the secret around this is how you go about in terms of the processes that you put in place and the approach to creating this content and delivering this content. Think globally from day one.
It's very impressive to achieve this kind of deployments and so fast and so globally. So, Bruno, what are the main range R&D and innovation priorities for the coming years? It's important for us to understand what is your main priorities, and if Orange has also to adapt these priorities due to the COVID-19 turmoil, because there is certainly a before and an after of the pandemic, even if it's not over. But what you arrange your priority regarding this situation?
So as R&D is concerned, and as explained, as we are operating in many fields of technology, somehow we have a various panel of technology that we need to address. So one which is essential to the future is, of course, the 5G. So currently we are working a lot on deploying 5G, but not only the deployment itself, but also what we're going to do with 5G, because that's remained a key question for many of the actors around the ecosystem. Being in China is very helpful because Chinese deploy as a high speed here, and we can see a few applications popping up. So it's really good to see what is happening here. Aside of 5G, whatever is related to AI and data is very important. So Jonathan and Julian won't say the reverse. Somehow it's the future of the way we're going to operate the network, is the future of the way we can be efficient, is the future of the way we can be greenish. That's also a key priority for Orange, and part of the engagement that was announced by our CEO, Stefan Richard. Being responsible, the green part of it is key. And again, here in China, as they are facing massively the deployment of 5G and all those new technology, the responsible element of it is very, very interesting to be observed from here in China. It's also about what we call edge computing. You know that as more you're going to have a device connected somehow to a given network, if when you want to bring the processing power to the device, it has a cost. And if somehow you want to reduce those costs or optimize those costs, the edge function in the network as something that are very key for the technical and functionality part of the promise, but not only for us operator. It's a way somehow to regain some value on the value chain of the network to the device, and not to be suffering too much somehow from the OTT presence that somehow is capturing most of the value as we speak today. So having edge computing back in our network is a way to have new keys to create value for us operators. So that's also a priority for the year to come. And one which is very important for us as we are operating in Africa and in the Middle East, those regions have low purchasing power. So somehow to make sure that we can increase the inclusion and increase the number of people accessing internet and the digital world, we need somehow to work heavily on research and development to lower down as much we can the cost of the device in those regions. And this is also something that we are working very heavily here in China in relationship with the Chinese vendor, the OS provider like KaiOS, which is delivering a very good promise for those type of devices and addressing those markets.
Okay, it's clear. So you learn a lot about your different geography, and so that's interesting. John, to come back to you at Content Square. Content Square, it's interesting to note that your customers span a broad range of industries, including retail, finance, telecom, and tech. Could you explain your value proposition and take time to explain clearly, because it's interesting for us to understand your value proposition, and perhaps by sharing with us one or two customer case studies?
So, you know, with COVID, there is definitely an acceleration of digitalization of the world, meaning all verticals are now investing in digital, and they all want to understand and optimize their digital customer experience. Everything is happening online. Our job is to improve the customer journey, to measure the content efficiency. So let me give you one or two examples. Let's take a website. There are a lot of contents. No one is clicking on the text. No one is clicking on the images. So it's hard to measure their efficiency. Content Square technology is helping to measure the engagement, the revenue generated by each asset, to tell you, you should keep this image, this one you should remove and put this content. And at the end, it's a question of data. You will have, let's say, 3% of conversion rate on a slideshow. But you don't care and you don't know if 3% of conversion rate is good or not. You will know by comparison of the market. Our technology is able to compare every asset to the world to tell you if you are good or not in your industry. And based on the fact that we are collecting every touch, swipe, zoom on a mobile, we are able to detect any kind of errors. By tracking the user interaction, we understand the friction, and we automatically tell you which element you should change on your checkout, for example, to improve the efficiency of online sales. So that's typically the kind of recommendation provided by our software to prioritize what you should optimize.
so I understand also, regarding what you say, you don't need to collect private information from users, from customers. That's right. So you have a different relation regarding private life.
Yeah, that's a very important point. I think that if we're analyzing the evolution of the world, privacy is a very important topic. That's always decided to not collect any personal information. And we will invest more and more in the future to accelerate this trend, because I think it's important for all the people, for the customer, for the consumer, but also for ourselves as a value.
And so, can you give us one or two sample of case study, one or two of your customer, what they do with your technology? Can you give us an example?
Yeah, but let's take a customer like Tiffany in luxury. They want to understand which content they should push on their website, which one is engaging. Let's take another customer in telco or banking. They would like to identify any kind of error experience. Someone is clicking a lot on a field, not working. So we help them to identify all the improvements of their website to boost the conversion.
Okay, so and they have a return very fast. Their results, it's a measure in terms of increase of sales. What is your
so for e-commerce websites, we are measuring the additional revenue we are generating. For the company who are driving more subscription, same.
Okay.
For the like to measure the content, so we identify bug, we reduce the cost of content by identifying which one are working or not, and we improve online sales. In average, we are improving the online revenue of our customer between 20 to 30%.
Okay, it's clear. Okay, thanks. It's very interesting. Julian, to come back to Vodoo. Now, Vodoo seems to see growth opportunities in creating a hub in Asia. So you are based in Singapore, and you have also a presence in China already. I think so. From your point of view, what are the specificities for you of the Asian market comparing to others, and what we want to achieve here in China?
When I was talking earlier about our approach in terms of thinking global from day one, this is true for everything that is user acquisition, distribution of our games, monetization of our games. We have tools that enable us to manage the world. But at the very start, I told you that the magic of Vodoo is this combination between this digital data-based and process approach, along with a very important human element. And at the start, you need ideas and you need talent that is creating games. So Vodoo has a number of internal studios that have produced many of our biggest hits, but we work with many developers around the world. And the approach that Vodoo has that is different from just about anybody in the market is that we don't look to publish games, we look for talent and we look for studios. Sometimes this is just a couple of people or even a single person. And what we do is that we teach them how to develop hyper-casual games successfully. We coach them weekly in terms of thinking through their ideas, helping them optimize their experience. And when the game is ready and when we think this can be a hit, then we scale that on a global basis. And so a lot of what we do has been indeed centered from France and managing the world. But the one important element is also finding this talent where it is. And there is so much talent here in Asia when it comes to gaming. And so really one of the key directions that the company took is looking at the growth opportunities in the APAC region and China in particular. And for that, it is around setting teams of people that are able to work with all of the incredible developer talent that is in this country. And there are some specific elements to the gaming market in APAC that means that we can do even better with our games. That requires better localization, better adaptation, better distribution, creating the right kind of partnerships throughout the region. So it's a really very important step in the history of Voodoo. It's one where we see huge growth opportunity. We've already seen it even since we have started setting up the APAC initiative. And that is really one of the more exciting chapters of our growth story, is getting much deeper into the opportunities of APAC, getting to work much closer with all of the incredible talent that exists here, and finding new content and new ways of delivering this content that can carry on our mission of entertaining the world.
Okay, your team is based in Beijing or in different countries in China?
Yeah, so we have, we're still in the process of setting up all of our teams in China, but it's going to be headquartered in Shanghai, and we have some team members in Beijing already.
Okay. Just a more personal question. What are your game of the period of the month? What are your best game, perhaps worldwide, but also perhaps there is some difference between China and the rest of the world, or Asia and the rest of the world, in terms of key games and success? What are the games I have to know and to play?
Really good question. Actually, what we tend to see is that global hits are global. And they really do work everywhere. And so, but you do have preferences. So we had a game called Crowd City that we launched a year and a half ago, almost 2 years now. And this was a massive hit in China. It just went viral. And everybody jumped on this game, and China ended up representing a much larger share of the global success of that game than it typically does on some other games. But it was a very successful game globally. If you take big games like Aquapark, Paper.io, Helix Jump, what we tend to see is that these games have a real global appeal. So when we do a lot of our testing of games in the US, we test hundreds of prototypes, literally hundreds of prototypes every month. And what we tend to see is that when these games are performing incredibly well, i.e. we get very, very high install rates on these games and great retention, people like to stay on these games and come back on these games. That is the surest indicator that this game will work incredibly well in South Africa, in Middle East, in Japan, and really across the world. Having said that, as I mentioned earlier, one of the reasons that we are here in APAC is that there are some specific gaming habits coming from Asia, where Asia is often at the emerging side, creating the new trends, especially when it comes to the way in-app purchases are done. And we feel that this is, again, a real growth opportunity. So we're also here to learn. We're here to help bring Asia talents to the rest of the world. And we are here also to help improve and think ahead in terms of what the new trends in gaming are. One of the big initiatives of Voodoo that has been announced is that we are moving into casual games. And so the difference between hyper-casual and casual games is basically games that have longer lifetime to them, where the storylines are deeper, there is more metagame, there is more reasons for people to want to level up and carry on with those games. We feel we have a very unique approach in this genre, which is because we know the gameplays that work so incredibly well. And we do have insights on a per country basis, as you said. We do see some differences, some types of gameplays that work particularly well in Asia. That gives us the opportunity to create some casual games, leveraging our know-how on the gameplay side, and build in all of the best expertise from around the world in terms of how you create games that have a somewhat deeper experience. And so I think our view is really the combination of both of these things is how we win for the future.
Yeah, certainly. Yes, it's an amazing amount of experience, data, and so rare. So Bruno, since Orange has set up already an important team in China many years ago, so you are in China so long time. What was the original purpose and what are the main goals now of your presence here in China?
So in fact, Orange has a long history with China because as a telco operator, somehow we've been in relationship with the ecosystem and with the Chinese operator for some years, because at some point it's mandatory that we can share somehow some of the standards if we want this service to be interoperable across the countries. But since I would say 20 years ago, we have clearly seen China growing in those aspects. And I think as initially for many foreigner enterprise coming to China, the promise of the next billion customer was the dream for many, many of us. Okay, so I think it was important that we could set up something here in China. But not only, when you look at the relationship with Orange with China, we do purchase a lot from China. When we need to purchase network equipment, fiber, mobile devices, and all those kind of things, at the end of the day, the value of it is few billions dollars that every year Orange is spending with Chinese actors. So somehow it was important that we could be close to them from this perspective. And looking also at the growth of those players here in China, we did realize that on the telco industry, ICT industry, that they were performing very well, that they were becoming quite innovative, creative, and so on. And somehow it was also necessary to be closer to them in that aspect, as we could also benefit from their creativity, from their knowledge growth, and so on. And so the reason to have R&D activity close to this ecosystem was somehow necessary. So 15 years ago, close to 15 years ago now, the lab, the Beijing lab was set up here in China. And then, as we have been foreseeing also many other Chinese player, but also foreigner company established in China and needed some connectivity back somehow to international. This is where OBS also has been playing a role somehow to be able to make some business with those entities and to sell back connectivity for all those companies that need somehow connectivity outside of the Chinese border. So we have big customers like Huawei, like Alibaba, those guys that need to connect to the rest of the world. So all this together, when looking at the evolution of the ICT ecosystem here in China, it's been growing very fast, very quick. And so now the purpose, I will say, aside of the commercial aspect of it, which is always of interest to the company to make profit and revenue, is also to learn more from this ecosystem and from the way Chinese are addressing somehow those technology, deploying them, and so on. And today, the main function of the research and development here in Beijing is to be as close as possible to this ecosystem, to set up some partnership with the key actor, but also with some small startup, to learn from how regarding the way they deploy, regarding new business model, new use case, new usages, and so on, and somehow to see how it makes sense for Orange to partner with some player or to replicate some of what we see here happening in China to our geography, to be also super vigilant regarding the new technology, the disruption they can address, and so on. And when you look at AI, all the data and all those things, what is happening in China at the moment is very striking, and we can see also the limit of those new technologies, how to be more responsible towards that, and so on. The main goal here in China, as we speak, is really to understand the way the market grows and what we do, how we could benefit in our geography.
Yes, you speak about the interest in the startup and and the innovation here in China. You have, I think so, I quite remember, a specific program for startup, I think so, in the both sense from China and for France, and you try to establish also a link between them.
Exactly, yeah. So having this, I will say, privileged relationship with many players here. So somehow the idea is to identify startups that we foresee growing here in China, but not only in China. We are also looking at Korea, we are looking at Japan, we are looking at Taiwan, and somehow those startups that we can identify is to have them pitched, and if we see any opportunities somehow for potential growth and interest back in our geographies, that we can invite them somehow to join some major event back in France, for example, and vice versa. When we have French startup where we foresee could have interest to deploy their technology, their services here in China, we also invite them to come here in Beijing, organizing some pitch session with some actor of the ecosystem and so on. So during the past few years, through this what we call Orange Fab program, I think we have been working, identifying, and having relationship with more than 500 startups in this kind of ecosystem. Yeah.
Yes, it's massive. So very, very interesting. And directly in relation with what we try to achieve also through the French tech movement. So John, I come back to you and to Content Square. Just to know, Content Square is a global leader in digital experience analytics, so we understand that. In which technologies are you investing for the coming years? What is your interest, what you want to push now?
So, we have 200 people today in R&D that are driving a super ambitious roadmap. And we are also investing a lot in M&A to faster. So to do that, we think that our goal is to have a full understanding of human behavior with the respect of privacy. With Content Square, we were initially focused on customer journey, content analytics. In the recent acquisition we did, we were more focused on pricing analytics, product analytics, and the next trend where we are putting more and more energy are video analytics, voice analytics, image analytics, performance and loading analytics, to be able to connect the dots of the dimension to have a full understanding of why someone is doing something and how we can really understand what we should do with a full data understanding based on all the AI we are developing internally.
Okay, it's certainly a very good thing because, in China, a very specific and inspiring development for the rest of the world is the amazing development of short video to support commerce and e-commerce. So I think so you are just in the right place to analyze this movement, which is very massive in China. So you just mentioned at the end of your speech the term of AI. So in your domains in analytics, so I am a bit surprised because the term artificial intelligence arrived at the beginning of the presentation. You just mentioned it just now. You can just tell me why it's important. I think so, I guess. But how you integrate AI in your model?
So that's a good point about the video. It's important for us to understand why something in the video is performing, why it's capturing the attention of the people. And about AI, as we are collecting a lot of data, it's important to learn from all this data, to learn from the market, to learn from the changes that the customer is doing on the website, and to be able to definitely AI is important. It's pretty a buzzword today. think about AI everywhere. What we try is really to develop concrete technologies that in one click everyone can leverage, and through the time insert piece of AI everywhere to make the job of our customers better and better, easier and easier for everyone.
Okay, so you can develop your business and become a unicorn without make AI a buzzword. So it's a good news also.
Yeah, we try to do so, but we try also to invest on the artificial intelligence to make something really cool. It takes time. It comes with a lot of investment. But I am super confident that of our industry and more generally for the future of the world in our industries.
Okay, it's clear. Thanks. Julian, Voodoo has, it's big news because Voodoo has recently announced an investment from Tencent. So a big thing here. What do you expect from this partnership?
Tencent is a very special company in the world of gaming, as I'm sure you know. Not only what they do internally, but also how they have grown through partnerships, how they've grown through investments, whether it be Riot, Epic, Supercell, just to name, a few of the hundreds of investments that Tencent has done in gaming. And I think Tencent has become incredibly good at leveraging and helping grow companies that they invest in the world of gaming. And we occupy a very unique, special place in this world of gaming, which we dominate in our category of hyper-casual. And for us, this is really the perfect combination. One of our key priorities is growing China market. We've done very well on certain games, but we feel there is huge potential still to grow in China. And it's a very complex market, as you know well, and really benefiting from the insights of Tencent, we feel is going to help accelerate our growth, better adapt and deliver our games to the market. Obviously, as part of Tencent, there is WeChat, which has its very unique, incredible reach that has a very good match in terms of audience for what we do in hyper-casual, because we're very broad and we think beyond gamers. And so we are incredibly excited about this partnership. We have already started working with the teams at Tencent, and we feel that it's going to unlock many insights, many growth opportunities, really incredibly strong execution within China that is very important for us, but really benefits for our business around the world. And I think that their track record speaks for itself in terms of how smartly they invest in companies and help them grow.
Yes, we will follow this very high interest because it's the beginning of this partnership. So it will be interesting to learn what you have achieved thanks to that. It's very interesting to hear you three of you, because you have very different experience from Asia. Orange since so many years, Voodoo, now you enter in the game very fast and with the help of Tencent, and Content Square is the beginning of this history, but there is a lot of experience to share, and I think so it will be interesting to follow after this session as a discussion. But Bruno,
I'm losing you, Jean-Dominique.
Since you have been living in Beijing, hello?
Yes.
Okay, it's come back. My connection is quite not very stable. So since Bruno, since you have been living in Beijing, scouting digital trends and innovation here, what are the main surprises you would like to share with us? Knowing that, the fact that now everybody knows that China is now a land of innovations. So it's interesting to have your feedback on this.
Yep. There are so many, Dominic, so many of them, so we need to pick a few of them. So for me, from a personal experience, aside of the activity and the work that we do here in Beijing, in China, I think the digital payment is something which is quite amazing here in China. So somehow banknotes are nearly I have not seen a banknotes for years now, and somehow it's super convenient. You can go everywhere. You can pay with digital payment anywhere, anytime, wherever you are in China. You can go into the end of the smallest village after a ride on the Great Wall, and if you want to buy cherry on the side of the road, you can pay with digital solution with your mobile. So that's just amazing. It is the life. It's the super cool from a tool somehow to encourage payment and so on. One of the things which is very amazing also is how fast AI is deployed here in China and how fast you can find a use case all over the place already. Coming back to digital experience again, through your mobile, in every, I would say, commercial site now, you have this picture recognition function. You take a picture of an object and automatically it pop up the object, where you can buy it, what are the best deals, and so on and so forth. It's available on every type of application. It's just amazing the way it works, how fast it is, and how accurate it is at some point. Face recognition is something that is deployed heavily all over China, controversial or not controversial, ethical or not ethical, but from an AI perspective, a technical success is just amazing. WeChat, Julien was mentioning WeChat, this type of super app here in China, which is really, really amazing regarding what it does, what service it delivers, how quick and how easy it is to use. You do everything within WeChat. The usage of mobile here in China, 75% of the mobile usage is done within the WeChat application. So it's just amazing, you know. So they are capturing all the value somehow that I was mentioning earlier regarding the usage of the telcos here. They have the WeChat Work Suite now, which we are using here in our company, which is also amazing regarding what you can do with it. The platform is very open in the sense that somehow in this WeChat Work environment, you can have access to API, you can create your own modules, own application that you include in this environment. It's very, very efficient. And when we say that means what is very, very impressive here in China is the scalability of all those solutions. So that means when you have 1 billion active users every day on the platform, and this is just robust and no bug. I've been here for the past 3 years using this. Every tracking, which is far from the technology, is this. So this is just a fruit, okay? So it's an apple, okay, but it's a fruit. The cost of it here in Beijing, okay, this apple, okay, if you go to a regular market, not going to high-end supermarket, is close to €1 for one apple, okay? And it's a good price. This is just amazing as well. How much expensive could be life in those countries where somehow the digital is such as a peak somehow, and but basic needs for the population remain very expensive. So I just have an only hope, and this is where somehow we believe that responsible green technology somehow could help in the future somehow to cost down what is essential to the population at the end, beside the gaming, beside the telecommunication and so on. At the end, it's food. And this somehow is very striking here in China. because somehow the cost of the food is just increasing day after day after day. Day after day, they have more food in their plate if you compare to the rest of the world. But day after day, this is coming very rare and very precious. So hopefully, thanks to AI, we will be able to better monitor the agriculture, the transportation value chain, the distribution channel, and to avoid the waste and so on. And at some point, 1 kg of those apples currently are more expensive than 1 month's telecommunication with a 30 gigabyte tariff plan.
Thanks,
So
Bruno,
that's quite.
Thanks to share your thoughts and to make a link between an apple and AI. It was quite surprising but very interesting, and certainly definitively there is so much things to learn about digital China. So thanks, Bruno, and thanks all of you. That concludes our session today. Many thanks, gentlemen, John and Julian and Bruno, for your time. And many thanks again to the GMIC team for this opportunity. We will follow with highest interest the next steps of your deployments, all of you, deployments worldwide, and of course in China too. I hope to meet you in Paris, some of you in New York perhaps, and as soon as possible perhaps in Beijing, for the 2021 edition of GMIC. And of course, take good care of yourself. Goodbye.
Take care. Bye.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, guys. That was a very interesting panel discussion. 谢谢他们精彩的分享。接下来，我们有请 Twitter 大中华区总裁郑慧珏带来主题演讲，引领中国品牌出海营销前行之路。欢迎他。
大家好，我是 Sarah 郑 ，Twitter 大中华区总裁。今天非常的荣幸，能够与大家讨论中国品牌到国际市场营销的方法。针对新冠疫情给中国出海厂商带来的挑战，出海战略必须能像闪电一般的快速转变。Twitter 平台在这个情况之下，提供了一个最迅速、直接、有效的广告途径，让品牌利用这个机会来建立与消费者更深入的关联，塑造新的品牌形象。Twitter 在过去6年来致力于帮助中国的品牌把优质的产品和创新的技术带到国际的舞台，让全世界的消费者都能够受益。从今年的1月到现在，非常态已经变成了新的常态。以下的20分钟之内，我将与您分享国际消费者的消费行为、心态和情态，一起来看一看 Twitter 上的最佳行销策略，并且通过一些成功案例，重点讨论：第一，如何能成功地发布新产品；第二，如何能与消费者建立长期的联系，塑造您品牌新形象。在快速变化、紧急的危机时刻，人们转向 Twitter 来获取最新的消息，表达及时的反应，并与全世界的用户展开各类对话。在过去的8个月当中， Twitter 平台上关于疫情发展的讨论，共产生了总超过10亿条的推文。新冠疫情打乱了几乎所有人的日常生活，在家上班、视频会议成了我们每天的常态。这一点也充分地表现在 Twitter 的对话当中。从我们全球对话的趋势看来，视频会议和直播相关的推文，在过去的6个月当中几乎增加了1倍。有近60%的 Twitter 用户花更多的时间看视频，超过30%的千禧一代，所谓的 Millennials， 就是年纪在23到39岁之间的人群，即使在疫情结束以后，他们也会继续的观看视频。在 Twitter 上，亚太区的国家也显示出来同样的对话趋势，有关新冠疫情的话题 Hashtag 数量不断的增加。 表情符号云团，所谓的 emoji cloud， 更可以显示人们表达感情与感受的色彩，真是所谓的百种情绪一起迸发。这些是与新冠疫情相关的表情符号前10名，有在家上班、冠状病毒、戴口罩等等。在上榜的趋势当中，用到的表情符号，从今年1月到7月，这些是成长最快的表情符号。您看，网上购物成长了20倍以上，而出行相关的计程车减少了1半。疫情大变动的情势之下，各大品牌都在寻找答案，应该如何发布新的产品，应该用什么样的语气与消费者沟通，如何能够灵活及时地应对各种不确定性呢？除了在新产品发布的时段以外，厂商有机会在任何时间利用与消费者在 Twitter 上的对话，深入与消费者之间的联系，建立正面的品牌印象。根据我们的洞察和客户近期一起的探讨与实战，我们总结了 Twitter 上的品牌沟通7大策略，来帮助中国品牌高效、持久地与消费者建立与巩固关系。第一是以倾听取胜。当前人们更愿意向品牌表达自己的意愿和诉求，包括他们关心的重点和希望获得怎样的服务。善于聆听的品牌会在此花时间了解目标消费者的心态和想法。那么人们在 Twitter 上向品牌表达了哪些诉求呢？耐克几乎90%的 Twitter 用户认为品牌提供可靠的信息至关重要，将近80%的 Twitter 用户认为品牌在危机的时间与受众保持沟通是很有必要的。Nike 倾听了用户的声音，了解到所有人都被困在家中的苦境，于是推出了新的广告活动，叫做为全世界而运动，鼓舞运动员待在家中安全的运动。45%的 Twitter 用户希望品牌能够分享正能量。疫情时间，消费者对于线上购物的依赖，直接转化成对于送货公司 UPS 的强大需求。UPS 非常聪明地展开了一场社交活动广告，叫做感谢配送，或者是谢谢您为我送货，直观展现 UPS 在第一线奋战的司机辛苦送货。他们号召用户发推文来表达用户对于 UPS 员工的感谢，这样子建立了 UPS 与消费者的感情联系。这是一个简单有力的分享正能量的例子。谢谢你为我送货。第二是以理念取胜。越来越多的消费者根据品牌对社会的市集影响来做选择。现在正是品牌向公众传达品牌理念与目标的关键时刻，而最重要的是让公众看到品牌真正坚持并实施这些理念。80%的 Twitter 用户认为，一个品牌能够通过广告来表达他们的目标与理想，与消费者做直接的交流是很重要的。用豆腐来做一个解释。那么如何来定义品牌的理念呢？我们可以用3个 P 字来形容。第一是目标 Purpose。多芬观察到很多人在 Twitter 上感谢护士和医生，于是决定启动一场全新的勇敢即是美的主题广告活动，来颂扬这些勇敢的抗疫工作者。危险时机，英雄就在我们身边，勇敢即是美。以目标取胜，亚航在疫情期间迅速地转变了他们在社交媒体上的广告策略。 这家来自马来西亚的航空公司开始发布与新冠疫情出行管制有关的消息来帮助民众。他们还发布了新手入门指南，让中小企业能够利用电商平台 Our Shop 来发布他们的产品。第3个理念是承诺。Verizon 推出了为期8周的爱心预支直播娱乐节目，邀请顶级的游戏玩家和当红艺人加盟。这个节目一跃成为美国的头条趋势话题，并为小企业筹集了数百万美元的资金。以轻松取胜，您的品牌又如何以轻松取胜呢？很多人认为上 Twitter 是为了获取最新的消息和新闻，但是根据我们的调查，有高达70%的用户是想来看一看轻松愉快的内容，让他们放松心情，与家人、朋友和兴趣小组保持联系，娱乐消遣或寻找灵感。那么品牌又如何能够透过轻松内容来取胜呢？这就是要针对观众的兴趣和热情，提供正能量来达到这个目标。环球影业，随着全美国各地的电影院关闭，环球影业在准备发行《魔法精灵世界之旅》的时候，在发布的第1个礼拜，为了推动观看率和热度，特别分享了由剧中人物 Chaz 演奏舒缓爵士音乐长达10个小时，帮助粉丝放松心情。结果，《魔术精灵世界之旅》这个影片在各主要视频点播平台上排名第1，而且达到了92%的正面品牌观的反馈。在家的时间多了，消费者能够投注在自己的兴趣与热情的机会就更多了。体育、娱乐、游戏和搞笑的内容都是厂家可以发挥与消费者建立情感联系的黄金渠道。Bud Light 这一家啤酒公司在做宅家天才这个广告的时候，把啤酒和人们在家烹调的兴趣连接在一起，采用创意食谱的分享，让用户在被局限在家的时候尽量学做美食。当然也让我们的洗碗时间增加了很多。第4是以服务取胜。危机时刻，人们更需要领导力。Twitter 是一个最有力的平台，让对话引领者，所谓的 conversation leaders， 在艰难的环境中展现超人的领导力。今年的3月15日，马云 Jack Ma 在自己的官方 Twitter 账号上通过一条简短的推文，充分表达了领导力和同情心。这个推文是这么写的：第一批送到美国的口罩和检验包正要从上海起飞，祝我们所有在美国的朋友一切安好。所谓的有所为， Jack Ma 用25个字透过 Twitter 在全世界的舞台上能够直接表达，他能够倾听人们的担忧和疑虑，他提供有用的信息来帮助人们克服不确定性、平反情绪。他使用 Twitter 与人们做了1对1的互动，解释他如何提供服务、解决问题。第5点是以创新来取胜。根据 Nielsen 的全球数据，在疫情期间启动发布或重新发布的品牌，在所有广告花费的占有率，事实上比平时要多了15%到25%之间。在低迷时期，我们及时总结经验，做出了以下5条最佳实践方案，来帮助广告商在做发布活动时获取最高的成功几率。以创新取胜，丰田汽车 Toyota 在新产品 发布以前倾听消费者的想法。他们举办了一场线上直播发表会，找到合适自己品牌的声音和调性。所以三星的例子是他们瞄准了目标客户。之后呢，另外2点是在揭幕的时候声势浩大，并且能够为揭幕之后准备好随时调整的工作。在充满不确定性的时期，有些品牌将总预算的40%用在前期准备和发布当日的广告，剩下60%的预算其实是留在发布以后的活动的。这个方法让厂商可以随时利用实时数据做进行测试和选代的调整。这个实时弹性度在这个时候比以往任何时间都要更为重要。第6点是与关联取胜，保持社交距离，要求我们在现实社会中彼此分离，而科技却又帮助我们在线上世界走在一起。Twitter 在这一个过程当中发挥了相当重要的作用。成功保持相关性的品牌使用 Twitter， 将人们与热点事件、特殊时刻和炫酷趋势连结在一起。数据表示，每4位使用 Twitter 的用户，就有3位感觉到在用 Twitter 的时候，让他们觉得与别人与品牌的联系更为密切。接下来，我给大家观赏一下小米手机关于米10的全球发布的视频。小米原计划在欧洲举办米10全球发布活动。新冠疫情期间的封锁措施迫使小米取消了实体发布的活动。同时，因为在线视频的观看迅速增长，线上活动是大势所趋。小米决定用新的手法来推动米10。发布日期确定之后，小米团队只有2个礼拜的时间来重新计划和执行，并且要在42个国家同时发布。小米将目光投向了 Twitter， 我们一起定下了主要的计划：一是与科技界的网红 Jonathan Morrison 合作；二是发布战略必须要分成2个阶段。第一阶段是预热期，目的是来吸取大量的关注和热议，为正式的发布期铺路。第二阶段是发布期，目的是大幅推高 Twitter 上对话量和浏览量，并且要提高品牌全球正面观感。在发布时，小米特别推出了一个问答环节，让人们直接向小米国际总裁和 Jonathan 直接提问，一时让小米成为了话题讨论的焦点，也让国际观众能够把小米与一个代表人物连接在一起。这个活动成绩远远超出了预期。直播期间，视频观看次数比以往的发行增加了7.5倍，品牌提动量提到8万次，广告活动展示量仅仅在1天之内就达到了5000万次。小米品牌的全球正面观感是原来的2倍以上。现在请您观赏这个视频。
Mi 10, Xiaomi's flagship phone, was slated for a brand-driven global launch campaign focused on key countries France, Italy, Germany, Spain and Sweden. When COVID-19 disrupted plans with lockdowns, physical launch events were halted, but viewership of online videos shot up. Xiaomi knew an online event was the way forward, but they wanted to see if they could drive brand love along with awareness. Once launch day was set, the team had just 2 weeks to plan and execute across 42 countries. Xiaomi turned to Twitter, where tech communities are tuned into the latest news from brands and influencers and are looking to discover what's happening. Xiaomi's strategy was to work with an influencer to help create content and drive conversations around the product pre-launch to launch. As a leading voice in tech with global appeal, Jonathan Morrison was a perfect fit. The collaboration between Jonathan and Xiaomi created buzz, and together, the teaser campaign generated excitement and engagement by calling for people to retweet questions for Jonathan. On launch day, Xiaomi was front and center with a live stream and a special Q&A segment on the Mi 10 with Jonathan and the president of Xiaomi International. This format let Xiaomi put a face to their brand, building brand love by connecting with their target audience to share authentically about how and why they make their products. To amplify their reach, Xiaomi curated a tweet stream on Twitter's live event page and coupled it with promoted trend, spotlight and first view to really drive conversations and own the moment. With up to 24,000 people simultaneously watching the live stream and 80,000 brand mentions, the campaign drove more than 50 million impressions for Xiaomi on Twitter in just one day and more than doubled the brand's positive sentiment globally. With the backing of Twitter, Xiaomi has shown how brand love can be built among global audiences without needing to be in the same room.
第7个策略是以灵活取胜，在家上班，旅游计划搁浅，线下的活动转成线上。直到今天，全世界大部分的会议和创意拍摄活动不是被取消，就是被推延。营销人员面对着远程制作内容的新挑战。92%的大企业已经根据疫情的发展、社会与观众心态的改变，对他们的营销素材做了改变或提升。以关联取胜，我们用加德利运动饮料来做一个例子。加德利利用 ESPN 的 Michael Jordan 这10集纪录片的最后一集，叫做《最后一舞》，掀起了铺天盖地的宣传，并且发布了 Michael Jordan 标志性的 Be Like Mike 的 Hashtag 话题，来推动新版的加德乐广告，以非常灵活的手法，吸引了大量的收视率和观众的反应。非常态等于是新常态。我希望这7个 Twitter 品牌行销策略能带给您一些新的想法，不管是在做新的产品发布、建立品牌调性，或是随时与消费者维持对话与感情联系。再一次感谢您的时间。Twitter 祝福您健康、安全、出海成功。现在把麦克风交还给主持人，谢谢。
谢谢郑总带来的精彩分享。接下来我们有请 Infobip 中国区商务负责人金志轩为我们讲解在出海潮的大趋势下，企业应该有哪些做法。有请他带来的主题演讲：当欧洲独角兽遇上中国出海潮，如何使用 SaaS Plus Pass 加深与全球用户的互动与沟通。让我们欢迎他。
GMIC 的观众朋友们，大家好，我是 Infobip 中国区商务负责人江志轩。那今天很荣幸呢，跟大家探讨一个话题：如何帮助我们的出海国际化企业呢，去服务好它全球的用户。那么为什么要在今天呢去探讨这样一个话题呢？一方面呢，是因为随着新冠疫情的影响呢，各国的经济都陷入了不同程度的萎缩，但同时呢，也为各国数字化进程大幅度加速了。很多的用户呢，开始大步的踏入进入数字化的生活，那也创造非常多的商机。那么另外一方面呢，我们也看到现在国际的政治跟经济形势越来越复杂。那在国家提倡双循环的情况下，那我们有雄心的企业家呢，依然希望让自己的产品能够被全世界的用户能够使用到。那么面对挑战，同时面对机遇，那我们站在一个 SaaS 独角兽的角度的话，如何帮助我们的企业抓住这个机会，处理这些挑战？再加上今天我们去探讨的一个话题。那这个呢是我们公司的一个公众号，包括我个人的一个公众号，大家可以去关注一下。这是今天的议程。 首先呢，我们会跟大家分享一下我们观察到的后疫情时代的话，海外用户的一个行为变迁。那其次的话，我们会探讨一下那企业在服务国际化用户上面临的一些挑战。那么最后呢，我们会花一些时间来探讨一下从 SaaS 的角度，如何从用户旅程、用户互动以及用户支持3个维度呢，去帮助我们的企业做好它的业务拓展。那首先花一些时间呢，跟大家去介绍一下 InfoBeep。那我们之所以能够今天站在这里呢，跟大家探讨这样话题，一部分原因也是因为呢 InfoBeep 在过去10几年中间，我们一直在做这件事情，如何去帮助我们自己的企业呢服务好它的这个用户群体。那我们跟全球所有的600多家运营商呢建立了一个直连的这个关系。那这样网络呢会帮助我们能够更好的去提供一个通讯服务。那我们做了一个什么事情呢？比方说您的公司如果是在北京的话，那您想要一个讯息给到220多个国家跟地区的话， InfoBeep 可以帮助您在1分钟之内完成这个事情。那另一方面呢，我们也在全球拥有60多个办公室。那这些办公室呢，平常大家都是非常友好的这个同事。那随着新冠疫情呢，所有人都被在居家办公。那我们呢，他就会观察他们的这个日常行为，他们也变成我们去看各国用户行为变迁的一个样本。那在7月份的时候呢 ，InfoBeep 也获得了一个2亿美元的 A 轮融资。那现在我们也跨过了10亿美元独角兽的这个门槛，也成为了一个独角兽。特别是在欧洲呢，相对而言是比较少的一个 IT 跟互联网行业的这个独角兽。那在过往呢，我们服务了各国各行各业的龙头企业，那里面有像联合利华呀、像欧舒丹，包括汉堡王这样的国际性的公司。那如果您的公司在东南亚有业务的话，那想必您应该听过马来西亚的恒隆银行，包括我们如果经常去泰国去旅行的话，也听过 King Power 黄泉集团，这是泰国最大的免税店，相信可能大家都在那边去购物。那假如说您在非洲那边创业的话，那可能您听过 UBA Bank， 这个是在尼日利亚跟肯尼亚地区最大的一家银行。那如果是在印度的话，那可能您听过 Cadenco， 这个是印度最大的二手车公司。那这些都是我们 InfoBeep 的客户。那我们在过往呢，有这么多的这个服务企业的经验，包括那我们自己的这个同事也在海外生活，所以在新冠疫情发生之后呢，我们就会看到说，那各国的用户是怎么样的行为发生的变迁。那今天呢，会跟大家首先来去分享一下后疫情时代海外用户的行为变迁。那主要是跟大家去呈现一个麦肯锡最近发布的一个报告。那这里面我们选择了2个国家作为样本，一个国家呢是美国，另外一个国家呢是沙特阿拉伯。这2个国家呢分别代表发达地区跟发展中国家地区。然后之所以选择他们，也有一部分原因是因为我们在出海国际化的时候，经常会选择这2个国家作为第一站。如果您的业务是在发达国家地区的话，一般您都会考虑在美国如果有业务进展的话，那还怎么去设计。那如果您是在发展中国家，特别是在中东地区的话，沙特阿拉伯往往会成为首站。在这份报告中，我们可以看到淡蓝色的呢代表用户第一次去购买某项服务，深蓝色呢代表用户需有更多的时间、更多的精力去花在某一个服务上面去。那我们可以看到呢，集中表现在用户呢开始去使用很多的自提的服务，不管是呢去在餐厅也好，还是去在街边的便利店也好。那我们知道美国消费者呢过往的行为习惯更多的是去到沃尔玛，然后开车周末的时候买很多东西，然后囤在冰箱里面。那现在呢，他们就会用更多的这种自提服务。那第2点就是我们在国内非常熟悉的这个外卖业务，那在美国呢刚刚才兴起，然后越来越多人开始去使用外卖。那除了消费之外呢，我们也看到呢，那在美国消费者他会有更多的宅经济融入进来。那过往呢，在美国有更多的线下的娱乐，比方说纽约的这个百老汇啊，或者是在海外的在野外的一些娱乐活动。那现在他们也开始去看更多的短视频，像 TikTok， 然后包括呢也会花更多的时间像我们一样呢去在家里面去做饭。那在沙特阿拉伯呢，它是一个发展中国家。那它的用户呢没有那些历史包袱，它没有像沃尔玛这样成熟的这种商超体系，也没有像百老汇这样的线下的娱乐方式。所以一旦疫情来临之后呢，面临一个封锁，那它无缝衔接就进入了一个数字化的生活，不管是短视频也好呀，还是说他去买一些外卖呀，这些外送服务也好。那可能一部分原因是因为这些地区呢，它的本身的这个教育资源呢是相对而言是要有待发展的，所以呢它的这个在线教育呢我们也看到是一个新兴行为的一个出现。那么综上所述呢，我们发现新冠疫情呢加速了各国用户对数字化生活的接受程度，那不管是发达国家地区呢还是发展中国家地区都有这个倾向，特别是表现在电商购物、物流配送、视频娱乐以及在线教育这4个板块。那我想在电视机前的很多这个观众朋友们、企业家呢，他们可能是看到这一点会非常开心，因为这4个领域刚好是我们中国非常强大的，有非常多优秀的商业模式，包括资源的一个区域。 那过往几年的时候呢，也是有这样的这个情况，那很多这个企业家呢就会看到海外的这个市场空白，想要把这些商业机会呢是在海外去做一个复制，做一个裂变。那往往在刚开始的时候呢，我们可能会取得一定成功，但是呢很快呢我们会陷入到一个本地化的竞争中。那这种本地化竞争主要表现在3个维度上面。第一个呢是当地传统企业的反扑，因为当地企业在这个当地有非常深厚的这个资源呀，它甚至可以去用一些立法的手段、一些法律法规呢，去阻止新的这个进入者进入它的这个领域。那第二点呢，就是国际巨头的一个快速的切入，因为这个传统的这些国际巨头呀，这种发达国家呢，往往跟发展中国家有在政治、经济、文化上面很深厚的这个往来跟历史，所以他在看到这个机会之后，也会去做相应的动作。那可能更深层次的一方面就是本地消费者的这个用户行为呢，我们往往在国内是并不熟悉的，因为中国是一个全球最大的单一经济体，我们所有人都讲普通话，这是官方语言。那我们使用聊天软件呢，也是单一的，然后包括我们也有非常成熟的第三方支付的这样一个服务。大家不要小看第三方支付啊，就我们在国内非常使用非常方便的，去到便利店啊、驿站去完成这种购物呀，就是输一下密码呀，或者是按一下指纹就好。但在海外呢，我们经常碰见，因为没有一个可以信赖的、可以稳定使用第三方支付，很多商业模式到最后要付款那个环节，那就是企业我们要收款那个环节是没有办法完成的，导致说这个商业模式不成立，或者就变成比较大的危机。所以综上的话，最后呢，我们的这个企业呢会花很多精力在处理这些本地竞争上面去，导致我们可能没有时间精力足够的投入在我们的用户上面，那会面临就是用户的旅程呢非常难以进行梳理，包括这个用户的互动呢开始变得千篇一律，包括可能变得很多的这种模式化、范式化的这样一些推送给到用户，那最终呢，我们的用户支持呢也是这个支离破碎的。与此同时呢，另一方面呢，这个数字化的机遇也带来数字化挑战，可能让这个局面就更加雪上加霜。因为我们可以看到呢，现在用户呢去接触到品牌的这个途径实际上越来越多，而且有一个趋势呢是在海外呢有更多的在线上化的去推广，不管是在美国也好呀，在沙特阿拉伯这个情况可能会更严重，有70%的这种销售线索品牌用户触达品牌的方式都是在线上去完成的。那在线上的话，那用户就有更多的这个选择的空间在这里面，用户的选择成本降低了，然后用户的这个切换成本实际上也降低了。那对品牌来讲的话，那么花了很多的时间跟精力投入在这个里面，那很可能到最后用户反而还是离开了。那如果我们还是沿用在国内这种方式去做一些免费的这样一个活动啊，一些红包的这样推广的话，那到最后那可能竹篮打水一场空，用户还是离开了我的品牌。所以刚刚跟大家分享了一下，就是我们观察到的后疫情时代的话，用户的一些行为变迁，包括的话，那我们企业在出海的时候虽然看到了机遇，但我们原来传统的那种方式的话，可能没有办法去很好的去把我们的用户留住，然后从而导致我们的营收是一个稳定增长的一个状态。那我们在这边提出呢，就是化解出海国际化挑战，可能要主要抓住3大要素。第一个呢是用户旅程，用户旅程呢是我们的用户呢去使用我们整个产品的时候呢，他需要从第一开始的环节到最终去完成购买的话，中间各个不同的这个环节。那我们可以看到有一些环节它产生了购买，有一些环节它跳出了。那在它跳出的时候，我们就可以有针对性的去进行一些业务动作，有进行一些互动的设计，完成这个用户的互动，帮助他更好的去使用我们的服务跟产品。那在我们做好用户旅程跟用户互动之后呢，那在用户关怀这一块呢，我们就可以下一些苦功夫，在这个里面看看怎么去提供一个7/24小时不间断的用户关怀给到我们的用户，能够让他提升对我们品牌的满意度，对我们品牌的忠诚度。所以接下来呢，就会下半部分时间呢，会跟大家探讨一下从 SaaS 的视角呢，怎么去我们去化解这些出海国际化的挑战。首先第一点，我们看一下这个用户旅程啊。这边有一个问题先抛给大家，大家知道全球有多少个100万以上用户的社交媒体或者聊天软件吗？你可能猜5个呀，或者10个，这个答案呢实际上是22个之多。那这边呢，这个星球每个星球呢代表一个聊天软件，我们可以看到啊，微信虽然拥有10几亿在中国的这个用户呢，它仅仅能排到第5，排前4的呢像 Facebook、WhatsApp、然后 YouTube， 还有这个 Facebook 旗下的 Messenger， 这都是用户规模非常大的聊天软件。那在这个里面，我们也可以看到一些区域性非常流行的聊天软件，比方说 Line， 在日本、在台湾、在泰国地区是排名第1的聊天软件。那这里面呢，如果有些人可以去数这个地球的话，星球的话可能21个。那为什么说22个呢？那里面还遗漏了一个 KakaoTalk， 这个是在韩国地区排名第1的一个聊天软件。那假如说在中国的话，我们的用户只有1个微信，那在海外的话，您的用户可能是有2个甚至3个这个用户触点。那加上3个用户触点，你要去做一个排列组合的话，假如你的业务 遍布在各大洲的话，各个国家的话，那带来的这个用户旅程绘制的挑战将会难度非常大。而且这还仅仅是聊天软件这一部分。那假如说我们还有其他的用户触点呢？所以经常现实中的情况是，我们的企业呢在左侧，我们的用户呢在右侧。当我们的企业想要传递一个信息给到用户的时候，或者用户想反馈一个使用的感受给到我们企业的时候，中间都会经历非常多非常复杂的这个用户的触点。那过往的话，企业会花，如果企业对这个事情很关注的话，想要花一些时间去提升它的这个用户触点的管理，去很好或者它用户旅程的话，它往往需要面临多个供应商，然后多个这个技术方面的挑战，包括管理啊、财务方面的挑战。那有没有办法能够完全在一站式呢去完成这些用户触点的管理呢？这个就是我们 InfoWeave 做的第一个事情，就我们的 SaaS 平台上面呢，企业呢可以在上面去管理刚才我们提到所有的这些用户触点。那首先是聊天软件，那包括短信呀、语音呀，包括邮件呀，都可以在上面完成一个管理工作。那做好这个基础之后呢，那我们就可以用图像化的方式具象去设计我们的用户旅程。那这边呢给大家举一个例子啊，就是我们的一个出海电商的一个企业，它的这个用户旅程这边设计的这个案例呢是购物车的启用的一个场景。那我们可以看到呢，整个这个图案绘制呢其实就是一个用户旅程，然后每一个这个节点的绿色呢是代表它的一个事件。在这里面的用户触点，我们的企业呢选择了邮件的方式跟它的用户做一个触达，因为它的这个客户群体呢比较就是比较更习惯于去使用邮件。那假如说您的这个区域的话，客户可能在使用习惯上面更喜欢去用某一款聊天软件或者是短信的话，也都可以去支持。我们来细看一下它做了什么呢？假如说一个用户把一个商品加入到购物车之后呢，如果他没有产生购买的话，如果他产生购买的话，那我们会给他一个订单汇总。这个订单汇总里面有他所有的这种商品的信息。然后呢，包括它的这个配送信息，然后都在这里面。假如它没有产生购买的话，那我们在6个小时之后呢，可能会给它发送一个包含它所有这些物品信息过去的一个好评，包括其一些用户其他的一些点评，然后在这里面可以让他看到，就内容的方式呈现给他。原来有些人买了它之后的话，他会拿它做什么事情呢？帮助他去完成这个购买动作。那假如说在24小时之内他也没有去完成购买的话，那么可能有针对性的给他去提供一些9折呀，然后包括这个8折的一些优惠券给到他，帮他去完成这个购买的动作。那这个就是一个具象化的用户旅程。那过去用户旅程这个词呢，可能很多人都听过，那经常是停留在我们市场营销团队的脑海之中。那现在呢，有一种方式可以让他去用图像化的方式去呈现它，去更好的去做好这个我们的营销战略的设计。这边呢是这个出海电商客户它整体的一个用户旅程，我们把它提炼了一下简化，然后给大家可以去分享一下啊。就这个企业它会面临的话，一个出海电商平台会面临2类群体，一类群体呢是它在上面进驻的中小型的商家，另外一类群体呢是它最终去购买服务的这些用户。那这里面可能会分成4个步骤，第一步骤是购买，第2个是支付，第3个是物流配送，第4个是开始使用这个环节。那在购买这个环节的时候呢，平台需要对中小型商家做一个审核，看看他是否有资格去在这个上面开店。那我们也要帮助我们的用户呢，怎么去完成这个购买，怎么去完成货品的这个挑选。那在完成挑选之后呢，在支付环节的话，那我们需要帮助我们的最终用户呢，去确认说这个购买状态，它的这个支付状态是完成了。那同时呢，我们也可以看到，就是需要帮助我们的中小型的这种平台去做好它的这个账户管理，它的这个余额的这个管理。那在支付这个环节呢，在物流这个环节，我们知道这个是出海其实比较棘手的一个环节。因为你在出海了之后的话，这个两边啊，不管是中小型的商家呢，还是说这个用户呢，其实都很焦虑，说我的商品到底到哪里了？特别是在新冠疫情的这个发生的时候呢，因为出海的运力非常的紧张，到现在这个运还是比较紧张，所以他要知道说这个商品到底到哪了。那包括说这个如果卡在海关的话，那我们有一些相应的这个方式可以去进行一些处理。然后在这个使用环节，当用户收到这个产品之后呢，那他有机会，他就知道说，哎，我怎么去使用这个产品？我有一些不明白的地方，那我可以请教这个中小型的这个我们品牌商。那品牌商呢，到最后也有机会呢，跟我们用户产生一个互动，然后能够增加我们用户对品牌的这个满意度跟联系。最终的话，有机会呢，去产生一些2次复购呀，这个向上销售啊这样的机会。所以当我们建立好了我们的用户旅程之后，那我们现在可能思考的一个问题就是怎么更好的在每一个步骤呢去做好我们的用户互动。这里面可能要引入一个概念给到大家，就是我们营销人去使用的用户数据平台 CDM 这样一个平台。那传统意义上来讲的话，我们经常会用 CRM 系统来去追踪我们跟用户之间的这个交流。但是现在碰见的问题是， 我们的这种几个典型的应用，刚才也跟大家提到过，像电商场景也好，短视频也好，包括在线的交易也好，它的这个数据量经常是实时的一个数据，然后是海量的一个数据。但是我们 CRM 平台呢，是一个滞后性后漏入的这样一种平台，一种这种方式，所以它的这个出地数据就不太适用于这样的这种方式。包括现在呢，也是一个很结构化的一种非结构化的数据，我们是抽离上来。那在过去呢，那个 CRM 平台呢，它的这个数据的来源呢，经常是一个交易性的数据。那我们现在可能需要更多的这种行为性的数据，包括用户跟我们平台的这种行为数据，然后放在上面。然后，所以这边呢，我们可能会需要一个叫 CDM 这样一个管理平台。那这里面的话，用户的身份呢是单一的。用户身份只有是单一的这个情况下，我们才可以有针对性的去做一些提炼，做一些这个营销复盘的这样动作。那经常会出现的一个情况就是现行的这种数字化的方式的，因为它的这个用户身份不是统一的，所以我可能同一个事情呢，我给2个人去做了，我以为他们不是同一个，那实际上同一个人，那我们的用户会产生非常大的困扰。然后第二点呢，就是我刚才也提到过的这个实时的这个数据，因为数据来源的话现在是非常广的，并不只是交易数据了。那基于这些数据来源呢，我们可以去设计一些自动化的营销动作。刚才给大家也去用图像化的方式去呈现了一下我们用户旅程如何在这里面去设计。那最后呢，就是这个这个方案应该是市场部门去可控、可使用的，而不需要去做任何的代码再去部署，它是一个零代码的一种方式。那这边我们可以看到一个这个用户数据平台这样的一个这个概念啊，就这里面的话，我们看一下用户产生了几类的数据呢？第一类是他的这个个人数据，包括他的这个他的这个人口学的数据，还有就是他的这个跟我们平台交互的这样一些数据。那包括呢，就是他在这个平台上面去产生一些他的这个使用行为的数据，还有就是他的交易数据。最后呢，使用的这个设备的数据。这些数据呢，经过我们平台去做清洗、去做整理之后呢，然后统一的汇入到了我们的这个用户数据管理平台里面去，可以对它进行一些分析，然后有针对性的设计一些互动性的内容。那最后呢，再以我们用户最习惯、最常用的这种用户触点的方式呢，再返还给我们的用户，用户再进行新一轮的这个交互，所以构成了一个闭环的这样过程。那我们在这边做的一个事情呢，就是我们叫 Moments 的一个自动化用户互动管理平台。那在这个平台里面呢，您不需要去管理外部复杂这些用户的触点。那包括你在内部的话，可能你的 CRM 系统呀、你的支付系统啊，都可以在里面去做打通。那这样就确保说我们的用户呢是单一的一个身份，在我们平台上面去进行这个交互。那我们也可以根据这些用户的这个数据呢，去做一些图像化的这样一些用户旅程的这样设计。那基于用户旅程的每一个节点呢，去设计一些营销动作。那最终的话，我们也可以有一个很强大的这个分析平台去做一些A/B test， 做一些分组测试，来去验证说我们的营销策略是否成功。那当我们做好用户互动跟用户旅程之后呢，我们再思考的最后一个问题呢，就是怎么去做一个使用在线的用户支持。那对于一个出海国际化的企业来讲，它的用户支持经常会碰见2个痛点，一个是零碎，另外一个是非实时。零碎的原因呢有很多，这边给大家举一个例子啊，就是如果说这边是一个聊天软件的一个全球的一个分布情况啊，那假如说这边我们可以看绿色的是WhatsApp， 然后蓝色的呢是我们的这个 Facebook Messenger。那实际上的话，它掩盖了一个事实情况，就是如果在美国的话，比方说在美国，那虽然 Facebook Messenger 是一个占第一市场占率占第一的软件，那同时有非常多的人在去使用 WhatsApp。那当你的用户去使用 WhatsApp 跟 Messenger 的时候呢，他甚至还有可能去使用短信啊或者邮件。那用户跟我们品牌之间的话，它的这个发起对话的这个点，这个方式呢，可能会非常的零散。那第二点就是这个非实时，非实时，因为毕竟企业在中国嘛，所以常见的一个方式呢，是在国内去建立一个人工的一个呼叫中心，然后这个呼叫中心呢，我们去雇人去打电话。那这边就会带来另外一个挑战。那我们怎么说确保我们的呼叫中心呢，它传递给我们用户的这个信息，用户关怀的信息是一致的呢？包括这个呼叫中心怎么随着我们的业务增长呢，去做一个弹性可伸缩的一个增长呢？所以这边的话，如果你想提供一个始终在线的客户支持，可能是这样的一个场景。那可能用户的话，他通过 WhatsApp， 然后来寻求这个帮助。那可能买一个东西，他可能不是很满意，或者是他要退货，或者是我们颜色发错了之类的。那这个时候呢，可以有聊天机器人，不管他是在晚上的时候呢，还是在他自己方便的时间的话，去问询的话，我们都会有一个初步的解答。那假如说这个问答呢没有办法被聊天机器人解答，或者说用户需要更深的这个人工服务的话，那也可以无缝的衔接到一个这个线上的客服系统里面去。 所以这边的话，我们会做2个事情，一个是我们叫 Answers 的零代码一个聊天对话机器人，那这个聊天机器人可以部署在网页上面，部署在 WhatsApp 上面，包括我们的我们的客服系统叫 Conversation 上面去。这个聊天机器人它并不仅仅是一个关键字，它还可以做一些语义的人工智能的一些推荐。然后第2块呢，就是我们的 Conversation 的呼叫中心。那这个呼叫中心系统呢，它可以看到过往我们的用户跟我们品牌之间所有的这个沟通跟对话的这个记录，不管是它发生在聊天机器人上面，还是发生在我们昨天还是前天的客服人员时间上面。那当用户今天来找到我们的时候，我们都知道，过去发生了什么，那给他的一个回答也是一个个性化的一个回答。那这个 Conversation 系统也提供很丰富的这种管理插件，可以让我们更好的去管理我们的客服人员。所以今天呢，很荣幸呢，有机会呢跟大家去分享一下我们观察到的，那在出海的时候呢，后疫情时代的话，国际化可能用户行为的一些变迁，还有我们在几个赛道上面可能会出现的一些机会，以及当我们要去走到当地以后去拓展我们的业务的时候，可能会碰见的一系列的挑战，用户旅程方面的、用户互动方面，包括用户支持方面。在这里面我们也提到了一个解决方案，那这个解决方案里面呢，也有对应的相应的 SaaS 系统。所以如果大家对这个话题感兴趣的话，那也欢迎大家去关注我们公司的公众号，然后呢，或者是呢也可以加我个人的微信，让我们可以有1对1的一个沟通跟交流。谢谢大家。
谢谢江总精彩的分享。传统产业的数字化转型是推动国内经济高质量发展的重大战略任务，不仅能够拓展新的发展空间，同时存在新的机遇。接下来的嘉宾是天阳控股集团舍得酒业股份有限公司数字化管理中心的总经理张北平，由他为我们带来主题酒行业数字化转型思考，有请他。
大家好，非常有幸参加此次峰会。那我今天给大家带来的一些分享的主题是白酒行业数字化转型及思考。大家知道是白酒行业，大家会觉得是一个非常传统的行业啊，没错。那我们想想这个行业里面，在很多外行业的人，大家看来会很神秘啊。那我们说这个天地不仁，以万物为刍狗。我们想，如果在这样一个万变莫测的世界里面，我们尤其是现在处在一个互联网浪潮的这样一个时代，那我认为其实我们现在也是进入到这个互联网的下半场。那所谓下半场，其实上半场呢，大家会想，我认为其实是我们以电商为主导的这个过去的15到20年这个风起云涌当然这个现在所谓的下半场，我觉得也是我们包括白酒企业这个赛道在内的这个传统企业的互联网转型，所以也是所谓的这个产业互联网产业互联网的这个下半场如何玩呢？我觉得是非常有意思的一件事情，所以今天也就这个话题做一些这个抛砖引玉。那首先呢，这个大家知道我们现在还处在一个疫情期间那这个疫情真的是突如其来的一个大的事件，黑天鹅事件不平凡的2020年，那也是让我们整个从国家层面，包括到行业以及到企业，还有我们每个个人，都是这个猝不及防。那总而言之，就是后疫情时代，我们要面对诸多的一些不确定的因素也经常在说疫情可能会变成一个新的常态。所以我们说数字化转型，其实对于一家企业而言，也是在我们讲降低我们的不确定性。大家知道乌卡这个词，其实是在讲我们如果有未来充满着像这个疫情这样的一些不确定的一些因素，我们应该如何去应对？那我认为其实这个抗风险的能力尤为重要。不管是从国家层面，也是出台了一系列的对国家这个应急安全等等相关的体制这样一些建设，还是对于企业而言这次疫情过去，并不代表未来没有新的一些不确定性。所以说其实这里面我的表里面也列举了，当时在2003年 SARS 期间，以这个五粮液包括茅台为代表的一些酒企在疫情期间跟所有的行业其实一样，大家都受到了很大的业绩下滑的影响。但是在疫情之后呢，重归增长，这里面其实首当其冲就是如果我们化危为机，这个抗风险的能力。那我们谈一谈白酒行业至于这个零售行业的这个整体。那首先我们看看这个赛道有何不同。那我认为这个基于白酒行业这个赛道，也就是它的行业属性呢，会有从6个方面我谈到我自己的理解。那首先呢，其实从利润率来讲，这个行业相对还是比较高的。俗话讲就是日子过得比较滋润。 在内部转型呢，其实相对而言驱动力并不高并不强烈。第二呢，就是制度，大部分的周期都是国有企业的这个体制。当然，像我们现在舍得其实是这个混合所有制改革，所以相对而言呢，这个决策链条包括机制也比较复杂，所以对于市场的反应包括这种尤其是这个大的零售快消品，我觉得它的灵活性并不是非常的凸显。第三个是关于思想，老的酒厂的人呢，可能大家会觉得比较滋润也会有一点点的固步自封思想比较僵化，有一种惯性的思维，打破这种传统的以这种这个线下分销模式为主导这种价值链体系呢，其实确实是困难重重。第四个是关于产品产品的属性呢，也确实并不是这种我们所谓的刚需高频，所以它跟普通的这个消费品行业其实差异非常的大。产品生命周期也比较长，迭代速度也比较慢，整体现在所谓的这种价格里面价格乱象创货或者是乱价的情况也是非常典型，也非常凸显。第五个是关于市场区域，很多除了头部企业以外，大部分的酒企都是区域性很强，省酒比较多，所谓的省酒。所以呢，其实各个区域它的消费者的这种对白酒行业的认知和这种消费的习惯，其实还是差别蛮大的。那最后是消费者的特性，其实相比传统的政商类的企业呢，那这个我们说的真正的 to C， 也就零售类的这种消费，在白酒行业里面的占比并不高，而且这里面会影响到就是真正买酒的人，也就是这个我们说的消费者和真正的使用者并不一定是一个人这里面对我们的传统意义上的消费者的运营，尤其像会员运营也提出了更高的这种挑战和要求。那从这个整个这个行业的这个赛道的竞争态势来看支撑了过去10多年高速增长的这种动力呢，其实慢慢在结束。白酒行业呢整个享受这种量价齐升呢也是慢慢的进入到这样一个集中度增强的局面强者恒强的这种马太效应，尤其是头部企业非常的凸显，未来还是这样一个态势。那与此同时呢，我们看右边，其实我们说中高端的这样一些白酒次高端这一部分的这个价格带细分赛道，其实这部分的增长会非常的快，整体的消费场景呢也会较为固化，尤其是像以团购宴席这样一些场景会越来越多。那我们看白酒行业呢，这个怎么样能够借鉴于其他行业？我们说他山之石可以攻玉，这里面有很多的他山也有很多的知识，也就是我们说的结合的一些借鉴和结合点。我就不一一的展开去讲我讲2个例子。首先第一呢是关于这个在制造行业里面诞生，也是慢慢逐步发扬光大到制造和零售大的行业里面这个 TOC 理论。我们想这个 TOC 本质上它有点类似于6西格玛这样的一些质量经营管理理论。那它是用这种约束理论的这种方式，在不同的企业经营环节的场景里面去运用。那其实结合我这里面的第4条其实服装行业是我过去所从事的行业里面，相对它的品类会更广它的速度对于时效性要求更高，所以呢我们有叫快反快翻，也是行业里面著名的叫 SPA 的模式，像 Zara 像优衣库都是用这种模式我们把 TOC 的理论其实如何在白酒行业里面通过这种原来传统的大批量大金额的这种压货，可能1个季度压一次或者半年压一次，改成这种小批量的，对吧？然后通过这种短的这种资金，然后甚至是更短的这样一个这种模式，这种推拉结合的方式去做这样的智能配补货然后但前提首先是我们的渠道的库存能够实时的收上来做这样一些包括未来去支持我们整个定制化的服务，用 MTV 或者 MPO 的模式相结合。所以这部分其实是未来可以去探索的一个很好的点。在包括像服装行业像美妆行业有一些甚至是用到 AI 的技术，通过一些算法基于一些商品的这种运营的一些需求，我们去展开提升整体的这种动销的这样一个这种能力。所以说这是一个例子。那第2个例子呢，我想讲第2条就是文旅大家知道白酒行业大部分都是有很多的文化属性的也是我们中国的文化的一种图腾和象征，包括舍得酒在内。其实我们讲中国的这种 消费者需求包括关注消费者数据，所以慢慢推进到我们整个未来的是一个数据化的时代。总共基金的过程其实很多的酒企也是类似于说从一开始的财务信息化到这个营销数字化，再进阶到2.0阶段，再慢慢的推进整个全面的这个产供交付，以及到未来展望到这个智慧生态的这样一个模式。好，谈完了这个白酒行业数字化的一个认知我们看一下未来的这个发展趋势我自己的一个分析。那我认为这个行业的数字化趋势呢，会包含5个方面。首先呢，白酒行业的这个市场拓展会从这个渠道为核心，逐步向消费者为核心。其实我们前面也讲了，就是第3阶段进入到第4阶段，这是一个必然的趋势。跟其他所有的大的 to C 行业其实是类似的。原来都是讲产品注重产品抓生产、抓制造、抓品质我们有一句老话叫酒香不怕巷子深。我认为在现在互联网时代，尤其是这个互联网下半场，一定是以消费者为核心，尤其是我们这新的一代的这些年轻消费者他们呢对于整个用户体验，对于这种共享性，还有就是对于这种个性化的这种产品需求会越来越强烈。那第二个呢，对于线上的影响力会贯穿整个信息的全链路，而且影响会越来越明显。刚才虽然我们讲到对于整个线上的占比对于这个行业来讲其实才不到5%，但也正因为如此呢，我相信未来的这个趋势一定会这个是很迅速的增加，也会挤压一部分线下的场景。其实一个是宴席，我认为一个是线上的这种场景，都是未来会有这种井喷式的这种增长。那第3个是关于这个拓展应用场景，开拓增量的市场。应用场景接下来我们也会去讲，其实大家讲不管各种场景是这种政商类的宴请，还是说在家饮，尤其是像疫情期间，其实在家一个人也好，跟家人这种饮酒的场景也是慢慢的被发展起来培育这种消费习惯。开拓增量市场比如说我们现在这种新的一些渠道我们在这种 KTV 然后酒吧各种这些场景虽然现在可能更多是啤酒和红酒的一些消费市场，但未来也不排除我们对这种故事线去讲下去的话，其实也是一些增量。第4个呢是侧重社交化互动化和个性化的内容营销。那说到内容营销也是非常火的一个词这个包括最近像 B 站的这个后浪吧这都是非常好的内容营销的一些案例。所以现在的对于品牌而言，其实一定要讲好故事，这个故事就是内容通过内容来让消费者真正去走心。那我觉得白酒尤其如此因为白酒有很强的文化属性，所以我们作为品牌营销看的并不仅仅只是它的一个使用属性，而是要去深层去挖掘它的一个文化以及它的这种品牌的这种价值观的这种体系，让消费者认知到这一点才能够更好的去实现转化。那最后是关于这个多元化的流量，这个期待数字化的机遇和引领。大家知道包括像线上的流量，我们从原来的平台电商，现在越来越多的转向社交电商，包括现在一些新的这种媒体的时代，各种去中心化的一些平台，各种我们讲流量其实汇集到总体，所以要构建这样数据中台这样一个模式。总之就是我们说的这个种草也好，对吧？这个培育这种消费者的这种场景，然后再收割。那消费者的深耕一定是我们说是最核心的。那这里面的话，我们也把所有的数据会作为以消费者标签为基石，开展这样一些场景的营销。那我们看左边，其实我们想不同的消费者的这样一种状况一些标签，我们会指引2个大的方向，一个是社交属性，一个是情感属性。社交属性呢，这里面我们讲的不管是聚会也好，陪家中的家人在共饮也好，还是象征愉悦的团圆包括这种节日，对吧？还是这种仪式感的比如说婚礼这个纪念日生日等等，这些都是一些很强的社交属性。那同时呢，其实情感属性我们讲酒本身上是一种情感传递的一种载体，无论是你在我们讲举杯相庆，还是借酒消愁，不管是你开心也好，还是低沉也好这个人生碰到了喜事或者各种事情不管是一个人还是跟多个人这种聚会形式的，其实都是需要通过酒来排解一种情感或者去一种情感表达的一种方式。 那我们看，其实对于整个这个白酒行业，我们有一些初步的认知和发展的一些这种分析。我们看，对于这个数字化建设来讲，我认为呢，其实首先核心的这个策略呢是围绕5个核心要素。这5个要素首当其冲是我们的商业模式，也是说从公司的价值观也就是我们的使命和愿景所指引，整个公司的核心的业务战略所决定了我们的数字化的战略，所以绝对不能是说脱离业务战略去谈所谓的数字化，那一定是闭门造车。所以商业模式是核心，在商业模式的指引之下，我们有具体的业务场景，它其实是这种收敛，尤其是现在所谓的新零售，人或场其实都是基于某一个具体场景。那我们的宴席的场景跟这种零售的场景，它一定是不一样的。那第三，组织阵型，我们任何的变革，任何的场景，基于消费者的互动都是这个需要人来做的。我们的人上到我们公司的董事长，下到公司的每一个一线的业务代表，甚至是我们的终端门店的人，虽然不是我们自己的正式编制，但他也是在我们这个体系里面的人，所以这些组织保障其实是做任何一个变革的一个基础。第4个，分润机制。大家知道现在有越来越多的社团的玩法，包括这种分销裂变的一些社群营销包括社区拼团等等，还有这种微商的模式分润机制其实是非常非常的重要，尤其是在现在全渠道全链路的这样一个时代，我们的线下的销售如何跟线上的销售产生这种互动引流实现1+1大于2，那分润机制是抓人心的一件事情，因为大家都是利益驱使的，这个是开诚布公的讲，每个人都是这样的所以说分润机制抓住了人心，才能真正发自内心去推动这件事情，改革才有可能会成功。那最后呢，当然必不可少也是我们的系统支撑，也是作为技术 IT 本身所去发挥的作用，它其实是一个基础，没有这件基础，那所有的上面都是空中楼阁。所以其实对推演来讲，我们其实围绕着2大核心的目标，一个是保增长，一个是调结构。保增长它有它的属性是显性的，比较刚性的一些，而且是短期和有外胜利的，所以最终体现的是我们的业绩回报。那调结构呢，它是隐性的，是一些有韧性的东西，所以它某种程度上比较长期的，而且是有内在的内生力。那所以最终其实推向的我们是管理的变革，也是我们说的调结构。所以从这两者而言，我认为是相辅相成，缺一不可。现在越来越多的企业，包括白酒企业，我们也在提 S2B to C 其实这里面少一个 to C， 那我默认为它是有一个 to C 的。还有现在之前也在提 C to R， 也是以消费者为中心的柔性供应链这种定制个性化的这种模式。那我想在这里面简单的探讨一下，说这两者到底有什么区别，有没有什么共性。首先我的结论是，这两者它其实是有异曲同工之妙的，而且是一个相辅相成的一个两件事情只是说它的区别在于站在不同的角度、不同的维度去有不同的侧重点。首先说 S2B to C 其实是说站在厂商或者品牌方的角度，我们更加凸显对于搭建这样一个大的供应链平台，以平台化的方式去通过支持和赋能优化我们的销售渠道到终端，从大 B 到小 B， 再到我们最终的消费者，层层的这样交付我们的产品和服务，而且在从后台到前端的这样一个支持的过程中，我们去积累了大量的实时的数据，实现数据的协同，反馈到我们的最上游的供应链，最终去优化整个这个链条，实现这种 PDCA 的这样循环优化的过程。那对于 C to M 而言，其实更多的是说我们从供给侧结构的这样一个改革。C to M 是说直接链接到消费者，好像是在讲我们叫去中间化，其实是供应链条的中间的环节中间层层加价的环节，在消费者这个角度而言，其实让它能够隐性化，并不是完全砍掉这些中间环节，而是说让消费者不需要感知到，因为他也没有义务去了解这些事情，他所知道的就是对于消费者而言是找到最物美价廉的产品和服务，也就是我们说的这个多快好省。所以说如何通过精准的定制化，让我们从供应链优化、内部管理制度的优化以及生产优化，最终也是实现通过数据的贯通指导我们的柔性供应链，所以也是推拉结合的方式，最终让我们的消费者 能够用最短的时间享受最低廉的价格，因为中间商就没有了。所以说从这点来讲，我认为 S2B 和 C2M 其实是两个相辅相成的东西我们并没有把它看成是两个不一样的东西。所以这个模式我们认为是在未来包括白酒行业在内会大行其道的两个模式。那营销端的数字化，其实大家知道很多的酒企都在提营销数字化也是在通过营销数字化来推进和拉动整体的这个数字化水平。那营销数字化，我认为从要素的维度呢，会分4个核心的要素作为提升点。第一个是品牌，第二个是渠道，第三个是消费者第4个呢the last but not the least 我认为营销团队也是非常重要。我不一一赘述，我就想说一个就是关于营销团队。其实大部分的酒企往往会忽略掉这一点，为什么？2个原因。第一呢，我们的营销团队其实并不像传统的像零售快销包括服装也好，数码产品这个美妆产品这种直营店的模式，那其实是有这个固定的导购，而且它的文化水平比较高，都是一般年轻的小姑娘小哥哥。但是呢，对于这个我们这个白酒这个行业，营销团队其实这些业务代表或者叫客户主任，他跑在一线，他所接触到的更多是我们的经销商和我们的终端人员，也就是我们说的大 B 和小 B， 他并不是真正意义上每天跟我们的 C 端的用户打交道的人，其实是终端的人，我指的是线下渠道。但是往往这些人他们又是我们的在我们自己内部体系里面的末梢神经，也就是说我们最终接触到消费者最了解市场的人，所以这部分人对于我们所有的信息从上传下达，最后到一线的执行和落地，显得尤为的重要尤为的重要。所以它也能够提供对于整个决策层的一些数据支持。所以我认为这部分的话，我们现在也实现了大量通过像小程序在企业微信的这种平台构建这样一种沟通协同的这样一个平台，通过数据驱动的方式，通过我们的营销团队去赋能我们的经销商、我们的终端门店以及我们的消费者包括我们让我们的这种它本身也是扮演这种 C KOC 的方式我们实现这样一个这个玩酒的联盟，就是这种营销裂变的方式，拉群拉社群做这种裂变。那营销端的数字化呢，其实从整个链条来说，从品牌方到经销商到终端到消费者，也是分我们空中部队电商渠道和线下的这种传统的分销渠道。其实总体会分，大家看到我们有能做很多的数字化的一些场景这里面我就不一一展开。总结一下就是分2大部分。第一个链条是从品牌方到我们的终端门店，其实是我们讲厂商的关系，如何重构我们的厂商关系，通过改变传统这种压货的模式，去优化和改造这种模式，让经销商的职责和职能发生蜕变，发生转变。它的定位也许更多的就是我们一个团购和我们客户维系关系对市场洞察的一个合作伙伴。某种程度上，品牌方会更多的承担我们对于价格、对于商品、对于品牌的这样一种管控。当然这个是需要所有的动销都是通过包括出库入库都是需要推拉结合的方式，前提是我们所有的渠道数字化能够先做起来所有的数据能够在线化。那第二部分就是我们说连接品牌和消费者，也是我们的终端也是我们所说的末梢神经末梢神经。那这些来讲，我们的会员的运营 SCRM 也好，所有的这些也是基于场景。但白酒行业很有意思，就是真正的销售有很大部分并不是真正到店的销售，通过打个电话这个方式就构成。而且终端没有 POS 系统它又不是一个专卖店有点类似于杂货店这样的话，如何把终端消费者的交易数据、会员数据、订单数据各方面的数据收集上来，其实是摆在所有的白酒企业这个赛道里面的一个问题。那除了营销数字化以外，我们说这个泛供应链或者全渠道的数字化，从营销的和市场这块营销端作为一个破局，拉动整体的从我们的产品开发到计划到采购到生产以及仓储配送，整个这个链条的全供应链的一个数字化，我相信这是一个非常一个主流的一种方式。在这里面的话，我们说的产供销的协同是非常的重要，MTB、MTO 相结合， 以及所有的质量追溯管理。对于产品质量一定是我们的品牌的保障。还有这个酒是陈的香啊，酒是老的香，所以老酒战略是作为舍得的核心战略。那我们也拥有行业里面最多的12万吨的老酒的这个储藏量，所以这样的一些老酒储藏，如果通过数字化的手段，再结合我们的质量的体系QA、QC 能够最终交付到我们的终端，给我们的营销赋能。其实在这整个这个过程中，我们还要考虑这个定制化的需求，给制造业的复杂性带来一些指数的增长。所以呢，在这条路上，我们应该会整体的规划，再做分步的实施。最后的话，我就想对白酒行业数字化做一个简单的展望。这里面我列了一些，那首先也是说这个盘子还是足够大的，6-7千亿，未来还会有一些增量。但是因为过去护城河比较高导致我们说互联网这部分呢，其实没有像传统行业其他的行业里面，像服装这个快销都基本被颠覆了。所以我认为空间还是足够的大，有很多的玩法可以去这个演化出来。第二呢，就是行业的竞争虽然还是在加剧的虽然马太效应增加，但是我觉得这个中高端这部分其实这个竞争是足够的激烈，这里面也会让整个消费升级拉动这个竞争，然后产生一些创新。第三也是年轻化和女性化的趋势呢，未来是会越来越明显。那这部分的这个消费群体的这种需求其实还没有真正被挖掘，所以我想这部分也是未来我们需要去未雨绸缪的，基于我们的大数据，基于我们的会员运营。那品牌大多是老字号，因为白酒不像，甚至是像啤酒都不太一样，都是工业化的产品，但是白酒更多是老字号，是有历史的传承，本身它也是文化的传承的一种载体。像舍得本身就是我们中国的包括这个国际上儒释道文化的一种图腾，所以说对于这种高知人群，其实认同感是非常的强。从体制来说，其实现在越来越多的白酒企业也是进行了一些混改，这个会加速一些资本的注入，对于行业进行洗牌。那白酒也是品质的代表，没有品质谈不上这个企业一定走不长远，所以品质也是根基。那我们想，尤其是在疫情之后呢，所有消费者对于高品质的健康的这种产品的追求也是越来越坚定的。同时呢，我觉得白酒也是我们中国文化的象征。刚才讲了，我们的丝绸、茶叶然后酒等等这些，作为我们中国文化的传承，走出海也是一个必然的趋势。随着我们国家的软实力的上升，所以想如何能够代表中国的文化在全世界之内发扬光大，我觉得也是每一个白酒企业需要去考虑，并不是仅仅是品牌营销的层面。那我们也希望能够把我们的产品打造得更加的坚实包括整个全球化的数字化的这样一个平台。所以呢，这个我想白酒行业的数字化水平还远未饱和但是我们现在也有这样一个后发的优势，我们能够站在前面的很多巨人的肩膀上，在互联网的这个下半场，我们能够创造的更加精彩。最后呢，我也想所有的事情都是人做的我想也是包括我在内呢，行业里面有很多的人其实也是来自于其他行业我们说的他山之石，怎么样能够在这个行业里面因地制宜的去公寓，我们能够形成包括企业在内和我们整个推动这个行业的这些知识资本去发挥这个优势。所以我还是有充分的信心。那我还是想用最后一个比喻来讲，我们说酒其实是无形的东西，就像水一样，但数字化是有形的，我们说数字是有形的。那我们想通过这种有形的水渠，让智慧和文化之水能够源远流长。我相信这是我自己的理解，我相信这件事情也一定能够成功。所以基于之前的一些分析我能有理由的相信白酒行业的数字化一定会体现后发的优势，成为所有行业里面数字化的一匹黑马。那以上是我的分享这个请大家多多指正，我们可以在线下也进行更多的交流，谢谢。
来，我们欢迎来自远播教育集团董事长、教育执长的洪宇东，好，欢迎他。
各位朋友大家好非常高兴呢，这次能受这个常灯会的邀请 来讲一个有关于教育如何更好的去培养创新人才的这个话题。我是远博教育集团的联合创始人，也是远博教育研究院的执行院长周宏宇。我个人呢本来是从事基础教育、国际教育和比较教育一些基础研究的，所以说我非常高兴能够在这儿分享这么一个话题，然后也希望能够对企业家以及我们的家长朋友们在孩子的整个的培养上面能够有一些启示。我们研究院呢在2015年的时候做了一个叫做未来鼓励的测评模型，我们就是对未来这个社会所需要的这个人才的整个的能力进行了5个方面的这个定义，主要是学习力批判性思维能力问题解决能力、沟通与合作能力包括这个创造力。因为我们认为这个5个力，如果说学生拥有了这5个力的话，那么他一定是在这个未来的这个社会当中，一定是能够适应这个社会，或者说我们叫做推动这个社会发展的这样的人。那么再分解一下呢，就是学习力的话，我们也有8个维度沟通合作我们也有很多的这种维度但是呢，就是我们今天又讲的这个主题是评价创新型人才。那么创新型人才的话，实际上最重要的是2个维度，就是我们当时一个呢是思维方面的维度，就是批判性能力，因为我们要去定义一个小孩的能力，或者说他的整个的行为力的时候，思维一定是先行，所以他要具有创新，他一定是先要具备一定的批判性思维这样的能力。然后另外一个呢，在具体行为的表现上面，实际上就是这个创造力。那么我们把创造力呢，我们分为了这么5个维度，一个呢是好奇心，一个是冒险性一个是这个挑战性，还有想象力和意志力。那么好奇心是什么呢？好奇心实际上是一个人他求知的一种原始的驱动力这个叫好奇心然后这个冒险性是指探索和接受失败的这种勇气挑战性是什么？挑战性是他敢于挑战，敢于质疑权威，敢于寻求一切可能性这个叫做挑战性。然后想象力呢，是指他能够打破他的整个的认知的边界，然后超越整个现实的束缚这种叫做想象力。最后一个呢是意志力，意志力就是说他持续努力的这种精神，他对一件事情就是持之以恒的这样的这种努力我们就是主要是通过批判性思维和通过创造力来评价，就是这个人，比如说他具不具有这种创新的精神，或者具备一定的这种创造力。OK， 那么我举一个例子我举了一个就是我们江苏省的一个省重点中学，也算是可能全国的头部学校的这么一个例子。因为我们如果说作为一个家长的话，我们很容易就认为，就像这样的学校因为它的高考的升学率非常的高，那么学生有可能就是在这5个力方面他的表现依然会很优秀但是这个例子就有点反常识。那么我们其实测评下来了之后，会发现，那么黄色的这一部分就是橙色的这一部分，就橙黄色的这个呢就是不足的这一部分。那么大家可以从这个图上其实可以看得到，就是学生在意志力、在想象力、在冒险性这个上面，这个黄色的这个不足的比例是相对比较高的。那么这个学校呢，大家可以看一下，就是它今年就是2020年的整个的高考，那是非常厉害的就是说全校的整个一本的上线率是96.1%，那其中有很多的班就是100%的一本上线率，就是说这个班的所有的学生都能进到中国的重点的本科，那么是非常的厉害的，包括文科状元，江苏省的文科状元也出现在这个学校。但是我们依然发现，如果是说从能力测评的这个模型上面来讲，学生相应的这个不足的比例是非常的高的。那么大家可以自己想一下，就是说会是什么原因那么我们研究院的这边当然不止这么一所学校，后面有上万所的这个学校，就是我们经过了很多的这个数据的整个的这个汇总和统计了以后，我们其实发现有分析了很多的原因。当然你说这个学生的意志力不足这个也是有点反常识。为什么学生会意志力？因为我们一直会认为这种学习很好的这种学生应该一定是自律性比较强，对吧？意志力很强的这样的学生，反而就是说为什么大家可能会表现意志力不足。那么后面我们也做了一些调研，实际上就是我们后来发现，就中国的学生学习成绩好的学生跟这个自律这个中间实际上是不能画一个等号，因为很多的学校它实际上通过强加的这种学习的时间的这种安排，这种密集的这种安排， 把大家学习给提升上去的。但是并不代表这个学生就他真的是很有自己的这个时间管理的能力，或者说情绪管理的这种能力，实际上是不具备的。也就是说，大部分的中国的基础教育的学校，包括家庭的教育，实际上对于小孩的整个的这种时间的安排，它是他律，也就是说是我来帮你安排，实际上并不是小孩自己做主的。所以在这种情况之下，学生如果一旦到了一个自由宽松的环境去了以后，他的意志力是不足的啊，这是一个。然后冒险性呢也是一样的，就是因为我们无论说现在的整个的公立的教育的系统，还是私立的学校，就学校承担的责任非常大，包括当然家长因为我们的这个以前的独生子女的这种政策，那么对于小孩也是非常关爱的。所以在这种情况之下，整个社会实际上对于小孩鼓励学生去做一些冒险性的事情，实际上从体制上来讲是不大可能的，所以导致其实我们现在很多学生就是在这方面就是冒险性不足。那这个大家可以有一些具体的案例，比如说要去春游啊，或者要去做一些研学，或者说做一些稍微有点危险性的这种研学。那无论是说从我们的教育主管部门，或者从家长这个角度，基本上都不是愿意小孩去做的，甚至做一些竞技类的体育活动，对吧？可能有的家长都不大很愿意。所以整体来说呢，我们评估下来，可能冒险性也是有它不足，也是有它的一个原因的。但是想象力这个东西，我想重点就是讲一下跟大家也是举一个例子，为什么比如像我们的这种制度，为什么学生可能会在想象力的这个角度上面会有那么优秀的学校，对吧？会有那么大的一个不足的这个比例。那么这呢是哈佛大学的一个教授，一个心理学的一个教授，那么他之前做的一个想象力的测试也就是说这一幅图，就是大家看这一幅图，你可以看到些什么样的图案然后很多学生就举手，就说各种各样的图案，比如说云啊、树啊、什么老鼠啊、大象啊、石头啊，就等等然后这个哈佛这个大学的教授呢，紧接着他就跟大家说实际上这一幅图是这么一个形状它是一个牛大家可以看得出来，如果勾了这个边界的话，大家可以看到这是一幅牛的图像。好，然后他又让大家再重新看这一幅图，结果神奇的事情发生了，很多人的脑子里面就只剩下这么一幅牛的图片了，他再也没有原来的什么山啊、树啊、石头啊、云啊那样的这种想象力了。这说明什么问题？就说明其实我们老师在传授这种经验的时候，他就会无形当中可能去抹杀这个学生的整个的这种想象力，因为你给了他一个固定的答案，那这种时候学生他就不会再继续的去发挥他的整个的想象力，去寻找可能另外的这种可能性。那么我们研究院呢，从教育就是目前中国基础教育里面，我们总结了一下，就是说目前可能妨碍大家在想象力或者创造力培养的这个过程当中的一些因素。那么第一个呢，就是文化，因为我们知道，就是说一个民族它都会有一个文化，文化是什么？文化实际上是一群人经过了长时间的时间习惯的这种沉淀以后，他的思想上面的一种认知，它实际上是一种下意识的在影响人。所以文化它具有天然的遮蔽性，因为它是一种下意识的。当你在面对一个事情，你在思考它的时候，你的这种下意识或者你的这种潜意识，它就会自然而然就会可能给你一个答案，就是让你会去做一个决策所以说文化的这种影响，如果是说你定势在某一个单一的文化里面，实际上你就自然而然就具有这种思维遮蔽性，或者说叫做惯性思维，或者叫做定式思维，都是一样的。所以我们为什么特别鼓励很多的这种学校，比如说它的学生的整个构成，它可以是多元文化的这种构成，它的老师的构成，就是它有外教，对吧？它是多元的文化的组成，包括它的整个的教学的内容，它不仅仅是说是可能国内的我们的这些内容，它也有一些国际的课程的这样的一些元素，因为这样的话形成这种多元文化的这种氛围之后，实际上对于小孩的整个的这种思维的方式，多元思维的方式影响是会非常大。还有一个呢，就是文字。那么我们都知道，其实文字是文化的一个载体。那么中国的文字是至今为止就是唯一的一个保留下来的还在使用的，就是象形文字。但是我们都知道，就象形文字，它每一个字实际上是从图片演化而来，所以它每一个字都是一幅画，它是一种具象思维非常具象的一个思维。那我这儿举了两个的例子一个学习的学字，一个习字。那么这个大家可以看一下，这个甲金文，对吧？学习的学是两只手中间两个叉是数字100的这个算术就代表算术。 然后下面一个宝盖头，我们是代表一个房子，然后里面是一个就是一个小孩2只手在演算这个算术，那么这个教学它是一个非常具象的画面，包括习它下面实际上是一个鸟窝是一个鸟窝，然后上面是一对翅膀就是说小鸟在练习着飞行，在扇着它的翅膀练习着飞行，这也是一幅非常具象的画面。所以说整个中国的这种象形文字，它实际上培养的更多的是学生的这种具象的思维，而且我们都知道，就是原来我们的整个的文字里面是没有语法逻辑结构的，那我们整个的语法逻辑结构，像主语、谓语、宾语所谓的这种结构也是在20世纪初的时候像杜威像陶行知这种教育的大家，对吧？倡导白话文，通过新文化运动，然后倡导白话文，慢慢的把这种逻辑语法这种逻辑结构就是引入到了国内。所以说，其实我们整个国人就现在包括这种文化的影响、文字的影响，我们的这种具象的思维相对比较多一些，而抽象的思维相对比较少。当然，我们现在其实反观理科，像数学，对吧？像物理、像化学，很多都是比较抽象性的这种思维的这种概念然后另外一个呢是学习的内容。那学习的内容的话，我们不管是文科还是理科我们基本上微言大义的东西比较多这种大量的这种案例、名人名言这种故事的东西，这种微言大义的内容比较多，而批判性的内容相对会比较少一些。因为我们在应试的这种条件之下，它实际上需要的是一个固定的答案，它不需要的是你可能1也可以，2也可以这个寻求多种的结果的这种可能性。所以在这个过程当中，它对于学生的整个批判性思维的训练是不够的。还有的话呢，就是因为大班我们一个班可能40个人，甚至50个人，甚至有更多的这种人。那么老师在课堂上传授这种知识技能的这个过程当中，他基本上会按照他的整个的教案，就很快的把这些知识的东西过一遍。而学生在这个过程当中，他思考，他自身的思考，或者他自身的整个的探究，就相对而言显得更少一些。就从学习的内容上面来讲，也会抹杀掉学生的一些就是想象力和他自己的一些创造力。然后另外一个呢，我们都知道，就当下的这个社会实际上是一个不确定而且特别复杂的这么一个社会，但是我们依然在沿用着就是单科的这种教学。那么现在像西方的很多的发达的国家，至少他们在小学的这个阶段，他的老师基本上都是全科老师，也是他在传授这个知识的过程当中，他比如说大量的基于项目式的学习，大量的跨学科的这种思维和这种研究，那就不再是可能单一的这种学科的这种体系。那么单一的这种学科的这种体系，包括我们师范院校出来这种老师，也基本上是单一的专业的这种学科的这种体系。实际上从这个学习的内容上面来讲，也会抹杀掉学生的很多的创造力。因为你在应对一个不确定或者是说比较复杂的这个社会的时候，你一定是需要用到跨学科的综合问题解决的能力然后另外一个就是学习的形式，我刚才讲的就是学生自我探究的东西相对比较少当然我们中国也有实验，就是我们也有物理实验和化学实验，但是我们的实验很多是验证型的实验，也就是说实验的书告诉你可能应该怎么去做，对吧？或者是说告诉你一个这个告诉你相应的这种实验的这种步骤，对吧？让你去检测一个什么样的这种东西，它实际上都是属于验证型的实验但是在像西方的这种基础教育里面，很多的实验它是设计型的实验，它不是验证型的实验，就是本身这个实验的本身是需要小孩动手发挥你自己的想象力，你自己去设计一个实验出来。你如果说仅仅是做一个验证型的实验的话，那么你可能这一项的得分是相对比较低的。探究，但是探究的方式、探究的内容相对就比较少。还有另外一个呢，就是都比较专注在这个应试的结果上，而对于更加底层的学生的整个的素养的培养，就像我刚才说的，整个武力的培养相对就比较少一些。因为武力的评测实际上是很难的，它没有一个特别量化的这样的一个标准，它的量表各个方面做起来是非常难的。但是应试知识的检验是很容易的，那么所以说就会导致一个我们叫做应试导向的这样的一种教育。那么这个也是非常破坏整个学生的想象力和他的整个创造力。那么综合对比下来一下以后，就是我们会发现，就是中西方的学生可能在最后的行为结果上面会呈现一些差异。比如说你要说到成绩，对吧？那么中国的话，我们的这个成绩肯定是比较好的，不管各种各样的测评，包括这个 OECD 就世界经合组织的披萨的测试 那么中国学生一直都是很高的，名列前茅，而且它差生相对的比例比较少。而像美国我们称为这种精英教育全世界拥有最优质的教育资源的这种国家，那么它在基础教育阶段，它的学生实际上两极分化是特别严重的，就差的学生真的很差。那么好的学生就是他的创造力和想象力就是上不封顶的那种，特别适合这种拥有个性化就拥有个性的这种学生在那种环境里面去成长。那么自信心呢，也是就是国人因为这种文化的束缚，几千年来就是我们儒家的这种文化，我们谦逊，我们内敛，对吧？就导致就是看上去可能自信心不大足，而反观就像西方的这种小孩特别的自信，甚至我们都知道有的时候他的结果未必可能很好的时候，但是他在过程当中就展现出来非常的这种自信。好奇心呢也是一样的，就是我刚才提到，就是因为好奇心它实际上是求知的一种原动力，但恰好因为我们可能在这种应试的过程当中，我们经验传递的太多，所以渐渐的就抹杀了小孩对于一些习以为常的可能常见的那些问题的一些思考。但是我们发现一些这个科学的大家，顶级的这种科学家，其实他对于问题的整个的突破，恰巧是对那些司空见惯的问题问了一个为什么。在这一方面呢，就是西方的学生他的整个的好奇心相对而言会比较强一些，想象力也是一样，我刚才讲的具象思维多，中国人相对具象思维多，抽象思维相对少一点。在这个里面呢，就是有几门课，就是像数学，因为数学是一个纯粹抽象的这么一门学科。其实我们现在就是发现中国的数学还是非常不错的，但是我们的很多的这种数学仅仅是限于在应用数学阶段，而不是说可能更加底层的一些理论数学方面的这种突破。包括我刚才讲的就是冒险性批判性思维创造性、合作性，包括自律兴趣爱好，就是等等，就是中国的学生跟西方学生都有相应的这种差异。那么到了社会这个层面，刚才我们讲是在学习和教育这个层面，那么到了社会这个层面的话，实际上就产生了很大严重的问题。那么这个里面我有一个表，就是中国的，大家可以看到，就是中国的财富的整个的500强就进入到世界前10强的，第一个是中石油，然后国家电网和中石化、国家电网和中石油，就包括进入到中国的财富500强的中国的企业，我们的前10位没有一个高科技公司，没有一个高科技公司，而且大家现在脑袋里面能够想到的，可能中国的高科技公司，可能就像可能华为小米联想就是屈指可数，屈指可数。然后在Interbrand 2019年的这个全球最佳科技品牌排行榜里面，华为是仅有华为进入到了这个前10位，排在第8名。但是华为实际上在整个世界500强里面的话，它现在是排在了67位。那么在这个汤森路透公布的2018年的也是全球顶尖100的企业科技这个榜里面，中国大陆都没有人进入只有这个台湾的这个台积电进入到了这个排行榜里面，所以说这个是一个非常严重的一个问题。那么最近呢，这个华为公司因为出了这个一系列的这样的一些事件就是任正非也在接受相应的这种采访的时候，他也提到这是他的语录，他说他们实际上这么30年，华为投入了大量的这种研发这种经费，实际上是在底层的，比如说数学方面就是做了大量的这种突破。那目前呢，他们还在物理、化学、神经，包括脑科学方面在做进一步的研究，而且他自身感觉就是我们在这方面的基础理论的研究还是比较落后的。然后他就另外一个非常大尺度的把这个贸易的这个问题就是归结为可能国家的人才的这种竞争，那么人才的竞争最后又落地到了这个教育的这种竞争上面。而且他一再强调，就是一个国家的强大不仅仅是说是靠硬件，更重要的是在这个软件，软件是灵魂，灵魂来自于文化、哲学，来自于教育，来自这个文化的这个素养，都非常能够说明，就是我们的整个的教育的底层实际上是解决可能创新人才的一个根本的有效的途径。这个呢，实际上最近有一本书叫做《科学的学习》也是比较火的。那么我们做基础教育的研究的，一般都会去就是研究就是国外的这样的他对于教育研究的这样一些成果。那么这本书里面他就提到，就是说人的整个的这种学习的一个思维的方式，就更加有效的科学的这种学习的思维方式，一定是比如说你要先把自己参与到某个学习领域当中，然后你自己去探究，自己去摸索，哪怕是错的你就当是这么一个试错的这样一个过程。 那这样的整个的学习才叫做创新性的学习，才叫做有效的学习。他说人的整个的这种学习都应该是从一个新手，然后到一个闹心的新手，就是你要试错，你要犯错误，然后最后你变成的是一个适应型的技能的专家，而不是说像传统一样，就是你从一个新手，然后通过一些经验的这种积累，你变成一个常规型的技能专家。那么常规型的技能专家跟适应型技能这个专家的本质的这种区别，就是在于创新。就是美国有2个这个科学家，一个叫做这个赫克斯，一个叫做这个斯卡纳他们2个就是在这个科学的学习里面就举了一个很有意思的例子，他们就讲物理系的学生，就物理系的整个的这个学生，如果说他发现有这些学生他对于某一个理论或者知识的这种理解的，他已经有了一定的理解的话，那么他特别容易去找一些这个验证型的数据来证明他的这样的这种观点，而不是说去重新拥有一个批判性思维，然后从原点重新去思考有这种理论有没有别的这样的这种可能性。所以说我们看就是最近的像诺贝尔奖的，尤其在物理这个领域的一些获得者，往往都是因为他发现了一些新的东西，他在某些理论上面有一些新的这种突破，而那种验证型的物理学家，往往是说是在实验室里面可能去做实验去验证这一帮人的理论，他们不能够成为很好的这种物理这种大家也是这样的一种因素。那么这里面呢，就是我觉得对于企业的人来讲，可能有3个的启示一个呢就是说我们怎么样在企业里面可能能够去培养更多的创新性的人才，其实也是一样的。那么我举了3点，就是第一个呢，就是你要减少，就是比如说企业创新所带来的一些负面的，比如说财务上面有利润降低利润的这种负面的这种影响，比如说你不要把这种创新的东西纳入到这个财务方面的这种数据，可能很快的纳入到 KPI 的这种考核当中去，对吧？你要让就是鼓励大家去创新，鼓励大家去试错，说避免就是人们比如说因为犯了错，然后又退回到他原来的那个安全感、那个舒适区里面去。然后另外一个呢，就是提供充分多样化的情境，让应用新情况的这个通用的知识自然的去生长。也就是说，你要通过企业的这种文化的这种建设，在团队里面就是要鼓励大家去思考一些新的东西，让它自然而然的去生长。因为我们都知道，从现有的很多的这种公司的企业的这种管理的结构，它实际上是来源于以前就是我们讲的就经典物理，因为管理这个东西本身就是讲控制它一定是要控制流程，避免犯错。但是你怎么样能够让你的组织变成一种类似于像生物进化的这种组织，能够让创新能够自然去生长呢？当然这个也是一个比较好的可以值得去探讨的话题。然后另外一个呢，就是要拥抱尝试与探索的这种文化的这种氛围，放眼未来，而不仅仅说关注这种当下的这种利益的成效。就是你要既顾得了当下，但是你要看到这未来。那如果你这个公司你失去了这个创新的动力和基因，你实际上就是没有未来。当然现在其实中国的基础教育也在做很多的变革，就包括我们的整个的新高考的选拔和整个的评价的这种方式，也加了很多的这种元素，比如我们现在有综合素质评价，对吧？而不仅仅是看这个学生的整个的这个仅仅是这个成绩但是我为什么说这个任重而道远呢？我就讲一个例子，有可能大家都很清楚，就今年这个南京一中的这个例子南京一中也是南京非常好的一个学校，那么它今年的这个一本率是达到了95%，而且它整个400分以上的学生也是大概有20多人也就是说到时候看到这个成绩的话，你看一本率达到95%以上的学校一定是非常优秀的学校，但是家长并不满，家长就要求下课，而且这个事件成为了一个新闻事件家长要求校长下课。为什么？因为他们对比了他们跟另外一个学校，就是南京29中的这个成绩的数据。因为中考的时候，南京一中的录取分数线比这个南京29中要高40多分，但是高考的时候，他们发现就是南京29中的整个的成绩反而还比南京一中要好，那就说明就是说我的学生本来在进入你这个学校的时候，我的成绩是更高的，但是反而我到高考的时候，我一对比一下，我的成绩是降低的，说明你这个学校可能整个的教学的质量是下降的。但是校长有他自己的说法，因为校长就觉得就是我这个学校因为加了大量的素质教育的课程，而不是说把所有的时间都用在学生的整个应试的这种训练上面校长也觉得就是很允许。我讲这个例子是想说明什么呢？就是整个社会对于 学生的整个的培养，尤其像创造力的整个的培养，一定要能够包容，要给予时间，不应该说是在评价他的时候又回到了单一的这种应试的这种评价上面去，是吧？所以说我觉得我们的这个路依然任重而道远。好，今天我的分享就到这里，谢谢大家。
谢谢邹宏宇的精彩分享。从重新定义用户隐私到保护到去中间化的广告潮，区块链轻则能建言营销体系的环节，重则能复制互联网诞生以来数字营销规则。接下来我们邀请到的嘉宾是来自矩阵园创始人兼 CEO 孙丽玲。嗨，孙丽玲，总您好。你好。那么现在我们